Cang Yuan traversed the primordial chaos, becoming one of the oldest beings, having evaded several cataclysmic calamities. He believed himself to be free from worry. Yet unexpectedly, his disciples wished to embark on the journey of the great calamity of the West. Thus, he resigned himself to let them follow fate, intending to slightly challenge the monk from the East before ultimately allowing them to pass. However, he soon discovered that the identities of his disciples were anything but ordinary. The black bear demon boasted arrogantly, "Hey, that demon monkey, I shall claim the cassock. Even Guanyin cannot stop me, mark my words." Meanwhile, a seemingly obedient bird, after descending from the mountain, boldly declared at Lion Camel Ridge, at the pinnacle of immortality, "I, the Great Peng, shall reign supreme." The journey to the west had descended into utter chaos. The Buddha, bewildered, wondered, why are these 81 tribulations so exceedingly difficult? Wasn't it foretold that the Buddhist sect would prosper? Cang Yuan sighed, "Alas, my disciples are too audacious. I cannot maintain my composure." Chapter 1. The Great Calamity of the West approaches. In the realm beyond the eastern Tang, on an overseas celestial island, clouds enveloped the mountains and the tides surged against silver peaks. The air shimmered with ethereal energy, reminiscent of a serene paradise, tranquil and otherworldly. Whoosh! At that moment, a streak of white light shattered the tranquility. "Master, I have matters to report." A soft voice resonated as a figure in a plain long robe descended gracefully before the palace, her hair elegantly coiffed, her beauty unadorned, possessing an ethereal grace akin to a celestial maiden. What is it?" After a lengthy pause, a simple yet profound voice emerged from within the unadorned palace. The grand doors swung open, releasing a wave of celestial energy, accompanied by an intoxicating aura of Tao. The young woman felt her inner spiritual energy stir as she sensed that aura, her cultivation subtly shifting. She inhaled deeply, reflecting on the greatness of her master. Nevertheless, she respectfully bowed and conveyed, "Master, Guanyin Bodhisattva has been sent by decree to the southern land of the Tang." As her words faded, a shadow passed before her, followed by a gentle pressure that swept over her. Despite her status as a Tai golden immortal, she felt a twinge of trepidation under that weight. Upon recognizing her master's visage, she sighed in relief, realizing his growing strength. The man before her was handsome and elegant, clad in a dark robe, surrounded by an aura of celestial energy, with eyes that sparkled like stars. "The Eastern Tang? The Southern Land? Guanyin?" Cang Yuan murmured, his magnetic voice captivating the young woman. He gazed thoughtfully at the heavens, memories of the primordial journey flashing through his mind. As a traveler, he was acutely aware of all the significant events in the primordial realm. He had witnessed the perils of the Longhan calamity and the tragedies of the Wu and Yao conflict, as well as the dangers of the Fengshen calamity. Now, hearing from his disciple that Guanyin had ventured to the southern land, did this not signify the impending onset of the journey to the West calamity? The journey to the West calamity, perhaps a consequence of the Fengshen calamity, required a disciple to endure the trials and tribulations, thus spreading the Buddhist teachings eastward and revitalizing the Buddhist sect. Everything was preordained. Every event had its cause. The journey to the West calamity? A brilliant light flashed into Cang Yuan's eyes, illuminating the path ahead. At this juncture, he was merely a step away from entering the legendary realm of the saints. Achieving sainthood was within his grasp. Yet, he possessed a sense of pride, unwilling to be merely an ordinary saint. If he were to strive, it must be for the pinnacle. If Hongjun could establish a path to sainthood, why could not Cang Yuan? The only difference lay in the size of their respective treasures of fate. Yes, he too possessed a treasure of fate, albeit a smaller fragment of it. Years of contemplation had led him to refine his method, and now he was on the brink of success. His method was not fabricated from thin air, it was grounded in the principles of power and truth. Once achieved, he would transcend Pangu and Hongjun. At this moment, the opportunity for that final step appeared. Cang Yuan calculated. Even amidst the impending calamity, he was able to navigate the intricacies of fate with ease. This opportunity seemed to hinge upon. Cang Yuan's brow arched slightly as he regarded his female disciple. "Master?" The young disciple blinked, her heartbeat quickening as she gazed into Cang Yuan's starry eyes, her breath becoming shallow, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "Jiuer," Cang Yuan called gently, his voice still warm and magnetic. Jiuer murmured, her words barely audible, her head bowing lower, as if anticipating something. "Go gather your fellow disciples." Cang Yuan gestured nonchalantly. Oh. Jiuer, momentarily taken aback, soon composed herself, her expression deflating as she had expected. What thoughts occupy this disciple's mind? Cang Yuan mused, chuckling softly as he watched Jiuer dart away. He pondered the unexpected revelation that the opportunity for his final step seemed intertwined with his disciples. However, the mysteries of fate are seldom fully grasped. Could this imply their involvement in the journey to the West Calamity? Originally, he had only intended to focus on refining his path to sainthood, indifferent to the calamities unfolding around him. Regardless of the fierce battles among the four continents, he could simply meditate in peace, concentrating on his path to enlightenment. Yet now, the situation had shifted. He could no longer remain an observer of the journey to the West Calamity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Cang Yuan's thoughts raced, vibrant streaks of light approached the venue from afar. Disciples of varying ages and genders, clad in colorful robes and exuding powerful auras, lined up before him with solemn expressions. "Master, all have gathered." Jiuer stood before Cang, a smile gracing her lips, as if the earlier events had never occurred. As Jiuer's voice echoed, her fellow disciples bowed respectfully, proclaiming, "We humbly welcome our master from seclusion." Cang Yuan nodded, surveying the faces of his disciples, sensing their cultivation levels. Suddenly, his smile faded and his brow furrowed. "Remember, you were at the same level before. How is it that years have passed, yet you remain at the Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal stages?" Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, the disciples exchanging glances, rendered speechless. Finally, a robust figure, tall and muscular, his dark skin taut against his robe, exuding an air of ferocity, stepped forward, sheepishly scratching his head. "Master, it is not that we have been negligent in our training. Rather, we have seldom ventured out for experience, resulting in stagnation over the years." He took a deep breath, earnestly meeting Cang Yuan's gaze, and declared, "Thus, we humbly request that you permit us to venture into the primordial realm for training." Chapter 2. As the calamity unfolds, who can remain untouched? As the words of the robust disciple, resembling a black bear, fell into silence, an unusual stillness enveloped the dojo, rendering the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Observing the prolonged silence of Cang Yuan, the disciples fell into a hushed state, each feeling a mix of anxiety and trepidation. Especially the stout disciple, whose heart raced wildly. "Master, is there something amiss?" he stammered, his apprehension palpable. Cang Yuan remained silent for a moment before addressing the gathered disciples with a calm inquiry. "Do you all share this sentiment?" The disciples exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. "Speak candidly," Cang Yuan urged once more, his tone devoid of inflection. "Master, we genuinely wish to venture into the primordial wilderness to experience some trials," the disciples admitted, steeling themselves. After years of training within the dojo, they felt a pressing urge to explore to undergo some rigorous training. Trial? Cang Yuan shook his head. Initially, he had hoped that the final opportunity for enlightenment lay with his disciples. If that were indeed the case, allowing them to explore the primordial realm would pose no real issue. However, these individuals appeared to be stagnating in their cultivation. With such circumstances, were they truly prepared for trials? It would be fortunate if they did not end up being vanquished by the likes of Sun Wukong. Cang Yuan had but 100 disciples in total. Initially reluctant to take on apprentices, he had eventually learned from powerful beings that establishing a sect and mentoring disciples brought about fortune and merit. As his disciples grew stronger, so too did the sect's fortune, aiding in their cultivation and personal growth. Thus, Cang Yuan took in these disciples. Perhaps he had initially viewed them as mere tools, but after so many years, even raising a dog would foster affection, let alone these disciples. Therefore, the matter of their trials. Under ordinary circumstances, you could venture forth, but now, with the calamity looming in the primordial wilderness, considering your current levels of cultivation. Sun Yuan shook his head. Yet, Master, even if our cultivation is lacking, do we not possess the treasures you bestowed upon us? With these artifacts, we can navigate the primordial realm with confidence. The stout disciple interjected, hastily brandishing a long spear. The spear, dark and ominous, radiated a terrifying aura. Its malevolence palpable, merely sensing its presence instilled a chilling dread, as if one might be slain in the next heartbeat. Indeed, Master, while our cultivation may not be at the apex, we possess the strength of golden immortals and Tai, and with your formidable gifts, we can contend even with the great Luo. Surely, we can safeguard ourselves amidst this calamity. In an instant, the surrounding disciples chimed in, each revealing an array of artifacts. Some exuded an ethereal aura, others were steeped in menace, while some reeked of bloodshed, and others exuded a ghostly chill. There were armors, pagodas, long swords, and spears, an assortment of treasures. These artifacts had been casually crafted by Cang Yuan as gifts for his disciples upon their initiation. To his surprise, they now relied on these seemingly trivial treasures as their crutch. Cang Yuan's lips twitched. He was all too aware of the true nature of the artifacts he had forged. Despite their impressive appearances and formidable aura so potent that even the surrounding space trembled, these were mere imitations, lacking any infusion of merit or chaos essence, embodying nothing more than mediocrity. Such artifacts, without merit or restrictions, do you think you can challenge the great Luo? Even a mere postnatal spiritual treasure could easily overpower you. Cang Yuan replied nonchalantly, attempting to ground them in reality. But at that moment, a disciple murmured, "But I feel that the cultivators of the primordial realm are rather weak." Foolish argument. Cang Yuan snorted, fixing his icy gaze upon the disciple. That merely reflects the weakness of those you have encountered. Should you meet genuine powerhouses, how many heads would suffice for them to take? 9, the disciple replied, retracting his neck and shaking his head, revealing 9 bird-like heads in the process. Stubborn. Cang Yuan's lips twitched again, and with a swift gesture, a jade ruler appeared, striking the disciple's head with a resounding smack. The disciple winced, quickly shifting, causing the extra heads to vanish as he shrank back, looking at Cang Yuan with trepidation, a hint of grievance apparent on his face. Truth be told, he felt the primordial cultivators were indeed not formidable. He recalled an incident involving a three-eyed creature who boasted of its prowess, only to nearly have its third eye gouged out in the end. However, recognizing Cang Yuan's demeanor, he wisely chose to remain silent. "Ah, among you, there are humans, demons, oddities, and specters. I have taken on all as disciples, provided there is a connection. However, throughout these years, I have urged you to remain within. Do you understand why?" Cang Yuan sighed, his expression complex as he regarded his disciples. "Master fears that we may become entangled with others, that should the calamity arise, we could inadvertently lead to our demise." Jiu'er promptly chimed in, her eyes sparkling with understanding. "Good, you comprehend." Cang Yuan scoffed, observing the lingering defiance in their expressions, a cold smirk forming within. As the rhythm of his Tao circulated, countless phantoms began to materialize around them. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in their ears. "I know that among you, there are those who remain unconvinced. That is because you have yet to witness the dangers of the primordial realm. Consider the cataclysm that accompanied the opening of the heavens." As he spoke, the aura surrounding Cang Yuan transformed rapidly. Dragons soared into the sky, phoenixes cried out, and Qilins trampled mountains, the spectacle awe-inspiring and overwhelming. In the calamity of the dragon and Han, the 3 clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins clashed. Countless great Luo golden immortals emerged, yet ultimately, under the scheming of Luo Ho, many perished. Which of the dragon, phoenix, or Qilin clans emerged unscathed? As Cang Yuan continued, the surroundings morphed into the scene of the fierce battle, depicting the fall of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin, with bloodshed painting the skies. In that moment, the disciples felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were present amidst the carnage. Then there was the calamity of the Wu and Yao. In the calamity of the Wu and Yao, how many great Luo golden immortals were there? How many strong ones served under Di Jun? The 10 great demon saints, the 360 stars of the Zhou, each possessing incredible strength, alongside the Wu clan, the 12 ancestral witches, and the mighty witches. How formidable they were. In the end, Di Jun, Tai Yi, the 12 ancestral witches, and the many great witches all faced demise, caught in the calamity. Not even the great Luo golden immortals could escape unscathed, let alone you golden immortals and Tai Yi. As Cang Yuan narrated, the scene around him shifted once more, showcasing the fierce ancestral witches battling against the heavens, divine weapons clashing, the mountain of Buzhou collapsing, and the river of the heavens reversing, with the cries of the living echoing amidst the bloodshed. In that instant, the disciples appeared pale, yet their eyes ignited with an unprecedented fervor. It was an indomitable spirit, an ambition that refused to submit. Sun Yuan himself was proud, and his disciples reflected that pride. Seeing this, Cang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, the celestial light around him gradually dissipating as he silently observed his disciples. We beseech you, Master, to allow us the chance to traverse the primordial realm. In this lifetime, we ought to accomplish something worthy, so as not to squander your teachings. In that moment, all the disciples knelt in unison. Even Zhou beside Cang Yuan followed suit. Chapter 3. Have the trials of the 81 tribulations been monopolized by my own disciples? Cang Yuan gazed at his disciples, observing the fervor in their eyes, and fell into a brief silence. To speak candidly, he did not wish for his disciples to partake in the great calamity of the journey to the west. After all, their strength was still considerably lacking. Had there been a Luo, he might have relented, yet here they were, merely at the stages of Gold Immortal or Tai Yi Gold Immortal. Although during the era of the journey to the west, even Tai Yi Gold Immortals could wreak havoc in the heavenly palace, the combat prowess of his disciples was undeniably formidable. However, could they truly rival Sun Wukong or the allies he summoned? Was the steed of the Supreme Lord, the unicorn, powerful? Indeed, it was. Armed with a magical artifact, it was virtually invincible across the three realms. Yet ultimately, did it not fall under the command of Sun Wukong, who summoned the Supreme Lord to reclaim it? Master, we understand that you consider our lives, and perhaps this primordial wilderness is indeed as perilous as you say. Nonetheless, we must venture into the wilderness to honor your great teachings. To confront the formidable beings of this world and to validate our path is the pursuit of us cultivators. We implore you to grant us this opportunity. One by one, the disciples exclaimed, their sincerity evident. For them, achieving mastery necessitated a journey into the primordial wilderness to confront the mightiest and carve out their own path. What could one attain through solitary meditation? Stagnation in cultivation was merely a sign that the primordial abyss had sheltered them too well, preventing them from experiencing the crucible of life and death. Very well, alas. Cang Yuan gazed into the shining eyes of his disciples, his heart trembling. He sighed, fully aware of their determination. Should he refuse to let them go today, it might hinder their future achievements. It would be better to allow them to seek their fortunes, with life and death left to fate, and success or failure in the hands of heaven. Thus I decree. A thought flickered through Cang Yuan's mind. After a long pause, he looked at his disciples and cautioned, remember, do not act against the heavens. This calamity of the journey to the west heralds the rise of Buddhism. If you encounter monks from the Eastern Tang, you may challenge them a little, but ultimately, it is permissible to let them go, as it shall earn you merit in your journey. Furthermore, when you venture forth, do not divulge anything about your master, nor claim to be my disciples. Should any trouble arise, resolve it yourselves, I shall not come to your aid. Do you all understand? Yes. The disciples' eyes sparkled with golden light, suppressing their excitement as they responded promptly. Though they were uncertain of the true nature of this calamity, they were determined to follow their master's words. Regardless of whether it was a mere performance, they were simply eager for battle. Go now, go! Cang Yuan waved his hand, turning to re-enter the palace. Thank you, master. Behind him, the disciples' voices resonated through the heavens, their momentum astonishing. Although Cang Yuan declared he would not assist them, they were well aware that if they truly faced adversity, their master would not turn a blind eye. Immediately afterwards, the group of disciples bowed deeply to Cang each summoning their escape light and swiftly departing the dojo. "Goodbye, master. I will miss you." Jior's melodious voice rang out as she followed her fellow disciples. Time passed, and only after considerable while did Sun Yin turn around, surveying the empty dojo. It was only when he could no longer sense the presence of his disciples that he averted his gaze and sighed softly. He pondered how many of his disciples would return alive from this venture. Cang Yuan felt helpless. His disciples had their own choices, and as their master, he could not hinder them. Life and death were left to fate, success or failure determined by the heavens. Once the path was chosen, the future remained an enigma for all. Suddenly, Cang Yuan sensed something amiss. With over 100 disciples, if they all embarked on the journey to the west, would it not throw the entire expedition into chaos? Would the tribulations of the journey to the west not be entirely monopolized by his disciples? Not only monopolized, but perhaps even exceeded. Never mind. It seemed his disciples had their own considerations and discernments. After all, he had made it abundantly clear that this calamity heralded the rise of Buddhism, and they merely needed to give the monks a slight challenge. The rest was of little consequence. However, Sun Yuan's expression suddenly sharpened, his gaze radiating with brilliance as ripples of energy manifested in the space around him, exuding an imposing aura. Though Buddhism was on the rise, should anyone dare to bully his disciples, regardless of their affiliation with Buddhism or the ordained travelers, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Hongjun proclaimed that sages must not enter the mortal realm, yet he never stated that quasi-sages could not. Moreover, could Hongjun truly impose restrictions upon him? He exhaled deeply, regaining his composure. The surrounding Tao rhythm dissipated, and his formidable aura receded, rendering him once again a seemingly ordinary, yet slightly handsome and cultured young man. Let them create their own chaos. He needed to continue contemplating this final crucial step. Although the heavenly secrets indicated that the upcoming opportunity was related to his disciples, the specifics remained unclear. As Cang Yuan's thoughts coalesced, a diamond-shaped porcelain white shard materialized at his fingertip. The shard was small, yet was densely inscribed with innumerable principles and resonated with an ethereal and ancient aura. A fragment of the creation jade plate. As one of the primordial beings, he had witnessed the abundance of innate treasures in the primordial wilderness. Merely strolling about could unearth various treasures, each resonating with him. Truth be told, he was not inferior to Hongjun. Hongjun was fortunate to have stumbled upon a large piece of the creation jade plate. In a certain light, his luck was indeed remarkable, for he single-handedly devised a method to sever the 3 corpses and ascended as the Tao ancestor, imparting teachings to the primordial wilderness. Yet, his luck was also unfortunate, because he claimed the largest piece of the creation jade plate. He was destined to merge with the Tao, becoming the cold and unfeeling heavenly Tao, losing his freedom and self. Conversely, looking at Cang Yuan, though he had only acquired a tiny fragment, he remained a free spirit, unbound by the heavenly Tao or the primordial wilderness. At that moment, the shard of the creation jade plate flickered with porcelain white light, and the principles inscribed upon it became increasingly distinct. Cang Yuan smiled and proceeded into the palace. With a resounding rumble, the door closed once more, and the entire dojo fell into silence. Above, it seemed as if clouds were swirling and resplendent golden light was shining. Lines of symbols appeared in the void, only to vanish shortly thereafter. As for the overseas immortal islands, in a mere 2 or 3 breaths, they seemed to be erased from existence, swiftly concealed. At that very moment, on the shores of the East Sea, multicolored lights descended, revealing numerous figures. These individuals were none other than Cang Yuan's disciples. Once the initial thrill subsided, all that remained was a sense of confusion regarding the road ahead. Jior stuck out her tongue, glancing at her fellow disciples, and then adopted her soft, sweet voice. "Dear brothers and sisters, it has been over 100 years since Jior left home, and I can no longer inherit the throne, but I still wish to return to the kingdom of women for a visit." Chapter 4. The Black Bear, the 6-eared Macaque, and the 9-headed Insect returned to the kingdom of daughters. Upon hearing Jior's words, the assembled brothers exchanged glances, and soon, like a switch had been flipped, they began to chatter excitedly. The bear-like creature grinned, and said in a deep voice, "I, the old bear, have not returned in over 100 years. I wonder if the old monk at the Guanyin Zen temple at the foot of Black Wind Mountain is still alive. I remember a friend over at Yellow Wind Ridge. I shall head there," squeaked a yellow-haired weasel, its small eyes darting around, clearly up to no good. "Oh, I recall a marriage proposal nearby Bow Pond. I shall go there first," spoke the one who had previously claimed to have 9 heads. "Really, you? By Bow Pond? The territory of the Dragon King? You have some nerve," the others teased. The 9-headed insect merely smiled, offering no further comment. In no time, the brothers declared their destinations. Some wished to go to Wanshou Mountain, others to the Black Pine Forest, Pingding Mountain, Huiyan Mountain, and Pansi Cave, among others. Some even planned to visit distant lands like the Kingdom of Jisai in the West Nyoha continent, Shishi Kingdom, Juzi Kingdom, and the land of Tianju. Six-eared brother, where do you intend to go? Suddenly, someone turned to a monkey radiating golden light and inquired with a smile. The monkey scratched its head, revealing its 6 ears, its eyes darting around. After a moment's thought, it replied, "I was born too early. No one wanted to take me as a disciple. It was only after I met my master that I found my path. At this moment, I have no particular destination and can only wander and see where I end up. If I encounter a monk from the east, I may have some trouble. If not, then I am at a loss. Hey, Six-ear, you aren't thinking of seeking revenge on those who refuse to accept you as a disciple, are you?" Someone suddenly interjected. A handsome figure with sharp, eagle-like eyes radiating a formidable aura. "Ah, no such thing. I am but a Tai golden immortal. How could I have the power to seek revenge?" The 6-eared monkey grinned, yet a glint of malice flickered in its eyes, suggesting such thoughts were not entirely absent. "Well then, brothers, travel safely. I shall return first." Jiu'er beamed, and in the next moment, she soared westward, leaving in a flash. "I, the old bear, shall also return to Black Wind Mountain, preparing to live my remaining years in peace." The black bear chuckled shyly, conjuring a cloud of mist and swiftly heading towards the border between southern Jianbu continent and the West Nyoha continent. As the brothers watched the black bear's retreating figure, their mouths twitched. "You intend to live your life in peace? What a joke." Despite his outwardly harmless demeanor, this bear was known for being ruthless when provoked, with a heart as dark as his deeds, feigning innocence shamelessly. If a monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty were to encounter this foolish bear, he would likely meet a grim fate. Watching Jiu'er and the black bear depart, the remaining brothers exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They shared pleasantries before also taking off in their own directions, leaving the once bustling shores of the East Sea eerily silent. At that moment, the black bear, swaying as he rode on a swirling mist, suddenly paused midair as if struck by inspiration. "Right. According to my master, I can no longer wear these robes." The black bear gazed at his Taoist robe, and with a transformation, it swiftly morphed into a suit of armor. Mist swirled around him, revealing dark, bristly fur beneath the armor. The once dark-skinned man transformed into a fearsome black bear spirit, exuding a menacing aura that inspired dread. The black bear surveyed his new form and laughed heartily, vanishing into thin air in an instant. Not just the black bear, but all disciples of Cang Yuan underwent a change in attire. Certainly, the Taoist robes were discarded to avoid revealing any information about their master. The black bear quickly returned to Black Wind Mountain, effortlessly reasserting dominance over the local demons and claiming the title of the area's Demon King. He re-established contact with the old monk at the Guanyin Zen temple, and the two, cunning as foxes, conspired to engage in unsavory dealings right under the temple's watchful gaze. While they would not resort to cannibalism, petty theft was certainly on the agenda, not only in Black Wind Mountain, but also in other locations. The disciples of Cang Yuan integrated seamlessly into their new roles. Within just a few days, they truly became kings of the mountains, gaining considerable notoriety in the region. In Cang Yuan's eyes, the Tai golden immortal might seem weak, akin to a mere ant, yet in the current era of the journey to the west, a Tai golden immortal was by no means weak. Remembering the days when Tai golden immortals could cause chaos in the heavenly palace, it was now a simple task to claim a mountain and earn a reputation. Moreover, each of them possessed formidable magical artifacts, which only amplified their notoriety. Despite being casually crafted by Cang Yuan, could a magical artifact forged by a being nearing sainthood be weak? Even a bracelet crafted by the somewhat inexperienced Laozi could leave the 3 realms helpless, let alone Cang Yuan. Though Cang Yuan may lack a clear understanding of his own creations or have fought with them, he had studied artifact crafting for countless years and possessed immense strength. Even a casually crafted artifact would surpass any mundane artifact, and under the right conditions, even rival some innate treasures. On the journey westward, with demons rampant, the Buddhist realm was inevitably stirred. Buddha, my disciple has returned from southern Jambu continent, and along the way, I encountered numerous formidable demons, including the black bear, the nine-headed insect, the green-maned lion, the scorpion spirit, tree demons, and the yellow wind monster, all possessing considerable strength. Within the Buddhist hall, accompanied by the sounds of sacred chants, Guanyin Bodhisattva gently parted her lips, her melodious voice echoing throughout the sacred mountain. Once a man, her beauty remained striking after becoming a bodhisattva, adorned in shimmering robes, her presence radiating peace and serenity. Indeed, the Buddha, seated atop a golden lotus, nodded thoughtfully before speaking. These demons shall surely manifest the 81 tribulations. Chapter 5. Schemes from all directions. Tripitaka arrives at Five Elements Mountain. On the sacred mountain, as the Buddha's words resonated, all the bodhisattvas and Buddhas felt invigorated, silently reciting the sacred names. The 81 tribulations were finally decreed. Initially, there had been some concern regarding the scarcity and weakness of demons on the journey westward. The formidable ones had all ventured to the northern Jilu continent. It was unlikely they would go there to recruit more demons. However, since the great calamity of the journey to the west had commenced, even if the demons were weak, they would have to proceed regardless, as it was all part of the act. Yet unexpectedly, upon Guanyin Bodhisattva's return, she brought news of these formidable demons. Amitabha, indeed, it is destined that the Buddhist realm shall flourish, proclaimed a bodhisattva, hands clasped in reverence, chanting the sacred names. The Buddhist realm flourished, unstoppable and unyielding. The transmission of the Buddha's teachings to the East required a scripture seeker, and fortuitously, the Buddha had a second disciple, Jin Shanzi. A scripture seeker needed disciples, and conveniently, there was the powerful Sun Wukong, suppressed beneath Five Elements Mountain. Not only that, but the Taoist sect also extended a gesture of goodwill by dispatching Marshal Tianpeng. While the heavenly court sent out general, originally, they were concerned that there would be no formidable demons along the journey. However, at this critical moment, the demons manifested themselves. Countless powerful fiends lined the path to the west, presenting the perfect obstacles for the quest for scriptures. The celestial favor of the Buddhist sect heralds its flourishing. None can hinder the rise of the Buddhist order. Amitabha, on Mount Ling, the resonant chants of Buddhism echoed, enveloped in ethereal melodies, bathed in radiant hues, and illuminated by golden light that permeated the 3,000 realms. The spectral form of the Buddha suppressed the 19 provinces, signaling the grand resurgence of the Buddhist order. While the Taoist sect appeared diminished, this pilgrimage to the west signifies the karmic ties dating back to the era of the investiture of the gods. The Taoist sect not only cannot obstruct this calamity, but must also lend support. Otherwise, the intricacies of the past will become muddled. Both the Taoist sect and the deities of the heavenly court, including the Jade Emperor, are acutely aware of the underlying causes at play. Yet, understanding does not equate to acceptance. Within the hall of heavenly clarity, the celestial light shimmered, shrouded in mist and cloud, as heavenly maidens soared gracefully, scattering golden flowers, their divine presence commanding respect. Upon the exalted throne of the hall, a majestic figure adorned with a 12-crown diadem and draped in imperial robes emanated an imperial aura, gazing with inscrutable eyes as the reports of the watcher and the listener reached him. Your Majesty, the reincarnated golden cicada has crossed the boundaries of the Tang dynasty and ventured past the Two Realms Mountain, heading towards the Five Elements Mountain. The Five Elements Mountain? The Jade Emperor pondered, his expression neutral, regarding the watcher and the listener with a calm demeanor. Is that not the mountain that suppresses that demon monkey? His authoritative voice instilled a sense of trepidation. The watcher and the listener, unwilling to deceive, quickly affirmed, indeed, it is the mountain that confines the demon monkey. The Jade Emperor nodded slightly, choosing not to issue further commands, and turned to depart. We bid you farewell, Your Majesty. The celestial beings collectively bowed and responded. The Jade Emperor, surrounded by a radiant glow, vanished in an instant, only to reappear upon his dragon carriage. The eyes of the Jade Emperor sparkled with golden light. He was no longer the original Outshine, who had endured 1,750 tribulations, each lasting 129,600 years. Hao Yan's myriad incarnations spread across the vast realms, yet the heavenly court could not remain without a sovereign for even a single day. Thus, the celestial beings sought him out, appointing him as the Jade Emperor. At this moment, the Jade Emperor was neither Hao Yan nor entirely separate. He was merely one of Hao Yan's countless manifestations, known as Cang Yuan, also referred to as Zhang Banyan. To the celestial beings, he was merely a provisional Jade Emperor, awaiting Hao Yan's return to his rightful place, at which point all would bow before him, and the three realms would submit. Yet, what of the interim? Some remained restless, such as the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity, who sought to manipulate the Jade Emperor as a puppet, attempting to seize power and usurp the heavenly court. A cold smile played upon the Jade Emperor's lips. A puppet? His eyes shimmered with divine brilliance. Perhaps before he ascended as the Jade Emperor, when he was still Zhang Banyan, he might have felt exhilarated to be recognized as a manifestation of the exalted Jade Emperor. Even though he would eventually merge with Hao Yan and reclaim the throne, he would not mind. As a manifestation, how could he harbor rebellious thoughts against his true self? However, once he occupied the supreme throne of the three realms, the ambitions within him began to take root. Although the three realms merely outwardly acknowledged his authority, he relished the sensation of dominion. Now that he had assumed this position, how could he willingly relinquish it? Even if it were his original form, that would be unacceptable. He was unwilling to remain a mere puppet or a mere avatar of another. Thus, he had a hand in the machinations surrounding the pilgrimage to the west. Of course, he had no intention of sabotaging the journey. That would be meaningless. He merely positioned his trusted confidant within the monk's party. By allowing this confidant to attain merit and grow stronger, his own fortune would solidify, and his status and power would correspondingly increase. Naturally, the merit of his confidant was not his bargaining chip. The support from the West was his true foundation. Initially, the West sought merely to appoint someone from the heavenly court, indifferent to whom the Buddha received. Yet, the Jade Emperor sent his trusted aid, which signified what? Perhaps it was a bold placement of a piece on the board, or perhaps it was a gesture of goodwill towards the Buddhist sect. Though the aide seemed merely a steward, he was akin to the ancient emperor's trusted eunuchs, an intimate attendant and protector, holding a significant position. Thus, dispatching such an individual made the West immediately aware that the Jade Emperor was endorsing the Buddhist order. Consequently, the Taoist sect, which had intended to send an inconsequential figure, ended up appointing the marshal of the heavenly hosts. Thus, the principal characters of the pilgrimage to the West were assembled. Undoubtedly, the calculations surrounding this journey were numerous, involving not only the Buddhist, Taoist, and heavenly court factions, but also the dragon and demon tribes. The Buddhist sect resembled a grand melting pot, seeking to draw in powerful entities to bolster its ranks. The heavenly court's fortune was robust, the Taoist sect's fortune strong, and the dragon tribe indomitable, while the demon tribe was resilient even in adversity. Sun Wukong, Tianpeng, Guanyin, and the White Dragon. This situation was fraught with complexity. At that moment, in the mortal realm, beneath the Five Elements Mountain, a resonant and high-pitched voice echoed through the valley. My master has arrived. My master has arrived. I, old son, am coming out. I, old son, am coming out. The thunderous calls reverberated through the heavens, sending shivers through the air, obscured by clouds and mist. The voice startled Tang Sanzang into a daze, while the white horse reared in fright, neighing incessantly. Chapter 6. Wukong emerges. Tang Sanzang, in a state of panic, looked around anxiously. Such a loud call could only belong to a demon. However, at that moment, Lu Buqin, who accompanied Tang Sanzang, laughed and said, "That voice must be the old ape in the stone box at the foot of the mountain." Old ape? What old ape? Tang Sanzang inquired hastily, still somewhat apprehensive. Fortunately, Lu Buqin possessed some strength, which eased his anxiety. Lu Buqin pointed towards the Five Fingers Mountain ahead, smiling as he explained, this mountain was originally named Five Elements Mountain. After our Tang dynasty conquered the West, it was renamed Two Realms Mountain. I have heard elders say that this mountain was brought down during Wang Mang's usurpation of the Han dynasty, where a divine monkey is confined beneath, unfazed by cold or heat, watched over by the mountain god, who feeds him iron pellets when hungry and copper juice when thirsty, allowing him to survive to this day. Do not fear, Master Zhang. Let us descend the mountain to take a look. Lu Buqin said confidently, striding boldly down the slope. Tang Sanzang felt a wave of trepidation. But with Lu Buqin leading the way, he had no choice but to dismount and follow. After traversing a few miles, Tang Sanzang and Lu Buqin arrived at the foot of the Five Elements Mountain. Indeed, they saw a monkey peeking out from the stone box. The monkey, with fiery eyes, waved its hands frantically and shouted, "Master, why have you only just arrived? You came at the right time. Come save me, and I will take you to the west." Tang Sanzang was alarmed. To be taken to the west by this monkey? How audacious! Haha. It seems this divine monkey knows that the elder is going to the west for scriptures and has been waiting here. Lu Buqin chuckled, gesturing mockingly. Everything is fated. Hearing Lu Buqin's words, Tang Sanzang felt slightly reassured and sighed. He then gathered his courage to examine the monkey trapped beneath the mountain. What he saw was a monkey with a sharp mouth and sunken cheeks, fiery eyes, moss on its head, and vines in its ears, with sparse hair and grass on its temples, a truly disheveled appearance. Disheveled though it was, this was unmistakably the Sun Wukong who had caused chaos in the heavenly palace 500 years ago. At last, the moment had come for him to break free. Sun Wukong, filled with joy, hurriedly waved to Tang Sung, saying, "Master, may I inquire if you are the one sent by the Tang Emperor of the East to seek scriptures from the West?" Tang Sung nodded, his hands clasped together in reverence. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was elated and quickly continued, "I, the great sage equal to heaven, caused a ruckus in heaven 500 years ago. Due to my transgressions, I was deceived by the Buddha and confined here. Once a bodhisattva came, saying they were seeking a scripture seeker from the East. I sought their help for my release, and they advised me to refrain from further mischief, to embrace the teachings of Buddhism, and diligently protect the scripture seeker, promising that I would be rewarded in due time. I have been anxiously awaiting my master's arrival to liberate me. I am willing to guard your quest for scriptures and to be your disciple." Sun Wukong, somewhat impatient yet articulate, expressed his thoughts clearly. Tang Sung, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. As a man of the Buddhist faith, he had no reason to doubt Sun Wukong's honesty, especially as the mention of the bodhisattva lent credence to his claims. However, gazing at Sun Wukong and then at the immense Five-Finger Mountain, he could not help but feel a tinge of sorrow, though the bodhisattva's words carry weight. "And you possess a good heart wishing to become a monk. I lack the tools to free you. Master, you need not any tools. Just go up the mountain. There, you will find the golden decree written by the Tathagata, which states that I was deceived. If you simply tear it down, I shall be free." Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. Having been trapped for over 5 centuries, he yearned for freedom and could hardly contain his eagerness. Tang Sung promptly ascended the mountain, and indeed, he discovered a golden decree at the summit. Yet, upon closer inspection, he found it somewhat amusing. Wem, ma and I ba mi hum. The 6-character mantra of Buddhism. This monkey is illiterate. Tang Sung chuckled softly but thought that if what the monkey said was true, then surely it must hold some reality. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. Umitba. Tang Sung performed a respectful gesture before the golden decree, softly murmuring, "Disciple Qin Xuanzong, seeking scriptures by imperial decree, pays homage to this decree. If what that monkey claims is true, I shall bravely take down the decree and accept a disciple to journey to the spirit mountain. But if he speaks falsely and is indeed a treacherous creature, then I shall not dare to take this decree." Umitba. With that, Tang Sung hesitated momentarily. Although his words bore a hint of self-hypnosis, he felt compelled to adhere to the ritual. "Master, are you done yet?" Sun Wukong's impatient voice echoed from below. "This is excellent," Tang Sung responded, swiftly grasping a corner of the decree. As Tang Sung touched the decree, a surge of golden Buddhist power radiated outward. With a gentle pull, the decree fluttered into the air, rapidly vanishing from sight. In an instant, the entire mountain began to tremble, the shackles of confinement dissipating. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. He understood gratitude and called out, "Master, step back. I am coming out." He could hardly contain his anticipation, feeling his strength returning. Tang Sung, upon hearing this, hastily descended the mountain and reunited with Lu Buqin. They quickly mounted their horses, riding several miles before coming to a halt. Yet again, Sun Wukong's voice rang out, "Go further, go further." Tang Sung and Lu Buqin were taken aback. They had already traveled quite a distance. How much more noise did this monkey intend to create? Reluctantly, they moved further away. It seemed that this distance was sufficient, as Sun Wukong's voice fell silent. At that moment, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with golden light, and with a broad grin, he suddenly felt his arms swell with power. Clenching his fists, an overwhelming force enveloped him, and the dormant magical powers within him surged forth, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Boom! In that instant, the mountain began to crumble, fissures rapidly spreading. With no hesitation, Sun Wukong unleashed his full might, the mountain collapsing and the earth quaking. Hearing the tremendous sound, Tang Sung and Lu Buqin's faces turned pale, struck by terror, unable to utter a word. The mountain itself could collapse. It was a display of celestial might. Hee ha ha! I, the great sage, am free. Sun Wukong's exuberant cries reverberated through the heavens, sending shivers down spines. Simultaneously, countless spiritual presences converged upon this location, drawing the attention of many powerful beings. Chapter 7. Alas, what ferocity from Sun Wukong! Sun Wukong? He has emerged? Has the calamity of the journey to the west commenced? Countless spiritual entities intertwined in the void, observing the scene. Within the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor did not need heavenly sight. As he beheld the situation at the Five Elements Mountain through the Haoyan mirror, smirking at the collapsing mountain and the tumultuous Sun Wukong. At Wanshou Mountain, within the Five Zhuang Temple, the reclusive Xinyuanzi Daxian opened his eyes, their brilliance shining forth before dimming once more. The calamity of the journey to the west had begun, and it was time for him to take that final step. Merit, Hunyuan Dao Fruit. As one of the 3,000 worldly guests of the Zixiao Palace, few had endured to this day, and even fewer had reached such a level, almost on the verge of becoming a sage. This journey to the west may herald a resurgence of Buddhism, yet he too could attain merit and achieve the Hunyuan Dao Fruit. At that moment in the Spirit Mountain, the Buddha, seated upon the lotus platform, paused his teachings. Buddha, this is the golden pala flower. A figure clad in monk robes, neither clearly a Luohan nor a Buddha, entered the temple, respectfully offering a golden flower. Upon gazing at the golden pala flower, the Buddha appeared serene, yet he spoke not a word, only offering a faint smile. The gathered Buddhas and Bodhisattvas exchanged glances, puzzled by the Buddha's thoughts. Kasyapa, standing aside, seemed to grasp something, smiling knowingly. The Buddha smiled at the flower, revealing the subtlety of Buddhist teachings. The realms of the Buddhas are immeasurable, inaccessible to all sentient beings. The path of goodness is as pure as emptiness, opening the righteous way for the world, filling the ocean of merit, bringing joy and benefit to all beings. In an instant, the Spirit Mountain resounded once more with the Buddha's teachings, the sound of Dharma echoing, golden flowers cascading, and the music of the Buddha filling the air. On Black Wind Mountain, alas, how fierce! The Black Bear Spirit, observing the anomalies at the Five Elements Mountain, gasped in astonishment. He had heard of the monkey's exploits, having caused chaos in heaven over 500 years ago, ultimately subdued only by the Buddha, wielding the formidable Rui Jingu Bang. Sun Wukong, Tang Sung, and the master-disciple bond? The Black Bear furrowed his brow. To be honest, he initially thought to toy with Tang Sung, an ordinary monk. Yet now that Sun Wukong had taken Tang Sung as his master, the monk had gained leverage. Was that to imply he must confront Sun Wukong? What a joke! This Sun Wukong is truly ferocious. The Black Bear's lips twitched. He found himself regretting his earlier intentions. Feeling apprehensive, he hesitated to engage. Forget it. I'll heed the master's words, make things a bit challenging, and let them pass. The Black Bear muttered, shaking his head as he retreated to his cave, collapsing onto his bed and falling into a deep slumber. Truth be told, he had never intended to partake in the calamity of the journey to the west. As for his master's mention of venturing out, he merely sought a bit of amusement. The notion of training was half-hearted at best. Zzz. The sounds of the Black Bear's snores filled the cave, as thoughts of Sun Wukong and Tang Sing faded from his mind. Should he miss the opportunity, it mattered not. Clearly, although the Black Bear spirit is no longer the being it once was, its return to Black Wind Mountain signifies its role as a crucial element on this journey to the west, becoming yet another demon amidst the tribulations. Sun Wukong and Tang Sung have traversed the path laid out in the original tale, vanquishing bandits, enduring the constraints of the Golden Hoop, and subduing the White Dragon steed at Eagle Cry Gorge as they journey westward. At long last, they arrive at the Guanyin Zen Monastery. Tang Sung, filled with great aspirations, pays homage at every tower and temple, and upon sighting the Guanyin Zen monastery, he sees no reason to forego the opportunity. Wukong, after such a long journey, why not rest for the night at this monastery? Tang Sung inquires with a smile, glancing at his foremost disciple, Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong, adorned with the golden hoop, resembles a wandering monk, wielding his golden staff, leading the horse, and balancing a burden on his shoulder. While he does not feel fatigued, the old monk is a mere mortal. Very well, Sun Wukong replies with a smile, indifferent to the suggestion. Tang Sung, pleased by this response, proceeds toward the monastery, adjusting his attire and preparing to knock on the door, only for it to swing open with a creak. A group of monks emerges, all clean and orderly, adorned with copper rings, rhythmically striking wooden fish as they walk. Upon seeing them, Tang Sung promptly bows to a young monk. Amit Ba? Ah, from whence do you come? A guest monk? The young monk replies, returning the gesture and smiling inquisitively. I am an emissary from the Great Peng dynasty, journeying to the Thunder Sound Temple to seek scriptures. I arrived here as night approached and hoped to find lodging at your esteemed monastery. Tang Sung articulates directly. Indeed, wandering monks typically disclose their origins to facilitate the recognition of their identities. As expected, upon hearing that Tang Sung is from the Great Peng dynasty, the young monk's eyes brighten, and he hastily ushers Tang Sung inside. Please, come in and sit. I shall summon the abbot at once. Tang Sung nods in appreciation and promptly calls for Sun Wukong. The latter lazily gathers his belongings, leading the horse toward Tang Sung. However, as he moves, he inadvertently captures the attention of the young monk, who, upon seeing such a peculiar creature with sharp features and an intimidating demeanor walking like a human, trembles in fear. What is that creature leading the horse? Be cautious. Tang Sung's heart races, remembering Sun Wukong's past confrontations with bandits. He quickly reassures the young monk. His temperament is fiery. If he hears you speak ill of him, he may become angered. Do not fear. He is my disciple. The young monk, trembling, mutters. Such a grotesque creature as a disciple? Tang Sung chuckles, choosing not to elaborate further. Despite Sun Wukong's unusual appearance, his prowess is undeniable. Without further ado, he leads Sun Wukong into the Guanyin Zen monastery. Tang Sung first proceeds to the main hall to offer incense, while the young monk hastens to the abbot's quarters, exclaiming, Master, as you foretold, the monk from the east has truly arrived. Chapter 8. Monks amidst the marketplace, greed shrouded in dust. Inside the Guanyin Zen monastery, Tang Sung and Sun Wukong have completed their incense offerings and bell tolling, and they are soon led to a back room by two young monks. The monks serve tea and prepare a vegetarian meal. As dusk approaches, Tang Sung and Sun Wukong finish their meal and express their gratitude. When two young acolytes assist an elderly monk into the room, this venerable monk, wearing a PL hat and adorned with a luminous cat's eye stone atop his head, is garbed in a luxurious robe, its emerald threads shimmering with golden edges. His shoes are embellished with the 8 treasures, and he leans on a staff embedded with celestial motifs. His face, lined with wrinkles, trembles slightly, his eyes clouded, and age spots his skin. He is evidently advanced in years. The master has arrived. The monks attending to Tang Sung exclaim in unison, bowing to the elder. Tang Sung, recognizing the abbot, quickly bows and greets. Old abbot, I pay my respects. Ah! The old monk emits a series of meaningless sounds, raising his gaze with difficulty. The flickering candlelight illuminates Tang Sung's figure, and soon the old monk's voice, frail yet resonant, emerges. Earlier, the younger ones mentioned a lord from the Tang dynasty. I have come to pay my respects. Tang Sung, eager to be courteous, responds, I apologize for my presumptuous visit. Please forgive my audacity. The old monk waves his hand dismissively, seated shakily in a chair. No need for such formalities. How far has the journey from the east been? Tang Sung, seemingly unfazed, nods. Beyond the boundaries of Chang'an, it spans over 5,000 miles. After crossing Mount Liang, I took on a young disciple, and after 2 months traversing through the lands of the Western barbarians, I arrived here, having traveled another 5,000 or 6,000 miles. Indeed, the journey has been long. Yet Tang Sung has been fortunate to have means of transportation, having previously acquired the white dragon as a steed, allowing for swift travel when necessary, but also for restful stops along the way. Upon hearing Tang Sung's account, The old monk sighs with a sense of nostalgia. That is indeed a great distance. I have squandered my life, never venturing beyond the mountain gates. The phrase sitting in a well and gazing at the sky aptly describes my existence. Tang Sung, intrigued, inquires, "What is the age of the venerable abbot?" The old monk's dim eyes seem to wander as if in recollection. Before he finally replies with a smile, "If I calculate my years, I am indeed 270. 270 years. Tang Sung is astonished. Never having anticipated such longevity from the abbot, pondering whether he has outlived certain dynasties. He marvels at the rarity of a mortal reaching such an age. Yet, while Tang Sung contemplates this, Sun Wukong suddenly interjects with a toothy grin. 270. That's nothing compared to my countless descendants. The old monk squints. Despite his foggy eyesight, he can discern Sun Wukong's form. This is evidently a demon. The existence of a demon at such an age is not unusual. He recalls the black bear spirit, whom he encountered a century ago, and knows that it has lived for countless years. Long before the Guanyin Zen monastery was established, the black bear spirit had already made its dwelling in Black Wind Mountain, though it later ventured to other realms, returning infrequently. At this moment, the old monk cannot help but recall the words of the black bear spirit. Should he capture the monk from the east, it would yield immense benefits. Even the gift of a longevity elixir would be within reach. A longevity elixir. The old monk's heart quickens. Having lived for 270 years, his vision falters, and his body grows weary. Even caring for himself has become a challenge, yet the desire to live a few more years persists. The older one grows, the more one fears death. Moreover, the black bear had promised him an elixir to restore his youth, suppressing his rising excitement. The old monk refrains from engaging with Sun Wukong's chatter and instead instructs a nearby acolyte, "Bring forth the tea." The young acolytes promptly comply, presenting a jade platter with 3 gold-inlaid teacups and a young boy carrying a white bronze kettle, pouring 3 cups of fragrant tea. In an instant, the aroma of the tea fills the air, enveloping the room in its delightful scent, invigorating the spirit and uplifting the heart. A truly exquisite tea. Tang Sung is left in awe, repeatedly exclaiming, "Excellent tea. What a treasure. Truly a remarkable treasure." As an ordinary monk, he has seldom encountered such luxurious items. This is indeed superior to the items used by the emperor. The old monk, upon hearing this, chuckled nonchalantly, remarking, "What fine treasures. Those merely offend the eyes of the esteemed one. You, being from the celestial empire, have seen countless wonders. How could such trinkets withstand your praise?" He paused deliberately, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and continued, "Yet, esteemed one, coming from such a prominent realm, do you possess any treasures that I might behold?" The old monk was, of course, jesting, for it was not difficult to subdue the monk from the east. Once they settled down for the night, he would ensnare them with the formation gifted by the black bear spirit and then summon the bear to complete the task. However, before that, he was curious to see if this monk had any valuable treasures. If so, it would be a delightful addition to his collection. If not, one must wonder where these tea utensils originated. Upon hearing the old monk's words, Tang Sung lowered his gaze and nodded, his hands clasped together in reverence. He understood well the principle of not flaunting wealth and forced a bitter smile, saying, "Alas, my east is devoid of treasures. Even if there were, the journey is far, and I could not bring them along." Sun Wukong observed the entire exchange. The old monk's display of items was clearly an attempt to show off. Now, in seeking treasures from his master, he either genuinely sought enlightenment or wished to belittle his master. Although he despised the petty rivalry among mortals, he himself had a penchant for boasting. He could not bear to see the old monk flaunting his wealth, and thus he turned to Tang Sung with a grin. "Master, the other day I spotted a robe in our bundle. Surely that is a treasure. Why not present it to this monk? After all, we too are from the celestial empire and cannot be overshadowed by these minor monks." Upon hearing this, Tang Sung felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Engaging in a contest of wealth was unwise. Just as he was about to counsel Wukong to temper his display, the surrounding monks suddenly burst into laughter. The monks, shedding their compassion, revealed their mockery, scoffing, "Huh, the esteemed one claims the robe is a treasure? How absurd. We, like many here, possess 2 or 3 dozen robes, let alone our ancestral master." Their master had been a monk for over 200 years, accumulating upwards of 800 robes. Perhaps this esteemed one, having taken on the monk's path later in life, did not understand that a monk's robe becomes more exquisite with age, signifying status, and truly deserving of reverence. This esteemed one, being merely in his 20s, could not possibly compare his robe to that of our venerable ancestor. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Sun Wukong's eyes widened, baring his teeth in anger. Chapter 9. Let us see what the old monk will do. At this moment, within the Guanyin Zen monastery, golden light shimmered, and treasures gleamed. The splendid robe radiated with a divine aura, filling the hall with red light and vibrant colors. Sun Wukong, unable to contain himself, directly produced the exquisite robe. This was no ordinary garment. It was a treasure of the Tathagata, a true relic. The robe, woven from the silk of ice silkworms, was crafted with unparalleled artistry, displaying intricate embroidery and adorned with luminous gems. At the corners lay luminous pearls, and at the apex, an emerald glimmered. When folded, it retained a radiant glow, and when donned by a saint, it could astonish the celestial beings. It boasted a collection of precious beads and stones, including the wish-fulfilling pearl and the Mani pearl, among others. This single robe revealed the opulence of the Buddhist order. Not only was its power formidable, but its brilliance also dazzled the eyes. In an instant, the surrounding monks stood agape, their mouths agape in awe. This robe was not merely good, it rivaled the entire Guanyin Zen monastery. The treasures embedded within it were indeed remarkable, and to see such luxury merely ornamenting a robe felt like a profanation. The monks, parched and wide-eyed, displayed their envy and desire without restraint. Tang Sung sighed inwardly, lamenting the notion of not revealing riches. They could have peacefully passed the night. But Wukong's impulsive nature and love for display had complicated matters. Alas, how do you find it? Sun Wukong basked in the attention of those around him, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. What a fine robe, a true treasure. The old monk, filled with astonishment, acknowledged, indeed, this monk from the east possesses remarkable treasures. He trembled as he reached out, filled with trepidation, yet resolute in his desire. He approached Tang Sung, tears welling in his eyes, lamenting, "Alas, I am truly unfortunate." Tang Sung, taken aback, quickly supported the old monk and inquired, "What does the old master mean?" "Alas, esteemed one's treasure dazzled so brightly, and as darkness fell, my old eyes could not discern it clearly. Is this not a sign of misfortune?" The old monk sighed dramatically, evoking genuine sympathy. Tang Sung quickly instructed the young monks, "Light the lamps so the old master may see clearly." However, the old monk shook his head. "The esteemed one's treasure shines too brightly. If we light more lamps, it would only be blinding. What then shall we do?" Tang Sung felt helpless. The old monk's eyes darted, and he boldly suggested, "If the esteemed one would grant permission, I could take the robe to the back room for a thorough examination overnight, and return it by morning. What say you, esteemed one?" Tang Sung was taken aback, feeling a mix of surprise and resignation, silently cursing Sun Wukong, that mischievous monkey who caused trouble. "Oh, what does it matter? Take it for your examination. Return it by morning, and ensure it remains unblemished." Sun Wukong waved his hand grandiosely, dismissing the significance of the robe entirely. Tang Sung, feeling exasperated, sighed. "Why fret, master? Even if he examines it, what harm could come of it? Should he harbor any ill intentions, let us see how I shall deal with him." Sun Wukong patted Tang Sung's hand, grinning. "Alas, alas." Tang Sung sighed, waving his hand, casting a lingering glance at the exquisite robe. Seeing Tang Sung's acquiescence, the old monk rejoiced, hastily instructing a young attendant to fetch the robe and prepare a comfortable room for Tang Sung and Sun Wukong to rest. Before long, the old monk hurried back to his quarters, gazing at the splendid robe laid upon the table, his eyes filled with avarice. At that moment, the robe illuminated his face, casting a radiant glow. He lost track of time, and soon, a young monk entered, urgently informing him, "Master, the two have retired." "Retired? Excellent." The old monk's eyes sparkled, and he commanded the young monk, "Fetch the formation plate." At once, the young monk rummaged through the drawers, swiftly retrieving a circular object and presenting it to the old monk. The old monk, hands trembling, gently caressed the formation plate, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips, before clutching it tightly and swiftly making his way to Tang Sung's chamber. This old monk, unassisted by anyone, moved with surprising agility, showing no signs of age. All his previous ailments had merely been an act Ordinary mortals could not possibly live for over 270 years. This old monk had surely discovered other means to prolong his life. While he may not be considered a practitioner, he possessed a modicum of spiritual energy. Such energy was sufficient for the old monk to move with remarkable speed. In no time, he arrived at the door of the room where Tang Sung and Sun Wukong rested. Buzz, without a word, the old monk summoned his inner energy and infused it into the formation plate. Whoosh! In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped the entire meditation room. The old monk observed the stillness within and smiled with satisfaction before turning to leave, moving swiftly towards the direction of Black Wind Mountain. With the arrival of the monk from the Tang dynasty, he had successfully trapped him and deemed his task complete. Naturally, he sought to collect his reward from the Black Bear spirit at Black Wind Mountain. Meanwhile, within the meditation room, feeling the surge of spiritual energy, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, deftly sprang up without disturbing Tang Sanzang, and quickly peered through the door and window. To his astonishment, he beheld flickering golden light in the void, accompanied by swirling runes. Intrigued, he transformed into a mosquito and slipped through the crack in the door, intending to soar into the sky. However, to his surprise, a flash of golden light appeared, forming a barrier that directly obstructed his path. Sun Wukong regarded the golden barrier with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. Hesitantly, he reached out to poke it, only to find that the barrier yielded to his force like a sturdy membrane, showing no signs of breaking despite his considerable strength. A formation? This old monk possesses such capabilities? Sun Wukong marveled, realizing he had underestimated the monk. Yet, what was the purpose of wrapping the meditation room in such a formation? Was it merely to confine them here? With a sly grin, Sun Wukong thought. Although he was not adept in formations, he was certainly unafraid. Such trivial barriers were no match for his prowess. He decided to observe the old monk's intentions and devise a long-term strategy. Chapter 10. The Unconventional Black Bear Spirit. On the path to Black Wind Mountain, the old monk moved with great agility, as if the treacherous terrain posed no challenge to him. Soon, having informed the lesser demons, he hastily entered the cave dwelling to relay the events concerning Tang Sanzang. Ah, he truly has arrived. Inside the cave, the black bear spirit sat upon a stone bed, chewing his lips in frustration. "My old friend, what brings you here?" he inquired, feigning indifference. The old monk rubbed his hands together, a smile on his face, clearly coveting the miraculous elixir that promised to restore his youth. As for the brocade robe, he had no intention of mentioning it, for the black bear spirit desired a person, not any other trinkets. "Ah, Elder Jinsi, have you merely brought a person to my lair? Surely, there must be something else. Perhaps a treasure?" The black bear spirit chuckled, seemingly inquiring casually. Elder Jinsi felt a pang of anxiety, but maintained a facade of calm, replying, "The monk from the Tang dynasty possesses no treasures. He is a poor monk." "Haha, poor monk." The black bear spirit laughed, his eyes glinting with disbelief at the old monk's claim of no treasures. Nonetheless, he pretended to be unconcerned, slapping Elder Jinsi on the shoulder with such force that the old man nearly toppled over. "Fear not, my old friend, I shall fetch the elixir for you, ensuring your longevity." The black bear's spirit chuckled, turning to leave the cave. Elder Jinsi felt a surge of delight, but remained composed, taking a seat on the stone chair to await the black bear spirit's return. However, as time passed, his anticipation turned to unease. After half an hour, he glanced repeatedly towards the cave entrance, feeling increasingly restless. Could it be that the black bear spirit sought the robe for himself? But what purpose would it serve him? "Is your master not back yet?" Elder Jinsi inquired of a passing minor demon, his concern evident. "Not yet," the demon replied curtly, continuing its patrol within and outside the cave. Elder Jinsi paced anxiously, and soon his patience wore thin. He approached the cave entrance, attempting to exit, when suddenly, two minor demons clashed their spears together, blocking his way. "The master instructed us," one demon began. "Yes, Elder Jinsi, you must remain patient," the other added. Elder Jinsi's foreboding feelings intensified, and he felt a whirlwind of panic. It was clear, the black bear spirit had surely gone to steal the robe. Regret washed over him. He should have sent the robe directly. His greed had angered the black bear spirit, and what if the spirit decided against granting him the elixir? Damn it! Elder Jinsi's expression shifted between anxiety and anger, contemplating a reckless escape, yet knowing his frail body could not contend with these demons. Even though he possessed some spiritual power, he could not hope to match them. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magical energy rippled through the air, followed by a furious voice. "Stinking monkey, it's just a robe. Do you intend to confront me, the old bear?" It was the voice of the black bear spirit. Elder Jinxi's expression changed. Indeed, the black bear spirit had ventured to Guanyin Monastery. "Curse that bear," Elder Jinxi muttered darkly, despite his own past misdeeds. At this moment, he could not help but curse. The black bear spirit was far more treacherous than he. Just moments ago, they had exchanged pleasantries, yet now the black bear spirit was plotting behind his back. From the very beginning, the black bear had never intended to retrieve the elixir for Elder Jinxi. His priority was to create trouble for Tang Sanzang and Sun Wukong. Half an hour earlier, the black bear spirit had soared on a cloud, swiftly arriving at Guanyin Monastery. Although the cloud was a mere illusion, it still bore a hint of demonic energy, startling Sun Wukong awake. As he approached, the black bear spirit became the first genuine demon Sun Wukong encountered. Instantly, Sun Wukong focused his attention. Though not skilled in formations, he forcefully unraveled the barrier, scattering the golden light. Emerging from the room, he spotted the black bear spirit stealthily attempting to steal the robe. Within Guanyin Monastery, chaos erupted as many buildings ignited in flames, transforming homes into ruins. The monks wailed in terror, their eyes fixed on the two fierce figures above. The black bear spirit clutched the robe in one hand and brandished a menacing spear in the other, wearing a contemptuous expression. Opposite him stood Sun Wukong, his demeanor ominous, wielding the golden staff with overwhelming authority. "Heh, my dear child, how dare you steal from your grandfather? Prepare to face the consequences." Sun Wukong grinned, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. It had been over 500 years since he had truly engaged in battle. The previous encounter with the white dragon had merely been a warm-up, but now he faced an opponent he deemed worthy of his strength. Aiming to reclaim the robe, he intended to spar with the black bear spirit. "Is it merely the robe you desire? Here, take it." The black bear spirit's eyes glinted mischievously as he tossed the robe to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong caught the radiant robe in astonishment, his mind swirling with questions. "What is this? The black bear spirit is playing by unorthodox rules? Well then, I shall take my leave." The black bear spirit waved his hand, and in an instant, a thick cloud of demonic energy enveloped the entire Guanyin Monastery, causing the black bear spirit to vanish without a trace. In the darkness, the cloud merged seamlessly with the night, rendering the black bear spirit's actions utterly inscrutable. Sun Wukong scratched his head, bewildered as he descended from the clouds. He had intended to engage in a battle with the black bear spirit, but now, clutching the brocade kasaya in his hands, he alighted back into the room, fiddling with the garment while muttering, "Why does this kasaya feel so off? Is it odd? Master, come take a look. Is this your kasaya?" As he spoke, he turned to the figure lying sideways at the head of the bed, but after calling out for a while, there was no response from Tang Sanzang. Frowning, Sun Wukong hurried over to investigate, and upon seeing the figure lying on the bed, his expression changed dramatically. Looking again at the brocade kasaya in his hands, his fiery eyes activated. This was no kasaya, it was clearly the tattered garment of Elder Jinxi. He had been deceived. In that moment, Sun Wukong's face displayed a myriad of emotions. Chapter 11. Did you captivate the 7 fairies just to steal the peaches? Sun Wukong could hardly fathom that the seemingly honest fellow was so treacherous. Not only had his kasaya been stolen, but even his master had been captured. His eyes reddened in an instant, and without a second thought, he shot into the sky, performing a somersault that brought him directly above Black Wind Mountain. Peering down, his fiery eyes sparkled as golden light erupted from them, revealing a sky filled with demonic energy and swirling clouds. Sun Wukong's eyes widened with fury. What a wicked and vile demon. "Take this, old man," he bellowed, without hesitation pulling out his golden staff, which elongated as it thundered towards the mountaintop. Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled, rocks shattered, and countless stones cascaded down the mountain, resulting in innumerable casualties among the lesser demons. Inside the cave, it felt as if a dragon were turning over, with dust falling in torrents. Elder Jinxi and the captured Tang Sanzang's expressions shifted dramatically. Fearing that the mountain might collapse, they hurriedly sought shelter. "Demons, return my master to me." Sun Wukong's irate voice echoed from outside the cave. Inside, Tang Sanzang's expression fluctuated. A spark of joy ignited within him. Was Wukong here to rescue him? "Wukong, I'm here. I'm here," he shouted anxiously, disregarding everything. The fearsome black bear had truly terrified him, but with his eldest disciple's arrival, he felt somewhat reassured. He called out for Sun Wukong to come to him. Silence. The black bear growled, and in an instant, the demonic clouds surged ominously, pressing down towards Tang Sanzang. Pale-faced, he collapsed onto the ground, trembling with fear. He was but a mortal. How could he withstand such overwhelming pressure from the black bear? Boom. At that moment, a series of thunderous sounds erupted at the cave's entrance, accompanied by Sun Wukong's curses. You filthy beast, dare you engage in a battle with me for 300 rounds? Coward, come out and face me. Unpleased, the black bear's eyes darted, a cold smirk forming as he disregarded Tang Sanzang and Elder Jinchi. Summoning a sinister spear that radiated malice, striding towards the cave's entrance. Creak, creak, the ancient door hinges groaned, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. The black bear stepped out of the cave, gazing at Sun Wukong, standing not far away, sneering. Who is this mischievous monkey? Without your master, you come seeking me? What business do you have in my cave? How dare you? Sun Wukong scoffed, pointing at his own nose. What? Hasn't it even been half a tea time since you last saw your grandfather? I know not, I know not. The black bear waved dismissively, turning back towards the cave. In a flash of panic, Sun Wukong called out, do not think to deny it. Return my master to me, and I may spare your life. If you refuse, I shall level this black wind mountain, annihilate your cave, and send all your bear kin to the underworld for reincarnation. Such bold words. I must ask, what is your name, who is your master, and what capabilities do you possess to demand anything from me? The black bear turned, gazing at Sun Wukong with indifference. Huh. Upon being asked this, Sun Wukong's spirit surged. He thrust his golden staff into the ground, hands on his hips, proclaiming with pride, I am the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, the monkey king from the water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain, appointed by the Buddha, the Jade Emperor, and Guanyin Bodhisattva to retrieve the scriptures from the West. Travel across the realms, and you shall find that none are unaware of my name. With his head held high, he boasted of his past exploits, for indeed, who among the countless beings had ever dared to create such a ruckus in heaven? Naturally, he had grounds to brag. However, upon hearing this, the black bear merely chuckled. Oh, so you are the stable master? Stable master? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. Realizing that after all that he had said, the black bear had merely reduced him to the title of stable master. Enraged, he gritted his teeth, fury rising within him. Without another word, he swung his golden staff down towards the black bear. Huh, do you think I fear you? The black bear's confidence solidified as he let out a cold laugh, brandishing his spear, malice radiating like a tempest as he swiftly blocked the strike. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal echoed, and the overwhelming force sent a shockwave through Sun Wukong's hands. Observing the black bear's unyielding expression, he was struck by the realization of his formidable strength. Yet, he refused to yield, tightening his grip on the staff, pivoting on his foot, and swinging horizontally to strike the black bear's waist. Hiss, you insolent monkey! The black bear, both furious and alarmed, recognized that the waist was a man's symbol. If struck there by this stable master, how could he ever court a she-bear again? Unforgivable. Clang! The spear swept through the air, a glint of cold light preceding it. Before it surged forth like a dragon, its malevolence enveloping the space as it aimed directly for Sun Wukong's neck. Feeling the impending danger, Sun Wukong's pupils contracted, and the hairs on his back stood on end. This spear radiated an alarming threat. If it pierced him, even his iron skin could not withstand it. Retreating, without hesitation, he stepped back. The spear pursued rapidly. The black bear's previous foolish demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp focus, entering a perfect state of combat. As the spear tip neared his neck, Sun Wukong's heart sank. Fortunately, his combat experience was vast. Recognizing that the black bear had yet to gather strength, he swiftly dodged the spear with a tilt of his head, swinging his golden staff to counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, Sun Wukong and the black bear engaged in fierce combat, their battle causing the heavens to dim and the earth to tremble. With Sun Wukong's extensive experience and the black bear's prowess, both were at a stalemate, matching each other blow for blow. The more they fought, the more exhilarated Sun Wukong became, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Soon, he even forgot about rescuing Tang Sanzang, lost in the sheer thrill of battle. After 5 centuries, This was his first chance to unleash his pent-up frustration, and naturally, he intended to relish every moment before considering anything else. Boom. The violent surge of magical energy radiated outward, shattering the mountains, while the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, allowing moonlight to shine down upon the two fierce beings. Hey, stable master, I heard you once captivated the 7 fairies, only to go off stealing peaches? Suddenly, a voice, languid and bored, drifted from the cave entrance. Huh. Sun Wukong faltered, and in that brief moment, the spear grazed his cheek, leaving a cut from which blood trickled. Angered, he thought, who dares distract me during my battle? His fiery eyes glinted as he glared towards the cave entrance. However, upon looking, he was taken aback. There, lounging against the cave wall, was the black bear spirit, observing him fight with an amused expression. In that instant, Sun Wukong felt a rush of dread. He had been deceived once more. Chapter 12. It was you who killed my master. Upon focusing again, Sun Wukong discovered that the black bear spirit attacking him was merely a paper effigy. As the 3 corpses of Sun Wukong erupted in fury, he swung his golden staff with great force, instantly shredding the paper figure into fragments. Glaring at the black bear, he coldly remarked, "You coward! Do you dare not face me, Sun Wukong, in a fair fight? Sending a mere paper figure to deceive a ghost?" To his surprise, the black bear merely chuckled, responding, "As cultivators, do we not utilize our supernatural abilities to achieve victory? Engaging in battle with brute force is hardly the essence of a true practitioner." This statement left Sun Wukong's face alternating between shades of blue and white. "By the way, you still haven't answered me. When you confined the 7 fairies, did you do nothing else? Were you solely preoccupied with stealing peaches?" The black bear blinked lewdly at Sun Wukong. Infuriated, Wukong clenched his fists, his expression darkening, wishing fervently to eliminate this black bear demon immediately. "What concern is it of yours whether I steal peaches or not?" he retorted, his tone far from amiable. The black bear, observing Wukong with newfound intrigue, exclaimed, "How curious it is that peaches appear to hold greater significance than the fairies themselves." After a moment's pause, he continued, "What if those 7 fairies were transformed into 7 female monkeys? How would you respond?" Sun Wukong instinctively opened his mouth to reply, but quickly realized the absurdity of the question. Fuming, he glared at the black bear and swung his golden staff once more, shouting, "None of your business." Suddenly, the black bear, unfazed, turned and retreated into his lair. "This infuriates me." Sun Wukong seethed outside the cave, gnashing his teeth in frustration as he pounded on the mountain gate, shaking the earth and creating a cacophony in the dead of night. He seemed relentless, continuously striking and wreaking havoc. At last, the cave's door opened slightly, and a small demon affixed a note to it. Sun Wukong strained his eyes to read the note, which simply stated, "Please stop hammering. Are you trying to prevent anyone from sleeping? Oh, so you think you can dictate my actions? Sleep? I'll ensure you remain awake." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, raising his golden staff again to continue his onslaught. Strangely enough, the mountain gate appeared to be constructed from a protective artifact. For despite his furious attacks, he could only create a few dents without breaking through. After another round of battering, he heard a loud noise from within the cave, followed by another small demon emerging to paste yet another note on the door. This one read, "Please stop. You plague-ridden monkey, you're disturbing our peace. Can you not be quiet for a moment?" "Quiet?" Sun Wukong scoffed, disregarding the note entirely. He soared to the mountaintop, his golden staff elongating and thickening as he struck down upon it, demanding, "Hey demon, release my master, or I will flatten your black wind mountain and annihilate your lair." Fueled by rage, he hammered away, ignoring the pleas of the demons. As rubble flew in all directions, the stones crumbled in his grasp like mere tofu, the mountain quaking beneath his might. He could even hear faint cries of despair echoing from within the cave. "Not coming out? Then I shall shake you all to oblivion," he declared, intent on causing chaos until the cave was filled with the corpses of lesser demons, forcing them to emerge. Just then, the cave door swung open, and another small demon appeared with yet another note, which read, "Stop hammering. If you continue, there will be fatalities." "Fatalities?" Sun Wukong sneered. He could almost envision the scene of the small demons crushed beneath the falling stones. This was precisely what he desired. If the black bear did not come forth, he would escalate his destruction. With renewed vigor, he struck down even harder, each blow filled with ferocity. Suddenly, the ancient door hinges creaked, and instead of opening just a crack, the door fully swung open. Ah, so you finally reached your limit? I haven't even begun to exert my full strength. Sun Wukong laughed, descending from the clouds to stand at the entrance. However, instead of the black bear, two small demons emerged, carrying a stretcher. They approached silently, bearing an undisclosed figure obscured by the front demon, but the unmistakable scent of blood filled the air. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, pondering if the black bear had met his demise. Unlikely, for the black bear was his equal in strength, so what could have transpired? As he pondered, a weak voice called out, "Wukong, Wukong." The figure on the stretcher weakly raised a hand. Sun Wukong's heart sank, recognizing the voice. "Master, is it you?" he exclaimed, swiftly materializing beside the stretcher. Upon closer inspection, his heart shattered as he beheld the sight. Tang Sung lay there, drenched in blood, his vitality fading, and his head severely injured. "Master, what has happened to you?" Sun Wukong gasped, his heart racing. Although he had previously felt indifferent towards the old monk, time had deepened his appreciation for the care the monk had shown him. "Wukong, I fear I may not last much longer," Tang Sing murmured, his eyes dimming as his voice grew weaker. "Damn it, this cursed black bear." Sun Wukong grasped Tang Sung's hand, rage swelling within him as his eyes glowed with fury. How could he have been so reckless? Outside, he had been hammering the mountain gate, while the black bear tormented his master? No, it can't be. However, as if awakening from a daze, Tang Sang's eyes suddenly sparked with clarity. He sat upright with sudden strength, grasping Sun Wukong's collar, exclaiming, "It was you. You who brought down the mountain." The cave collapsed, and it was the rocks that caused my condition. "You did this to me. What?" Sun Wukong felt as if struck by lightning, his mind reeling with disbelief. Had he truly caused his master's demise? Was this all his fault? How could this be? With a final, feeble effort, Tang Sing's grip slackened, his hand falling limply as his gaze remained fixed on Sun Wukong, as if trying to imprint the face of his killer into his very soul. Chapter 13. The Terrifying Black Bear Demon. In that moment, the Black Wind Mountain fell eerily silent. The little demon who had emerged to carry away Tang Sung departing without a word. Sun Wukong stood there, dazed, staring at his master's lifeless form. At the sight of Tang Sung's unseeing eyes, for a time, he was at a loss for words. He had once vowed to protect him on their pilgrimage to the Western Paradise, yet here they were, only to encounter the first demon and lose him. What was more tragic was that it was not the demon who had slain him, but rather his own unintended actions. At that moment, Sun Wukong recalled the notes the little demons had posted earlier. They had warned him clearly, urging him to cease his hammering, and finally, foretelling that continued destruction would lead to fatalities. Yet he had disregarded their warnings, blindly pursuing his own desires, unaware that it would indeed culminate in tragedy. A hollow laugh escaped him. How can I continue on this journey for scriptures when I have already failed so miserably? In an instant, despair washed over Sun Wukong as he realized he hadn't even considered seeking out the underworld for assistance or the heavenly palace for elixirs. His mind was consumed by guilt and remorse, knowing that his master had perished because of him. With heavy heart, Sun Wukong found a nearby spot to bury Tang Sung's lifeless body, feeling lost and disoriented, uncertain of where to go next. As for the black bear demon, the master has passed away, and there is no need to trouble the black bear spirit anymore. The robe and all such things have lost their significance. This monkey, could he possibly be broken? At the entrance of the Black Wind Cave, the black bear spirit gazed in astonishment at the desolate figure of Sun Wukong. Is this truly the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong? The one who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace? The black bear scoffed, his resilience is truly lacking. At this moment, in the heavens, the 5 directions of revelation, the 4 value officials, and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, among other deities, looked down in astonishment. Is this how the great calamity of the journey to the west concludes? It ends before it even begins. The deities of the heavenly court, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, exchanged incredulous glances towards Black Wind Mountain, towards the black bear standing at the cave entrance. Are the monsters of this era so cunning? This matter must be reported to the Jade Emperor. The 4 value officials exchanged glances. This must also be reported to the Buddha. The 5 directions of revelation spoke solemnly. However, they were not particularly anxious. Even if Tang Sung truly perished, it would not matter. Within the primordial realm, the means of resurrection are abundant. As long as there is no reincarnation, everything can be negotiated. Moreover, within the underworld, there is still the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. How could the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva allow Tang Sung to reincarnate? There is no need to rush. Look how the 6 Ding and 6 Jia are unfazed. One of them even laughingly pointed towards the cave entrance. At the cave's mouth, a handsome monk with hands clasped in prayer and chanting the Buddha's name wore a bitter expression. Who else could this be but Tang Sung? Tang Sung is not dead. To be precise, the dead Tang Sung from before was merely a fabrication, conjured in order to manipulate Sun Wukong's mindset. That counterfeit was not transformed by a demon, but was instead an illusion created by Elder Jinshi. Although the black bear indeed called Elder Jinshi an old friend, such camaraderie was merely superficial. The black bear held no affection for such a person. To take such a person as a friend would only diminish one's virtue and fortune. Hence, seizing this opportunity, he disguised Elder Jinshi as Tang Sung and then cast a spell to make him believe he was Tang Sung. TSK, this demon is formidable, both strong and clever. If I am not mistaken, the demon previously employed a technique akin to paper cutting to achieve divinity. This indicates that there is someone backing this demon. The 4 value officials sighed in wonder and curiosity about the existence that could cultivate a disciple even more powerful than Sun Wukong. Indeed, this monkey has become accustomed to lawlessness. It is just as well to temper his arrogance. This black bear spirit is terrifyingly powerful. Who knows? Perhaps it is destined to have a connection with our Buddhist teachings. The 5 directions of revelation were no longer in a hurry to report to the Buddha. With the golden-headed revelation watching the black bear below with a grin, expressing his sentiments. What connection could there possibly be with you Buddhists? The 4 value officials were displeased. And not just them. Even the 6 Ding and 6 Jia shared their discontent. The 5 directions of revelation, the 4 value officials, and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia. Although all deities of the heavenly court represented different factions, the 5 directions of revelation naturally represented Buddhism, with the 5 revelations covertly supporting Tang Sung. The 4 value officials, governing the years, months, days, and hours, represented the heavenly court. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia, a total of 12, represented Taoism. The 4 value officials and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia could essentially be seen as one faction, as the relationship between the heavenly court and Taoism is quite close. Thus, the words of the 5 directions of revelation naturally displeased the 4 value officials and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia. Nevertheless, despite their discontent, they could do nothing. One of the maidens among the 6 Ding and 6 Jia could only remark, "Be careful not to encounter a hard wall one day, or you will know the pain of your foot." The 5 directions of revelation paid no heed to this, thinking, encounter a hard wall? What a joke. Is there any force in this realm that cannot be provoked? In recent years, Buddhism has flourished, subtly hinting at becoming the foremost religion in the primordial realm. Encounter a hard wall? Is there a force larger than Buddhism? The demon clan? Do not be absurd. The demon clan has already declined. Taoism. Yes, Taoism is strong. But the last calamity owed to the West must be repaid this time. So Taoism is not invincible either, since neither of these is a hard wall. What is wrong with them saying they are connected to Buddhism? After suffering for over 10,000 years, should they not enjoy themselves? Given the current circumstances, do not even mention enjoying. What if they indulge a bit more recklessly? Hey, you feather-brained deities above, either roll away or come down to talk. What are you dilly-dallying about? Suddenly, the black bear's booming voice rang out, casting a discontented glance at the deities in the sky. The 4 value officials and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia prudently concealed their forms again, not intending to engage with the black bear, moving a little further away. Although they were many, 12 from the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, plus the 4 value officials, totaling 16, they were keenly aware of the disparity in power between themselves and the black bear spirit. If they could not even contend with Sun Wukong, they certainly could not challenge the black bear who could toy with him. However, the 5 directions of revelation had a different perspective, being Buddhists. They were accustomed to being arrogant and had never encountered anyone more audacious than themselves. Thus, the 5 of them not only did not conceal their forms, but instead boldly stepped forward, each shimmering with golden light, frowning as they gazed at the black bear below. The golden-headed revelation snorted coldly. "Bear demon, are you speaking to us?" Unexpectedly, the black bear widened his eyes, gasping in disbelief, muttering, "How pitiful! Who would have thought that some individuals appear to be fine, yet are actually deaf and blind?" Since you are both deaf and blind and utterly useless, it would be better for me to liberate you." As he spoke, the black bear's eyes gleamed with excitement, his long spear planted in the ground, resonating with a clanging sound. "Today, this old bear shall perform a good deed and send you all to the west to meet the Tathagata Buddha." Chapter 14. With the support of the Buddhist sect, do I not have a master to back me up? Upon hearing this, the faces of the 5 directions of revelation darkened like water. Arrogance, audacity. This black bear spirit is exceedingly presumptuous, treating the 5 directions of revelation with utter disdain. No. To be precise, he disregards Buddhism entirely. "Demon, do you dare to provoke my Buddha?" The golden-headed revelation glared at the black bear's spirit with a cold expression. The Buddha embodies compassion, yet he can also display the wrath of the Vajra. Provoking my Buddha and challenging Buddhism is utterly unforgivable. Provoking? The black bear scratched his head and grinned foolishly. "Do not misunderstand. I am not attempting to provoke. I am simply provoking." By the end of his speech, the black bear's spirit's demeanor turned fierce, his eyes icy, his entire being emanating an overwhelming aura of malice, rivaling that of ancient demons. A presence so formidable that one could not dare to look directly. "You wretched beast." The golden-headed revelation was so enraged by the black bear's words that he nearly spat blood. Earlier, having perceived the black bear's seemingly simple demeanor, he thought this fellow would back down, yet unexpectedly, he not only refused to relent, but grew even more brazen and audacious. This was a direct affront to their dignity. "Today, if we do not teach you a lesson, do you truly believe my Buddhist teachings are easy to bully?" As the golden-headed revelation spoke, the Buddhist power surged around him, radiating golden light, his entire being glowing brilliantly, resembling a golden-skinned arhat. Not only the golden-headed revelation, but also the silver-headed revelation. The porous revelation, the porous monk revelation, and the great revelation followed suit. These beings shone with resplendent light, illuminating the darkness as if 5 suns were soaring in the sky. Buzz! 5 brilliant beams of golden light surged towards the black bear, their radiance blinding. Imbued with lethal intent, accompanied by endless chants, as if attempting to save the black bear. "A mere trifle," the black bear sneered, his entire being engulfed in a tempest of demonic energy, his aura violent, as he brandished his spear, which surged forth like a dragon. Boom! The fierce magical force clashed against the golden light unleashed by the 5 directions of revelation, and in an instant, the overwhelming malevolence swiftly engulfed the 5. "Just a gold immortal, and you dare to strike against me?" The black bear scoffed, realizing that Buddhism had grown so arrogant that it had forgotten the principles of the primordial realm. What principles? It is simply that the one with the mightiest fist holds the truth. The power of the Buddhist sect is indeed formidable. However, the black bear is equally confident in the might of his own master and clan. Thus, he is unafraid. The dark, malevolent aura, imbued with an inexhaustible force of slaughter, enveloped the surroundings. Before the 5 guardians could react, they were swiftly pierced by sharp rays emanating from the bear's spear, leaving them bloodied. Blood of the Buddha rained down from the heavens. Vile creature! The golden-headed guardian was both astonished and enraged, never anticipating that the black bear would dare to engage him in combat. Did it not fear death? Suddenly, he heard the mocking voice of the black bear whispering in his ear. The golden-headed guardian's pupils constricted when had the bear approached him. Instinctively, he summoned the power of the Buddha within, radiating golden light that transformed his skin into a lustrous gold, as if cast from the precious metal itself. Yet, in an instant, the bear's spear, exuding a chilling aura, pierced through his abdomen. While what? The golden-headed guardian trembled in fear, his face a mask of disbelief as he stared at the wound. Was his revered golden body truly breached? The golden body of a Buddha, renowned for its exceptional defensive capabilities, was thought to be impervious to most treasures. Yet, here was the black bear, wielding a spear with ease, shattering what he held dear. "Ah, the treasures bestowed by my master are truly remarkable." The black bear grinned. Indeed, he bore the mark of his lineage. The golden-headed guardian's mind raced with thoughts of his master, but before he could react, darkness consumed him as the bear's enormous foot came crashing down upon his face. In agony, the guardian felt his temper flare, spitting out blood. How dare this black bear humiliate him so? What did lineage matter? Could it possibly surpass the might of the Buddhist realm? Enraged, the guardian's eyes rolled back, and he promptly fainted, his body plummeting from the sky. The weak must recognize their place. The black bear scoffed, swiftly dispatching the remaining 4 guardians with decisive blows. Oh dear, King Black Bear, your actions are quite inappropriate. Upon returning to his lair, the bear found Tang Sung lamenting, hesitating to voice his concerns. Having witnessed the black bear's conquest over the guardians, Tang Sung, a disciple of the Buddha, understood all too well what they represented. The 5 guardians were formidable protectors of the Buddhist faith. Inappropriate? In what way? The black bear retorted with a brazen attitude. I was simply enjoying my fruits at home when these guardians spied upon me without permission. What is wrong with teaching them a lesson? Even if I were to slay them, who could possibly object? The bear's demeanor was unabashedly defiant. Tang Sung opened his mouth, only to offer a resigned smile, unable to articulate his thoughts. What more could he say? Weakness breeds powerlessness, and no amount of words could alter that reality. I hope Wukong is faring well, Tang Sung mused, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. Being merely mortal, he had no knowledge of Sun Wukong's whereabouts, and could only await his return. Fortunately, from their previous encounters, he knew the black bear did not consume humans. Though fierce, he could only remain patient, waiting for Wukong to awaken and secure their salvation. The black bear, indifferent to Tang Sung's worries, sought out some lesser demons to bind the guardian, sealing his powers and casting him into the lair. He awaited the day when the Buddhist sect would come to negotiate for their release. What choice did they have? Now that they had fallen into his grasp, could the monks expect to leave unscathed? Release them? Only for treasures of equal value. If not, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them. As for the wrath of the Buddhist sect, he was unconcerned. Did these monks not have a master behind them? His own master was a being of ancient power, whose name alone could instill fear. The black bear reveled in his triumph. Although he had pierced the golden-headed guardian, he knew that such a formidable being would not perish easily. He still had breath left. Meanwhile, in the distant skies, the 4 guardians and the 6 celestial beings fell silent, overwhelmed by the bear's brutality. How ruthless! Where did this monster spring from? Such ferocity! They pondered. The journey to the west. Seeking enlightenment? If the first demon they encountered was this savage, what awaited them further along their path? A profound sense of foreboding gripped the guardians and celestial beings, as they realized that this expedition would be far from easy. They could only hope that Sun Wukong would rise to vanquish the demons. Chapter 15. You have no mother. Your mother exploded. The guardians and celestial beings contemplated their reliance on Sun Wukong to subdue the fiends. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong flew southward in a daze, his mind in disarray. Overwhelmed by the black bear's cunning tactics, his methods were a brutal assault on the psyche. As he aimlessly soared, perhaps guided by his innermost thoughts, he soon beheld the shores of the South Sea and the sacred Mount Putoa. Arriving at Logia Mountain, the domain of Guanyin, he shook himself from his reverie, chuckling ruefully at how fate had led him here. It was fortunate that the old monk had met his demise. There was no need to escort him to the west for scriptures. Instead, he could seek Guanyin to have the tightening band upon his head removed. With this thought, Sun Wukong descended swiftly towards Logia Mountain. Upon landing in the bamboo grove, he encountered Mu Jia, who approached him, hands clasped in greeting. Great sage, were you not tasked with guiding the holy monk westward for scriptures? What brings you to Logia Mountain? Ah, alas. Sun Wukong sighed repeatedly, struggling to articulate his feelings, choosing instead to sit on the jade steps in silence. What's troubling you? Mu Jia queried, taken aback by the unusual demeanor of the great monkey. Do not mention it. By the way, is the Bodhisattva present? I seek her counsel. Sun Wukong turned to Mu Jia, withholding the details of his plight. The Bodhisattva is in the Tide Sound Cave. I will inform her at once. Mu Jia replied, hastening towards the cave. Before long, he returned, ushering Sun Wukong into the Tide Sound Cave. As Sun Wukong rushed inside, he spotted Guanyin seated upon a lotus throne. He cast aside any playful banter and earnestly stated, Bodhisattva, I can no longer pursue the scriptures. Please remove this tightening band from my head, and I will return to Huagua Mountain. You monkey. Just recently you vowed to turn over a new leaf. Why have you abandoned your quest? Guanyin opened her eyes, casting a disapproving glance at Sun Wukong. I can no longer pursue it. The old monk has passed away. How can I continue the journey? Sun Wukong lamented. Your intentions were noble, but the heavens do not permit it. I must abide by fate. He sighed. Guanyin paused, taken aback by his words, clearly surprised by Sun Wukong's despair. The monk has died? That cannot be. The heavens decreed he would undertake this journey, How could he possibly be gone? Furrowing her brow, Guanyin began to calculate. And soon a smile crept across her face as she chided Sun Wukong. You foolish monkey, when did this monk die? You speak nonsense. And no death? Sun Wukong stammered, a chill running down his spine. Suddenly, the light in his eyes flickered with realization. As a keen-minded stone monkey, he quickly pieced together the events. It was that scoundrel who deceived him. How dare you trick me, you black fool? Sun Wukong seethed, a tempest of fury igniting within him. He brandished his golden staff, imagining that if the black bear were before him, he would strike him down without hesitation. Yet, in the confines of the Tide Sound cave, he could only survey his surroundings in confusion. You are an impatient monkey. Even if the monk had truly perished, do you not possess the power to resurrect him? Guanyin offered a gentle reminder. As an outsider, she naturally saw things clearly. The saying goes, the onlooker sees clearly while the one involved is often blinded. However, this reaction was quite normal. Had the false Tang Sung not claimed it was Sun Wukong who had slain him, Sun Wukong would not have been left in such a state of disarray. Alas, how could I have forgotten? Sun Wukong smacked his forehead in frustration and then turned to Guanyin, beginning to lament. Bodhisattva, you cannot possibly fathom the cunning of that black bear spirit. Though he appears simple-minded, he harbors a multitude of schemes within. I have been outwitted by him numerous times. Not only that, but the black bear's spirit possesses formidable strength, capable of matching me blow for blow. In a moment, Sun Wukong recounted the events that had transpired to Guanyin in detail. As she listened, a smile gradually crept upon her lips. To be able to contend with this monkey? After all, he was a Tai golden immortal. Although this black bear had a dark heart and was filled with deceit, she still possessed a golden hoop and a binding spell. If she could place one upon the bear's head, he would make an excellent guardian of the mountain. With this thought in mind, Guanyin smiled at Sun Wukong and said softly, since this creature's abilities are not beneath yours, I shall accompany you on this journey to assist you in subduing the bear monster, out of respect for the holy monk. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes brightened, and he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Without further ado, he set off with Guanyin, soaring through the clouds towards Black Wind Mountain. Their speed was remarkable, Guanyin, being a master of great powers, and Sun Wukong, capable of leaping vast distances with a single somersault, soon found themselves hovering above Black Wind Mountain. Hey, you bear cub, come out and release my master. Return his cassock, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise. Sun Wukong bellowed from above, his voice echoing for miles. Boom. In the next moment, the cave entrance opened, and the dark bear's spirit emerged, glancing up at Sun Wukong and Guanyin in the sky. With a sly grin, he said, that bailiff of horses, did you not kill your master? Why have you come to trouble me? At the mention of bailiff of horses, Sun Wukong's anger flared, and he was beside himself with rage, glaring at the black bear's spirit and preparing to strike. How dare you deceive me? You are courting disaster. With a buzz, the golden cudgel elongated and thickened, hurtling towards the black bear's spirit. However, the next second, the bear spirit swiftly raised his hand, forcefully placing Tang Sing in front as a shield. Boom. The thick golden cudgel halted midair, leaving Sun Wukong in a conundrum, whether to strike or refrain. The gust of wind created by the cudgel ruffled Tang Sing's robes, his face paling in terror as he trembled, fervently chanting Amit Ba. How shameless! To use an innocent as a shield, you despicable creature. Sun Wukong raged, his anger boiling over at the black bear's utter lack of honor. Despite possessing strength equal to his own, the bear resorted to such ignoble tactics, infuriating and rendering him helpless. Shamelessness begets shamelessness. What can you do about it? The black bear spirit, unashamed, chuckled as he cowered behind Tang Sung. This infuriates me to no end. Sun Wukong shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. You wretched beast. The black bear, glaring back, retorted angrily, you are the wretched one. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he sneered, you have no mother. Your mother exploded. Chapter 16, you, neither man nor woman, take this spear from me. As the insults flew between the monkey and the bear, even Guanyin felt a twinge of discomfort. And so did Tang Sung, who could only watch in disbelief. Sun Wukong, in a fit of rage, hurled curses at the black bear, who retaliated with equally savage blows. The audacity of claiming one's mother exploded was indeed a low blow. Yet, the black bear's words rang true. Did Sun Wukong have a mother? Theoretically, he did not. But in a certain sense, the stone that birthed him could be considered his mother. After Sun Wukong emerged, his mother had indeed perished. Originally, no one had considered this angle, but the black bear, with his shamelessness, had brought it to light. In the heavens, Guanyin observed the black bear's spirit, her lips twitching, yet inwardly delighted. Although the bear's words were sharp, he was also shrewd and perceptive. Noticing the overwhelming demonic aura surrounding the bear, she realized he bore no karmic burdens, implying he had not committed grievous acts against heaven or humanity. This was indeed splendid. Guanyin smiled, radiating beauty. What are you laughing at? Unexpectedly, the black bear spotted Guanyin and, with a shift in thought, sneered. Are you the legendary Guanyin of the South Sea? A creature neither man nor woman. How dare you laugh? Neither man nor woman? A creature of duality? Guanyin's expression darkened, her delicate hand clenched tightly, her face as grim as a storm cloud. Before the great catastrophe, Guanyin was known as the kind voyage master, originally male, yet after embracing Buddhism, he inexplicably transformed into a female form. No one knew why Guanyin had undergone this transformation, but it was indeed true. While the distinction between male and female was insignificant to a being of great power, and given Guanyin's elevated status, few dared to speak ill of her. However, once such a comment was made, "You vile beast, you shall not escape unscathed." Guanyin huffed coldly, and with a flick of her hand, a golden hoop appeared in her grasp. She then elegantly tossed it towards the black bear. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, was overjoyed. He recalled the excruciating pain of the hoop on his own head. Once placed, it would take root, and could not be removed. If the incantation continued, it might very well bring someone to the brink of death. Seeing the black bear's spirit about to be ensnared by this golden hoop, Sun Wukong could hardly contain his glee. Finally, his suffering would be inflicted upon another. Whoosh! The golden hoop sped forth, and before the black bear could react, it landed squarely upon his head. This hoop was indeed magical. Merely touching the head, it took root instantly. Removal was impossible, even if the skull were to be shattered. Guanyin smiled at this, then extended her finger, her lips parting slightly as she silently recited the incantation. The black bear's eyes widened as he felt the golden hoop constricting rapidly, followed by an unimaginable surge of pain invading his mind. This was not merely physical pain, but a torment of the spirit. Such agony was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Sun Wukong knew this well, and for others, it was even more intolerable. Yet, with a clang, the black bear brandished a long spear, his gaze fierce, and despite the excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth and persevered. You, neither man nor woman. Take this spear from me. With a low growl, he leaped forward, his spear glowing ominously, intent on charging at Guanyin. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Witnessing the black bear's spirit charging despite the pain, he was stunned. He had personally experienced the hoop's torment. It was akin to a death sentence, the most torturous of afflictions. Yet, the black bear was shouldering such pain, still wielding his spear and advancing. Sun Wukong was at a loss for words, and even Guanyin was astonished. She had never anticipated that someone could withstand the golden hoop. However, the more she observed the black bear, the more she admired him. This creature displayed a resilient spirit and a keen intellect. If he could be tamed, he would undoubtedly become a formidable protector of the Buddhist faith. Such wonderful potential. Guanyin smiled. Sun Wukong, puzzled and somewhat speechless, remarked, "Bodhisattva, is this truly commendable? The bear is about to strike. Just you wait and see." Guanyin spoke, extending her delicate hand to pluck a willow leaf from the jade bottle, gently flicking it towards the black bear. Whoosh! A flash of azure light surged forth, the willow leaf expanding rapidly as it enveloped the black bear's spirit. It could be said that the willow leaf in Guanyin's hand was not inferior to innate spiritual treasures. The jade bottle could contain the 4 seas, and within it flowed the divine water of the 3 lights. The willow branch, too, was no ordinary branch, having been plucked from the primordial willow tree. While the willow leaf might not match innate spiritual treasures, Guanyin believed it sufficient to bind the black bear's spirit. "Do you underestimate me?" The black bear sneered, his spear glimmering with a crimson light, an aura of ferocity enveloping it. With a sudden thrust, he lunged at the willow leaf. Puff! A sharp glint pierced through, the willow leaf yielding like tofu as the spear sliced through it. The ethereal energy rapidly dispersing into the heavens and earth, the ferocious aura overwhelming the willow leaf, which visibly withered and shrank. What? Guanyin stared in disbelief at the black bear. She never expected that he could shatter her willow leaf. Although it was not a magical artifact, the power of the primordial willow leaf was certainly formidable, rivaling even the authentic binding celestial rope. Yet it had been broken. How could this be? As Guanyin pondered. The black bear showed no signs of restraint, his gaze turning icy as a torrent of malevolent energy surged towards her. Guanyin furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling an unbelievable legend. And she couldn't help but exclaim, "The god-slaying spear? The god-slaying spear, the foremost weapon of slaughter from primordial times, its lethality surpassing even that of the Panga banner. Forged from the fusion of the most sinister malevolent energy and killing intent, its might capable of slaying sages. How could it be? How could you possess the god-slaying spear?" Guanyin was aghast. At that moment, she could no longer maintain her composure. The impact of the god-slaying spear was too overwhelming for her. Logically, this weapon had vanished billions of years ago, yet it had re-emerged. Impossible, it cannot be. This is certainly not the god-slaying spear. Guanyin's beautiful eyes widened. Fixating on the spear in the black bear's grasp, her mind vehemently denying it. Even as the chilling light approached, she still showed no intention of retreating. "Bodhisattva!" Sun Wukong exclaimed, unaware of the god-slaying spear's significance or its legendary reputation. Seeing Guanyin remain still, his heart sank. He summoned his golden staff, striking fiercely at the bloodthirsty spear. Clang! Weapons clashed, the malevolent energy surging, a resonant clang echoing. Guanyin was instantly jolted back to reality, her figure retreating rapidly. No, this isn't right. Guanyin's eyes flickered. If the black bear truly wielded the god-slaying spear, Sun Wukong's golden staff would be utterly inadequate. The god-slaying spear, with its ultimate lethality, could harm saints. The golden staff was merely a measuring rod, possessing little more than some merit. Regardless, the golden staff could never compete with the god-slaying spear. This implied that what the black bear held was a counterfeit. Yet, even if it were a fake, the power of the god-slaying spear was still astonishing, drawing attention. Guanyin had never seen the true form of the god-slaying spear, but she had heard its legends. How could a weapon bearing the name of slaying gods be anything but formidable? A replica? The god-slaying spear? Guanyin's expression darkened slightly, her thoughts racing. Crafting a replica of the god-slaying spear was no simple feat once. In the Chan teaching, Yun Zhongzi was renowned as a master craftsman, having replicated countless artifacts. Yet, he had never succeeded in replicating the god-slaying spear. The reason was simple. Yun Zhongzi had never laid eyes on the god-slaying spear. Without having seen it, no matter how one attempted to replicate it, it would only yield a common spear, lacking its divine essence. The god-slaying spear originated in ancient times, its legends dating back to an era before the Hongjun Laozu attained sainthood. The tale of the god-slaying spear was so ancient that even the 6 great saints of today had never beheld it. Thus, to replicate the god-slaying spear, the individual behind it must surely be a formidable ancient power. From this, Guanyin deduced that the black bear was no mere rogue. He must have a powerful backing. "Who are you?" Guanyin inquired solemnly, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. This black bear was undoubtedly tied to a legendary ancient being, perhaps even a contemporary of Hongjun Daozu. To survive from Hongjuan's era to the present day, how formidable must this individual be? Was it possible that other saints were still hidden within the primordial realm? However, at this moment, the black bear cared little for such considerations. The golden band upon his head was ever tightening. Today, he was determined to pierce Guanyin, for if he did not, he would feel unfulfilled. Buzz. The black bear feigned a thrust with his spear, disregarding Sun Wukong, as he leaped forward, intent on pursuing Guanyin, the spear emanating a chilling menace. Vowing to pierce her with a bloody hole, Guanyin's expression darkened. She did not wish to harm the black bear's spirit, only intending to teach him a lesson. However, reluctance did not equate to inability. When she was still he, during the Fengshan War, he had lost his 3 flowers atop his head and 5 energies within his chest in the 9 curves of the Yellow River Formation, falling into the mortal realm. Yet, he had managed to restore his cultivation and realm through talent and understanding. Later, he turned to Buddhism, transforming from him to her. Over the years, coupled with the blessings of merit, she was now but a step away from becoming a quasi-saint, let alone a quasi-saint. Even if she were merely a great Luo golden immortal, she would not be one to be humiliated by a black bear, a mere Tai golden immortal. With a cold snort, Guanyin raised her hand slightly, and in the void, the boundless power of the laws swiftly converged, recreating earth, water, fire, and wind. Surrounding the black bear, the weight of the laws pressing down upon him with immense force. The black bear, once dashing forward, was suddenly immobilized, his form suspended, confusion evident in his eyes. A great Luo golden immortal comprehending the laws could summon numerous laws with a mere gesture. Those beneath the great Luo were like ants, regardless of their strength or possession of divine weapons. If they were not great Luo golden immortals, they could be annihilated at will. Now, the situation was even clearer. The black bear, relying on the counterfeit god-slaying spear, had forcibly broken Guanyin's willow leaf. However, in the face of Guanyin's laws, the black bear found himself at a loss. Unable to charge ahead, lacking direction, his limbs felt as if bound, as if great hands were pulling him, preventing him from advancing or retreating. Great Luo. The black bear grinned. True great Luo were far superior to those who had attained sainthood through their physical forms. Yang Jian was also a great Luo. Yet he had not comprehended the laws, and had merely been evenly matched with Sun Wukong after consuming some peaches. As for Guanyin, with a mere gesture, she could easily subdue a Tai. Who are you? Or rather, whose disciple are you? Guanyin stood in the void, frowning at the black bear trapped within the laws, inquiring in a grave tone. Whose disciple? Huh? What disciple? I don't understand what you're saying. The black bear feigned ignorance, knowing full well he could not reveal his master's name, for his master had instructed him to never disclose any information. Do not feign ignorance with me. I know you have someone backing you. Guanyin's tone turned frosty, her gaze piercing. The black bear shrugged, nonchalantly stating, yes, I have a master. So what if I have someone behind me? I just won't tell you. It will infuriate you. Guanyin's expression grew even colder as she regarded the black bear, recalling the powerful demons that had appeared on the journey to the west recently. A shiver ran through her. These demons, like the black bear's spirit, had appeared suddenly, possessing great strength and formidable artifacts. It was evident that these demons were connected to the black bear's spirit. They were either fellow disciples or part of the same faction. Initially, it seemed as though the flourishing of the Buddhist realm was destined, yet now it is evident that another force has intervened. Is there an intention to disrupt the journey to the west? To incite chaos and calamity? Such a notion is intolerable. Not only would Guanyin not permit it, but the entirety of Lingshan, with its countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats, would also vehemently oppose it. With this conviction, Guanyin gazed at the black bear, her eyes glinting with a murderous intent, and coldly declared, this humble monk is willing to risk incurring the wrath of that esteemed elder and resort to extraordinary measures. Suddenly, a chilling radiance coalesced in Guanyin's hand. An eerie aura spread forth, transforming her from the serene and sacred bodhisattva into a chilling and ferocious specter of Guanyin. What do you intend to do? The black bear exclaimed, unease flickering across his features. Since the truth cannot be gleaned from your lips, I shall resort to soul-searching. Guanyin's voice, cold and haunting, echoed, devoid of its usual sanctity. The great compassionate Guanyin, at this moment, uttered the term soul-searching with a disconcerting ease, as if rehearsed countless times. Soul-searching can be perilous for the one subjected to it, yet Guanyin was beyond such concerns. She needed to ascertain the intent of these demons. The grand scheme of the journey to the west must not falter. Hence, she was willing to risk the attention of an unknown powerful entity to uncover the truth. Besides, even if that entity were a concealed sage, Guanyin remained unafraid. The Buddhist realm boasted of two saints. As the dark and frigid sphere of energy loomed closer, the black bear's expression shifted, and he felt a weight descend upon him. A Deluo golden immortal? Quite an impressive display. The black bear observed Guanyin with a cold sneer, his own aura beginning to surge. Do not presume you alone hold the title of Deluo golden immortal. In an instant, the black bear's presence intensified, spiritual energy swirling around him as laws began to coalesce. Chapter 18. Binding Guanyin with the Golden Hoop. A magnificent golden light erupted in the void, and a pure white auspicious cloud appeared above the black bear's head, adorned with myriad auspicious rays and encircled by purple light. Within the cloud, 3 golden blossoms emerged, quietly unfurling, showering golden light and emanating strands of Tao rhythm, while a force of laws spiraled within. Interwoven with 5 colored auras representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, in a perpetual cycle of creation and destruction. Boom. An endless stream of spiritual energy rapidly converged upon the black bear, and within the auspicious cloud, the three flowers shone ever more brilliantly, releasing an enchanting fragrance. 3 flowers above, 5 energies within. Purple energy surged from the east, casting a luminous light that enveloped the heavens and exerted pressure upon the 4 great continents. In an instant, the cultivators from the 4 continents recognized that yet another Deluo golden immortal had come into existence. As for the heavenly tribulation, apologies, but there would be none. The heavenly tribulation pertains solely to mortals ascending to immortality, and the true tribulation for heavenly immortals becoming true immortals. The heavenly tribulation serves as a trial, not an obstruction. At this moment, the black bear radiated celestial power, enveloped in spiritual mist, exuding an alluring fragrance. Soon, he transformed from a mere bear demon into a robust man of great stature, with a simple countenance and dark skin. He had long since shed his beastly form. This imposing figure was indeed his true essence, while the previous bear appearance was merely a manifestation of his mischievous nature. Sensing the boundless power within and his slight comprehension of the laws, the black bear trembled, instantly dispersing the force of laws wielded by Guanyin. How now? He scoffed, gazing at Guanyin with a ferocious demeanor, his aura unabashedly crushing towards her. He had always been at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, but had held back from a breakthrough. Now, with Guanyin attempting to act against him, he could no longer restrain himself and directly ascended to Deluo. Guanyin's expression darkened as she realized the ease with which the black bear had broken through to Deluo. His foundation was formidable, and she sensed that he might even rival her former self. Fellow Taoist, Guanyin inhaled deeply, regaining her composure, and spoke gently. What is it that you truly desire? Previously, she had referred to him as a demon and a beast, yet now she addressed him as a fellow Taoist? Ah, how opportunistic. The black bear sneered, extending his hand to remove the golden hoop from his head, idly toying with it while forcibly erasing the spiritual imprint within it with his powers. Guanyin's spirit stirred, her complexion paling slightly as she glared at the black bear with an almost predatory intensity. This fellow was brazenly refining her possession right before her eyes. This artifact is truly valuable. The black bear mused, a wicked glint in his eyes as he toyed with the golden hoop. Closing her eyes, Guanyin took a deep breath. After a considerable moment, she opened her eyes again, calmly stating, "If you release Tang Sung, you may keep the golden hoop if it pleases you." "Oh, is that so?" The black bear chuckled, yet did not act, merely continuing to toy with the hoop, remaining silent and motionless. Guanyin furrowed her brow, preparing to speak again, when suddenly she sensed an unsettling shift. At that moment, behind her, the universe shifted, the space rippled, and the black bear's figure appeared, swiftly placing the golden hoop upon Guanyin's head. Buzz. As the hoop settled, it took root, constricting tightly against her head, accompanied by the black bear's surging power. The hoop tightening further, Guanyin's expression changed, her beautiful eyes seething with fury as she attempted to remove it, but it was already too late. Damn it! Guanyin's heart sank. After years of hunting, she had finally been caught by the very prey she sought. She had always been the one to bind others, yet today she found herself ensnared. This black bear was not only sharp-tongued, but also malicious. With a firm grip and clenched teeth, Guanyin bore the pain inflicted by the hoop. Fortunately, being a seasoned Deluo golden immortal and on the brink of becoming a quasi-saint, the hoop had its effect, yet it was limited. Buzz. In that moment, Guanyin's internal power surged, the Tao rhythm swirling. A crisp cracking sound echoed as a fissure appeared in the golden hoop atop her head, which rapidly widened. Finally, after an indeterminate span of time, the hoop shattered with a resounding crash, golden particles cascading like confetti, the golden hoop utterly destroyed. Nearby, Sun Wukong gazed at the remnants of the golden hoop, envy gleaming in his eyes. Simultaneously, a spark of inspiration flickered within him as he instinctively touched the tightening hoop on his own forehead. What a pity! The black bear clapped his hands, surveying the scattered fragments of the hoop with a look of regret. Guanyin's lovely visage was clouded with wrath, her power surging, beads of sweat forming upon her forehead. She genuinely desired to eliminate this black bear and skin him alive. Very well, I shall concede this time, and we will consider this matter settled. The black bear shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to the turmoil, as the golden hoop was never truly his. He was unbothered by Guanyin's antics. Guanyin inhaled deeply, relieved that she was not an actual woman, for she would have held a grudge. Nevertheless, her gaze towards the black bear still bore a hint of ire. Yet, she understood the importance of priorities. Then, dear friend, would you be willing to release Tang Sung? Release? That's agreeable. I can let him go. The black bear grinned, his eyes glinting mischievously. However, you must bring something in exchange. Not only the monk, but also the other 5 miscellaneous deities. As the black bear's words fell, the entrance of the black wind cave rumbled open. Subsequently, 5 little demons escorted 5 bald monks from within the cave. These 5 bald monks were, of course, the 5 Directions Revealer. The 5 Directions Revealer wore expressions of shame, their heads bowed, unable to meet the gaze of Guanyin in the sky. Meanwhile, the golden-headed Revealer, amidst his embarrassment, harbored a flicker of resentment. Hey, Bodhisattva, do you want these 5 ragtag deities? If not, I might just kill them. The black bear grinned, his casual demeanor laced with a chilling murderous intent that sent shivers down the spine. The heart of this black bear was tainted. Were the 5 Directions Revealer significant? To Guanyin or to the Buddhist realm, they were of little consequence. However, to abandon the 5 Directions Revealer would signify to all practitioners of the primordial chaos that the Buddhist sect was devoid of compassion, leaving a bitter taste in their mouths. Change. Guanyin ground her teeth, her voice cold. What do you desire? Chapter 19, Mastering Human Psychology. What do I desire? The black bear gazed at Guanyin, suddenly displaying a hint of bashfulness. The simple-minded giant appeared somewhat shy as he hesitated. He stole a glance at Guanyin, immediately lowering his head in embarrassment. A murderous aura permeated Guanyin's eyes. Her expression darkened as she seemed to grasp what the black bear intended. Regardless of whether one was human or a practitioner, the pursuit of fame and fortune was the essence of life. If one were to add another layer, it would undoubtedly be desire. The demeanor of the black bear clearly indicated his intention to pursue the latter. Guanyin's heart gradually turned icy as she vowed that if the black bear dared to utter a word related to that matter, she would, even at the cost of her own cultivation, tear his mouth apart. Although she embodied a female form, she had once been male, she was still his. Even as a female incarnation, she would not permit this black bear to tarnish her dignity. Well, I heard that the black bear chuckled, rubbing his hands together, glancing at Tang Sung below with a grin. I heard that Tang Sanzang is the reincarnation of the golden cicada. Eating a bit of his flesh can grant immortality. So I wish to taste it. As he spoke, the black bear wiped his saliva and tossed a curved knife before Tang Sung. Just this? Guanyin was taken aback. Otherwise, the black bear shot a glare at Guanyin, his eyes filled with mockery and derision. The Bodhisattva seethed inwardly, gritting her teeth in frustration. This accursed black bear had no interest in her whatsoever? Forget it, forget it. The Bodhisattva took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure before turning her gaze to Tang Sung. Letting out a sigh, Tang Sung, why not grant him a piece of flesh? If we can exchange a piece of flesh for the black bear's mercy, then everything is negotiable. What? Tang Sung's face turned pale, his legs trembling with fear and sorrow. Flesh? Flesh. The restrained 5 Directions Revealer immediately turned to Tang Sung, with the golden-headed Revealer urgently saying, Holy monk, why not give that black bear a piece of flesh? We will forever remember your life-saving grace. Upon hearing this, Tang Sung's complexion grew even paler, his heart heavy as he looked between the 5 Directions Revealer and Guanyin, a tremor coursing through him. Holy monk, what are you hesitating for? In ancient times, the Buddha cut his flesh to feed an eagle, and the Bodhisattva sacrificed herself to feed a tiger. Holy monk, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-tiered pagoda. The silver-headed Revealer chimed in, even citing the story of the Buddha feeding the eagle, clearly trying to impose moral obligation. Tang Sung let out a bitter laugh, sighed deeply, joined his hands in prayer, closed his eyes, and chanted, Amit Ba, so be it, so be it. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-tiered pagoda. The Buddha said, if I do not enter hell, who will? Upon opening his eyes and gazing at the knife on the ground, Tang Sung gritted his teeth and picked up the curved blade, forcing himself to suppress his trembling hand, and suddenly made a swift cut on his left arm. With a sickening sound, a piece of blood-soaked flesh fell to the ground. Tang Sung winced in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling as the knife clattered to the ground. Blood streamed from his arm, soaking his garments. Huff, huff. Tang Sung gasped, clutching his left arm, and without hesitation, he sat down on the ground, his lips trembling as he recited scripture. Truly, the reincarnation of the golden cicada. The holy monk was indeed remarkable. Witnessing Tang Seng's decisive act of cutting flesh, the black bear clicked his tongue in admiration, filled with awe. At this point, let them go. The Bodhisattva spoke solemnly, no longer wishing to engage with the black bear. It was time to leave this place and consider the ordeal completed. Although this trial was perilous and fraught with danger, it was still an accomplishment. Let them go? Of course. The black bear grinned, then descended from the clouds and landed on the ground, surveying the bound 5 directions revealer, smirking. Now, one of you may leave. What? At this proclamation, the 5 directions revealer instantly jumped up, glaring at the black bear, particularly the golden-headed revealer, who coldly retorted. Didn't you say that just one bite of flesh would suffice? Why are you going back on your word? Going back on my word? I never said that one piece of flesh would free all 5 of you. The black bear grinned wickedly, staring coldly at the 5, and murmured, I never mentioned that a single piece of flesh could set you all free. According to the principle of equivalent exchange, all lives are equal. One piece of flesh in exchange for one life is a fair deal. You. The golden-headed revealer glared at the black bear, gritting his teeth in fury. At this moment, Tang Seng trembled. According to the black bear's logic, to save the 5 directions revealer, he would have to carve out 5 pieces of his own flesh. Tang Seng opened his eyes, filled with bitterness. Realizing he was no Buddha, but was expected to act like one. The Buddha cut flesh to feed an eagle, and even if he sacrificed all his flesh, he could regrow it with a mere word. But he was merely immortal. 5 pieces of flesh could cost him half his life. Bodhisattva Tang Seng raised his head, gazing at Guanyin in the heavens, his eyes subtly pleading for help. Yet, Guanyin merely regarded him calmly, pursing her lips, saying nothing. Master, do not worry. I understand your noble act of cutting flesh to feed dogs. Once this matter is resolved, I shall seek the elixir of immortality from the Supreme Lord, and surely I shall revive the deceased. Sun Wukong, though reluctant, spoke up. It seemed that there was no avoiding the sacrifice of flesh. Guanyin could not overpower the black bear, let alone he. Is that so? Tang Seng forced a bitter smile. Have you made your choice? Who do you plan to let go? The cold voice of the black bear echoed behind the 5 directions revealer. A shudder ran through the 5 directions revealer. The golden-headed revealer gritted his teeth and exclaimed, What are you in such a hurry for? Do you think the holy monk would abandon us? If the holy monk can spare 1 piece of flesh, surely he can spare the other 4. Choose. Choose what? They only needed Tang Seng to sever 4 more pieces of flesh, and then they could all be free, right? This accursed black bear sought to sow discord among them in such a manner? Impossible. Holy monk, in your great compassion, please spare 4 more pieces of flesh. Just 4 pieces, and we will all go together to seek the elixir of immortality for you. The golden-headed revealer quickly turned to Tang Seng, each plea resonating in Tang Seng's mind like a haunting spell. Spare 4 more pieces of flesh. Tang Seng's face paled as he looked at the bloodied, curved knife on the ground, extending his trembling hand to grasp it slowly. Gritting his teeth, he applied force. And with a sickening sound, another piece of flesh was severed. At that moment, Tang Seng's complexion turned ghostly pale, blood pouring forth. Meanwhile, the 5 directions revealer could only smile, wearing expressions of relief and gratitude. Chapter 20. Who? Don't lick randomly. You'll lick my tongue. Tang Seng was carried away, supported by Sun Wukong. As he departed, he was drenched in blood, his breath faint, and his face ashen. Some practitioners might not endure such excruciating pain of flesh being cut, let alone a mere mortal. Fortunately, Tang Seng grit his teeth and persevered through several bouts of dizziness, ultimately managing to rescue the 5 directions revealer. For this, Tang Seng found solace. After all, he had saved 5 guardians of the Buddhist realm, hadn't he? Originally. With the extent of Tang Sanzang's injuries, Guanyin could have easily revived him with a few drops of the 3 light divine water. However, for reasons unknown, Guanyin seemed somewhat reluctant and merely instructed Sun Wukong to seek out a miraculous elixir in the heavens. She justified this by stating that enduring hardship was necessary for Tang Sanzang to acquire the true scriptures and attain enlightenment. Yet, the black bear saw through this. Realizing that Guanyin simply did not wish to part with her precious 3 light divine water. How disappointing it was, especially after having contributed to the Buddhist order, to end up in such a situation. refusing to even offer a drop of that water. Guanyin truly came across as miserly. Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words and could not demand the 3 light divine water from Guanyin. Accepting her reasoning as a form of training, he reluctantly acquiesced. Nonetheless, a seed of resentment towards the Buddhist order began to take root in his heart, albeit small. Dear friend, the humble monk wishes to understand your intentions for appearing. Within the Black Wind Cave, Guanyin gazed at the black bear, her voice solemn. This matter concerned the future prosperity of the Buddhist order, and she could not let it rest. She needed to confront the black bear directly for clarity. Had the black bear not attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal, Guanyin would not have hesitated to subdue him and interrogate him. Alas, there were no what-ifs in this scenario. The black bear maintained his guise of a half-human, half-bear figure, scratching his head innocently and offering a shy smile. What schemes could there be? The Bodhisattva is overthinking. The journey westward and the flourishing of the Buddhist order are common knowledge, ordained by fate. How could I, the old bear, go against it? His words were impeccably crafted, carefully avoiding self-reference or any further elaboration. While there was some information embedded within his speech, it was not substantial. At that moment, the sound of sizzling meat wafted from the roasting rack before them, the aroma of grilled meat lingering in the air, tempting the senses. Bodhisattva, would you care for a piece? The black bear cheerfully offered a chunk of meat to Guanyin. She, however, regarded him with an expressionless face. If she did not wish to eat, then so be it. Why the long face? If she wouldn't eat it, he certainly would. The black bear pouted and popped the piece of roasted meat into his mouth, immediately closing his eyes in blissful enjoyment. Guanyin could not bear to witness such antics and furrowed her brow, speaking softly. Since you are aware that the current flourishing of the Buddhist order is ordained by fate, I hope you will remember your words. After a brief pause, she continued nonchalantly, please convey my regards to your esteemed predecessor. With that, Guanyin transformed into a flash of light and vanished from sight. Regard? What predecessor do I have behind me? The black bear scoffed, seemingly unfazed, and continued to savor the roasted meat. Soon, a gleam appeared in his eye, and a small jade sword manifested in his hand. He silently mouthed something, and as his words concluded, the jade sword erupted with golden light, darting westward in an instant. Things are about to get interesting. The black bear murmured with a grin, unconcerned with anything else, as he continued to feast on the roasted meat. This roast was truly a culinary delight, crisp on the outside and tender within, with an aroma that lingered long after. Each bite was a burst of flavor, invigorating and satisfying. Of course, this was not Tang Sanzang's flesh. He had long since incinerated it, considering it beneath him to consume such a thing. Eating human flesh would merely accumulate karmic debt, even if the donor willingly offered it. Would eating Tang Sanzang's flesh grant immortality? Every true immortal is already eternal. Even those beneath the level of true immortal live for millions of years. Such flesh would only be of use to some unascended demons or humans, and even then, it would be particularly potent due to Tang Sanzang being the reincarnation of the golden cicada, imbuing his flesh with a spiritual resonance, making it akin to a miraculous elixir. Thus, it could also be beneficial to celestial beings. However, the fleeting pleasure of consuming Tang Sanzang's flesh would be overshadowed by the impending tribulations. Even a single heavenly trial could lead to calamity, especially with the burden of karmic debt weighing heavily. Any practitioner with a proper lineage understands that those who covet Tang Sanzang's flesh are merely robe cultivators. The black bear shook his head, dismissing thoughts of Tang Sanzang's flesh as he finished the last piece of roasted meat and turned to enter the cave. Inside, the little demons watched their king depart, glancing longingly at the roasting meat, their throats audibly gulping in hunger. Having not witnessed the incineration of Tang Sanzang's flesh, they naturally assumed their king was roasting it. Amidst the lingering aroma of grilled meat, one little demon could no longer resist. He rushed to the roasting rack, eagerly licking the remnants of grease and meat left behind. This was indeed Tang Sanzang's flesh. Even a scrap would be a treasure. Don't snatch. Don't snatch. Slurp. Slurp. Who? Don't lick so wildly. You're on my tongue. The cave echoed with the clamorous sounds of the little demons. The black bear chuckled, shaking his head, and closed his eyes, focusing on solidifying his suddenly enhanced strength. This retreat would likely take quite some time. As a great Luo golden immortal, he now possessed formidable power, enough to be considered a significant figure in the current world. capable of establishing his own sect. Likewise, due to the depth of his cultivation, he would require an extended period of seclusion. It was entirely possible that when he awoke, the current upheaval of the journey to the west would have concluded. An end would be welcome. The black bear contemplated how his antics would shape Sun Wukong's mindset and create trouble for Tang Sanzang, likely leaving a lasting impression on both. Having made his entrance with considerable weight, as his master would say, he was now in the spotlight, deserving of a high reward for his deeds. A smile crept across the black bear's lips. Next, it would be interesting to see what the Yellow Wind Junior brother would do, though he wondered how this junior would meddle with the pilgrims seeking scriptures. Meanwhile, outside the Yellow Wind Cave, a jade sword streaked through the air, swiftly entering the cave. Within, the Yellow Wind monster, lounging on a stone bed, suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with intrigue. He reached out, and the jade sword hovered in the air, resonating with a series of messages in his mind. Chapter 21. The malevolent demon deserves an ugly countenance. My dear, what is it? The Yellow Wind monster's companion, a breathtakingly beautiful woman with a graceful figure, skin as pale as snow, and an air of languid elegance akin to that of a noblewoman, propped herself up, gazing curiously at him. Nothing at all. The Yellow Wind monster shook his head, concealing the jade sword, yet a mischievous smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The Yellow Wind monster, a transformed yellow-haired weasel, was initially a mere rodent from beneath the Ling Mountain. After sneaking a taste of the oil from the glazed lamp and fearing retribution from the Buddhist order, he fled and ultimately found refuge in the domain of Cang Yuan, becoming his disciple. Now, his cultivation far surpassed that of the original narrative, while he still fell short of the black bear. He had reached the pinnacle of golden immortal status. In truth, he could easily become a Tai golden immortal, but had chosen to restrain himself. Among his fellow disciples, they were either at the peak of golden immortal or Tai golden immortal levels, with no other realms represented. As the Yellow Wind monster donned his armor, the golden helmet gleamed, and the golden armor shimmered with light. The plumes atop his helmet swayed like a peacock's tail. His robed attire a soft yellow hue that complemented his armor. His waist was adorned with intricately woven straps, and his protective gear sparkled brilliantly, accentuated by deer-hide boots and a brocade apron, while he wielded a trident that glinted with lethal sharpness, truly reminiscent of a celestial general. Though a yellow-haired weasel had attained this form, it was evident that any being reaching such heights of cultivation, regardless of their original form, would be strikingly handsome or beautiful. The Yellow Wind monster's wife, witnessing her husband in such splendid form, couldn't help but gaze at him with sparkling eyes, a smile of admiration gracing her lips. The husband remains as charming as ever. At that moment, Huang Feng seemed to recall something. His gaze sharpened, a smirk crept across his lips, and as he swept his hand across his face, his originally handsome features contorted into something rather grotesque and unappealing. His beady eyes glimmered with a chilling green light. Tufts of yellow hair sprouted on his visage, and his nose protruded forward, rendering him a veritable rodent-faced figure. The wife, upon witnessing this transformation, expressed her discontent, pouting, "Husband, what has happened to you? Why have you taken on this appearance again?" Though she herself was a rat spirit, she could not bear to see her husband in such a form. It was simply unsightly. The aesthetic of the primordial world had indeed evolved, with humanity as the prevailing standard, leading even the monsters to align their appearances with human beauty. The wife was naturally fond of her husband's transformed visage, but this original form was undeniably unattractive. Once a divine general of great renown, this rodent-headed guise had reduced him to a mere minor demon. "Do not be vexed, my dear. I have pressing matters to attend to." Huang Feng chuckled, his small eyes rolling playfully, his whiskers quivering comically. Yet the wife remained somewhat dissatisfied, chiding, "Even if you have matters to address, you should not present yourself in such a manner. What will others think?" Huang Feng chuckled again, looking at her and inquiring, "Pray tell, if I were to assume human form, would people still regard me as a monster?" "Certainly not. My husband is imposing and handsome, one of the most distinguished men in the three realms," the wife replied, blinking. "Precisely." Huang Feng smiled, continuing, "People in this world believe that wicked monsters should possess grotesque, fearsome faces rather than handsome visages. That I do not comprehend." The wife blinked, for she too was uneducated and did not grasp her husband's meaning. "Rest easy within the abode, dear. I shall return shortly." Huang Feng smiled, assuring her that her involvement was unnecessary. His presence sufficed. Truth be told, he could completely disregard Tang Sung and pursue his own endeavors. However, since his master had instructed them to partake in the great journey to the west, participation was mandated, regardless. It was a task to be fulfilled. Once this task was complete, they would be free to wander at will. As Huang Feng exited, he called out, "You little ones." The myriad of demons responded, "Here. Accompany this king in patrolling the mountains." Huang Feng, exuding an air of authority, began his patrol with vigorous strides. In just a few days, his reputation as the great King Huang Feng was once again proclaimed, instilling fear in the nearby villages. Whenever they spotted a rat, they would scurry away, fearing it was a minion of the great King Huang Feng. One day, as Huang Feng commanded his minions to continue patrolling, he stood atop Huang Feng Mountain. Gazing into the distance towards the east, he spotted a place called Gao Lao Zhuang, where a formidable demon resided, though it was not one of them. Huang Feng pondered briefly upon hearing the pig demon claim to be the fallen Marshal Tianpeng, punished by the Jade Emperor and reborn in a pig's form. Did not Tang Sung, having accepted Sun Wukong as a disciple, intend to take in this pig demon as well? Huang Feng mused, his beady eyes whirling. If that pig demon truly was the fallen marshal, he might indeed become a disciple. The trouble was that accursed pig demon was exceedingly tight-lipped, revealing not a whisper of his circumstances. Occasionally, Huang Feng would seek the pig demon for conversation, though their territories did not overlap, for a floating pagoda lay between them. Each time he approached the pig demon, he felt a twinge of trepidation about passing by the floating pagoda, for it was home to a formidable presence, the Buddha of Great Sun. Even though it was merely the benevolent corpse of the Great Sun Buddha, it was prudent to avoid provoking such a powerful being. As a mere golden immortal, Huang Feng feared being captured by the Ucha Zen master. Seizing the moment, Huang Feng's eyes twinkled with mischief, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, he transformed into a gust of wind, circumventing the floating pagoda and swiftly heading towards Gao Lao Zhuang. Gao Lao Zhuang lay within the territory of the Usi Kingdom, countless miles from the Tang Empire. A bit further, and they would almost reach the western Yohuzhou, thus completing at least half of Tang Seng's mission. Yet, Huang Feng paid little mind to the mission. At that moment, he transformed into an ordinary hunter, entered an inn, and ordered a lavish feast, drinking while gazing at the road ahead. With Black Bear Shixiang having delivered the jade sword, he had heard whispers of Tang Seng's endeavors. Even accounting for Tang Seng's recuperation and travel time, it seemed the moment had finally arrived. "Hey, Brother Huang, why have you come here without a word of greeting?" Just then, a robust man ascended the inn's staircase, instantly spotting Huang Feng, and without further ado, sat directly across from him. This man was stout, with thick brows and piercing eyes, a formidable physique and a resolute countenance, yet he donned the attire of a humble peasant, which seemed somewhat incongruous. "Why are you not embracing your beautiful wife? Yet here you are, feasting?" Huang Feng glanced at the man, taking a sip of his coarse wine. "Well, embracing my beautiful wife is for the night. During the day, one must indulge in merriment with friends." The man grinned, picked up his chopsticks, and without hesitation, began to devour his meal unceremoniously. Huang Feng ignored him, fixated on the road ahead, watching as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows. Suddenly, he spotted a figure approaching from the distance, silhouetted against the sunset. Huang Feng's pupils contracted. "Brother Huang, what do you see?" The robust man seemed to sense Huang Feng's sudden shift in demeanor and inquired with curiosity. "Look." Huang Feng paused momentarily, then turned to the man, speaking with a weighty tone, "It is your master." "Master?" The man blinked in astonishment, then hurriedly scanned the surroundings, exclaiming, Where? Where?" Soon, he too spotted the approaching figure. He paused to scrutinize the rider before discreetly glancing away, puzzled. What master could there be? "I, old Zhu, was hoping for a sage to take me as a disciple." Huang Feng smiled, unperturbed, and asked old Zhu, "A sage to take you as a disciple? Would you then abandon your beautiful wife?" "Of course I would not." Old Zhu muttered, hesitating. "Perhaps I could have my wife cultivate as well, and together we would become the envy of the world as a celestial couple." "How amusing." Huang Feng took another swig of wine, smacking his lips, unsure whether he found old Zhu's statement or its underlying meaning to be more entertaining. "By the way, Brother Huang, have you heard? That Huang Feng monster has been causing quite a stir, capturing little demons to train in mountain patrols. I wonder what he is up to." Old Zhu inquired casually, munching on his food. "Huang Feng monster?" Huang Feng paused, pondering for a moment before chuckling, I wouldn't know. I've been hunting at Floating Pagoda Mountain lately. Hunting at Floating Pagoda Mountain. Old Zhu's eyes sparkled with excitement, urgently asking, I've heard there's an ancient sage there. Did you not encounter him? What ancient sage? You mean that Uchi's Zen master? He is not an ancient sage, just an old monk. Huang Feng replied dismissively. Oh, Huang Sanmei, I say your fortune is indeed inscrutable. Should that Uchi's Zen master take notice of you, could it be you'll truly become a Buddha or an immortal? Old Zhu teased, gesturing with his chopsticks toward Huang Feng. Uffed. Huang Feng shot old Zhu a sidelong glance, scoffing, You Zhu Tiangang. Would you go to become a monk if asked? Well, old Zhu chuckled sheepishly, muttering, I could consider cultivating and achieving enlightenment, but to be a monk? Absolutely not. I still have my beautiful wife, and I want to drink and feast. How could I become a monk? The two individuals, much like the common folk, exhibit no particular yearning for the Buddhist path. They are bound by restrictions, unable to marry, drink, or indulge in meat. What allure does the monastic life hold? Celestial fate? Nay, that is no celestial fate. In truth, it is but a karmic entanglement. One is a peasant, surnamed Zhu, named Tiangang. The other, a hunter, surnamed Huang, named Sanmei. Tiangang, the very embodiment of the 36 celestial generals, and Sanmei, akin to the divine wind of tranquility. If one were to ponder the true identities of these two, Huang Feng could only speculate that they might resemble the infamous Zhu Ganglai in disguise. Indeed, merely a suspicion. For he sensed no trace of demonic aura or karmic burden from Zhu Tiangang, who appeared as ordinary as any common man. As for whether Zhu Tiangang was aware of Huang Sanmei's true identity, he too could only conjecture that Huang Feng might be disguised as some creature. Yet again, merely a suspicion. For Zhu Tiangang felt no demonic presence or karmic weight from Huang Sanmei, who seemed just like an ordinary person, despite their mutual probing. Neither could discern any flaw, leaving only suspicion in its wake. Clop, clop, clop. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed down the street below the window. As they drew closer, the two men discerned that one was a rider, and the other, no human at all, but rather a monkey. A monkey? How remarkable that this monk has tamed such a sizable creature. Zhu Tiangang exclaimed in wonder, his eyes filled with admiration. Hiss! The monkey, as if hearing Zhu Tiangang's words, abruptly turned its head and glared fiercely at him, baring its teeth. Hey, Brother Huang, look at this monkey, it's quite fierce. Zhu Tiangang laughed heartily, seemingly oblivious to the monkey's true nature. As for the notion that the monkey might be a demon, so what if it were? Observing the passers-by, they merely cast a glance at the monkey before disregarding it. Demons? They were not strangers to such beings. After all, this Gao old village had its own demon. Once accustomed to such sights, one no longer found them novel or fearsome. TSK, your hand will sooner or later be chopped off, Huang Feng remarked, eyeing Zhu Tiangang's finger pointed at the monkey, scoffing. Zhu Tiangang dismissed the warning, not a care in the world. Huang Feng, ignoring Zhu Tiangang, scrutinized the monk on horseback. Assessing him, the monk appeared free of blood stains, his complexion not pallid, likely due to the consumption of an elixir. TSK. With the sacrifice of a mere 2 taels of flesh, one obtains a celestial pill. What a lucrative transaction, Huang Feng mused, his gaze drifting to the monk's face. Momentarily lost in thought, recalling a time long past when he was merely a mouse, having seen a certain monk from afar. This monk bore a striking resemblance to the one before him, tall, handsome, and exuding an air of elegance. Ah, elegance indeed, yet that monk was rather ferocious, indulging in wine and meat without restraint, much like the dragon subduing Arhut, carefree and unrestrained. Yet now, he had transformed into this rigid figure. Huang Feng twirled a bead in his hand, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Hey, Brother Huang, what are you chuckling about? You seem to harbor ill intentions. Zhu Tiangang's voice broke in, filled with suspicion. What could I possibly be thinking? Waiter, bring us 2 plates of pig's head meat. Huang Feng called out with a grin. Zhu Tiangang's eyes widened. Then he too burst into laughter, calling out, Waiter, bring us some mink rat meat as well. The waiter, looking on with a forced smile, was visibly frightened and quickly interjected. Gentlemen, please keep your voices down. If that demon hears you, you shan't enjoy the fruits of your labor. Moreover, our establishment is out of pork, and mink rat meat is non-existent. Pork and rat, those are renowned delicacies within 100 miles. But as for beef, that is available. Pork and mink rat meat? Absolutely not. How dull and timid. Those demons have truly frightened you to your core. Do you think a mere taste of pork or rat would incite their wrath? Huang Feng scoffed. Indeed, indeed. So timid. So dull. Quite tiresome. Zhu Tiangang echoed, shaking his head as he discreetly peered out the window, observing the monk and the monkey confronting Gao Kai, a servant of the Gao family, who hurriedly made his way back to their estate. All right then, I'm full. Time to get to work. Brother Huang. Next time you come, the meal is on me, Zhu Tiangang declared, patting his belly as he rose and headed downstairs. Hey, old Zhu. I hunted a wild boar the other day. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Huang Feng called out loudly. Zhu Tiangang stumbled, then turned with a smile, pulling at the corners of his mouth, and said softly, one must be cautious when accepting favors. I have some mink rat jerky at home. I'll bring you some tomorrow. Chapter 23. Zhu Beiji carries his wife. Tang Sung arrived at Gao Old Village, where Zhu Beiji had taken a new bride. After enduring 81 tribulations, yet another challenge arose. Upon hearing of the demon in Gao Old Village, Tang Sung was filled with trepidation, fearing that the demon would feast upon him. Yet, Sun Wukong, ever relentless, insisted on vanquishing the demons. Tang Sung, reluctant to go, found himself persuaded by Sun Wukong, who argued that even in death, one could seek resurrection from the King of Hell, and even if injured, one could procure elixirs from the Supreme Lord. The journey to the West was not solely about subduing demons. It also required the accumulation of virtue. When others were in need, they ought to lend a hand. Only through trials could one accumulate merit and achieve enlightenment, ultimately obtaining the true scriptures. Tang Sung, soft of heart, ultimately believed Sun Wukong's words. Fortunately, this time, no troubles arose. Cursed rat demon. Within the cloud stack cave, Zhu Ganglai wielded his rake, smashing at the cave with fury. However, whether that old Huang was truly the rat demon remained uncertain, though it appeared that old Huang's craving for pork was a taunt. In truth, he had been craving pork from the very beginning. When Zhu Ganglai first encountered old Huang, he too had heard of his desire for pork, which had terrified the innkeepers. Thus, he told the innkeepers he desired mink rat meat. One craved pork, the other mink rat meat. Neither feared demons, and both felt the other possessed great courage, leading to their eventual friendship. Through their exchanges, neither revealed any flaws nor exposed their identities. While there were vague suspicions, they remained mere conjectures, never taken to heart. Under the alias Zhu Tiangang, the pig demon vented his frustration, then cast aside the rake, lying on the stone bed, gazing at the dark cave ceiling with resignation. With the arrival of the scripture seekers, his final days seemed numbered. Although he did not know Tang Sung personally, he was well acquainted with that troublesome monkey. In fact, during their tenure in the heavenly court, he and the monkey had been colleagues. The journey to the west was utterly vexing. Zhu Ganglai lamented, reluctant to part with his beautiful wife. Suelon, he murmured, yet ultimately sighed, knowing he could not provoke the bodhisattva and could only obediently follow her directives. Take refuge in Buddha? Buddha? Huh. After mocking himself inwardly, he staggered to his feet, grasping the rake, exiting the cloud stack cave. His pure Taoist aura morphed into demonic energy, swirling with malevolence, as he flew toward Gao Old Village with a pig's head, embodying a fearsome countenance. On the journey to the west, calamity awaited at Gao Old Village. As darkness enveloped the night, an ominous aura pervaded. In the back courtyard of the Gao family estate, a red glow filled the air. Zhu Ganglai, beaming with joy, rode in on a cloud, eager to reunite with his beloved wife. Once their reunion was complete, he intended to seek out Tang Sung, to take refuge in Buddha and ensure the scripture seeker could continue his journey. Suelon, Zhu Ganglai, resembling a pig, leered with delight. The young woman at the vanity turned to see Zhu Ganglai, finding him indeed grotesque, with a dark face, coarse hair, a long snout, and large ears, clad in a garment of uncertain hue, tied with a floral cloth. The young woman stifled a laugh. Zhu Ganglai, upon seeing his beautiful wife still seated at the vanity, could not help but chuckle mischievously. He stepped closer, enveloping the young lady in his embrace, whispering sweet words in her ear. "Hee, my dear, I have missed you dearly." However, to his surprise, she gently pushed him away and, with a hint of melancholy, silently made her way to the bed. Observing this, Zhu Ganglai quickly wiped his hands and, with a sly grin, approached her by the bedside, exclaiming, "My love, are you upset that I have come late?" She glanced at him, pouting slightly, and replied, "Not upset, not upset. Hee hee, as long as you're not upset, that is good. Tonight, let us share a blissful moment together, resolving the knots in our hearts. When the 8th day of September arrives next year, I shall take you to the ends of the earth, making vows of eternal love." Zhu Ganglai was indeed a romantic soul. He was lecherous, yet in a principled manner, loving deeply unless his affections waned. Then it was a different story. Is fate unkind? He pondered, momentarily taken aback by her words. Is fate unkind? Zhu Ganglai rose, a touch of irritation in his voice. How can it be unkind? I came to your home. Though I partook of your hospitality, I did not do so without merit. I rise with the roosters and retire later than dogs, working tirelessly day and night. Now that I have built a fortune, you seem displeased? Why lament and speak of fate being unkind? That's not quite it, she sighed, hesitating to speak further. My dear, what troubles you so? Why this sorrowful demeanor? Zhu Ganglai, anxious, could not bear her cryptic words. Today, my parents turned against me. They threw bricks and tiles from across the wall, saying that by marrying you, I have become a mere son-in-law, lacking proper decorum, and bearing an unsightly visage. They cannot abide my presence, nor can they tolerate your ambiguous origins or name, tarnishing our family's reputation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai frowned, retorting angrily, though I may be less than handsome, becoming handsome is not beyond my reach. Furthermore, your father willingly accepted me as a son-in-law. Why speak of such things now? My family resides in the Yunzan cave of Fulling Mountain. I bear the surname Zhu due to my appearance, and my official name is Zhu Ganglai. If they inquire further, tell them this. He refrained from mentioning his former identity as Zhu Tiangang or Zhu Tiangping, having served as an official in the heavens, better left unsaid. Now, my dear, rest well. Zhu Ganglai spoke softly, casting aside previous grievances, his hands rubbing together in glee. That won't do. I fear we may not remain as husband and wife. My father has summoned a sorcerer to dispel you. She lamented, her voice tinged with sorrow. Yet, Zhu Ganglai dismissed her concerns with a carefree laugh. Fear not. Fear not. What is there to worry about? I possess the 36 transformations of Tiangang and the precious golden rod. Be it a sorcerer, monk, or Taoist. Even if your father could summon the Grand Master of the 9 heavens, I am on familiar terms with him, and he would not dare harm me. Upon hearing this, she blinked, pondering whether this pig demon had some hidden lineage. He said he has summoned the great sage equal to heaven, the Monkey King from 500 years ago, to capture you. The great sage equal to heaven? Zhu Ganglai's heart raced with alarm. Even if he were to summon that ruckus-causing steward of the heavenly stables, I, Zhu Ganglai, would not be afraid. Despite his bravado, he felt a twinge of unease, glancing towards the window, as if expecting a monkey to leap in. How about this? Take me back to your place. I wish to spend a lovely evening with you, she softly suggested, leaning against his chest. Ah, that sounds delightful. Zhu Ganglai's eyes sparkled with joy, and without a second thought, he hoisted her onto his back, soaring into the sky on swirling clouds, flying directly out of the window. Chapter 24. A fright that weakens the legs and shakes the heart. This fellow was easily appeased. In the sky, a cloud whisked by as Zhu Ganglai carried his wife, nodding his head merrily, while behind him, the rolling clouds seemed to reflect a mischievous spirit rather than a woman's grace. Whoosh! Zhu Ganglai, adept at cloud riding, swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Yunzan cave in Fulling Mountain. With a resounding crash, the cave door swung open, and Zhu Beiji, radiant and beaming, without missing a beat, entered the cave with his wife. My dear, wait here. I shall take a bath and join you shortly. Zhu Ganglai placed her on a stone bed, grinning as he hurried off to bathe. Inside the cave, there was a water source, and the sound of splashing accompanied his melodic humming. Before long, the rotund pig demon returned, noticing the monkey transformed into a beautiful maiden reclining on the stone bed. Zhu Ganglai's mouth went dry, and he chuckled, approaching the stone eaves with a playful grin. My love, let us. But as he prepared to indulge, he felt something was amiss. Why does it feel so hairy? He murmured, noticing an unusual abundance of leg hair. Yet, he dismissed it, thinking, what does it matter? It does not hinder me. One hand had already ventured to caress her soft, delicate form, but he still felt that something was off. My dear, why? Zhu Ganglai blinked, intent on inquiring further. Yet, to his shock, she smiled mischievously, swiped her hand across her face, and instantly revealed her true form. A monkey with a hairy face and a thunderous mouth, laughing maniacally. Good husband, why did you stop? Am I no longer beautiful? Zhu Ganglai nearly fainted, scrambling backward in terror, stuttering. Why will you monkey? He struggled to articulate his words, nearly speechless from the fright. This scare nearly stole his soul. This monkey was far too mischievous. Good husband, have you forgotten me? Sun Wukong teased, striking a pose that made one feel nauseous. Zhu Gonglia's scalp prickled. He never expected this troublesome monkey would be the cause of his fright. However, he could not let his dignity falter. Grasping his nine-toothed rake, he shouted, You shameless monkey! Turning into a woman. How dare you? Ha ha ha, my dear son, I do not turn into a woman for your sake, you old lecher. Sun Wukong cackled, brandishing his golden staff. Zhu Gonglia's expression hardened as he raised his rake to parry the blow. Clang! The clash of their weapons echoed, sending vibrations through his arms as the precious golden rod rattled in his grip. Zhu Ganglai stumbled back, fear coursing through him. Hey, demon, take this! Sun Wukong called out, launching into a whirlwind of movement, his staff sweeping through the air like a tempest, powerful and relentless. Zhu Gonglia's heart raced. He dared not fight back and immediately transformed into wind, fleeing the cave. Run? You think you can escape? If you ascend to the heavens, I will follow you to the palace of bullfighting. If you sink into the earth, I will pursue you to the underworld. Sun Wukong sneered, confident in his abilities, transforming into a gust of wind to chase after him. A pig and a monkey, one fleeing and the other in pursuit. In no time, the two had traversed countless miles. Suddenly, Sun Wukong witnessed Zhu Ganglai, who was fleeing ahead, transform into a flash of light, his magical power waning. Reverting to a mere being, plummeting from the sky, Sun Wukong was taken aback, quickly rushing forward to catch the falling being, and upon inspecting it with his fiery eyes, he was instantly consumed with rage, his heart ablaze. In this place were the shadows of the pig demon. He has been outwitted by a mere pig. Cursed be the pig demon, cursed be this vile beast. Sun Wukong, in a fit of rage, had been deceived twice by the monster. How could he not be furious? Without uttering a word, he turned and made his way to the cloud-stacked cave on Mount Fulling. Meanwhile, within the cave, in a dim corner, a rather unusually large beam flickered with a green light, and the figure of Zhu Ganglai reappeared. Huh, you foolish monkey, dare to challenge me, you brute. Zhu Ganglai smirked, twisting his neck, flexing his arms, and humming a cheerful tune, casually closing the cave door behind him. Ignoring the slightly disheveled interior, he reclined on a stone bed, propping his hands behind his head, lazily swaying, and closed his eyes to sleep. Boom, boom. Soon, a series of thunderous knocks echoed from outside the cave as Sun Wukong wielded his golden staff, fiercely pounding on the door. His voice filled with exasperation. You wretched pig demon, open the door. Open up. What good would opening the door do? To endure your humiliation? Go ahead and shout all you want. Even if you scream your throat sore, I, old pig, will not open the door. Zhu Ganglai coldly scoffed, completely ignoring the commotion outside, remaining unperturbed within his cave sanctuary. After a futile attempt to break down the door, Sun Wukong realized that it was no ordinary barrier. It was fortified with protective formations, and merely smashing against it was a waste of energy. Monster, will you not come out? Sun Wukong inquired again. Come out? Not a chance. I refuse. Zhu Ganglai sneered, showing no sign of compliance. Fine. Do not say I did not warn you. Sun Wukong retorted with a cold laugh. Regret? Huh. I, old pig, have never regretted anything. Zhu Ganglai shrugged dismissively but felt an inexplicable sense of unease as he listened intently, yet outside, all went silent. He could not discern whether Sun Wukong had left or something else was afoot. Regret? Huh. I, old pig, have never known such a thing. He scoffed, shaking his head in defiance. Suddenly, a strand of monkey hair ignited with fierce flames. Zhu Gonglia's eyes widened as he hastily attempted to extinguish the fire. But the flames quickly spread, fueled by the dry leaves surrounding him, filling the cave with thick smoke and a crimson glow. Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Ganglai choked, tears streaming down his face as he struggled to breathe, thoroughly disheveled. He had never anticipated that the monkey's hair could ignite. This former marshal of the Heavenly Navy, reduced to such a predicament? In a desperate attempt, he rushed toward the entrance, but no matter how forcefully he pushed, the door remained immovable, as if it were blocked by some unseen force. You plague-ridden monkey, cursed by Ma1. You dare to set fire to old pig? Let me out, and I shall battle you for 300 rounds. Let us see if I do not feast upon your monkey brain today. Zhu Ganglai, in a fit of rage, cursed vehemently. Chapter 25. Encounter with the Tiger Demon. Hee, my dear son, tell me, how do you know my name? Outside the cave, Sun Wukong's voice rang out. Clearly intrigued about Zhu Ganglai's identity and eager to uncover who he truly was. Previously, Zhu Ganglai had mentioned his name, but it seemed more like a pseudonym, lacking any substantial reference. Sun Wukong craved further knowledge. Release me, and I shall tell you. Zhu Ganglai growled through gritted teeth, yet remained silent. Speak first, and then I shall release you. Sun Wukong remained steadfast in his resolve, unwilling to let Zhu Ganglai escape so easily. Zhu Ganglai found himself unable to emerge effortlessly, as the golden staff blocked the entrance. Very well, listen closely. Zhu Ganglai, resigned to his fate, began to recount his tale. In a moment, he recited a hymn, reminiscing about his idle youth, devoid of cultivation or enlightenment, living aimlessly until one day, he encountered a true immortal who urged him not to fall into depravity, warning that there would be a time of reckoning. Moved by the immortal's words, he had pledged allegiance and received teachings, along with the 9-turn elixir, diligently practicing day and night until he achieved enlightenment and ascended to immortality. Hey, you plague-ridden pig, why not start with the creation of the heavens by Pangu? Sun Wukong interrupted angrily. What do you think I care about your cultivation history? You uncultured monkey, Zhu Ganglai retorted, irritated by the interruption. Nevertheless, he continued, I am the heavenly marshal of the water forces, having been cast down to this realm for teasing Chang'e and mistakenly reincarnated as a pig. So, you are the fallen water god. No wonder you know my name. Sun Wukong chuckled, enlightened. Zhu Ganglai cursed again, muttering about Sun Wukong's past misdeeds, lamenting his misfortune in encountering such a troublesome creature. Enough chatter, come out and face the consequences. Sun Wukong grinned, disregarding the banter, and swung the door open, taking aim at Zhu Ganglai's head with his golden staff. Zhu Ganglai's face turned pale, but he did not let his guard down. With a determined gaze, he brandished his precious golden rake, clashing with Sun Wukong's staff in a resounding clang. Both were sent reeling back from the force of the impact. Sun Wukong's hand tingled from the shock, but Zhu Ganglai was no better off, shaking and trembling as if electrified. Let us see how you escape this time. Sun Wukong sneered, plucking a hair and blowing on it, releasing a multitude of monkeys that sprang forth, each wielding clubs and charging at Zhu Ganglai with fervor. Boom, boom. The age-old saying goes that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, and with Sun Wukong's timely interventions, Zhu Ganglai found himself in a dire predicament, begging for mercy. Now he was far from the formidable adversary he once was, wholly outmatched by Sun Wukong. Stop, stop, please, do not hit me anymore. Zhu Ganglai gasped, exclaiming, you monkey, hurry and take me to see my master. Master? What master? Sun Wukong paused, genuinely taken aback and momentarily relenting. Zhu Ganglai, realizing he could no longer feign ignorance, began to divulge his tale. Years ago, the Bodhisattva Guanyin urged me towards virtue, and I took her precepts, leading me to follow the one who seeks the scriptures to the Western paradise, to redeem my sins and attain enlightenment. She instructed me to await the scripture seeker. Yet years have passed without a word. Finally, he has arrived. Zhu Ganglai succinctly recounted his story, sticking to the familiar narrative of divine guidance and awaiting the seeker. Meanwhile, in the heavens, the yellow wind, shrouded in dark clouds, observed the unfolding events below with a sigh. Indeed, Zhu Ganglai was a disciple of the scripture seeker. It seemed inevitable that he would have to face Zhu Ganglai eventually. However, it was a pity about their fleeting camaraderie. As expected, below, Sun Wukong bound Zhu Ganglai and soared towards Gao Lao village. The yellow wind kept a close watch, having gleaned much from Sun Wukong's methods. It was undeniable that Sun Wukong was adept at applying his knowledge. He recalled his senior brother, the black bear, mentioning how this monkey had been outwitted several times. Acting thoughtlessly, in encountering Zhu Ganglai, although he appeared to be outsmarted, Sun Wukong had a backup plan, igniting the cloud stack cave. While not particularly clever, he certainly had a sense of the bigger picture. With this encounter behind them, the next destination was Mount Putuo, and beyond that lay his own Huangfeng mountain. The yellow wind pondered, perhaps they would exchange a few words at Mount Putuo, and the sun would not trouble them. In that case, they would head straight for the yellow dragon, arriving at his own mountain. How should I proceed? He contemplated. The yellow wind, indifferent to Zhu Ganglai and Sun Wukong, soared alone towards the yellow wind mountain. Along the way, it was lost in contemplation, pondering how to trouble Tang Sung. A mere inconvenience would not suffice. To truly challenge him, a more formidable confrontation was necessary, for how could one expect to reap the rewards of merit without leaving a lasting impression? With this thought in mind, the Yellow Wind Demon had devised a plan and, with a gust, returned to the Yellow Wind Mountain. After a night of fierce combat, dawn broke, illuminating the sky. Tang Sung welcomed his second disciple, originally named Zhu Ganglai, who took on the alias Zhu Tiangang and was bestowed the Dharma name Zhu Wuning. While colloquially known as Zhu Beiji, having bid farewell to his wife, he wept sorrowfully, lamenting the bittersweetness of life. Sun Wukong, filled with joy at the arrival of a new junior brother, felt relieved of the burden of carrying the load, which naturally fell upon Zhu Beiji, while he himself only needed to lead the horse. In truth, Gao Laozhuang was not far from Yellow Wind Mountain, and it would take less than a quarter of an hour to reach it by cloud. However, Tang Sung, being a mere mortal, took over 10 days to traverse only half the distance. Upon reaching the floating pagoda mountain, he engaged in a prayer with Master Wu Chao, which cleared the lingering resentment within Tang Sung and fortified his resolve to journey westward. The three masters and disciples set off once more. As they traveled, enduring the elements, days turned into weeks, and eventually, the trio arrived at a treacherous region characterized by towering mountains and tumultuous waters, where fierce winds howled and dark forces lurked. The atmosphere was ominous, with a chilling breeze that sent shivers down their spines. Master, be cautious, this wind seems peculiar, Sun Wukong warned, standing protectively at the forefront, his eyes gleaming with determination as he gazed into the shadows. Suddenly, a tiger's roar reverberated through the forest, and the wind surged once more, sending a tremor of fear through the hearts of all present. Chapter 26, Golden Cicada, I trust you are well. The eerie wind howled, accompanied by ghostly cries that instilled a sense of unease. Zhu Beiji, observing Sun Wukong, smirked and suggested, Brother Monkey, perhaps we should hide from this monster? Hide? Why should we hide? Regardless of whether it be a minor demon or a major threat, I shall confront this wind and unearth the fiend, Sun Wukong retorted, a derisive laugh escaping his lips as he soared into the air, detecting a faint trace of demonic energy. Indeed, it was a sinister wind. Fool, protect our master. I shall deal with the demon, Sun Wukong declared before leaping into action, vanishing from sight. Tang Sung, overwhelmed with trepidation, was left in a state of shock, while Zhu Beiji, lacking energy, slumped onto the ground, discarding his rake in favor of resting. Fear not, master. Even if there are demons, they shall tremble before Brother Monkey, Zhu Beiji reassured, waving his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. Yet, at that moment, a vibrant tiger leaped forth from the forest, its roar shaking the very ground beneath them, stirring a whirlwind of chaos. Tang Sung, terrified, fell from his horse, his heart racing as he beheld the fearsome beast, nearly losing his wits. Look, master, that's merely a little kitty. Fear not. Brother Monkey is in the distance, and I am right here. Would it dare to harm you? Zhu Beiji quipped, casting a casual glance at the ferocious tiger while remaining comfortably seated against the stone, devoid of any sense of danger. Be Beiji, that is a tiger demon, Tang Sung stammered, inching closer to Zhu Beiji for comfort, as if proximity would provide him safety. Do not worry, it dares not approach, Zhu Beiji insisted, still dismissive of the threat. However, the tiger demon, as if responding to Zhu Beiji's words, took a few steps forward, the air thick with malice, the wind howling as it roared with authority, causing Tang Sung's complexion to pale further. Beiji, Tang Sung called out in desperation, fear not, master. You are the ordained one destined to seek scriptures, a sacred monk of the Tang dynasty. These demons must steer clear upon seeing you. Zhu Beiji remained unfazed. Yet, upon hearing this, the tiger demon's eyes gleamed, drool escaping its jaws, for rather than avoiding Tang Sung, it envisioned devouring him whole. Sensing the growing malevolence emanating from the tiger, Tang Sung's face drained of color, realizing that his second disciple's words seemed almost prophetic. Beiji, Tang Sung attempted to counsel, hoping to silence Zhu Beiji's reckless proclamations. But Zhu Beiji interrupted with a laugh, Master, fret not. With me around, there is no need for fear. A mere glance reveals that it lacks the prowess to control the winds. It cannot possibly whisk you away with a gust. Tang Xing's face turned a shade of green. As expected, the vibrant tiger inhaled deeply, then opened its mouth wide, unleashing a tempest that engulfed Tang Xing. "Ah, Beiji, Beiji," came Tang Xing's terrified cry from above as he was swept away by the fierce winds. Watching his master being whisked away, Zhu Beiji blinked in surprise and promptly shouted, "Monkey, monkey! The demon has taken master." In a flash, Sun Wukong returned, his eyes wide with anger as he berated Zhu Beiji. "You fool! Were you not tasked with safeguarding our master? Is this how you protect him?" "I couldn't help it. The demon commands the wind, while I am but a creature of the water. I am not a deity of the winds." Zhu Beiji protested innocently. "Then why did you not pursue?" Sun Wukong demanded, exasperated. "I had to tend to the horse. What if our belongings and travel permits were lost? How could we continue our quest?" Zhu Beiji replied defiantly. Sun Wukong seethed with rage. "This is utterly outrageous. To sit idly by while our master is captured is beyond comprehension. Could you be a spy? Do you even need to be here watching?" The horse is the white dragon horse, transformed from the little white dragon, capable of overseeing our belongings. "You waste precious time, you dolt." Fuming, Sun Wukong trembled with indignation at having such an incompetent partner. "Oh right," Zhu Beiji exclaimed, as if suddenly enlightened. He smacked his forehead and looked at the white dragon horse with an apologetic expression. "I nearly forgot about you." The white dragon horse merely twitched its lips, ignoring Zhu Beiji entirely. "Enough nonsense. Lead the way to capture the demon," Sun Wukong urged, eager to take action. If only he had known the events that had transpired earlier, he might have labeled Zhu Beiji a traitor at that moment. "Very well. It has been centuries since I vanquished demons. Today, let us see how Zhu, handle this fiend," Zhu Beiji declared, spitting twice as he prepared for battle. Grasping his gleaming rake, and with a firm step, he ascended the murky clouds, swiftly pursuing the retreating tiger demon. Meanwhile, the tiger demon, amidst the howling winds, descended swiftly before the entrance of the yellow wind cave. Transforming into a half-human, half-demon form, it led Tang Xing with great strides towards the cave, laughing heartily. "Ha! Hurry and report to the king. The tiger vanguard has captured a monk, awaiting orders outside the cave." Soon, a minor demon delivered the news, and shortly thereafter, a commanding voice echoed from within the yellow wind cave. "Bring him in." The tiger vanguard grinned widely, dragging Tang Xing forward with an imposing demeanor. Entering the cave with head held high. Upon reaching the elevated platform where the king sat, the tiger vanguard cast Tang Xing to the ground and knelt respectfully, proclaiming, "Great king, this humble servant, while patrolling the mountains, encountered a monk. He is the Tang dynasty's ordained master Tang Xing, destined to seek scriptures in the west. As proclaimed by the pig demon, I have captured him to present to you, great king." With a gentle wave of his hand and a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Huang Feng nonchalantly instructed, "Go and claim your reward." The tiger vanguard, filled with glee, descended, leaving only Huang Feng and the trembling, eyes closed, chanting Tang Sanzang in the cavern. "Lift your head," Huang Feng commanded. Sitting majestically in the main seat, his gaze fixated coldly on Tang Sanzang. Startled, Tang Sanzang's hand trembled, and with a sorrowful visage, he cautiously raised his head to meet the gaze of the grotesque Huang Feng. Upon seeing the hideous and menacing visage of the rat-headed fiend, he quaked in fear, nearly losing control of his bladder. In his heart, Tang Sanzang lamented, "Alas, this is my fate. Zhu Beiji has brought me to this plight. I wonder, will I ever see Wukong again? Had he arrived a bit sooner, perhaps I could have been spared. Had he come later, my life would surely be forfeit." Truthfully, Tang Sanzang regretted taking Zhu Beiji as a disciple. He was simply too unreliable, nay, utterly absurd. Huang Feng, observing Tang Sanzang's state, couldn't help but express his astonishment. Once a revered disciple before the Buddha, and now reduced to a mere captive beneath the yellow rat. Jin Chanzi, it seems you have not fared well. Chapter 27. What relation do your capturing Jin Chanzi and I, Tang Sanzang, have? Jin Chanzi. Tang Sanzang stared blankly at Huang Feng, having once again heard this name. Previously, the king of Black Wind had mentioned he was the reincarnation of Jin Chanzi, and now this demon king echoed the same. Could it be true that he was indeed Jin Chanzi in a past life? What sort of being was Jin Chanzi? Tang Sanzang knew not. But given the recognition from these formidable demons, it was evident that Jin Shanzi must be a being of great power. Contemplating this, Tang Sanzang wished to feign embodying his past self, to portray himself as Jin Shanzi. However, he was merely a mortal with no cultivation, and as a monk, he could not utter falsehoods. Thus, he faced a dilemma. Moreover, it seemed that these demon kings capturing him was somehow related to Jin Shanzi, which meant he not only could not impersonate Jin Shanzi, but must also strive to distance himself from that identity. Alas, great king, I am indeed not Jin Shanzi. You must have mistaken me for another. Tang Sanzang spoke earnestly, asserting that he was not lying. Just because others claimed he was the reincarnation of Jin Shanzi did not mean he had to accept it as truth. You are not Jin Shanzi? Huang Feng regarded Tang Sanzang with a bemused smile, his expression rather intriguing. Indeed, what connection do your pursuits of Jin Shanzi hold with me, Tang Sanzang? Tang Sanzang reiterated, his tone resolute, insisting on his identity. And what if I were to awaken your past memories? Huang Feng inquired, his voice laced with an eerie calm. In that instant, cold sweat broke out on Tang Sanzang's brow, his heart sinking. To awaken past memories would indeed confirm that he was Jin Shanzi. Although Jin Shanzi may have been a powerful being, without strength, one remained vulnerable to the whims of fate. I am but a humble monk, Tang Sanzang. He stammered, at a loss for words. Fear not, I shall not consume you. Huang Feng chuckled lightly, as a gentle radiance emanated from his palm, exuding a peaceful aura. What do you intend to do? Tang Sanzang, slightly apprehensive, observed Huang Feng's approach. To not consume him meant he would be subjected to torment instead. Oh dear, I am doomed. Wukong, please hurry. Of course, I intend to awaken your past memories. Huang Feng replied with a sly smile, the light in his hand growing ever more resplendent. Great king, there is no need for that. My past is but a fleeting shadow, and I have long since let it go, Tang Sanzang insisted repeatedly. Although he couldn't comprehend the dangers of awakening his past memories, he was certain that whatever a demon concocted could not bode well, hence his refusal. Let it go? What a fine sentiment. You are not Jin Shanzi. By what right do you claim to relinquish his past? Huang Feng's voice turned cold and chilling, sending shivers down Tang Sanzang's spine. At that moment, Tang Sanzang found himself momentarily speechless. Yet, after deep contemplation, he forced himself to retort, since it is the past, let it remain in the annals of time. I have long since relinquished all and now dwell in the company of the ancient lamp and the Buddha. To dwell with the ancient lamp and the Buddha. Huang Feng laughed, casting an odd glance at Tang Sanzang. What does that mean? Tang Sanzang stammered in confusion. For was not Jin Shanzi a disciple of the Buddha as well? Did it imply that those of the Buddha's path held disdain for such companionship? You need not concern yourself with the meaning, Huang Feng replied with a smile, drawing nearer to Tang Sanzang, as the orb of light swiftly merged into Tang Sanzang's consciousness. There were indeed methods to awaken past memories, and not just a few. For instance, stimulating the true spirit would awaken it, gradually merging with the current soul, thus allowing memories to resurface. However, Huang Feng had no intention of directly awakening Jin Shanzi's memories, fearing retribution from the Buddha's side, while also apprehensive of Jin Shanzi himself. Despite his outward demeanor of calm and serenity, how could a six-winged cicada be truly gentle? In the primordial world, there existed 5 infamous creatures, among them the six-winged cicada, bloodthirsty black ants, multi-eyed golden centipedes, 9-tailed scorpions, and 9-headed insects. All were formidable beings of terror. The bloodthirsty black ant had once wreaked havoc during the divine calamity, devouring the turtle spirit mother and a third-grade golden lotus with reckless abandon. What benevolence could one expect from a six-winged cicada who associated with such malevolent entities? Thus, Huang Feng refrained from directly awakening Jin Shanzi's memories, not out of fear of Jin Shanzi's strength. After all, a mere mortal possessed no power, but rather out of concern for the chaos Jin Shanzi might unleash. If such a ferocious being were to realize he was ensnared in a scheme, he would undoubtedly retaliate. And how could a mere mortal rise against such a being? Regardless of their status, Jin Shanzi's true spirit and soul had not yet dissipated. Controlling the divine force to wreak havoc upon the Buddhas was not beyond possibility. Such an action would undoubtedly disrupt the grand calamity, and the Buddha would seek retribution against him, far worse than any black bear's deeds. Hence, he could not allow Jin Shanzi to awaken memories outright. Yet, he could gradually lead Jin Shanzi to awaken his memories. Perhaps at the moment Tang Sanzang arrived at the Spirit Mountain, allowing for a truly captivating spectacle to unfold. Huang Feng chuckled, a carefree expression as he stimulated the true spirit within Tang Sanzang's consciousness. At that moment, within the confines of Jin Chanzi's consciousness, a faint golden cicada silhouette lay still. Not a cicada, but a cicada larva, the form it took prior to metamorphosis. The larva remained motionless, devoid of any vitality, akin to an inanimate object. Huang Feng chuckled softly as a ray of spiritual light gently approached the larva. However, just as the light was about to make contact with the larva, a golden radiance erupted from its body, passively repelling Huang Feng's light. Huang Feng was taken aback, scrutinizing the golden glow. It resembled a protective aura for the true spirit, possibly conjured by Jin Chanzi himself, or perhaps by another. If it were indeed Jin Chanzi's doing, it would merely serve as a defense. However, if it were the work of another, it held a deeper significance. Were they fearful that Jin Chanzi's true spirit might awaken, reclaiming memories and settling scores with the Buddhas? Oh, how intriguing. In that moment, Huang Feng could no longer concern himself with such matters. The golden light, though formidable, had grown faint and could withstand general golden immortal assaults on the true spirit, but could not endure Huang Feng's methods. With a gesture, Huang Feng formed a seal, summoning azure light that shortly transformed into a small mouse. The little mouse squeaked as it pounced upon the golden light, and in the blink of an eye, it began to gnaw at the shimmering radiance. Mice, after all, are known for their relentless nibbling. While ordinary mice gnaw at cabinets and grains, formidable ones feast upon iron and stone, and the celestial mice, they must gnaw at magical artifacts and intricate formations. Huang Feng chuckled with confidence. Chapter 28. The young tiger is fearless of the monkey. Outside Huang Feng Ridge, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji were in search of the demon's lair. The mountains were indeed beautiful, lush with verdant cypress and babbling brooks, infused with ethereal energy. Yet Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji had no inclination to admire such scenery. Their sole desire was to locate Tang Sun. At long last, after a thorough search, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji spotted a cave entrance in the distance. Emblazoned with 6 bold characters, Huang Feng Cave. Sun Wukong's eyes brightened. He swiftly grasped his golden staff and struck it upon the ground with a resounding clang, facing the cave entrance, and shouted, "Demon, release my master at once, or I shall raise your nest to the ground." A stone stirred 1,000 waves. Within the cave, a small demon, upon hearing this, hurriedly dashed deeper into the cave, shouting, "Great King, trouble is at hand." The little demon stumbled and rolled as it swiftly entered the inner chamber. Inside, Huang Feng was surrounded by flickering lights, pressing down on Tang Seng's head. Oblivious to what he was doing. "What is it?" Huang Feng cast a cold glance at the little demon, displaying his displeasure. The little demon gulped nervously, disregarding his own trepidation, and blurted out, "A monk with a thunderous voice and a fierce face stands at the cave entrance, wielding a hefty iron rod, demanding our master." Huang Feng squinted slightly. He was not intimidated. He believed that in a contest of wits with Sun Wukong, he could at least hold his ground. However, he anticipated that Sun Wukong would arrive so swiftly. His own preparations were still incomplete. The protective barrier surrounding the true spirit of the golden cicada was indeed formidable. After gnawing for quite some time, he had yet to make a dent. At this pace, it would take at least another quarter of an hour. "Fear not, Great King. I have a small army at my disposal," a tiger general declared confidently. "I volunteer to lead 50 little demons to capture that monk with the thunderous voice and fierce face to serve as a delicacy for you." Huang Feng found this amusing. He had heard of young calves being unafraid of tigers, but never of young tiger cubs being unafraid of monkeys. This tiger general was merely a celestial being. Yet he dared to challenge the Tai Golden Immortal? How amusing. Huang Feng's beady eyes twinkled as he smiled and said, "Apart from the major and minor leaders, I have 500 or 600 little demons at your disposal. If you can capture that monk, not only will you receive a generous reward, but I shall also become your sworn brother. However, if you fail," Huang Feng left the sentence hanging, for he knew that if the tiger general failed, Sun Wukong would swiftly end him. "Rest assured, Great King," the tiger general declared joyfully, "we shall return shortly." With that, he strode forth, brandishing his gleaming golden blade with an air of authority. Ultimately, he was still inexperienced in the ways of cultivation. His fierce spirit was admirable, yet he overlooked his own limitations. Huang Feng chuckled at the sight of the Tiger General's retreating figure, shaking his head and pondering whether he could at least delay for a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, the cave entrance burst wide open, and the Tiger General emerged, surrounded by swirling winds, his golden blade gleaming ominously. Upon exiting, he spotted Sun Wukong standing at the entrance. The Tiger General sneered and called out, "Who dares to disturb my domain with such a raucous commotion? You beast, skimming the surface, you have taken my master. Why do you question me? Release him at once, or I shall obliterate your den." Sun Wukong thundered, believing the tiger demon to be the master of the cave and treating him with no courtesy. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong felt a surge of indignation. He had not expected a mere minor demon, who had not yet ascended to true immortality, to bark at him so brazenly. "Huh, your master? Indeed. I have taken him to serve as a delicacy for my lord. How considerate of you to deliver him to me. Today, I shall capture you both and send you to the underworld." The Tiger General grinned, his aura imposing. Sun Wukong, incensed by this taunt, retorted, "Very well. I shall flay you alive and reveal your true worth." With a fierce grip on his golden staff, he soared into the air, aiming a mighty strike at the Tiger General's head. Clang! The Tiger General raised his blade to block, the sound of iron clashing resounding through the air, sparks flying. The Tiger General felt an overwhelming force coursing through his arms. His eyes widened, and he trembled as the monkey's strength surpassed all his expectations. At that moment, he finally recognized the vast chasm between himself and Sun Wukong, despair flooding his heart, yet he refused to concede defeat. Gritting his teeth, he let out a fierce roar. Summoning a tempest as phantoms of human forms surged towards Sun Wukong. The tiger demon, adept at wielding the winds and manipulating the souls of living beings, gathered these phantoms, known as Zhongguo, to do his bidding. The Zhongguo, enchanted by the tiger demon's spirit, charged recklessly towards Sun Wukong. "These mere phantoms?" Sun Wukong scoffed, delivering a swift kick that sent the tiger demon flying. He swung his golden staff in a sweeping arc, striking down upon the approaching phantoms. Though the golden staff was merely a measuring tool, it was imbued with the essence of virtue. With a series of explosive sounds, the phantoms burst apart, their souls scattering into oblivion. Perhaps they had been forced into wrongdoing, but Sun Wukong cared little for their plight. The golden staff, a symbol of virtue, absolved him of any karmic repercussions. He struck relentlessly, sending wave after wave of phantoms to their demise. The Tiger General, witnessing the chaos from afar, felt a chill run down his spine. Panic-stricken, he transformed into a whirlwind and fled. On the hillside, the Tiger General reappeared, wary of the pig demon standing before him. "Ah, here you are." Zhu Beiji smiled slyly at the tiger demon. "You." The tiger demon gritted his teeth, hissing, "Stand aside." Zhu Beiji blinked innocently, then smiled slightly, stepping aside. Without a moment's hesitation, the Tiger General charged forward, dismissing Zhu Beiji as inconsequential. Perhaps the mere sight of his tiger might intimidate him. Just as the Tiger General thought this, a violent wind surged forth. Thud! Zhu Beiji's gleaming golden rake struck the Tiger General's head, instantly creating 9 gaping wounds, blood spilling profusely. Such a minor tiger demon, daring to challenge me, the Great Pig. I've always had my eye on you. Zhu Beiji spat contemptuously at the corpse, scoffing. Chapter 29. Demons fall, birds ascend. Immortality endures for eternity. Alas, within the cave, Huang Feng sensed the demise of the Tiger General. It was unexpected that he would be dispatched so swiftly. Indeed, he should not have held any expectations. Being merely a minor celestial, he would have struggled against Sun Wukong's might. The Tiger General had been capable of stalling for a brief moment with his phantoms, and that was commendable enough. Sighing, Huang Feng lamented, "My dear, perhaps it is time for me to take action." At that moment, a soft, delicate voice emerged from behind Huang Feng, capable of melting the bones of anyone who heard it. "What are you doing? Stay at home." Huang Feng, impatient, retorted that such matters should not involve women. Despite his wife possessing the realm of a Xianxian, facing the likes of Sun Wukong, a Tai Jingxian, was a different story. He was unwilling to let her take such risks. The husband and wife shared a lingering sense of grievance. "You must not go." Huang Feng's voice turned stern. Even though he had ceased his pursuit of Tang Sanzang, he would never allow his wife to venture into danger. "My dear husband, you have that wind chime. So why not consider a compromise?" his wife suggested. "No." Huang Feng shook his head resolutely. even with the power of a magical artifact. He could not permit his wife to take such risks. That Monkey King was not one to show mercy, lacking any sense of human aesthetics. Had he possessed any appreciation for humanity, the event with the 7 fairies would have been more than just a fruit theft. Huang Feng feared for his wife's safety, concerned she might be turned into pulp by the Monkey King. Who dares to challenge? Huang Feng's gaze turned to the leaders within the cave. Each possessed the strength of true immortals or Zhuangxians. Though not exceedingly powerful, they were certainly more formidable than the Tiger Vanguard. A brief delay should suffice. However, as Huang Feng surveyed the heads of the monsters, he found them all bowing their heads, none daring to respond. Useless. Huang Feng scoffed then. With a glint in his eye, he chuckled. Whoever can hold out for a quarter of an hour shall be rewarded with a bloodline pill. The mention of the bloodline pill ignited excitement among the demons. This precious elixir, as its name suggested, could refine their bloodlines. Truth be told, every demon present had powerful ancestors, but by the time it reached their generation, their bloodlines had thinned significantly, resulting in mediocre talents. With a bloodline pill, they could awaken ancient bloodlines and potentially master innate divine abilities, paving the way for future ascension to Jingxian or Tai longevity. With such a generous reward, one of the wolf leaders stepped forward and declared, "Great King, I shall face the challenge." Without hesitation, he rallied his followers and marched out. "Reckless monkey, prepare to face your doom." A roar echoed from outside the cave. Boom. Moments later, a few sounds erupted. Suddenly, a pained scream pierced the air, followed swiftly by silence. In mere moments, the wolf leader, a true immortal, met his demise. The cave fell into an eerie hush, everyone exchanging fearful glances, trembling in dread. The Monkey King possessed more than mere strength. He was an overwhelming force capable of crushing all present. "Is there anyone else?" Huang Feng lamented, his usual style of sending others to face danger thwarted by the Monkey King's swiftness. Not a single demon dared to respond, heads bowed in silence. The allure of the bloodline pill was undeniable, yet nothing was more precious than their lives. Though they might reincarnate, potentially emerging stronger in future lives, they were but beasts in this life, having gained some opportunity to become demons without guidance, indulging in human flesh, accumulating karma that would haunt them for 10 lifetimes. Who would dare step forward to meet death? "What? Have you all lost your tongues?" Huang Feng scolded, furious at the cowardice of the gathered demons. Yet, despite his reprimands, they remained silent and bowed. The conditions promised to the Tiger Vanguard still stood: a bloodline pill and a magical weapon. Huang Feng's voice rose again, swearing brotherhood. A bloodline pill and a celestial weapon. Such promises heralded a rise to power. Once united and in possession of these treasures, one could claim the position of second in command within Huang Feng's domain. A gulp echoed in the cave as a demon swallowed hard. The bloodline pill could elevate them to higher realms, and the celestial weapon would bolster their combat prowess. With these, they could navigate the wilderness of Hongwang. Should they seize further opportunities, they could truly soar. "I shall go." A commanding voice rang out as a bull demon emerged, wielding a steel fork. Exuding an aura of ferocity, his cultivation at the peak of Xianxian. This bull demon was undeniably the strongest among the minor leaders of Huang Feng's domain. At the peak of Xianxian, he was but a step away from becoming a Jingxian, a formidable force in his own right. Some Jingxians could even establish sects in remote areas. However, this bull demon had lingered at the peak for over a century, unable to break through due to limited potential. The simplest way to enhance one's potential was through bloodline refinement, achievable with a bloodline pill. Now, with Huang Feng offering the bloodline pill and a celestial weapon, the temptation was utterly irresistible for the bull demon. "To die is to live 1,000 years. I shall do it," the bull demon declared, not bothering to rally the lesser demons as he strode purposefully toward the cave's entrance. The bull demon's fierce presence commanded attention as the doors creaked open, prompting the heads of the demons to steal glances outside. "Hey, monkey, do not underestimate me, for I, the old bull, have come to challenge you." Upon exiting, the bull demon bellowed, his ferocity palpable. "Oh, what skill do you possess to dare speak such bravado against me?" Sun Wukong, observing from below, chuckled at the bull demon's antics, recalling his brother, the bull demon king, which compelled him to engage further. "My prowess is undeniable." The bull demon puffed out his chest, casting aside his steel fork, settling into a combative stance, his clothing tearing to reveal sinewy muscles. With resilient black skin and the might of a bull, he braced himself, ready to withstand Sun Wukong's assault. Come, he shouted defiantly, preparing to endure Sun Wukong's attack. Chapter 30, Stubbornness. Seeing the bull demon's actions, Sun Wukong paused, taken aback, then pointed at the bull demon with a grin, saying, "You wish to engage me? Come." The bull demon repeated, his gaze icy. "Hey, young bull. My staff weighs over 13,500 pounds. A mere brush will spell your end." Sun Wukong laughed, weighing his golden staff playfully. "Why waste words, monkey? Allow me to strike him down with my rake, then storm into the cave and obliterate this demon lair." Zhu Beiji grinned wickedly, brandishing his nine-toothed rake with intent. "Patience, patience." Sun Wukong chuckled, noticing the bull demon's unwavering stance, silent and awaiting his strike. With a smirk, Sun Wukong swiftly reduced the size of his golden staff and tucked it away, flexing his arms, then addressed the bull demon. "I shall not deceive you. I will strike you 3 times. Should you endure, I shall spare your life." Clearly, Sun Wukong thought of his brother, the bull demon king. While this bull demon might not be directly related, in Hong Wong, lineage mattered less than kinship. Since this bull demon belonged to the same clan, why not show some leniency? Of course, if he failed to withstand 3 blows, he would meet his demise, and it would be no fault of Sun Wukong's. "Come," the bull demon affirmed, steadfast and ready. "Then brace yourself." Sun Wukong chuckled lowly, his gaze sharp, as he tightened his fist and launched a powerful strike directly at the bull demon's chest. Boom. At the very moment when fists collided with chest, the bovine demon's complexion turned pale, blood surged in its throat, and its entire body uncontrollably retreated. Yet stubbornly, its hooves carved 2 deep grooves into the ground, refusing to withdraw. Thud. The demon's descendant crashed against the door, producing a dull thud. The bovine demon gritted its teeth, blood welling in its throat but unable to swallow, trickling from the corner of its mouth. Thud, thud, thud. Soon after, the heavy footsteps of the bovine demon resounded again, advancing step by step towards Sun Wukong, its gaze resolute, eyes bloodshot. With every 2 steps, blood dripped down, a sight too gruesome to behold. With a clenched jaw, the bovine demon declared it still had 2 punches left, returning to its previous stance, legs firmly planted, the resilient black hide shimmering with an aura, awaiting Sun Wukong's next strike. "Hiss, TSK, TSK, monkey brother, you didn't manage to slay this bovine demon with 1 punch? Could it be you held back?" Zhu Beiji observed Sun Wukong and the demon, expressing his astonishment. Go away, go away." Sun Wukong waved his hand impatiently. "Held back? I certainly didn't exert my full strength. But it cannot be regarded as holding back. In his view, against a mere Xinxian, 3/10 of his power should have sufficed. He merely did not expect that such a measure would not prove fatal." Boom. Without further ado, Sun Wukong unleashed another punch. Puff. In an instant, the bovine demon's eyes widened, spewing forth a copious amount of blood, staining the ground crimson, its body crashing against the wall with a thunderous sound. Crack. It was as if bones were breaking. The demon slumped to the ground, unable to rise, resembling the state of death. Sun Wukong curled his lips, choosing not to look at the bovine demon any longer. Turning his head towards the entrance of the cave, he shouted, "You demon king inside, hurry and roll out." Sending minor demons to their doom. Is that what you call a demon king? Sun Wukong held disdain for those who hid behind others, merely dispatching lesser demons to perish in their place. Once, when he was a demon king, he would always think of his monkey kin. Whenever there was something delicious, he would ensure his monkeys enjoyed it. When there were treasures, he willingly shared with them. Leading the charge in battle, he protected his kin. Yet today, he encountered a cowardly king who only sent lesser demons to die. "Bah, coward, come out now?" Sun Wukong spat, noticing the lack of response from within. At this moment, however, Huangfeng showed no interest in Sun Wukong's taunts. Growing impatient, Sun Wukong's gaze turned icy, summoning his golden staff, striding towards the cave entrance with intent to break the door open without hesitation. Sun Wukong had indeed learned from his previous experience. He would not risk a mountain collapse, for even the slightest chance of harming his master was unacceptable. "Coward, wretched offspring, are you akin to those eunuchs who are both powerless and spineless?" Sun Wukong's insults grew increasingly harsh. Just then, a large hand grasped his ankle. Cough, cough. "No, you cannot speak of the king in such a manner." The bovine demon, still lying on the ground, clutched Sun Wukong's ankle, gasping for breath, coughing blood, yet it stubbornly held on. Monkey brother, you are faltering. This bull is still alive. Have you been pressed for 500 years that your hands have gone soft? Zhu Beiji observed with a smirk, amusement evident on his face. You brainless fool. Sun Wukong glared at Zhu Beiji, knowing all too well that Zhu was merely stoking the flames. He was aware the bovine demon was still alive. He simply chose to ignore it earlier, intending to let it go, as he did not perceive any karmic debt upon the demon. He had no knowledge of its misdeeds, but at the very least, it had not consumed human flesh. Intending to spare it, he was taken aback when the bovine demon rose once more, trembling. Propping itself up to shield Sun Wukong from the cave entrance, panting heavily, its eyes bloodshot as it declared, "There is still one punch." Its voice was weak, yet resonated with determination. "You will die?" Sun Wukong glared at the bovine demon coldly. "But what if I survive?" The demon grinned. But blood once again spilled from its mouth, its once white teeth stained crimson, its ribcage visibly caving in, yet it persisted in standing firm. Sun Wukong, observing the bovine demon, felt an inexplicable irritation rise within him and could not help but exclaim, "Is it necessary to engage with a cowardly king like you? I, Sun Wukong, decree that you follow me. I shall ensure your path to enlightenment and ascendance." To be candid, the bovine demon's loyalty, resilience, and tenacity were unprecedented in Sun Wukong's experience. He found himself moved with compassion. As long as the demon bore no karmic debt, what harm could it do to accept it? Surely it was better than serving a cowardly king. One more punch. The bovine demon insisted stubbornly, a smile on its face. Sun Wukong clenched his fist multiple times, yet ultimately refrained from striking. "Hey, monkey brother, why bother? This bull-headed creature is obstinate, unyielding to reason. Scriptures will have no effect on him. It would be better for me to strike him down, allowing him to reincarnate sooner," Zhu Beiji remarked, jovially shaking his treasured golden rake, showing no signs of compassion. Sun Wukong shot Zhu Beiji a fierce glare, silently gritting his teeth against the pig's insensitivity. "One more punch," the demon insisted, gazing intently at Sun Wukong. "If you seek death, I shall grant it." Sun Wukong growled, his fist tightening, muscles tensing. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted, sending trees and foliage flying as his fist surged straight towards the demon's chest. Chapter 31. Could this journey to the west truly come to an untimely end? As Sun Wukong prepared to strike down the bovine demon, a sudden gust of wind surged forth. The fierce wind flung open the door, propelling Sun Wukong backward as if he were a leaf adrift, swirling aimlessly in midair. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Zhu Beiji too was internally astonished. He had heard of the Huang Feng monster's formidable reputation, yet had never witnessed it firsthand. Now, as the Huang Feng appeared, it unleashed a tempest of demonic wind. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, quickly employing a technique to anchor himself to the ground, squinting towards the cave entrance. There, he beheld a towering figure, garbed in armor, wielding a steel fork, exuding an imposing presence. At first glance, the silhouette bore the air of a demon king, a valiant figure indeed. However, as the wind subsided and the figure came into view, it revealed a mouse-headed creature, the rodent visage utterly ruining the imposing facade, revealing it to be merely a rat demon. "Impudent monkey, do you truly think this king is powerless?" Huang Feng glared at Sun Wukong, raising his head defiantly. What was once a dignified divine general was now compromised by the trembling whiskers and shifting eyes, the semblance of a mighty figure thoroughly diminished. Great king." The bovine demon struggled to rise beside Huang Feng, its voice weak as it coughed blood. "Stand down." Huang Feng spoke calmly. Truth be told, he had only been in this place for a few months and had not anticipated encountering such a loyal creature among the minor demons. It would be remiss not to rescue it. But there's still one punch. The bovine demon insisted stubbornly. "Get back." Huang Feng chided. "This king summoned you to delay for a quarter of an hour, not to throw punches." The bovine demon hesitated, enlightenment dawning upon it as it remembered it was not there to fight. I thought you were a true demon king. Turns out you're merely a rat spirit." Sun Wukong scrutinized Huang Feng with a disdainful grin, his eyes filled with contempt. Huang Feng ignored Sun Wukong's derision, sizing him up in turn, sneering, "Sun Wukong? Sun the Traveler? So you are the infamous Sun Wukong who wreaked havoc in heaven 500 years ago. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong struck a pose, hands on his hips, head held high, and exclaimed, "A perceptive one indeed. It is I, your grandfather." "Oh." The yellow wind monster nodded, and, observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, mocked. "How pitiable. I once thought you were an insurmountable force, yet it turns out you are but a skeleton ghost." Upon closer inspection, Sun Wukong appeared rather unsightly. With a gaunt face, sharp features, and a fragile frame reminiscent of a frail monkey. To be frank, his appearance was far from impressive, perhaps clad in armor. He might have exuded some semblance of humanity and majesty, the regal Monkey King. However, in his tiger-skin skirt, he was somewhat difficult to behold. "Oh, you ungrateful wretch. Despite your diminutive stature, your grandfather could easily defeat you threefold." Sun Wukong proudly lifted his chin, revealing a sardonic smile, ready to retaliate. The yellow wind monster, however, was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. With a flick of his steel fork, he transformed into a yellow light, poised to strike at Sun Wukong's vital points. "Excellent. Come forth," Sun Wukong exclaimed, propelling his golden staff forward, its brilliance gleaming as it met the oncoming attack. The clangs of metal echoed through the air, a cacophony of clashing weapons resounding as the two engaged in a fierce battle, a whirlwind of dust and debris swirling around them. They exchanged blows for 30 rounds, neither conceding defeat. With each clash, Sun Wukong acknowledged the monster's formidable prowess, as they fought evenly in the realm of the Golden Immortal. Although he knew he would ultimately prevail, he could not afford to wait any longer. With a feint, he retreated momentarily, grasped a handful of his own hair, chewed it, and blew forth his celestial energy, invoking transformation. Suddenly, his hairs elongated in the wind, morphing into a multitude of identical Sun Wukongs, each wielding a golden staff as they charged toward the yellow wind monster. Having gleaned wisdom from his previous encounter with the black bear, Sun Wukong had become adept at utilizing his abilities strategically. This transformation technique, although not exceedingly powerful, provided a more stable approach to combat. The sound of metal clashing echoed once more as the weapons trembled under the force of their strikes. Realizing this approach would not suffice, the yellow wind monster narrowed his beady eyes, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a tempestuous gust of wind. The summoned clones of Sun Wukong struggled against the force, their forms swaying precariously before dissipating into mere strands of hair, scattered by the relentless gale. The wind intensified, and Sun Wukong felt its overwhelming force. He swiftly planted his golden staff into the ground to steady himself. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji, unable to withstand the onslaught, buried his head in the earth, fearing the piercing winds would invade his ears. The tempest raged, swirling dust and debris, yet it failed to uproot Sun Wukong. The yellow wind monster, with a disdainful snort, inhaled once more, his mouth agape as another fierce gust erupted. The winds howled, shaking the very ground as he produced a bell from his waist. With a swift shake, the bell rang out, its sound rippling through the air, amplifying the fierce winds to a new level of ferocity, causing sand and grit to assault the senses. This wind was no ordinary breeze. It was the formidable threefold divine wind, augmented by the power of the bell. The sound was not merely an attack, but a means of enhancing the efficacy of his sorcery. With a triumphant laugh, the yellow wind monster flicked his sleeve and retreated into his lair, where jubilant cheers erupted. Meanwhile, far off, Sun Wukong found himself enveloped in the tempest, the gusts stinging his eyes, rendering him disoriented and blinded. He staggered near a riverbank, attempting to wash his eyes, but the more he tried, the worse it became. Tears streamed down his face. Though he prided himself on his control over the elements, he found himself outmatched by this malevolent wind, unlike anything he had ever encountered. With a heavy heart, he lamented the fate of his master, captured by the monster wielding such a dreadful wind, fearing their quest for enlightenment might be thwarted. Chapter 32. A glimpse into the wilderness, knowledge beyond the ordinary. The fierce winds left him dazed and irritable. Yet Sun Wukong had no choice but to seek Zhu Beiji for respite, hoping to recuperate and tend to his eyes. In his current state of blurred vision, he could scarcely contemplate battling the yellow wind monster again, let alone walk without wobbling. He feared that another encounter with the gale might blind him entirely. "Oh, my brother. In this half-formed mountain, the dusk approaches. Not only is there no place to tend to your eyes, but not even a spot to rest." Zhu Beiji, who had kept his eyes closed and remained unscathed apart from the chill of the wind, sighed in resignation. "This is hardly the time for idle chatter. If you had watched over things properly, none of this would have occurred. Hurry and find shelter, Sun Wukong rebuked, placing the blame squarely on Zhu Beiji for his lack of diligence. Really? You're blaming me now? Zhu Beiji grumbled, feeling helpless. Finding shelter is easy, and healing is a trivial matter. But by the time you recover, our master may very well have turned into soup. What then will we do for our pilgrimage? Fear not. I trust the monster will not harm our master, Sun Wukong reassured him, though he understood the gravity of the situation. He had seen many creatures devour humans. And if the monster truly intended to consume their master, it would have done so without delay. All the talk of cleanliness and preparation was mere pretense. Monsters did not require their meals to be cooked. While uncertain of the rat demon's ultimate goal, he was confident it would not simply harm Tang Song without reason. Very well, but should our master's bones be returned to us, you will regret your complacency, Zhu Beiji grumbled, shouldering Sun Wukong and setting off in search of a path. Not long after, they heard the distant barking of dogs. Zhu Beiji peered ahead and spotted a nearby estate. Without hesitation, he knocked on the door. To their surprise, the homeowner welcomed them without fear of the two demons, allowing them entry and tending to Sun Wukong's eyes. Furthermore, he explained that the wind spewed forth by the monster was indeed the threefold divine wind. So that's it. No wonder it was so potent, causing such pain to the forehead. Sun Wukong mused. Zhu Beiji blinked. Threefold divine wind? Such a power cannot be wielded by common demons. Is there someone behind this rat demon? The threefold divine wind was an advanced technique within Taoist practice, rivaling the formidable threefold true fire. It was not something an ordinary wild cultivator could master. If the rat demon lacked a mentor or guidance, he would not dare to challenge them at all. Intriguing. Zhu Beiji chuckled to himself, realizing that their journey westward was not solely plagued by his antics. There were others involved. Yet, he remained in the dark about who was behind the yellow rat. Could it be the teachings of the Chan school? No, the Zhuangqiu sect despises fairies. Hence it cannot be them. If it is not Zhuangqiu, could it possibly be Jiejiao? But that seems implausible as well. Jiejiao has been disbanded. Even though some disciples are scattered across various regions, they have not yet recuperated since the last calamity of the Fengshen, so it is unlikely they would emerge so readily. Could it be that it is the Rinjiao? That seems even less probable. Rinjiao holds little sway. Zhu Ganglai has the most authority there. It is certain that Rinjiao cannot harbor any fairies, although some obscure lineages might be exceptions. Thus, if it is neither Zhuangqiu nor Rinjiao, then who could it be? Zhu Beiji's eyes flickered. Truth be told, he found it difficult to comprehend. Perhaps there is a powerful ancient being behind this, or perhaps it is something else entirely. Of course, it could be that he was overthinking it, but he preferred to ponder more deeply. This Sanmei divine wind. He had only heard its name before and had never witnessed its form. This wind is indeed more formidable than the Biji Feng of the three calamities. Sun Wukong sighed. Among the three calamities, Biji Feng can dissolve flesh and bone and obliterate the Tao of those it touches. It sounds as though this Biji Feng is rather fearsome. After all, the Sanmei divine wind of the yellow wind monster nearly blinded Sun Wukong. Yet, in truth, Sun Wukong had long since attained an immortal body. He had consumed countless peaches of immortality, golden elixirs, and divine wines, rendering him impervious to blades and indestructible. If Biji Feng were to blow upon him, it would hardly have any effect, merely a tickle. However, the Sanmei divine wind of the yellow wind monster still nearly blinded him, which illustrates its potency. If a being of lesser cultivation were to encounter this Sanmei divine wind, their flesh would separate, their soul would scatter, and ultimately, they would vanish like the earth before the yellow wind cave. The three calamities? Does the Monkey King even know of the three calamities? Zhu Beiji looked at Sun Wukong with a peculiar expression, secretly astonished. Sun Wukong knows of the three calamities? And Biji Feng? This knowledge is not typical among common cultivators. Of course, cultivators generally understand this. After all, after 500 years of cultivation, the three calamities naturally descend. Basic knowledge of the wilderness would not be known to ordinary cultivators, nor would they recognize the name Biji Feng. Among the scattered cultivators, the three calamities are merely referred to as the three tribulations, and the winds labeled as evil winds. Thus, it appears that Sun Wukong has a formidable lineage behind him. To have produced a being like Sun Wukong, who causes such upheaval in the heavens, is quite fearsome indeed. Could it be a sage? Sun Wukong, realizing he had misspoken, immediately fell silent and refrained from further explanation. Zhu Beiji, noticing this, smiled slightly and decided not to dwell on it. He protected his heart while falling asleep, questioning the need to ponder so much. There is much to be done on this journey west. He merely needed to fulfill his own responsibilities. As for the intricate schemes at play behind the scenes, others could worry about that. Early the next morning, sunlight graced their faces as Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji groggily awoke. Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes and promptly removed the medicine on them. Upon opening his eyes, he blinked and swiftly surveyed his surroundings, filled with joy. Indeed, it was excellent medicine. Not only had it restored his vision, but it was even brighter than before. He then looked around, finding no sign of any household. Instead, he spotted a notice hanging from the treetops, which read, "This dwelling is not for the mundane. It is a sanctuary for the guardians of faith. A marvelous remedy shall cure your eye pain. Diligently vanquish the monsters without hesitation." Many thanks to you all. Sun Wukong bowed toward the sky, now understanding that last night was no ordinary household. It was clearly the guardians of faith, the four valued officials, the five directions of revelation, and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia who were secretly aiding him. "Beiji, wake up, let us go rescue our master." Sun Wukong hurriedly called to Zhu Beiji, rushing towards Huangfeng Mountain with urgency. Chapter 33. I tell you, only the spirit of Gigi can deal with me. Upon arriving at Huangfeng Mountain, Sun Wukong transformed into a mosquito to avoid alarming the demons inside the cave, slipping through a crevice. Inside, he saw a group of small demons swaying and sleeping, none of them in any proper form. Sun Wukong circled the cave and finally spotted Tang Sung, trapped on the Dingfeng stake. At this moment, Tang Sung was weeping quietly, showing no signs of memory recovery. Nor was it due to a slip by the yellow wind monster. It was purely for the sake of the upcoming schemes. Master. Sun Wukong hovered above Tang Sung, calling softly. Tang Sung was already contemplating Wukong when he suddenly heard his voice. His eyes brightened, and he quickly asked in a hushed tone, "Wukong? Wukong, where are you? Why can't I see you?" "Master, I am right above you. Do not fret. I see that the monster dares not harm you, so you should worry less. Wait until I have dealt with the monster, and then I shall rescue you." Sun Wukong chuckled softly, feeling somewhat more relaxed. As long as the monster did not consume his master, he had all the time in the world and felt no urgency. "Alas, my disciple, when will you capture that monster? Though it is true that it does not eat me, it certainly does not provide me with food. I have been hungry for quite some time." Tang Sung inquired softly, his stomach betraying him with a couple of rumbling sounds. "Master, you can endure a little longer. It is no trouble. It won't be long before I rescue you." Sun Wukong replied and hurriedly flew away to observe the yellow wind monster. "My dear husband, that monkey is quite capable. This wind will surely not kill him. What if he goes to find some reinforcements?" Just as he approached the cave entrance, the yellow wind monster heard a woman's voice coming from within. Sun Wukong quickly halted at the entrance, peered inside, and saw the yellow wind monster nestled with a stunningly beautiful woman, speaking tenderly. This demon has a beautiful companion? Truly, what a waste." Sun Wukong scoffed silently, yet he perked up his ears to listen to what the yellow wind monster had to say. The yellow wind monster, seemingly oblivious to Sun Wukong's presence, smiled confidently and said, "My dear, do not worry. What is there to fear? Even if he brings reinforcements, what of it? Should he return, I will certainly blow him to death. The winds are unpredictable, and the Sanmei divine wind is even more so. As long as it is not the spirit of Gigi, I shall blow any reinforcements he brings into ashes." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's heart leaped with joy. After listening for a while and confirming that there was no useful information, he leisurely flew away from the cave. It was not until Sun Wukong had departed that the yellow wind monster stood up, glanced at the cave entrance, and smirked coldly. Once Sun Wukong left the cave, he quickly found Zhu Beiji and shared the news he had overheard within. After hearing his account, Zhu Beiji's face broke into a smile. "Excellent. I did not expect this demon to reveal its own nemesis. Now, capturing it should be a piece of cake. But where do we find the spirit of Gigi?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, uncertain of where to search. He had never delved into the Buddhist realm and had never inquired about such bodhisattvas. He certainly could not fly to Ling Mountain to seek the spirit of Gigi. While the two were mumbling their thoughts, they spotted an old man approaching from the distant road. The old man was quite sturdy, with silver hair, radiating vitality and vigor. At first glance, One might mistake him for a celestial being. Indeed, one could say he is a celestial being. It remains uncertain whether he is a heavenly immortal or a bodhisattva from Ling Mountain. These deities and immortals enjoy such masquerade games. Some transform into women, boldly donning female attire, while others become elderly men or women, their tempers as foul as a long-worn foot trap. Brother, I suspect this old man has some background. If not, I, Zhu, dare to swallow my nine-toothed rake. In a hushed tone, Zhu Beiji whispered into Sun Wukong's ear, this is not over yet. Just ask that old fellow Lingji Bodhisattva. He surely knows. Sun Wukong cast a skeptical glance at Zhu Beiji, clicking his tongue, feeling that Zhu Beiji might be trying to swindle him for food and drink. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate. With a chuckle, he approached the old man, inquiring cheerfully, pray tell, good sir, do you know the whereabouts of Lingji Bodhisattva? The old man scrutinized Sun Wukong from head to toe, smiling broadly as he stroked his beard. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Lingji is located directly to the south, but you still have 2,000 miles to go. There lies a mountain named Little Shumi, within which is a temple where the Bodhisattva delivers sermons. As he spoke, the old man gestured southward. Turning his head, Sun Wukong glanced in the direction indicated by the old man, only to find that, in an instant, the old man transformed into a wisp of breeze and vanished, leaving behind a written note. It read, to the great sage equal to heaven, listen. The old man is Li Chongying. Atop Shumi Mountain lies the flying dragon staff, bestowed upon Lingji by the Buddha. Well, would you look at that? You actually got it right. Sun Wukong picked up the note, smirking. Huh, what ferocity is this? Some beings simply defy reason. This stretch of road, for 100 miles around, is devoid of any soul, and suddenly an old man appears out of nowhere. Either he's a demon or a celestial being, a monster or a divine spirit. Zhu Beiji scoffed. His words seemed aimed at certain unseen entities in the heavens, causing several ethereal figures to feel a touch of embarrassment. Sun Wukong chuckled at Zhu Beiji's antics, but soon his brow furrowed as he pondered the name, Li Chongying. This name sounds somewhat familiar, he mused. Ah, that old man is the star of wealth, Zhu Beiji remarked, rolling his eyes. How surprising, Sun Wukong exclaimed, realizing that it was indeed the old man who had aided him in his ascent to the heavenly court. What a decent fellow he is. Whether he is truly decent, who can say? He's certainly no saint, Zhu Beiji retorted, rolling his eyes. You fool, you still claim that it was the star of wealth who interceded on your behalf, allowing you to escape the Jade Emperor's wrath, lest you lose your life. Have you forgotten gratitude? Sun Wukong frowned at Zhu Beiji. True, Zhu Beiji admitted, realizing he had revealed too much, scratching his head and promptly falling silent. Observing Zhu Beiji's innocent demeanor, Sun Wukong felt a slight unease. That guileless expression was reminiscent of another who had turned out to be quite nefarious. He pondered whether Zhu Beiji was genuinely innocent or merely feigning it. Forget it, Sun Wukong decided, shaking his head and taking a deep breath. You stay here and guard the offerings while I seek out Lingji Bodhisattva. I shall return shortly. With that, Sun Wukong somersaulted and rode his cloud southward. Watching his retreating figure, Zhu Beiji smiled faintly before shaking his head and, grasping his nine-toothed rake, began to idle away the time. Chapter 34, Bald Donkey. Do you truly think this king fears you? At this moment, Sun Wukong soared southward with remarkable speed, traversing 3,000 miles and then 800 more, until he suddenly beheld a towering mountain. Clouds gathered around it, shrouding it in mist and golden light. And within a valley, there indeed was a temple, resonating with the sounds of chants, bells, and the fragrant scent of sandalwood. It was truly a sanctuary of the Bodhisattva, a haven for the divine. Sun Wukong made his way toward the temple, but, upon reaching the entrance, he encountered a young monk, who was chanting sutras while fingering a string of beads. Sun Wukong offered a slight bow and asked, Is this the place where Lingji Bodhisattva delivers his teachings? The young monk opened his eyes, gazed at Sun Wukong, and nodded gently. Indeed it is. May I ask from whence you have come, and what brings you here? Sun Wukong's heart filled with joy, and he quickly replied, I am the disciple of the Tang monk from the eastern land, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. I have a matter of great importance that requires the Bodhisattva's attention. The young monk, however, shook his head with a chuckle, saying, You speak too many words. I cannot remember them all. Sun Wukong scratched his head, eyeing the young monk with suspicion. After a moment's thought, he suggested, Just tell him that the disciple Sun Wukong of Tang has arrived. Too many words still? The young monk persisted, shaking his head again, gritting his teeth. Sun Wukong sensed that the monk might be mocking him. Then the monk asked, "Do you have a name by which I can announce your presence?" "Great Sage, equal to heaven?" Sun Wukong ventured tentatively. "Oh, so you are the horsekeeper," the young monk exclaimed, his eyes widening in realization. Without waiting for Sun Wukong to respond, he dashed into the temple. Watching the monk's retreating figure, Sun Wukong felt as if he might spit blood in frustration. What kind of monk was this? It was as if he were deliberately teasing him. The audacity! Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, knowing that the monk was aware of his identity, yet couldn't remember his words. This young monk must be quite malicious. It seemed that Lingji Bodhisattva was not without his faults either. Sun Wukong contemplated turning back, but remembering that the rat demon had captured his master, he resolved to endure and wait. After all, one must humbly ask for assistance when in need. Had it been in his earlier days, he would have smashed this little Shumi mountain to pieces and set the temple ablaze with all its monks inside for daring to provoke him. "Come forth, horsekeeper. The Bodhisattva summons you to enter." Just then, the young monk re-emerged, shaking his head, clutching his beads, and murmuring prayers. Sun Wukong's lips twitched, but he could only comply, saying, "Fine, I shall go. If not for Lingji Bodhisattva's protection, you would have been long gone." As Sun Wukong passed by the young monk, he shot him a fierce glare as if to convey, "If you dare to be alone, I'll make you pay." Unfazed, the monk continued his prayers. With no other choice, Sun Wukong swiftly entered the main hall. Indeed, there stood Lingji Bodhisattva, clad in a robe, welcoming him with fragrant offerings. "Ah, great sage, please do not take offense. Our gatekeeper may have been a bit remiss." Lingji Bodhisattva greeted Sun Wukong with a warm smile. "No offense taken." Sun Wukong hastily waved his hand. "Bodhisattva, my master is in peril on Yellow Wind Mountain. I implore you to use your great powers to subdue that demon and rescue my master, so we may promptly journey to the Western Paradise to seek the scriptures." Lingji Bodhisattva smiled gently, nodding in agreement. "Certainly, certainly. This way, please." As he spoke, Lingji Bodhisattva mounted his cloud and headed toward Yellow Wind Mountain. "You see, this Yellow Wind monster possesses formidable powers." It suddenly appeared on Yellow Wind Mountain, wreaking havoc in the region, prompting the Tathagata to assign me to guard against it, even bestowing upon me a wind-stabilizing pill and a flying dragon staff. However, the Yellow Wind monster had not caused any calamities for quite some time, so I had not intervened. Little did I expect it would capture the holy monk. "This is my fault." Lingji Bodhisattva sighed, a look of regret crossing his face. "Do not blame the Bodhisattva. It is not your fault." Sun Wukong insisted repeatedly, then pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Bodhisattva, look! That is Yellow Wind Mountain. Bodhisattva, I shall go and call him out, enticing him to appear, so that you may exert your powers to subdue him," Sun Wukong declared, and without waiting for Lingji Bodhisattva's response, he somersaulted down from the cloud. With his golden staff in hand, he struck the cave entrance forcefully, shouting, "Demon, return my master." Inside the cave, the various demons reacted differently to the commotion outside. The Yellow Wind monster wore a mocking expression, while the lesser demons were filled with dread. In contrast, Tang Sanzang's face lit up with joy and anticipation. "Minions, don your armor. I shall confront him," the Yellow Wind monster commanded, and soon several small demons helped their lord don his battle gear. In no time, the formidable rat demon reappeared before them with great authority. Boom! The grand gate swung open, revealing the formidable figure of the Yellow Wind, who cast a cold smile at the opposing Sun Wukong. "You audacious monkey," he sneered. "The other day, you were tossed about by the winds, disoriented and utterly incapable of contending with me. What brings you here today? Eager to meet your demise?" With a scoff, he added, "Your winds hold no power over me." As Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, he prepared to strike. The Yellow Wind, with a sinister grin, swiftly raised his steel fork to counterattack, and in an instant, a flurry of blades and shadows erupted around them. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows for 30 rounds. Suddenly, the Yellow Wind feigned a thrust, stepped back, and with a chilling gaze, inhaled deeply, planning to employ his infamous 3 mystical winds once more. Sun Wukong, sensing the imminent danger, felt a shiver run down his spine. Just then, a gentle smile graced the face of Lingji Bodhisattva above, who summoned the flying dragon staff with a mere gesture. Casting it forth, the Bodhisattva muttered an incantation. causing the staff to elongate in the wind. A thunderous roar echoed as a magnificent 8-clawed golden dragon emerged, its presence radiating power. In an instant, the golden dragon lunged at the yellow wind with its claws. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, chuckled with satisfaction, stowing away his staff and eagerly awaiting the dragon to subdue the yellow wind. However, the yellow wind merely laughed coldly, eyeing the oncoming claws with a steely gaze. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a tempestuous gale that enveloped the area in swirling sands, fiercely expelling a powerful wind from his mouth. Simultaneously, the bell of the demon king in his grasp intensified the wind's ferocity. Within moments, a colossal tornado spiraled upwards, directly targeting the golden dragon. The dragon roared in fury, its eyes flashing with aggression. Yet, it was clear that it could not withstand this enhanced version of the three mystical winds. The dragon's scales shattered, its flesh torn, and blood gushed forth as a sickening crack echoed, marking the loss of its majestic horn. A tragic sight indeed. Beast! Lingji Bodhisattva exclaimed in anger, his voice resonating with authority. He swiftly manifested his form, his divine power surging forth as he gripped a wind-stabilizing pill, unafraid of the tempest, and aimed to grasp the yellow wind. "Do you truly think I fear you, bald donkey?" The yellow wind retorted with a mocking smile, his aura swelling as divine light surged around him. And the rhythm of the Tao resonated through the air, indicating a breakthrough was imminent. Chapter 35. Brother Huang, cease your actions. A thunderous rumble shook the heavens as golden light illuminated the scene, infusing the yellow wind with boundless spiritual energy. The oppressive force surged outward, causing both Sun Wukong and Lingji Bodhisattva to turn pale, astonished by the yellow wind's transformation, their expressions tinged with disbelief. In that moment, a kaleidoscope of colors swirled within the yellow wind's chest: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, converging into the essence of the five elements, propelling him into the realm of the Tai. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him was captivating and terrifying. Even as adept practitioners of the Tai golden immortal realm, Sun Wukong and Lingji Bodhisattva felt a shiver of fear. This force was not characteristic of a novice Tai golden immortal. It was the mark of one who had attained the pinnacle of that realm. How could one of such early standing exhibit such power? Truly, it was a spectacle of terror. "Come now, foul monk, let us engage once more," the yellow wind taunted, his spirit flaring with a tempestuous might. Though he bore the visage of a rodent, his expression was one of arrogance, exuding a certain tyrannical charisma. In the distance, Pigsy, who had been hiding, felt a wave of shock wash over him, speechless in his astonishment. Could this rodent-headed creature possibly have a powerful master behind him? If not, how could he possess such a solid foundation? Ordinary celestial beings did not have the opportunity for such breakthroughs in battle. As the journey to the west unfolded, Pigsy pondered silently, realizing that the path was fraught with complexities beyond his initial calculations. With a mighty roar, the tempestuous winds surrounding the yellow wind dispersed Lingji Bodhisattva's condensed hand of power in an instant, reducing it to mere spiritual energy that floated away in the ether. "Hey, demon, I, Sun Wukong, am here to battle you," he declared, launching himself forward with his staff raised. The yellow wind merely scoffed, conjuring his bell to unleash another gale. As the winds howled, a tornado spiraled upwards, quickly enveloping Sun Wukong, the force causing his body to ache. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. This wind was even more ferocious than before. Sparks flew as he fought against the onslaught, but soon, the flames were extinguished, revealing numerous small wounds from which droplets of blood emerged. Sun Wukong, astonished, thought, "How can my ironclad body succumb to this wind's might?" His scalp tingled with dread as the sandstorm invaded his eyes, causing the injuries he had just healed to flare up once more, leaving him disoriented and unable to discern his surroundings. Above, Lingji Bodhisattva, witnessing the yellow wind's ferocity, felt a chill run down his spine and turned to flee. "Do you think I will let you escape?" The yellow wind sneered, unleashing the ferocious three mystical winds that swiftly engulfed Lingji Bodhisattva. The winds roared around him, relentless and unforgiving, as Lingji Bodhisattva's physical form was far less resilient than Sun Wukong's. Fortunately, he still clutched the wind-stabilizing pill, its azure glow shielding him. The yellow wind squinted at the pill, curious to see if it could withstand his mightiest winds. With a swift motion, he conjured a swirling mini-tornado, exuding an aura of intimidation. while simultaneously summoning another whirlwind, this one encased in icy crystals, emanating a chilling dread that sent shivers down the spine. From afar, Pigsy, who had concealed himself, widened his eyes in astonishment. He recognized the whirling tempest as the dreaded by wind, an omen of calamity. The chilling gust was the nine-nether-cold wind, a harbinger of danger only found in celestial tribulations. What was the yellow wind scheming? Pigsy's heart raced with fear, a desperate urge to flee rising within him. Each of these winds, the three mystical winds, the by-wind, and the nine-nether-cold wind, was beyond the capabilities of ordinary practitioners. To summon all three was a feat of unimaginable power. With a scoff, the yellow wind flung his hand, sending the cold wind spiraling into the vast tempest. In an instant, the three mystical winds, now intertwined with the cold gusts, erupted into a cacophony of whirlwinds, chilling to the bone and painfully fierce. Lingji Bodhisattva found himself ensnared in an icy cocoon, shivering uncontrollably. If it were merely cold, it would be bearable, but the howling winds only intensified the chill, causing the protective azure light surrounding him to wane, and the glow of the wind stabilizing pill to dim further. Panic surged within Lingji Bodhisattva. If this continued, the consequences would be dire. Yet, this was not the end. Without regard for Lingji Bodhisattva's thoughts, the yellow wind waved his hand, merging the by-wind into the tempest. Countless mini-tornadoes surrounded Lingji Bodhisattva, each one more frigid and painful than the last. As the azure light surrounding him dwindled, the wind's stabilizing pill flickered with a desperate glow, struggling against the relentless forces. In an instant, a crack echoed as the wind's stabilizing pill shattered. The wind whistled relentlessly, penetrating every crevice, as the calming elixir cracked open, unleashing a torrent of divine wind that swiftly enveloped the Bodhisattva Lingji, leaving a trail of crimson marks upon his form. Ice crystals began to accumulate, as if attempting to infuse this chill deep within the Bodhisattva's being. The fierce gusts, undeterred, surged into the Bodhisattva's body through the crown of his head, invading his internal organs, eroding his flesh with alarming speed. Not only did it dissolve his corporeal form, but it also undermined his spiritual foundation, causing his cultivation to plummet. Such was the terrifying power of this singular wind. The Bodhisattva's scalp tingled, and his entire body trembled. Beneath his jade-like skin, blood pooled ominously, and his eyes glowed a sinister crimson. The wind stirred violently within him, while the divine breezes surveyed the surroundings, and the chill of the abyss permeated to his very marrow. With a resounding crack, the calming elixir shattered once more, the sound echoing ominously. As the elixir fractured, the azure light surrounding the Bodhisattva began to wane. Finally, the elixir was utterly destroyed, its azure glow extinguished, and the Bodhisattva's skin tore, blood cascading across the heavens. The excruciating pain caused him to stagger, his bloodied form collapsing in defeat. There was no doubt. The Bodhisattva was doomed. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Beiji felt a surge of urgency and cried out, "Old Huang, Brother Huang, cease this at once." Chapter 36. Gods and Buddhas, Immortals and Saints, all are walking treasures. Brother Huang, please, I implore you. Zhu Beiji scrambled to his feet and rushed towards the wind demon. The wind demon, poised to obliterate the Bodhisattva, hesitated momentarily upon hearing these words, turning to regard the approaching pig demon. "Ha! This pig demon thinks to intervene now?" The wind demon scoffed, a cold smile playing upon his lips. Where was this concern before? Brother Huang, oh dear Brother Huang. Zhu Beiji forced a wry smile, his mind racing. He wiped his face, and in an instant, the swine visage vanished, replaced by a robust figure with a square jaw, thick brows, and a noble demeanor. Brother Huang, I am Zhu Tiangang. Inadvertently, he had revealed his identity. Yet, this was of little consequence. For Zhu Beiji had a greater purpose. He was destined to journey westward for the scriptures. The wind demon regarded Zhu Beiji with a smirk, but coldly retorted, "What Zhu Tiangang? I am unfamiliar with such a name. Brother Huang, please do not say that. In any case, you cannot kill the Bodhisattva. Such an act would invite tremendous trouble." Zhu Beiji pleaded, understanding that his intervention was crucial. It was not merely out of benevolence. The Bodhisattva belonged to the Western Buddhist order, and slaying him would undoubtedly bring repercussions upon his brother Huang. While Zhu Beiji recognized that his brother would not be easily swayed, he understood that should the Western Buddhists decide to intervene, the consequences would be dire. What trouble could arise? Is it only permissible for the Buddhists to punish evil and vanquish demons, while they are exempt from being slain themselves? My sect does not impose such tyranny, so why should they? The wind demon huffed, clearly displeased. Zhu Beiji blinked, realizing that his brother Huang had inadvertently revealed his own affiliations. What sect do you belong to? He pondered, contemplating the myriad of factions in this vast world. The wind demon's arrogance suggested a formidable lineage, far beyond that of a mere minor sect. Could it be a demonic sect? Perhaps under the protection of the Saint Enwa? Yet, he had never heard of a demonic sect before. This revelation left him puzzled regarding his brother Huang's true identity. Regardless, brother Huang, Zhu Beiji quickly continued, you may humiliate the Bodhisattva and make him endure suffering, but you absolutely must not kill him. The repercussions would be endless. Even if you are unafraid, you must consider your sister-in-law. The wind demon narrowed his eyes, chuckling coldly. Yet he ultimately lowered his hand and retracted his powers, allowing the battered Bodhisattva to fall to the ground. Blood flowed freely from the Bodhisattva, staining the earth and forming a crimson pool. The ethereal essence of his blood shimmered with golden light, causing the surrounding flora to undergo rapid transformation, gleaming brilliantly. In many respects, the gods and Buddhas, immortals and saints of this realm are akin to living treasures. Seeing the wind demon relent, Zhu Beiji breathed a sigh of relief. At least a grave error had been averted. Ah, brother Huang, I shall refrain from inquiring about your true identity, even if you are backed by a powerful figure. We must tread carefully. The Buddhist order is formidable, and we must navigate this situation with caution. Pausing, Zhu Beiji subtly added, brother Huang. The leaders of the Buddhist order are 2 in number. It was clear he referred to the legendary figures of the Western teachings. Once, practitioners from the East had little regard for the West, viewing it as barren and overly dogmatic. However, with the passage of time, the upheaval of the witch and demon war began to shift perspectives, leading to the gradual resurgence of the Western teachings. The subsequent battle of the gods shattered the status quo, allowing the Western teachings to rise. While they had not emerged victorious, the transformation of the original teachings into Buddhism, under the guidance of the sage Laozi, had solidified their influence. Today, the impact of Buddhism could not be overstated. Even in the newly formed realms, the name of Amitabha resounded with recognition. In this vast expanse, one might inquire about the infinite celestial sovereign. And while some might be unaware, the name of Amitabha would be widely known, underscoring the profound reach of Buddhism. Bring him to me. Find him, commanded the wind demon, ignoring Zhu Beiji's concerns. Instantly, a multitude of lesser demons approached, ropes in hand, not to restrain Zhu Beiji, but to ensnare the Bodhisattva. Indeed, as Zhu Beiji had stated, while the Bodhisattva could not be killed, he could be captured and humiliated. At that moment, the Bodhisattva remained dazed, oblivious to his identity or surroundings, his foundation in disarray. His divine light dimmed, and his spiritual essence dissipated. His plight was utterly tragic. My king, a cow demon eagerly presented the treasure dragon staff to the wind demon. Previously, when the fierce winds had arisen, the 8-clawed golden dragon had been torn asunder by the divine tempest. Now, the once lustrous dragon staff appeared dulled, marred by cracks and scratches, resembling a relic weathered by the sands of time. With a flick of his wrist, the yellow wind demon seized the precious staff and turned to leave, casting not even a glance at Zhu Beiji. Similarly, he made no effort to send his minions to search for the oblivious Sun Wukong. To him, Sun Wukong's fate was inconsequential. The true priority lay with the revered Lingji Bodhisattva. Observing a gaggle of minor demons dragging the Bodhisattva back like a dead dog, Zhu Beiji couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Brother Huang, do take care. We must not let this Bodhisattva truly perish. The yellow wind demon paid him no heed, engrossed in his own thoughts as he entered the cave. Zhu Beiji, adorned with a human visage, hurriedly followed suit, trailing behind the yellow wind demon into the depths of the cavern. Chapter 37. The Eightfold Golden Elixir. A thunderous sound echoed as the cave's entrance swung wide, and a throng of minor demons dragged the bloodied Lingji Bodhisattva into the lair. Initially, the external atmosphere felt unremarkable, but upon entering the cavern, the glimmering blood released a vibrant aura, suffusing the air with ethereal energy that revitalized one's spirit. The cave, once merely a common dwelling, now brimmed with boundless spiritual essence, elevated to the status of a blessed paradise by the Bodhisattva's spilled blood. Hiss! The surrounding minor demons gasped in astonishment, their eyes gleaming with greed as they beheld the bodhisattva drenched in blood. In a sudden impulsive act, one demon, seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, extended its tongue to lap up some blood from the ground. Oh! Instantly, the creature began to screech, its body swelling with spiritual energy, a flush of red illuminating its features. A treasure. This is nothing short of a miraculous elixir. Little ones, bind that bald donkey securely. Today, we shall indulge in the blessings of this paradise. The yellow wind demon bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the cavern. The minor demons, filled with exhilaration, hurriedly transported the Lingji bodhisattva toward the designated area. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang watched in horror as the swarm of demons carried the bloodied bodhisattva, aghast at the gruesome sight. The once recognizable figure was now a bloody mess, barely retaining any semblance of humanity, prompting Tang Sanzang to swallow hard. This is indeed too cruel. Hey, monk, what are you staring at? Get out of the way. A particularly brutish demon shoved Tang Sanzang aside and unceremoniously tied the Lingji bodhisattva next to him. In an instant, Tang Sanzang was overwhelmed by the stench of blood. Yet amidst the foulness, he caught a faint whiff of a fragrant medicinal aroma. Gulp! Tang Sanzang, unable to control himself, swallowed again, realizing the inappropriateness of his thoughts, and hastily closed his eyes, muttering the Heart Sutra. Amitba, good, I must not dwell on such thoughts. Amitba. As he chanted, the enticing fragrance intensified, and with his stomach having gone 2 days without food, it audibly protested, grumbling in hunger. The sensation of starvation was indeed painful, especially with a being exuding such a tempting aroma beside him, making it all the more unbearable. Amitba, I shall not listen, nor see, nor think, nor dwell upon this. Observing the bodhisattva in tranquility, when practicing profound wisdom, one perceives the emptiness of all things, transcending all suffering. Tang Sanzang fervently recited the sutras, striving to stabilize his meditative mind, resisting the urge to indulge his senses. At that moment, he clung to a singular thought. If he could not see or smell it, then it could not exist. Everything was an illusion, a test from the Buddha. And he must not entertain such temptations, absolutely not. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji, transformed into a human form, glanced over at Tang Sanzang, feeling a pang of pity for the old monk. Once round and plump, he now appeared gaunt from hunger. Well, as long as he doesn't starve to death. Zhu Beiji resolved to follow the yellow wind demon, whispering, Brother Huang, why not let the old monk go? We can continue our journey without hindrance, can't we? Without hindrance? The yellow wind demon paused, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Zhu Beiji. Do you truly not comprehend what this journey entails? What do you mean? Zhu Beiji stammered, surprised that the yellow wind demon engaged with him. To embark on this journey is to accrue merit. Merit leads to cultivation, and cultivation begets transcendence. The yellow wind demon elaborated. Zhu Beiji faltered, caught between laughter and tears, glancing at the pitiful Tang Sanzang, his cracked lips betraying his suffering. Is merit truly so vital? Is cultivation an absolute necessity? You have already attained the status of a Tai golden immortal, living freely amidst the cosmos. Do you still covet such merit? The yellow wind demon remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhu Beiji, who felt a chill creep up his spine as he realized the folly of his words. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Zhu Beiji managed a sheepish smile, recognizing his misstep. Who among cultivators does not aspire to reach greater heights? The concept of contentment is often a fleeting notion, reserved only for the rare few. Those who are complacent cannot hope to ascend to the golden immortal realm or beyond. Who does not yearn for greatness? Who does not wish to grow stronger? Who does not desire immortality? Though the Tai has indeed lived through 9 lifetimes, there remains the risk of falling. Thus, one must strive ceaselessly to evolve, to become a deluo, to achieve the status of a quasi-saint, thereby attaining true freedom within the universe. Besides, what right does Zhu Beiji have to speak of others? Once the marshal of heaven, a deluo golden immortal of great renown, now a Tai golden immortal, could he truly preach contentment? Brother Huang, I propose a deal. If you release the old monk, I will offer you this. Zhu Beiji hesitated, finally producing a gleaming golden elixir from his robe, its radiant aura emanating a captivating fragrance that invigorated the senses. An 8-fold golden elixir? The yellow wind demon, possessing an eye for treasures, raised an eyebrow and smirked at Zhu Beiji. My dear Zhu, you possess something quite remarkable. We are brothers. Who among us is not? Zhu Beiji mustered his courage, insisting. Very well, I shall accept this offering. The yellow wind demon extended his hand, and the eightfold golden elixir was swiftly claimed. This elixir, second only to the ninefold golden elixir, promised unparalleled benefits. A single ninefold golden elixir could grant one an easy passage to becoming a Deluo golden immortal. And it also served as a miraculous remedy, capable of resurrecting one from the brink of death. While the eightfold golden elixir was slightly less potent, it still possessed remarkable healing properties, ensuring survival as long as one had breath. Even though the yellow wind demon had achieved Tai status, possessing such a healing treasure could mean another chance at life. Moreover, he had a wife to consider. An eightfold golden elixir, a true treasure. I believe this was crafted by the esteemed elder of the human sect, was it not? The yellow wind demon scrutinized Zhu Beiji with a sly glance. Oh, this was a gift from others during my time in office, a cherished treasure of mine. Only this one remains, and there are no more to be found. The eightfold golden elixir is exceedingly rare, let alone the ninefold. Zhu Beiji stammered, his explanation sounding somewhat hollow and rushed. Eager to shift the conversation, he glanced at Tang Sanzang and whispered, What about the old monk? Chapter 38. 5 days hence, to fetch the people. The yellow wind demon observed Zhu Beiji's cautious demeanor and chuckled, raising his hand to declare, In 5 days, I shall return to collect him. 5 days. Zhu Beiji was taken aback, his reluctance surging as he instinctively reached for the eightfold golden elixir. Simultaneously, he cursed in his heart, deeming the yellow weasel to be utterly despicable, with a heart as dark as night. After granting the 8 transmutation golden elixir, it was outrageous that it had not been returned immediately. 5 days was indeed excessive. Were it not for his pity for the old monk, he would have cared little for such matters. It would be better if the old monk perished, for that would render the calamity of the journey to the west non-existent. Moreover, he was certain the yellow wind monster would never dare to kill Tang Sung. In a swift motion, the 8 transmutation golden elixir returned to Zhu Beiji's hands. He muttered under his breath, Do as you will. If you have the capability to kill that old monk, it's of no concern to me. Is that so? Very well, you may leave. The yellow wind monster chuckled, his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor indifferent. Leave, Zhu Beiji retorted defiantly. But as he passed by Tang Sung, he noticed the monk's eyelids twitching, occasionally moistening his lips with his tongue. This sight stirred a pang of sympathy within him. Wait a moment, could that yellow weasel really intend to kill the old monk? A sudden thought flashed through Zhu Beiji's mind, and once it took hold, it began to spiral uncontrollably. He cast a doubtful glance at the yellow wind monster, recalling how the creature had previously sought to strike down the Bodhisattva Lingji without hesitation. This was no jest. He could very well be capable of killing Tang Sung. The critical factor was that he had powerful backing. With such connections, even if Tang Sung were murdered, any inquiries or reproaches from the Western powers would ultimately amount to nothing. After all, once a person dies, they can be reborn. Zhu Beiji gasped at the thought. Hey, Brother Huang, let us negotiate. He turned around eagerly, presenting the 9 transmutation golden elixir with a sheepish grin, attempting to ingratiate himself. Negotiate? Nonsense, begone. The yellow wind monster glanced at the 8 transmutation golden elixir without taking it, waving his hand dismissively, commanding the minions. Immediately, 2 small demons stepped forward to drag Zhu Beiji out. Wait, brother, my dear brother, how about 2 days? I'll return in 2 days to collect him. Zhu Beiji shouted, yet the yellow wind monster remained unmoved. 3 days. I'll come back in 3 days. Zhu Beiji cried out again, but once more. The yellow wind monster showed no sign of concession. For days, surely that's agreeable? If not, how about 4.5? Zhu Beiji gritted his teeth, yet felt compelled to negotiate politely with the yellow wind monster. Still, the creature remained indifferent. Fine, 5 days it is. Ultimately, Zhu Beiji, left with no choice, relented. He understood the yellow wind monster was employing a strategy of feigned indifference, yet he had no option but to comply. The yellow wind monster could afford to wait. But he could not. If Tang Sung were truly to perish, his own fate would be grim. Who would ever dismiss the value of merit? He needed to disrupt the journey to the west, while also accumulating merit. Navigating this delicate balance was no simple task. Tang Sung could die, but certainly not now. At the very least, it should wait until they reach the holy mountain. Zhu Tiangang, this time, I shall grant you a favor. The yellow wind monster looked at Zhu Beiji, beckoning for the 8 transmutation golden elixir to return to his hands. Begone. The yellow wind monster waved his hand. Brother Huang, do remember, I'll be back in 5 days to collect him. Do not let the old monk perish. Zhu Beiji called out, while inwardly cursing the yellow weasel for being inhumane, even betraying friends. An 8 transmutation golden elixir was no trifling matter. Zhu Beiji felt his heart bleed. He had so few of those elixirs himself. With a thunderous sound, the cave door slammed shut, and Zhu Beiji's voice continued to echo from outside. My dear husband, this old monk cannot be eaten nor killed. Even if we release him, what difference does it make? Why go to such lengths? At that moment, the lady's voice came from behind him. Her figure remained as graceful as ever, her beauty enchanting, as her delicate hand rested gently on the yellow wind monsteress. Her large eyes blinked curiously at him. It is perhaps best that you remain unaware of such matters. The yellow wind monster smiled, offering no further explanation. Take good care of this. While Zhu Tiangang may have his flaws, the treasures he possesses are certainly worthwhile. The yellow wind monster chuckled, placing the 8 transmutation golden elixir in the lady's delicate hand. My husband, you should keep it. This elixir holds no real value for me. The lady declined, returning the 8 transmutation golden elixir to the yellow wind monster. Although its efficacy in enhancing cultivation may have diminished, it remains a miraculous healing remedy. I require no enhancement in cultivation. Having you is sufficient. Please, you should keep it. It serves me little purpose. The yellow wind monster smiled, yet still placed the elixir in her hand. As she gazed at the resplendent, ethereal 8 transmutation golden elixir, her eyes softened as she looked at the yellow wind monster, whispering, You are truly wonderful, Huanglang. Quickly, go practice. In the future, we too can become a couple that others envy. The yellow wind monster tenderly tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, responding gently. Within the cave, the surrounding demons acted as though they had not witnessed anything. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, their feelings of envy concealed. After a moment of warmth between the yellow wind monster and his lady, once she retreated into the inner chamber, he waved his hand, commanding, Minions, prepare the water. At this command, numerous small demons hurriedly set to work, their excitement palpable. What did preparing water signify? It indicated that meat would soon be served. Whether it be Tang Sung or the Bodhisattva Lingji, both options were equally delightful. Previously, Tang Sung had been oblivious to the exchanges occurring around him, but this loud command sent a tremor of dread through him. It's over. I am truly about to meet my demise. Tang Sung lamented, casting a sorrowful glance at the bloodied figure beside him, sighing, Alas, dear friend. I never anticipated that I would meet my end alongside you today. So be it. At least I shall have company on the road to the underworld. Cough, cough, cough. Just then, the Bodhisattva Lingji began to cough, slowly opening his eyes. Lingji Bodhisattva attempted to move, but he was bound tightly, and any movement aggravated his wounds, causing him further pain. As he gasped for breath, he surveyed his surroundings and paused, realizing, how did I end up in this monstrous lair? Immediately, he began to struggle fiercely, but his internal energy was depleted, and he was intermittently buffeted by gusts of wind, making even the slightest movement a Herculean task. Oh, you're awake? At that moment, the yellow wind monster's playful laughter reached his ears. Chapter 39, Tang Sung. This scene seems familiar you. Lingji Bodhisattva turned, glaring at the yellow wind monster. In that instant, all notions of anger and the 3 poisons were cast aside. Gazing at the yellow wind monster's rat-like visage, he coldly stated, You vile creature, I am Lingji Bodhisattva. I know. The yellow wind monster nodded nonchalantly. Tang Sung stared in astonishment at the bound Lingji Bodhisattva, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lingji Bodhisattva? This monster has even captured Lingji Bodhisattva? However, Lingji Bodhisattva ignored Tang Sung, fixating his gaze on the yellow wind monster, and coldly declared, If I suffer even the slightest harm today, I shall lead 3,000 Buddhas to flatten your yellow wind cave in the future. Oh, is that so? The yellow wind monster chuckled softly. Great King, the pot is ready. At that moment, a small demon reported, eyeing the bloodied Lingji Bodhisattva with keen interest. Very well. Summon the brothers. The yellow wind monster replied with a cold smile. Soon, over 300 small demons gathered within the cave. A wave of demonic energy surged. making Tang Sung's heart race with anxiety. While Lingji Bodhisattva ignored the small demons, he coldly confronted the yellow wind monster, asking, "What do you intend to do? To kill me? Murdering me will not erase your sins. Even in the underworld, there are disciples of the Buddha, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. If you release me, I could still believe that you wish to abandon your wicked ways, to lay down your weapons and attain Buddhahood. At that time, I shall take you to the sacred mountain, where you may listen to the teachings of the Buddha, purging your sins and joining the Buddhist order. Is this not plausible?" The yellow wind monster gazed at Bodhisattva Lingji, seemingly intrigued, and inquired, "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, it is true. Those of the Buddhist order do not speak falsehoods." Bodhisattva Lingji replied with a tilt of his head, pausing momentarily to glance at the yellow wind monster before continuing. "I am a bodhisattva of the Buddhist order, and my words and actions are inherently truthful. I would never scheme against a mere wild demon." The yellow wind monster, observing the prideful demeanor of Bodhisattva Lingji, could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. "Truly, you are blind to the reality of the situation, are you not? This is the Buddhist order? You genuinely believe yourselves to be the foremost in the world?" Upon hearing the yellow wind monster's disdain for the Buddhist order, Bodhisattva Lingji became incensed. "What do you intend to do? Even if my order is not the supreme one, we are certainly among the top in the 3 realms. What standing do you possess to belittle us? You cannot even comprehend my standing. Thus your Buddhist claims appear even more inflated." The yellow wind monster retorted. Refusing to relent, Bodhisattva Lingji attempted to respond, but the yellow wind monster dismissed him with a wave of his hand, commanding, "Clean the blood from him." "Yes, my lord." Several minor demons rushed forward, brandishing cloths to wipe Bodhisattva Lingji clean. Yet, as they began, the enticing fragrance emanating from him once again filled the air, proving irresistible. One small demon, entranced, took a taste of the Bodhisattva's blood and hesitated as he licked again. The slurping sound echoed loudly, rendering the entire cavern silent. Suddenly, a multitude of small demons turned their gazes towards the one licking Bodhisattva Lingji, only to discover he was a canine demon. The canine demon, feeling a twinge of guilt, stole a glance at the yellow wind monster, who remained utterly indifferent, reclining comfortably in his chair, lost in thought. As the canine demon licked again, his body filled with energy, his face aglow, an indescribable sensation of ecstasy enveloped him. Witnessing this, the other small demons could no longer restrain themselves and joined in, creating a cacophony of slurping sounds. Me, they clamored, and soon the cavern was alive with commotion, as those at the back pushed forward to partake in licking Bodhisattva Lingji. Yet, those in front were unwilling to yield, and the chorus of slurping continued unabated. Bodhisattva Lingji's eyes widened as he bellowed, "Cease. You wretched beasts, stop. You cannot lick wherever you please." However, his protests fell on deaf ears to these small demons. The blood of Bodhisattva Lingji was the most precious elixir in existence. A single taste filled them with energy, 2 tastes elevated their realms, and 3 tastes granted them freedom throughout the heavens. If they could indulge further, they might even attain immortality. Faced with such temptation, how could any small demon resist? Bodhisattva Lingji, humiliated, glared at them, fists clenched, wishing he could reduce them to ashes. Yet he found himself powerless, his energy depleted, and his magical abilities rendered ineffective. In his current state, a cultivator devoid of power was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, entirely at the mercy of the demons. The small demons feasted upon every drop of Bodhisattva Lingji's blood, leaving not a trace behind. Tang Sung, nearby, was utterly stunned, feeling a chill in his heart as he beheld the sheer brutality of these demons. They were merciless, resorting to licking at the slightest provocation. "How can I endure this?" "Enough." The yellow wind monster's voice cut through the chaos. Upon his command, the small demons promptly stood and retreated. Bodhisattva Lingji appeared disheveled, yet astonishingly clean. Save for a bit of drool, he resembled a divine figure, unmarred. His wounds had healed significantly, for he was a Tai golden immortal, and even passive recovery was swift. To think that such trifles could compel me to submit is utterly impossible. Bodhisattva Lingji scoffed, casting a cold gaze at the yellow wind monster. "You misunderstand. I do not wish for your submission." The yellow wind monster chuckled, calling for the small demons to bring forth a cauldron. The cauldron simmered with boiling water, a wave of heat surging forth. "You intend to boil me? Let me tell you, a mere wild cultivator lacks the insight. Even if I were to soak in there for 1,000,000 years, I could never be cooked. Bodhisattva Lingji proclaimed with arrogance, laced with derision. Meanwhile, Tang Sung trembled in fear, silently praying that the cauldron was not meant for him. Bodhisattva Lingji, a figure of benevolence, was said to embody compassion. Yet was it truly so? The yellow wind monster squatted before him, smiling as he inquired, "Is it true that you are compassionate?" "Our hearts are filled with compassion. We are all disciples of the Buddha and embody this virtue." Bodhisattva Lingji replied, exuding an air of pity. Tang Sung blinked, sensing an unsettling familiarity in this scene, as if he had witnessed it before. Before he could ponder further, the yellow wind monster interjected, "Oh, kind Bodhisattva, my brethren are on the brink of starvation. If you truly embody compassion, would you grant them a hearty meal? Once, the Buddha sacrificed his flesh to nourish a hawk. Why not follow his example and save us?" The yellow wind monster echoed sentiments that felt oddly familiar to Tang Sung. Tang Sung's eyes widened in realization. Could this be a repeat of the past? The yellow wind monster, observing Bodhisattva Lingji, noted the glimmering eyes of the throng of small demons, feeling a tremor of apprehension. The Buddha fed but a single hawk. Yet now, I must nourish these hundreds of small demons? Even if I were to sacrifice all of my flesh, it would scarcely suffice. Did I hear correctly? Are you suggesting that the Buddha's acts were mere fabrications? A mockery of the world? The yellow wind monster inquired, his curiosity piqued. Bodhisattva Lingji's expression shifted from green to purple as he retorted, "I did not say such things." "Then, will you save us or not?" The yellow wind monster pressed, a smile playing upon his lips. The Bodhisattva's heart quaked at the sight of the throng of small demons. It was overwhelming, instilling fear. How could he possibly sacrifice flesh to feed them all? Compassion must be demonstrated. You cannot simply watch my brothers perish. The yellow wind monster insisted. Bodhisattva Lingji felt his resolve waver, his zen-like composure beginning to crack. Alas, the rhetoric of equality and compassion appears to be mere illusions. The yellow wind monster sighed, shaking his head, prepared to depart. Very well, very well. Bodhisattva Lingji sighed deeply, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he murmured. The Buddha said, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" Tang Sung, standing nearby, felt a pang of bitterness. He had been ensnared by these demons. Before he could utter a word, the yellow wind monster conjured a gust of wind that swept across Bodhisattva Lingji's arm, tearing away a bloody piece of flesh. With a thud, the severed flesh was tossed into the cauldron. Bodhisattva Lingji suppressed his agony, closing his eyes and silently reciting the Heart Sutra. Compassion is paramount. Gather, little ones, and pay your respects to the Bodhisattva. The yellow wind monster bellowed. Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your gracious gift of meat. Instantly, the little demons shouted with their mouths covered. Why cover their mouths, you ask? They were afraid of drooling. To kill with intent, to slay with malice. Tang Sung closed his eyes, lamenting in his heart. It had been he before, and now it was the turn of Lingji Bodhisattva. How fearsome these demons of the journey westward are, truly formidable. He had scarcely traversed half the path, and had already encountered two ruthless fiends. One might concede that these demons are merely fierce and ruthless, but the two he faced were beyond mere ferocity. What word could encapsulate their brutality? He pondered whether the yellow wind monster and the black bear monster were perhaps brethren in their wickedness. Gurgling, as the flames blazed higher and the water boiled furiously, the meat in the pot churned, releasing an intoxicating aroma. This fragrance mingled with a refreshing spiritual scent, causing mouths to water uncontrollably. Tang Sung, unable to contain himself, swallowed hard, yet he resisted the urge to gaze upon the meat, though its scent clung to his nostrils, inescapable. Bodhisattva, this piece of meat is insufficient. My brothers are numerous, please be patient. The yellow wind monster declared, casting another piece of meat into the boiling pot. Lingji Bodhisattva let out a muffled groan, silent and resigned, allowing the yellow wind monster to proceed with his gruesome task. What followed was a brutal dismemberment, an act of unspeakable cruelty. While the Bodhisattva's flesh was scant, there was still enough to be flayed from his arms, thighs, calves, back, and waist. Wherever there was flesh, it was mercilessly stripped away. Before long, a bloodied skeletal frame emerged. Tang Sung, observing this horror, turned pale, his heart racing in terror. Was this torment directed at Lingji Bodhisattva? It felt more akin to torturing himself. Fortunately, Lingji Bodhisattva was still alive. As a Tai, golden immortal, even without flesh, he could endure. Moreover, as the essence within him was nearly depleted, he gradually began to cultivate and restore his physical form, replenishing his body bit by bit. The meat did not dwindle, strangely. It seemed to multiply with each slash. Brothers, since this is a gift from the Bodhisattva, do not hesitate. Let us feast. The yellow wind monster bellowed. Instantly, the little demons, their eyes glinting with greed, did not hesitate to huddle around the large pot, slurping the broth and devouring the meat. Delicious. Is this truly the Bodhisattva's flesh? So savory. Bodhisattva, would you like to try some? They chattered, even placing pieces of meat near Lingji Bodhisattva's lips, inquiring if he wished to partake. Lingji Bodhisattva's lips twitched, but he remained silent. Was he not to trust the flesh that had fallen from his own body? At this moment, Tang Seng's stomach betrayed him, growling loudly. The aroma was simply too enticing. Having been bound for 2 days without sustenance, save for a few sips of water to stave off death, he was now overwhelmed by hunger in this dire state. Do you wish to eat? The yellow wind monster inquired, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Amitabha, Tang Sung uttered, reciting the Buddha's name, but found that each chant only made him salivate more, unable to stem the flow of drool. Alas, knowing you do not eat meat, I kindly let my little ones feast before you. I am merely testing your Zen heart. It is rare to find a benevolent monster like me. The yellow wind monster chuckled. Benevolent? Tang Seng's lips quivered. You are hardly kind. You are a demon. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Tang Seng's stomach growled again. Yet, he gritted his teeth, turning away, refusing to gaze upon the little demons feasting. On one hand, he abstained from meat. On the other, it was the Bodhisattva's flesh. How could he even look upon it without incurring sin? Time passed, and 3 days slipped away in a blur. Of course, this sensation of passing time was felt by the yellow wind monster. For Tang Sung, however, it was tears swallowed in silence, his suffering unexpressed. During these 3 days, he had consumed nothing but a few sips of water. Not a single grain of rice had crossed his lips, and his stomach cramped, often regurgitating bile, an unbearable torment. Tang Seng's stomach growled increasingly, the tantalizing aroma of meat teasing him to the brink of despair. Meanwhile, Lingji Bodhisattva endured inhuman suffering as his flesh was methodically stripped away. Bloodied and pitiful, were it not for his status as a cultivator, replenishing his strength, he might have perished long ago. Yet this agony made even Lingji Bodhisattva yearn for death. Recalling the past, he thought that even celestial tribulations had not been this brutally terrifying. The experience he faced now was beyond words. Bodhisattva, this trial of the flesh is but a means to ascend to the other shore. My heart is steadfast in the Buddha's teachings, observing the suffering of life. Tang Sung murmured weakly as he swallowed hard. Hey, this monk is still alive. A little demon exclaimed, cradling a bowl while slurping the meat, squatting before Tang Sung with a grin. Tang Sung, catching the aroma wafting from the demon's bowl, felt his stomach protest once more. Do you wish to eat? The little demon asked, extending the bowl with a smile, an infuriating sight. Upon hearing this, Tang Sung opened his mouth, then clenched his teeth and turned away, refusing to look at the meat in the bowl. Yet, his spirit held firm while his stomach could no longer bear the strain, protesting loudly, his intestines in revolt after days without proper sustenance. Suddenly, Tang Sung, in a hushed voice, turned slightly to the little demon and said, Amitabha, if you are inclined to goodness, come. I am very generous. Share this meat with you. No need for formality. The little demon exclaimed, promptly offering the meat to Tang Sung. In an instant, the rich aroma intensified, the glistening grease shimmering enticingly, causing Tang Sung to swallow hard. No, this is the Bodhisattva's flesh. This is human flesh, he screamed internally, clenching his teeth and fists, but the scent of the meat relentlessly assaulted his senses. Will you not eat? The little demon asked, pressing the meat closer to Tang Seng's nose. Drip, drip. Juices from the meat fell, landing on Tang Seng's lips. At first, merely smelling it was manageable. But now that the meat was so close, the juices dripped onto his lips. How could he possibly resist? No, this is human flesh. The thought flashed through his mind. But another voice echoed within him. But what if Lingji Bodhisattva is not human? What if he is a spirit transformed into a bodhisattva? If Lingji Bodhisattva is a spirit, then what I consume is merely ordinary beast meat. Moreover, Buddhist teachings speak of 3 pure meats, not witnessing the killing, not hearing the cries. and not consuming what is killed for oneself. The flesh of Lingji Bodhisattva perfectly meets these criteria. First, not witnessing the killing means I have not seen the animal slaughtered. And Lingji Bodhisattva himself has not been killed. In fact, he willingly offers his flesh. Second, not hearing the killing means I have not heard the cries of the dying animal, and Lingji Bodhisattva does not utter a sound as his flesh is cut away. He remains stoic, a true warrior, let alone screaming. The third principle states that one does not kill for oneself. In other words, the flesh is not consumed out of personal desire, but rather, it is sacrificed by the Bodhisattva to save these demons, as all beings are equal. He offered his own flesh not for his own consumption. In a fleeting moment, countless thoughts flashed through Tang Sing's mind. From initially refusing to eat meat, he began to waver, gradually coming to the conclusion that Lingji Bodhisattva was not human, and then he recalled the concept of the three pure meats. Once the notion of absolution arose in his mind, coupled with the thought that this was not his fault, it became uncontrollable. Fortunately, Tang Sung had been a monk for 10 lifetimes, and the precept of vegetarianism and the recitation of Buddha's name had become ingrained in his very bones and soul. His Zen heart remained relatively steadfast. If this Tang Sung were the reincarnation of the dragon subduing Arhat, he would have likely indulged in meat and wine by now. His stomach audibly protested, and as he swallowed his saliva, he found himself in a battle of heavenly and earthly thoughts. The juices dripped to the corners of his mouth. Would it be so wrong to simply lick them? Just a tiny taste to moisten his throat? The thought made Tang Sung acutely aware of his dry mouth, and cautiously, discreetly, he extended his delicate, pink tongue to lightly touch the corner of his lips. In an instant, his taste buds erupted, a burst of fragrance exploded in his mouth, permeating the air, and even a hint of spiritual essence emerged, nourishing his withered body. Just a single drop contained a trace of spiritual power. Yet, for Tang Sung, who had been starving for 3 days, it was far from sufficient. Nonetheless, this small amount of spiritual essence instantaneously dispelled the overwhelming sensation of hunger. Amitba, benefactor. I wish to drink water. Tang Sing managed to divert his gaze from the meat to the little demon before him and spoke softly. TCH, what a peculiar person. The little demon scoffed, placing the meat back in the bowl and setting it beside Tang Sung before turning to fetch water. As Tang Sing looked at the meat in the bowl, he swallowed again. Amitba. He sighed deeply, reciting the Buddha's name, for it was the only way to calm his agitated heart. Reflecting on his earlier absurdity, he lamented, alas, my Zen heart is unstable. How could I have acted so foolishly? Old monk, stop chanting Amitba. When you are hungry, merely reciting a few verses of Amitba will not fill your belly. The little demon returned, offering Tang Sung a bowl of water, accompanied by biting sarcasm. The cave has no water left, only some broth. Make do with that, she said, already bringing the bowl to his lips. Gazing into the crystal-clear mountain spring water, Tang Sing thought to himself that this little demon was truly speaking nonsense. Such pure water could not possibly be broth. He simply shook his head inwardly, remaining silent as he drank. Perhaps it was due to his intense hunger, or perhaps the lingering taste of meat in his mouth, but as he drank the water, it felt as if he were savoring meat broth. Chapter 42. Starvation can drive one to do anything. Have you drunk? Yes. The old monk drank it with great relish. He claims he does not want it. Yet his body is quite honest. Then, my king, since the old monk has already broken his vows, should we not let him go? No, not yet. It is not time to let him go. Why? I ask you. Do you know why a dog that eats human flesh is often beaten to death? Because it has committed evil? No, because it still desires more. Within the cave, the bull demon reported to his lord, finishing his report swiftly and departing. Another day passed, and the bull demon did not bring Tang Sung any more meat broth, instead offering him clear water. Tang Sung sensed something was amiss. It lacked the aromatic essence. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns. Under normal circumstances, a single bowl of broth would not suffice to quell his hunger, especially after a day of torment. Tang Sung found himself starving once more. The reality proved that notions of compassion and Zen were negligible in the face of true hunger. Particularly since Tang Sung had previously tasted meat broth, he now found it even more unbearable, his eyes gleaming as he watched the little demons walking back and forth, carrying porcelain bowls filled with meat. The poor monk is hungry. Is there anything to eat? Even grass would suffice. Tang Sung called out. Soon, the bull demon appeared before him. Eat grass. I don't even eat grass anymore. Why would you? The bull demon chuckled as he squatted in front of Tang Sung. Ba. As a monk, I must adhere to a vegetarian diet. Tang Sung replied once more. All right. The bull demon cheerfully agreed. Then placed 2 bowls before Tang Sung, one filled with meat broth and the other with leafy greens. Without a second thought, Tang Sung grabbed the leafy greens and began to eat. Regardless of whether they were raw or cooked, having something to eat was already a blessing. The moment the leafy greens touched his tongue, Tang Sung nearly burst into tears. After 5 days without sustenance, he finally had a morsel of greens. As the juices of the greens exploded in his mouth, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness envelop him. However, as he continued to eat, he sensed something was off, primarily due to the blandness of the greens. His gaze unconsciously drifted to the bowl of broth beside him. The alluring aroma wafted through the air, evoking a sense of familiarity within Tang Sung. He glanced at the leafy greens in his hand, then at the bowl of broth, and with a gulp, he swallowed again. No. Tang Sung swiftly cut off the dangerous thought that crept into his mind. Yet, the greens offered no savory flavor, and as he chewed, they tasted insipid and wax-like. This broth is not right. It cannot simply be broth. It must be water. Yes, it is water. Everything I see is an illusion. This is merely water. Tang Sung murmured to himself, instinctively reaching out with trembling hands to grasp the bowl of broth. I, the poor monk, shall take just a small sip. Only a small sip will suffice. Without conscious thought, he brought the bowl to his lips and extended his tongue to lick it. Immediately experiencing a familiar sweetness and fragrance burst upon his taste buds. Tang Sung's eyes lit up. The gnawing hunger tormented him to the brink of ecstasy. And without further thought, he tilted his head back and drained the broth completely. Not a drop was left, for he licked the bowl clean. At that moment, the Lingji Bodhisattva, bound to Tang Sung, sighed inwardly, witnessing everything unfold before his eyes. Yet what could he say? It was merely a bowl of broth. After all, one is on the verge of death, faced with starvation, and there lies only a bowl of broth, to drink or not to drink. These were merely the demon's tricks and schemes. It was not Tang Sung's fault. Tang Sung let out a long sigh of satisfaction, placing the empty bowl on the ground. Closing his eyes in blissful enjoyment, smacking his lips as he savored the lingering flavor. The feeling of contentment radiated from within. Yet, a single bowl of broth could not satiate his hunger. Instead, it intensified his cravings, and his stomach growled once more. Tang Sung frowned, his face clouded with despair. And he weakly set the bowl down, saying nothing and doing nothing, his eyes vacant as he remained trapped upon the wooden stake. Wukong, where are you? Beiji, where are you now? He no longer cared about Beiji's previous blunder that led to his abduction. All he wished for was for Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong to come to his rescue. Unfortunately, he looked around eagerly, but there were no signs of either Zhu Beiji or Sun Wukong. Even outside, not a single sound could be heard. Had he truly been abandoned by his disciples? Tang Sung's heart sank as he sighed once more. As hunger gnawed at him, Tang Sung let out a bitter smile, curling up silently. No longer did he voice his hunger or thirst. He simply sat in silence. Night soon fell, and the cave was filled with both great and lesser demons. All settled down to sleep. Tang Sung, too, ought to have succumbed to slumber, for sleep would banish hunger. Yet, in a state of profound starvation, how could one possibly find rest? The agony he endured was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Logically, without consuming meat broth, he had managed to endure 3 days. Why was it that after partaking in the broth, his hunger only intensified? This was to be expected. If one continuously drank water, surviving for 7 days would pose no issue. However, once any food was introduced, it shattered the stomach's adaptation, resulting in a hunger even more acute than before. Moreover, this hunger was not the mere pangs he had experienced previously. It was an overwhelming craving. In the depths of extreme hunger, a person may resort to anything, eating wild herbs, digging for rats. When herbs are exhausted, they turn to tree bark, and when that is gone, they consume the earth itself. History is rife with instances of cannibalism. Under the true specter of starvation, familial ties, faith, and all superficial concerns can be cast aside, leaving only a singular thought: to eat whatever one can catch. They will shove into their mouths. Let it not be said that consuming humans is repulsive or cruel. When pushed to the brink, a person is capable of anything. I am starving. And now, Tang Sung found himself in a state of dire hunger. A light chuckle echoed, and the cow demon reappeared, bearing a platter laden with numerous chunks of cooked meat, some boiled, others roasted, alongside a bowl of fragrant meat broth. Tang Sanzang's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the feast before him. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, he reached out without a second thought. "Stop!" cried Lingji Bodhisattva, his expression shifting. Tang Sanzang froze for a moment, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Then he swiftly seized a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 43. A Smiling Face. A troubled heart when you are famished and faced with a platter of meat. Do you eat or refrain? You are a monk, sworn to abstain from flesh. Yet abstaining may lead to death. Some monks would rather perish than consume meat. Once, Tang Sanzang was such a man. However, once they have tasted meat, their perspective alters. They concoct justifications. Perhaps it is pure meat, or perhaps it is vegetarian meat, thus liberating themselves from guilt. With vigor, Tang Sanzang devoured the meat, savored the broth. Let go of appearances. What does one care for dignity in the face of hunger? Lingji Bodhisattva closed his eyes, sighing inwardly. He could no longer dissuade him. It was futile. Alas, Tang Sanzang was merely a tool for the journey, and besides, the Arhat who subdued dragons was also a monk partial to wine and meat. What harm could it do for Tang Sanzang to indulge a bit? Just like Tang Sanzang, once one provides themselves with a rationale, nothing else holds significance. At last, Tang Sanzang, sated, wore a look of contentment. His belly, round and taut, could hold no more. Though somewhat uncomfortable, the sensation of fullness brought him immense comfort. He should hold out till dawn, then Zhu Beiji will come for him, the cow demon remarked softly from the high platform. Have you ever been hungry? Huang Fengguai inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the cow demon, a smile playing on his lips. Yes, the cow demon scratched his head, reminiscing. Before I became a spirit, I did experience hunger. What does it feel like? Huang Fengguai pressed. It's an insatiable urge to eat. When there is no grass, one resorts to tree bark. When there are no trees, one gnaws on the earth. When there is no earth, one craves meat. The cow demon answered earnestly. Cows, as herbivores, live on a vegetarian diet, much like monks. Yet, when faced with starvation, even a cow will consume flesh. This truth parallels that of monks. Regardless of their steadfastness in faith or devotion, hunger is hunger. When one is starving, can mere recitation of Amitabha Buddha suffice to quell their hunger? Clearly not. Thus, beliefs are often entertained only when one is well fed. When famished, even the Buddha may become a meal. Learn well from this. Nyoer, there are profound truths buried within. Huang Feng patted the cow demon's shoulder. Understood. The cow demon nodded, squatting down to observe the old monk. At this moment, Tang Sanzang, having eaten his fill, leaned against a wooden post and fell into a deep slumber. This sleep was the most peaceful he had enjoyed in days. Previously, he had been too hungry to rest. Now, finally sated, he drifted into a delightful dream, not even aware of the laughter that escaped his lips. Release my master. In a haze, Tang Sanzang faintly heard Sun Wukong's voice, accompanied by Zhu Beiji's. The 5 days had elapsed, and Zhu Beiji had surely come with Sun Wukong. Tang Sanzang jolted awake, the dawn breaking bright and clear, a spark of brightness igniting in his eyes. Boys, here, come, let us escort this monk out. Huang Fengguai commanded with a flourish, a smile gracing his lips as a swarm of small demons hastily pushed Tang Sanzang out. Your Majesty, we're just letting him go like this? Nyoer looked at Huang Fengguai, torn. What, do you wish to keep him for a lifetime? Huang Fengguai scoffed. He had never intended to eliminate Tang Sanzang. After all, the journey to the west was just that, a journey. The master had instructed them not to provoke trouble. Merely to inconvenience the seeker of scriptures was sufficient. Now that his goal had been accomplished, he hoped to leave Tang Sanzang with a lasting impression, and that would suffice. Tang Sanzang, still bewildered, was thrust outside, while the little demons swarmed back into their lair, leaving him in a state of shock, mirrored by Sun Wukong. What trickery was this? Why release the master? If they had known this day would come, why capture him in the first place? Sun Wukong was genuinely perplexed. Glancing back at Tang Sanzang, fearing it was a ruse, he blinked, his fiery eyes shimmering, confirming the presence of his master. It truly was Tang Sanzang, their master. Sun Wukong felt a sense of frustration, akin to striking cotton. Previously, the yellow wind demon had bewitched his eyes. The protective ointments had all but worn off. Sun Wukong had been carried by Zhu Beiji to the Guanyin Bodhisattva in the South Sea, where his vision was restored. These past few days, Sun Wukong had been recuperating, and today he felt invigorated, his celestial energy surging, ready to confront that yellow-skinned rodent. Yet he had never anticipated that his master, Tang Sanzang, would be released so easily. Frustration settled over him like a cloud. "Why are you still dawdling, monkey brother? Let us go." Zhu Beiji laughed heartily, choosing not to delve into the backstory. Content to remain in the shadows, his merits concealed. "Fool, can't you be more observant? I have a nagging suspicion there's a scheme at play here." Sun Wukong glared at Zhu Beiji, furrowing his brow as he spoke to himself. Zhu Beiji merely chuckled. "You, a stable master, lack cunning. Were it not for my 8 transformation golden elixir, would this old monk be free?" With a smiling faade yet a troubled heart, Tang Sanzang uttered a prayer of Amitabha, sighing inwardly, unwilling to dwell on the events that had transpired. Though he had feasted at last, the nature of the food was indeed difficult to articulate. At the moment of consumption, he felt no qualms, but now that he was composed and full, regret washed over him, leaving him to chant Amitabha Buddha in his heart. "By the way, where is Lingji Bodhisattva?" As Sun Wukong observed that Tang Sanzang had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to voice his thoughts and merely scratched his head. Gazing at Tang Sanzang, the Bodhisattva Lingji, with a sigh, shuddered at the mere thought of Lingji Bodhisattva's unfortunate plight. Fortunately, it seemed that the monsters had released Lingji Bodhisattva. Upon awakening that morning, he did not see Lingji Bodhisattva and assumed he must have departed. So, they should move on. Tang Sanzang sighed once more. Unwilling to dwell on the experiences in the cave, Zhu Beiji squinted at Tang Sanzang, his pig-like nose catching a whiff of a savory aroma, which elicited a knowing smile from him. However, he remained straightforward, stating, "Let us proceed. Lingji Bodhisattva possesses great powers and is certainly unharmed." If that were the case, with their master emerging and Lingji Bodhisattva safe, what more could Sun Wukong say? They were destined to embark on the grand journey westward. Chapter 44. The Awakening of Tang Sanzang's Past Memories. Lingji Bodhisattva had departed, and the yellow wind monster showed no intention of troubling him further. It sufficed to torment Lingji Bodhisattva a little. Had he truly been killed, it would have been quite a mess to handle. The master had stated that one could cause difficulties, but not create chaos. Thus, minor inconveniences were permissible. Lingji Bodhisattva returned to his sanctuary, and this time, he was truly facing a dire situation. He uttered no fierce words and simply fled, unable to contend with his adversaries. It was a matter of lacking skill. Falling into a trap was a reflection of his insufficient cultivation, as he had been led around by the nose by the monster. Of course, it was also due to the formidable strength of the yellow wind monster. The powerful often inspire fear. Had the yellow wind monster merely been a golden immortal, Lingji Bodhisattva might have reported to Ling Mountain, accompanied by a multitude of Buddhas, to annihilate this yellow wind cave. In the sanctuary of Mount Sumeru, within the meditation chamber, Lingji Bodhisattva murmured, his body radiating an increasingly resplendent Buddhist light, his eyes shimmering with divine essence. This encounter with adversity unexpectedly sparked profound insights within him, seemingly leading to a subtle breakthrough in strength. Perhaps he could ascend to the status of a great Luo golden immortal without the need for the merits of this westward pilgrimage. Before long, the meditation chamber once again fell into silence. Meanwhile, atop Yellow Wind Mountain, within the Yellow Wind Cave, the yellow wind monster restored his human form. Bearing a strikingly handsome visage, exuding an extraordinary divine aura, and radiating an imposing presence, akin to a celestial general. "My lord, the old monk and that monkey, along with the pig demon, have already left the domain of Yellow Wind Mountain," reported the bull demon by the side of the yellow wind monster. "Very well. You need not concern yourselves with this matter any longer. It is now behind us." The yellow wind spoke with a gentle smile, exuding a refined demeanor, a stark contrast to his previous grotesque and ferocious appearance. The bull demon gazed at his lord in a daze and instinctively asked, "Why does my lord choose to adopt a human form? Wouldn't it suffice to maintain the guise of a monster leader?" The yellow wind chuckled lightly. Rising to his feet and gazing into the distance, he mused, "The world perceives monsters as hideous and malevolent. Tell me, should I present myself in this form before the townsfolk of the human realm, how would they regard me? Surely, they would see you as a formidable divine being." The bull demon flattered. "Indeed, The world only judges by appearances. Even if a celestial being were to descend, if he bore a fearsome countenance, resembling a monstrous pig, others would deem him a demon rather than a deity. The yellow-winged monster spoke softly, as if imparting wisdom to the bull demon. However, the bull demon scratched his head and murmured, "I don't quite understand." Not understanding is just fine. In any case, remember this. When venturing into the human world, simply adopt a human guise. As long as you appear human, no matter your actions, even if your demonic aura is overwhelming, you will still be seen as a divine being. The yellow-winged monster smiled. Oh, the bull demon nodded, half comprehending. On the journey westward, the yellow-winged monster calculated a few things, then smiled broadly. With a wave of his hand, a jade sword materialized. Soon after, he whispered something, and with another wave, the jade sword vanished from sight. Junior sister Bai, the next phase depends on you. The yellow-winged monster chuckled. On this westward journey, they had their fellow disciples. However, after traversing Yellow Wind Ridge and continuing towards Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, they encountered no fellow disciples until they crossed Mount Wanshou, entering the territory of Xinyo Hezhou, where they finally met more comrades. The first of his fellow disciples after passing Mount Wanshou was junior sister Bai. It was said that she was a peculiar being, a skeleton imbued with intelligence. Yet, it was uncertain how she would fare against the monk. Goodness. Let us hope that the monk doesn't crumble before they even reach the halfway point. That shouldn't happen, right? The yellow-winged monster pondered, reassuring himself that he had enabled the monk to gradually awaken his true spirit, and even if they encountered some troubles, the monk's resolve would only strengthen with the awakening of his true essence. But what would the final awakening look like? Would he tread upon the sacred mountain or bow in submission? The yellow-winged monster couldn't help but smile at the thought of a certain formidable golden cicada. At this moment, let us turn to the three disciples. After Tang Sanzang escaped his predicament, they traveled for over a month and finally crossed the 800 Yellow Wind Ridge, entering the peaceful realm of Pingyang. Time passed swiftly. Summer gave way to autumn. They witnessed the mournful cries of cicadas amidst withered willows as flames surged westward. As they journeyed, they suddenly encountered a tumultuous river, its waters raging. "Master, here is some food," Sun Wukong exclaimed, performing a somersault and presenting a steaming bowl of rice, fragrant and inviting. Tang Sanzang accepted the offering, taking small bites. Yet as he ate, he found it bland and tasteless, sighing internally. Each time he consumed vegetarian fare, he couldn't help but recall the day he tasted the flesh of a bodhisattva. Indeed, it was somewhat tantalizing, or rather cruel. After having tasted meat once, he was now haunted by the memory. Even though the meat had no seasoning or flavor, its essence lingered like a shadow, ever present. "What has happened to me?" Tang Sanzang sighed, reflecting on his upbringing of simple meals and wondering why he could no longer adjust. "Hey, master, look. There's a big river ahead." At that moment, Zhu Beiji shouted, pointing forward. "A river?" Tang Sanzang snapped back to reality, setting down his bowl and gazing at the great river ahead, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. Dismounting, he walked toward the river, seeking to clear his mind and alleviate his inner turmoil. Does it help? Surprisingly, it truly did. As Tang Sanzang walked, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity surrounding him, instinctively furrowing his brow, trying to recall where this feeling might originate. However, after much reflection, he couldn't find a single memory related to this place. How perplexing. "Wukong, what is this place? Why do I feel such a sense of familiarity?" Tang Sanzang urgently asked his eldest disciple. "It seems master has been here before," Sun Wukong replied casually. "But I have lived my entire life in the temple of Chang'an and have never ventured beyond it. This place is thousands of miles away from the borders of the Tang dynasty. How could I have ever come here?" Tang Sanzang frowned, the sense of deja vu intensifying as he approached the river. Hearing Tang Sanzang's words, Sun Wukong blinked and suddenly smiled. "Perhaps master possesses a method of astral projection, dreaming while your spirit travels far and wide, and you have indeed been here?" Tang Sanzang simply shook his head. How could he possess such an ability? He had never even seen a river as vast as this in his lifetime. Perhaps master visited this place in a past life, leaving a profound impression. It's possible that he fell into the water here and subsequently reincarnated. Zhu Beiji chuckled, surprisingly hitting the nail on the head this time. Past life? Tang Sanzang initially froze, then felt the world spin around him. "Hey, master, look. There's a stele here that reads Laisha River. with the inscription, 800 Lusha realm, 3,000 shallow waters deep. Goose feathers cannot float, while bulrushes sink to the bottom. Zhu Beiji exclaimed, "This river is quite perilous." Sun Wukong possessed keen eyesight, spotting the distant boundary marker from afar. The mere mention of the flowing sand river caused Tang Seng's complexion to pale, as if a switch had been flipped in his mind, unleashing a torrent of memories that overwhelmed him, leading him to faint on the spot. Chapter 45. Monkey brother, you urinate yellow, come here. Master, master. Cries echoed as Zhu Beiji hastened to revive Tang Seng, pinching his acupoints and thumping his chest to restore his breath. Awakening slowly, Tang Seng's face went pale once more, and he gasped urgently, "Wukong, quickly, quickly." He struggled to form complete sentences, his words tumbling out in fragments. "What do you mean quickly?" Sun Wukong blinked in confusion, taken aback. "Master, have a sip of water." Zhu Beiji quickly offered Tang Seng a drink. Once Tang Seng regained some composure, he urged, "Wukong, hurry. There are monsters here." A red-haired demon. Monsters? Where? Sun Wukong was momentarily baffled. Although the flowing sand river appeared treacherous and fearsome, it seemed unreasonable to conclude that monsters lurked merely because of the inhospitable terrain. Furthermore, as a Tai Golden Immortal, he was highly sensitive to demonic energy. If there were any disturbances, he would sense them immediately. Yet, he had felt nothing. How could Tang Seng have sensed it first? How peculiar. Master must have had a nightmare. Let him rest a while. Monkey brother and I will find a way to cross the river, Zhu Beiji chuckled. It was not a nightmare. It was not a nightmare. Tang Seng insisted, growing frantic. There is indeed a demon here, a ferocious red-haired demon that wishes to devour me. Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong exchanged glances. Is Master perhaps delirious? Zhu Beiji wondered aloud. Not delirious, but rather possessed. Then perhaps we should exorcise the spirit? Exorcise? How? Sun Wukong retorted. If I struck Master, he would hardly withstand it. You don't understand. In our Taoist tradition, I've heard from a friend that urine can exorcise spirits. Monkey brother, your urine is yellow. You should sprinkle it on Master to wake him. Why don't you do it? Well, you see, it must be a child's urine. I, being a pig, have long lost my pure yang essence. You, monkey brother, are still pure yang. How dare you speak to me like that? I was once the monkey king, surrounded by countless offspring and beautiful female monkeys. How can you assume I am still pure yang? By the way, when you stole the peaches, you surely had the 7 fairies under your spell, right? If it were me, I would. As Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji bickered about how to exorcise the spirit, Tang Seng felt a headache coming on. Just as he was about to scold them, a thunderous roar erupted. Suddenly, the waters of the flowing sand river surged violently, a shadow breaking the surface. Indeed, a demon emerged, a fearsome creature with a wild mane of red flames, its eyes glowing like lanterns. Its face was a mix of colors, a deep and menacing hue, and it donned a yellow cloak, adorned with 9 skulls around its neck, brandishing a staff that radiated malevolence. With a ferocious gust, the demon charged toward the shore, intent on seizing Tang Seng. Indeed, there is a demon. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji shook off their distractions and grinned at the approaching threat. Sun Wukong brandished his Rui Jingu Bang, gleaming with golden light. Demon, prepare to face my wrath. With a swift motion, he lengthened and thickened his staff, striking the demon with tremendous force. Sparks flew as the staff collided with the demon repeatedly, leaving it no room to defend itself. Hey, I'll join in too. Zhu Beiji, feeling emboldened, grabbed his 9-toothed rake and joined the fray. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of their weapons clashing echoed as the demon struggled to withstand their assault. Realizing it could not endure much longer, the demon feigned a retreat, leaping into the flowing sand river without a second thought. Hey, don't you dare run. Zhu Beiji called out, shaking his rake triumphantly as he approached Tang Seng with a swagger reminiscent of a victorious general. Fool, who told you to engage? If it weren't for you, I could have captured that demon in just a few exchanges. Now it has escaped because of your meddling. Sun Wukong scoffed. Seizing Zhu Beiji by the ear, Zhu Beiji winced, gasping for mercy, no longer the imposing figure he had been. Disciples, we must swiftly deal with that demon. Tang Seng sighed inwardly, feeling a lack of security in their presence. By the way, Master, how did you know there was a demon here? Sun Wukong inquired. His curiosity piqued. Zhu Beiji perked up, eager to hear the answer. Tang Seng hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts as he recalled the vivid images from his mind. They felt as if he were witnessing someone else's memories. 9 distinct scenes where the red-haired demon emerged from the flowing sand river to consume him. Could they be fragmented memories from past lives? He feared no one would believe him, yet his 2 disciples were anything but ordinary. After a moment's hesitation, he confessed, "It seems I have awakened memories from my past lives, witnessing the red-haired demon that devoured me each time." "You truly have awakened past life memories," Zhu Beiji exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. "So, you mean to say you were eaten by this demon in every life?" Sun Wukong regarded Tang Sung with a strange expression, instinctively questioning him. While not all memories were clear, it was indeed true that he had seen himself consumed by the demon in 9 lifetimes. Tang Sung sighed, unwilling to lie. A monk does not speak falsehoods. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong chuckled, hands on his hips, amused yet scolding the old monk. "Master, they say one should not stumble in the same place twice. Yet here you are, tripping over the same demon 9 times, each time failing to learn your lesson. Do not jest." Tang Sung's expression darkened as he urged, "We must remove that demon quickly, lest we delay our journey west." Chapter 46. To seek scriptures? What nonsense. Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong exchanged knowing glances and chuckled softly. Upon realizing Tang Sung's genuine anger, they straightened up. "Fear not, master. Monkey brother is immensely capable. Just send him to exorcise the demon, and victory is assured." Zhu Beiji grinned, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong. "Ahem, dear brother," Sun Wukong coughed lightly, his eyes darting as he smiled mischievously. "I dare not make such claims. You know I am not adept at aquatic affairs, with the water avoidance spell and all. Unless I transform into a fish or shrimp, I cannot traverse the waters. On land, I can achieve anything, but in the water, I will need your assistance." "Huh?" Zhu Beiji scoffed, shaking his head incredulously. "Who was it that said they could capture the demon in just a few exchanges? Hee, isn't that on land?" Sun Wukong chuckled as he patted Zhu Beiji's belly, saying, "My dear brother, you were once the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly River's Water Army, so you are undoubtedly well-versed in matters of water. Allow you to handle this, and as your elder brother, I shall have no worries." "Ah, indeed. In those days I, Old Pig, commanded 80,000 water troops in the Heavenly Court, vanquishing demons and battling across the 3 realms with valor and skill. Once upon a time, I was a figure of great renown in the Heavenly Court." Zhu Beiji puffed out his chest with pride. "Hey, has it become 80,000? Just a while ago, you mentioned it was 100,000. Sun Wukong blinked, smiling broadly at Zhu Beiji. Suddenly, Zhu Beiji stuttered, left speechless, his mouth agape. All right, I won't go." "I won't go?" Zhu Beiji glared, somewhat exasperated. "Alas, dear brother, the affairs in the water truly require your expertise. The Grand Marshal of the Heavenly River's Water Army cannot be merely a name. Those water demons and sand monsters, if you make a move, wouldn't they be easily subdued?" Sun Wukong grinned, lavishing him with praise. Zhu Beiji felt a surge of confidence again, puffing out his chest, but soon deflated. Hesitating and stammering, "Well, I did indeed once command the Heavenly River and possess some knowledge of water tactics, but now, I am alone. If that water demon has kin or numerous descendants, I, Old Pig, would struggle against many. Fear not, dear brother. When the time comes, you need not engage in battle. Simply lead it to the surface. At that moment, I, Old Sun, will strike down with my staff, ensuring its demise." Sun Wukong chuckled, wielding his golden staff with a fierce aura. Fine, Zhu Beiji replied hurriedly, moving to the edge of the flowing sand river. He gazed at the rushing waters, casting a worried glance back at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong waved his hand, urging him to hurry. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Beiji steeled himself, his gaze sharp, and leaped into the water. Bubbles rose as Zhu Beiji, having not entered the water for a long time, quickly adapted. His eyes widened, surveying the yellowish river water. And with determination, he held his breath and dove down to the riverbed. "Which monk are you? I haven't sought trouble with you, yet you come chasing after me?" Beneath the water, a voice floated, but the source was elusive. Zhu Beiji bobbed up and down, looking around, yet could not locate the demon's true form. What kind of demon are you to block this path?" Zhu Beiji sneered, ready to strike with his rake at any moment. "I am neither a demon nor nameless." The voice echoed, shifting from side to side, difficult to pinpoint. Zhu Beiji, seeing the demon did not reveal itself, maintained his composure and inquired, "If you are not a demon, Why harm the living here? What is your origin? Speak quickly, and I may spare your life." The demon let out a cold laugh, revealing itself as a cultured spirit, and spoke, "Listen to my tale. I was born strong, roaming the vast heavens." "What? Why not start from Pengu creating the world?" Zhu Beiji interrupted, impatient with the demon's ramblings. "Stop the nonsense. Quickly reveal your background." The demon paused, seemingly taken aback, wanting to retort, "Is this how you display courtesy?" Yet it continued, "I am the heavenly marshal of the curtain, exiled here after shattering a glass jar at the peach banquet, angering the Jade Emperor. Now, I endure suffering every 7 days, transformed into this wretched state." "Ha ha. I thought you were someone of significance." Zhu Beiji laughed heartily, shaking his rake and grinning. "So, you are the curtain marshal. Behold, I, old pig, am no more than a wild boar spirit, and I happen to be hungry today. Whether you are tough or not, I will make you into meat paste." The curtain marshal sneered, unable to discern Zhu Beiji's appearance. Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji grew furious. "You are the wild boar spirit, and you are the tough one. Today, I shall send you to the afterlife." With that, a massive wave surged, the river roiling as if the heavens themselves were enraged, a powerful force shooting towards the demon's hiding place. Zhu Beiji had sensed the curtain marshal's location beforehand. How bold! The curtain marshal, furious and alarmed, revealed himself, his staff shining as he swiftly retaliated against Zhu Beiji. In an instant, the waters erupted, muddy and turbulent, obscuring all visibility. The two battled from beneath the surface to the water's edge, the clash of their weapons ringing out, truly a match of equals, neither able to claim victory. On the shore, Sun Wukong watched as the waters erupted, sparkling and tumultuous, filled with swirling sand, and he grew anxious. Finally, observing the demon rising a few inches to the surface, Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself. "Ho!" he shouted, his gaze fierce, his golden staff spinning as he soared into the sky, instantly enlarging and striking down towards the curtain marshal's crown. The curtain marshal, alarmed and realizing he was outmatched, abandoned Zhu Beiji and dove into the water, disappearing in an instant. Zhu Beiji stared at the vanishing foe, wide-eyed, and immediately began to curse at Sun Wukong in the sky. "You cursed monkey, detestable steed of the horse, why the rush? You should have waited for me to lead him higher before attacking. Now, you've scared him into the water, and how would he dare to show himself again? Now, it's impossible to cross the river, to seek the scriptures? Forget it, I might as well not pursue them." Chapter 47, Eradicating Evil. "This curtain marshal cannot be allowed to live." "You fool, what nonsense are you spouting?" Sun Wukong retorted coldly. "It's precisely because you were doing well, and you struck the demon with a single blow that I see you are deliberately hindering Master from crossing the river, intentionally obstructing our quest for the Western scriptures." Zhu Beiji countered, grumbling. "You fool, speak again, and I won't hold back." Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, brimming with lethal intent. "You'll not silence me. It is clearly your own doing." Zhu Beiji stubbornly insisted, "I see you as a spy, an insider, sent to sabotage our pilgrimage. Speak again." Sun Wukong raised his staff, ready to strike. "Enough." Tang Sung sighed, standing up to address Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, saying seriously, "You two should cease these fruitless arguments and focus on devising a strategy to deal with this demon. Alas, this is no easy task." Both Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji sighed deeply. Then, Sun Wukong glanced at Zhu Beiji with a mocking grin, suddenly exclaiming, "You fool. Once a grand marshal of the Heavenly River's water army, yet now cannot best a mere demon in the water? Are you not slacking in your duties?" Zhu Beiji's eyes widened, quickly adopting a mournful expression as he turned to Tang Sung, lamenting, "It's unjust, master. This foul monkey is always targeting me, always framing me. Can you hear the nonsense he speaks? I, old pig, toiled to lure that water demon up, and he chases it away while mocking me. Truly, the world is harsh, and human hearts are ungrateful. Wukong, do not speak ill of him." Tang Sung sighed, reprimanding. "Hey!" Sun Wukong gritted his teeth in frustration. "Why may he speak ill of me, but I cannot return the favor? Say a few words, and he starts weeping. Truly not a man, more womanly than women." Sun Wukong sulked, then turned coldly to Zhu Beiji. "How do you explain this? A grand marshal of the Heavenly River, and yet you cannot capture a single water demon? In the past, you vanquished demons, but now, are you being subdued by them?" Zhu Beiji blinked, yet the earlier pretense had dissipated, and he candidly remarked, That is no ordinary water demon. According to its own account, it is the heavenly general of the curtain who, having incurred punishment, was cast down to the mortal realm, resulting in its current state. The heavenly general of the curtain? Does that not imply a colleague of yours among the celestial officials? Sun Wukong gazed at Zhu Beiji with a hint of astonishment and continued, "Pray, reveal your identity, summon him forth, and assist our master across the river. In doing so, it would be resolved." Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang hesitated. For truth be told, he harbored a desire to eliminate that water demon. This fiend had devoured him once, twice, and more. Indeed, he had perished at its hands in all his previous 9 lives. How could he possibly spare it? The adage of mercy is often spoken by bystanders. But for the afflicted, such leniency would be absurd. If the demon were not vanquished, how could he find peace? Zhu Beiji then coldly scoffed. That unperceptive creature no longer recognizes me. Furthermore, although I once served alongside him, he was a favored figure at the Jade Emperor's side, tasked with guarding and unfurling the heavenly curtains, akin to a high-ranking eunuch at the Emperor's court. We cannot curry favor with him. Even if I were to reveal my identity, it would likely lead to nothing but a confrontation. This predicament left Sun Wukong furrowing his brow in silence. What then shall we do? Zhu Beiji mirrored the furrowed brow. A moment passed, and both struggled to devise a suitable plan. Reluctantly, they resolved that Zhu Beiji should issue a challenge to lure the demon out, hoping to strike it down. Surely it would meet its demise. Alas, the demon proved astute, refusing to emerge regardless of their entreaties. Even as Sun Wukong wielded his golden staff, sweeping through the waters, the demon remained hidden. The two were at a loss, and as dusk approached, they could only rest nearby for the night. At dawn the next day, Zhu Beiji once more called for the demon, yet after much shouting, the heavenly general remained silent, unwilling to show himself. How vexing! Zhu Beiji lamented, shaking his head. He then turned to his companions and softly suggested, "I believe it is best we part ways. Let us return to our respective paths. Monkey brother, you may return to your flower and fruit mountain, while I shall return to my Gao Laozhuang. Let us disband and abandon this quest for the Western scriptures. You foolish one, must you always speak such morose words? Tend to our master. I shall venture to the South Sea." Sun Wukong twisted Zhu Beiji's ear, uttering only that before performing a somersault, riding the clouds swiftly toward the South Sea. Before long, Sun Wukong returned, but this time without the presence of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Instead, he was accompanied by Mu Jia. Zhu Beiji recognized Mu Jia and, upon his arrival, promptly led their master to pay his respects. Soon, Mu Jia narrated the tale of the heavenly general, and Zhu Beiji and Tang Sanzang finally grasped the situation. Ah, Guanyin truly is remarkable. Should another such disciple arise, why not inform us sooner? It would spare us the waste of time and words. Zhu Beiji complained. This disciple? Tang Sanzang regarded Mu Jia with furrowed brows, instinctively querying, "Respected Mu Jia, has the Bodhisattva erred? That red-haired demon is a merciless fiend. How could he possibly be called my disciple?" While Tang Sanzang was not opposed to accepting disciples, he could only tolerate Sun Wukong, who, despite his fierce nature and past misdeeds during the heavenly turmoil, sought redemption. Zhu Beiji, too, had committed no grave sins, merely indulging in lustful desires, which was not uncommon. In Gao Laozhuang, he had done no harm. However, the heavenly general was a being responsible for his 9 deaths. To accept him as a disciple would instill fear in the night. What if this demon, on a whim, unleashed its ferocity and devoured him? Such a prospect was utterly unacceptable. It would be wiser to exorcise him without delay. Rest assured, he has already undergone the Bodhisattva's enlightening, and from this point forth, he shall not commit further transgressions. Heaven harbors compassion for all living beings. Relinquishing the sword can lead to enlightenment. Given his benevolent inclinations and capabilities, allow him to be your disciple, to safeguard you on your journey to the West. Mu Jia smiled, performing a Buddhist gesture and speaking softly. Yet, while Mu Jia spoke lightly, the shadow in Tang Sanzang's heart lingered. Could one truly attain enlightenment by merely relinquishing the sword? Tang Sanzang opened his mouth, realizing that only when confronted with such matters personally did he perceive the folly in certain Buddhist philosophies. Amitabha, may the Buddha forgive me, for I harbor no intentions toward the Buddhist path, Tang Sanzang silently recited. Yet as he pondered, a deep sigh escaped him. What could he do? Wujing, Wujing. Mu Jia paid no heed to Tang Sanzang's expression, only calling out, The one who seeks the scriptures has lingered here for far too long. Why do you not submit? Do not engage in wicked deeds, but hasten forth. With these calls, the water surface finally revealed the head of the heavenly general, who glanced about and, upon spotting Mu Jia, immediately adopted a serious demeanor and bowed respectfully. Soon, the heavenly general understood the circumstances, and with a loud thud, he knelt before Tang Sanzang. Master, your disciple was blind to your grandeur and has acted rashly. I beseech your forgiveness. Tang Sanzang gazed at the heavenly general with trepidation, particularly at the skulls adorning his neck, which filled him with dread. The heavenly general, seeing this, chuckled heartily. "Oh, master, do not fear. I was indeed famished, and due to the Jade Emperor's punishment every 7 days, my vitality waned, compelling me to consume humans. In truth, I discarded those heads into the sand river. The ordinary heads sank to the riverbed. However, these 9 skulls belonged to previous seekers of scriptures who met their end at my hands. These skulls possess a certain mystique, preventing them from sinking. Thus I fashioned them into a necklace." The Bodhisattva even remarked that these skulls might hold some value. Tang Sanzang, upon hearing this, felt darkness cloud his vision and nearly fainted. Chapter 48. Reciting Buddhist scriptures with an unkind heart, raising the sword against the sacred mountain. To eat mortals out of hunger? And to have consumed 9 seekers of scriptures? To string their skulls into a necklace? Tang Sanzang's blood surged, leaving him dazed, his mind buzzing. Knowing that he had perished at the hands of this red-haired demon in all his previous lives indicated that he had traversed the path of seeking scriptures before. Was this journey not orchestrated by someone? It was evident that he was ensnared in a well-laid scheme. A flicker of malice flashed in Tang Sanzang's eyes in that moment. Though he did not grasp the entirety of the truth, he comprehended the bulk of it, despite his ignorance of what his original form as the golden cicada entailed. The repeated consumption by this red-haired demon across lifetimes clearly signified that his existence was meticulously orchestrated. Had he not experienced a moment of awakening to fragments of his past, he might have approached this situation with trepidation and even relief, accepting this man-eating fiend as a disciple. Elder? Elder! Mu Jia's voice echoed in Tang Sanzang's ears. Abruptly, Tang Sanzang snapped back to reality, a faint smile gracing his face as he looked at the kneeling heavenly general. Though fear still lingered in his heart, he forced a smile and calmly inquired, "Are you truly sincere in seeking to join my teachings?" The heavenly general immediately bowed once more, solemnly declaring, "I, your disciple, have been enlightened by the Bodhisattva, who bestowed upon me the surname of Sha and granted me the Dharma name of Sha Wujing. How could I possibly disregard my master's teachings?" Hearing this, Tang Sanzang's heart darkened further, yet he nodded and turned to Sun Wukong with a smile, softly requesting, "Wukong, fetch the." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong swiftly retrieved the and presented it to his master. Tang Sung held the razor, lowering it onto Sha Wujing's head. With swift strokes, the fiery red hair was shaved inch by inch, until finally, the razor reached the nape of Sha Wujing's neck. Tang Seng's gaze turned fierce, his eyes glinting with a menacing light. Suddenly, he applied force, the gleaming blade slicing directly against Sha Wujing's neck. In an instant, blood gushed forth, a torrent of crimson staining Tang Seng's palm and the once pristine razor. "Master!" exclaimed Wukong in shock, while Zhu Beiji stood agape, and Mu Jia was left astounded. Sha Wujing's eyes widened in horror as he clutched his neck, blood seeping through his fingers, impossible to contain. The blood flowed forth like a raging flood, spilling uncontrollably. With a thud, Sha Wujing collapsed onto the ground, his blood gradually trickling towards the flowing sands of the river, staining the water a deep red. In that moment, the world appeared monochromatic. For Tang Sung, there was only the glaring crimson of blood. "Master? Master?" Suddenly, Wukong's voice broke through, filled with confusion. Tang Sung snapped back to reality, feeling the warmth of sunlight on his face and the cool river breeze against his skin. Before him, Sha Wujing patiently awaited his shaving. With no blood in sight, and the air devoid of frantic cries, Tang Sung let out a bitter smile, gazing at the bright, sharp razor and then at Sha Wujing's neck. He truly wished to plunge the blade and end Sha Wujing's life. Yet, he could not, nor would he dare. This was the only moment he harbored thoughts of killing, without an ounce of remorse. However, fantasies aside, Tang Sung ultimately had to confront reality, donning a smile as he proceeded to shave Sha Wujing. At last, the shaving was complete, and Sha Wujing bowed thrice before Tang Sun. Under Muja's guidance, he affixed his skull necklace to the gourd, tossing it into the river. To their astonishment, the gourd rapidly expanded into a boat capable of crossing the river. Thus, the four of them traversed the flowing sands and resumed their journey westward. Unbeknownst to them, another night had passed. As Tang Sun attempted to rest, he found himself tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. The moon hung bright in the sky, and as he gazed at the myriad stars above, his expression became distant and contemplative. With a bitter smile, he lit a candle and opened the scriptures, poring over them for half the night. Yet, he found each page inscribed with the words universal salvation, great compassion, benevolence, morality, but this once familiar text now sent chills down his spine. After a prolonged examination, he discerned that the scriptures revealed only two words: devouring humans. Looking towards the robust figure not far from the fire, he saw it turn, revealing a fierce visage, eyes glinting with malice, exuding an aura of death and darkness. A roar erupted from the creature as it lunged towards him, its hateful gaze reflecting Tang Sun's own terrified image, causing his complexion to pale and his body to tremble uncontrollably. The foul stench nearly made him faint. As the sharp fangs drew nearer, it felt as though he would soon be consumed. Ah! A scream escaped his lips, and Tang Sun bolted upright, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, his entire body drenched. The candle beside him had burned out, and the scriptures lay open to a random page. "Master, what's wrong?" came Sha Wujing's concerned voice, filled with warmth. Seeing the tension etched on Sha Wujing's face, Tang Sun shook his head, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Softly reassured him it was just a dream. Sha Wujing smiled, revealing his bright teeth, and said with his deep voice, "Master, you should rest. I'll fetch you some vegetarian food. The sun has risen, and our elder and second brothers are preparing to set off." As Tang Sun observed Sha Wujing's naive smile and heard his hearty voice, his heart sank deeper. He sensed the venom in his words, the blade hidden in his laughter. Those teeth, so white and sharp, belonged to a creature that feasted on flesh. "Good," was all Tang Sun could manage to say, leaving him speechless. Their journey had already spanned over half a month, and each night was haunted by nightmares, all connected to that demon. Tang Sun watched Sha Wujing's busy figure, bit his lip, stood up, yet felt powerless, ultimately resigning to continue the journey. The road westward, fraught with 81 trials, had scarcely begun. Gazing towards the west, Tang Sun clasped his hands in prayer, his expression serene, almost resembling a Buddha incarnate. Yet, within his eyes flickered a fierce and rebellious spirit. He chanted Ba, while his heart was entangled in thoughts of bloodshed. Murmurs of vengeance filled his soul, fierce and loathsome. The golden cicada within his consciousness stirred once more. Chapter 49. With the Buddha in heart, where is the unattainable Lingshan? The westward journey is fraught with demons that devour men, while Lingshan harbors Buddhas that also feast on flesh. Yet, they allow bodhisattvas to test the depths of one's Zen. Is it a trial of Zen or a trial of the cicada? Perhaps it is both. Truly, love, compassion, and pity abound. Tang Sun rode his white horse, clad in cassock, his Zen mind steady, and his cicada heart resolute. What necessity is there for such trials? He had no desire to seek scriptures. Returning to Chang'an was more desirable than serving as a son-in-law to some deity, merely plotting for merit. Tang Sun looked upon what should have been a grand estate. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, his heart coldly amused. Though a mere mortal, he understood that in these desolate mountains, no estate could possibly exist. Such an abrupt appearance could only signify either a demon or a deity. Observing Zhu Beiji bound to a tree, he realized it was not a demon, but a deity, a bodhisattva. Yet, though not a demon, their heart was more corrupt than that of a demon, more vicious than that of a fiend. "Master?" Still pondering, Wukong chuckled, eyeing Tang Sun. "If you were still considering, then why not have agreed to that old hag yesterday? You could have become a bodhisattva's son-in-law. Age is but a number. Do not jest. If I had such thoughts, perhaps it would be I bound to that tree today, not Beiji," Tang Sun replied calmly, unperturbed. Has Master discerned something?" Wukong inquired, blinking with an odd expression. "Mortal eyes cannot fathom the divine," Tang Sun chuckled, shaking his head. Wukong smacked his lips, still smiling. This old monk, who could see through everything from the start, now seemed increasingly obscure. Even with his fiery eyes, he could not penetrate the old monk's thoughts. However, Wukong took the lead. holding his golden staff, striding confidently, yet remaining silent. Though at times he appeared carefree and innocent, it was merely a reflection of his reluctance to scheme or ponder too deeply. This did not imply he was truly foolish. Wukong was astute, having lived for nearly 1,000 years. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji, carrying his rake, ambled along, eyeing the figure on the white horse with a grin. Since departing from Yellow Wind Mountain, the old monk had grown increasingly somber. Though outwardly he remained calm and compassionate, the glances exchanged revealed a latent awakening of an ancient, fearsome presence. Who could say what the Yellow Wind demon had done to this old monk? In 5 days, anything could happen. Glancing at the ever-serious Sha Wujing, whose silence was palpable, the smile on Zhu Beiji's face grew even more pronounced. One harbored a demon within, while the other housed a ghost. In the company of eerie spirits and phantoms, what scriptures shall we seek? What sin shall we discuss? The cicada and Zen, ah, how ominous it is. This grand calamity of the journey to the west, seemingly ordinary, is fraught with peril at every step, each moment a potential threat. Yet, the true danger, the lurking menace, resides within the human heart. The demons and monsters merely serve as mere embellishments. Zhu Beiji remains silent, and Sha Wujing is dutifully stoic. Only the exuberant monkey forges ahead, clearing the path. As they journey onward, they face the elements, traversing rugged mountains, with minor demons occasionally lurking, their malice evident. However, on one particular day, they suddenly encounter a towering mountain blocking their way. Tang Sung halts his horse, gazing at the mountain's peak with a furrowed brow, and inquires, "Disciples, ahead lies a mountain. We must proceed with caution, for there may be demons at play." "He, Master, your vigilance surpasses even that of us, your humble disciples." Sun Wukong chuckles, yet he reassures. "Fear not, Master, with the 3 of us scouting ahead, what is there to fear? Even if demons appear, I shall vanquish them with a single blow. Amitba, do not create needless slaughter. If the demons are innocent, let them be." Tang Sung joins his hands in prayer, his expression radiating compassion, increasingly resembling a holy monk. "He, Master, you possess such a kind heart." Sun Wukong exclaims. "It is said that Master is a virtuous soul across 10 lifetimes. Even a morsel from Master grants eternal life." Zhu Beiji laughs heartily, swaying his head like a fool. "Nonsense, you dolt. What foolishness is this?" Sun Wukong scolds Zhu Beiji. "Is it not spoken throughout the realms?" Zhu Beiji retorts, smirking. Suddenly, he turns to Sha Wujing and mischievously asks, "Brother Sha, after consuming 9 seekers of scriptures, do you feel any sense of immortality?" Sha Wujing opens his mouth but finds no words, only managing a wry smile. "Second brother, please refrain from such talk. I'm merely curious, which is more delectable, the heavenly nectar or the flesh of scripture seekers?" Zhu Beiji stirs the pot, casting a sly glance at Tang Seng's back. Tang Sung remains steadfast on his mount, his composure unshaken. "Second brother, such words should not be spoken," Sha Wujing sighs, glancing at Tang Sung, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Enough, Wuning and Wujing. Let bygones be bygones. To set down the butcher's knife is to attain Buddhahood. Since Wujing has done so, why inquire further?" Tang Sung's voice resonates, clearly having overheard Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing's exchange. One cannot deny Tang Seng's luminous heart and unwavering zen, for even such words fail to disturb his tranquility. How admirable! Zhu Beiji chuckles inwardly, choosing to say no more. As they proceed, climbing the mountain, they behold its majestic splendor, towering peaks, with grandeur that reaches the heavens. Its roots intertwined with the Kunlun Range, its summit brushing against the clouds, white cranes perching upon cypress trees, and dark apes entwined in vines. Sunlight dances through the verdant canopies, shrouded in layers of crimson mist, while winds weave through shadowy ravines, and myriad colorful clouds drift above. Upon witnessing this mountain, Tang Seng's face lights up with a smile. "Disciples, after traversing such treacherous terrain, we now behold this splendid mountain. Surely, we are nearing the sacred land of Ling Mountain." "Indeed, indeed." Sun Wukong chuckles, shaking his head. The old monk's eagerness reflects a lack of understanding of the vastness of the journey ahead. Sha Wujing, intrigued, questions, "Elder brother, how far are we from the Thunder Sound Temple in the west?" "The journey to the west spans 80,000 li. We have only covered a fraction. Perhaps 1/10 or 1/12. Sun Wukong laughs. Despite never having ventured to the west, he is well acquainted with the routes of Xinyo Hezhou. 80,000 li? Brother, it may take us years to arrive. Zhu Beiji laments, feeling the weight of despair. With an amused glance at Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, and a sidelong look at Tang Sung on his white horse, Sun Wukong quips, for you too, it may take merely half a day. As for me, I could make 50 round trips in a day. But for master, haha, do not even think about it. Amipa. Tang Sung clasps his hands together. His tone serene. Let us not speak too much. The sacred mountain is merely a manifestation of sincerity and intent. Wherever one reflects inwardly, there lies the true sacred mountain. Chapter 50. Ignorant of the heights and depths, yet barking wildly? Hee. Master possesses great enlightenment and a profound zen. Zhu Beiji chuckles, suddenly spotting a boundary stone ahead. His eyes sparkling with excitement. Master, although this place is not Ling Mountain, it is home to a divine being. Before them, the boundary stone bears the inscription, Mount Wanshou. Oh, Mount Wanshou. Tang Sung studies the stone, attempting to recall everything about Mount Wanshou, but alas, his memories remain elusive, mostly consisting of fragmented recollections from his past lives, particularly those consumed in previous incarnations. As for the memories of the golden cicada, they are but scattered fragments. Occasionally, familiar things may trigger a few words, but complete sentences and memories evade him. What Mount Wanshou signifies is beyond his comprehension, nor does he know which divine beings reside within. Mount Wanshou is the dwelling of the great immortal Xinyuanzi, yet unexpectedly, they have arrived here. Zhu Beiji, evidently well-informed. Or perhaps it is rare for anyone in the three realms not to know the cultivator Xinyuanzi. Even Sun Wukong has heard tales of Xinyuanzi. Jinyuan Daxian? I only recall that he is a formidable figure, yet I am unaware of his deeds. Since you are knowledgeable, why not enlighten us? Sun Wukong looks toward Zhu Beiji, smiling. In Sun Wukong's eyes, although Zhu Beiji may lack certain skills, his past as Marshal Tianpeng endowed him with insights beyond Wukong's grasp. Hee. To speak of Jinyuan Daxian, Zhu Beiji grins, suddenly pointing ahead. Brother Monkey, just look. We have arrived. You shall soon find out. Following Zhu Beiji's gesture, indeed, a temple emerges ahead, and before it stands another boundary stone, which reads, Blessed Land of Mount Wanshou, Cave Heaven of Wuzhuang Temple. Tang Sung, filled with curiosity, gazes at the temple. If what Beiji says is true, then there must be a benevolent deity within. Let us enter and see. If we are fortunate, the journey will not be in vain. Most certainly. Sun Wukong beams. When I was the great sage equal to heaven, I had many friends, yet never encountered such a companion. Let us proceed together. Thus, the four masters and disciples approach the temple, where they find a couplet inscribed at the entrance. Home of the immortal with eternal life, a household aligned with heaven. TSK, TSK. Sun Wukong exclaims upon reading the couplet. This old immortal truly is a legendary figure. Even when I stood before the celestial lord in the Doshui Palace, I never encountered such words. Though Sun Wukong speaks, skepticism laces his tone. What stature does the celestial lord possess? Even he has never uttered such phrases. Yet Xinyuanzi in Wuzhuang Temple dares to proclaim them. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Zhu Beiji merely chuckles without elaboration. Just then, before the group can knock, the temple doors swing open, and two young acolytes emerge, exuding an ethereal aura, their presence refreshing as a gentle breeze, with lips red and teeth white. Upon seeing the visitors, the acolytes bow to Tang Sung, saying, Master, please forgive our lack of welcome. Do come in. Tang Sung nods slightly, dismounting, and proceeds directly into the Wuzhuang Temple. Soon, the four disciples find themselves ushered into the main hall. Upon entering, they behold two grand characters adorned in vibrant colors emblazoned on the wall, heaven and earth. Before the characters, there stood an incense table adorned with offerings, where fragrant sandalwood smoke wafted gracefully in the air. Although Tang Sanzang was perplexed, he nonetheless lit the incense, dedicating it to the words heaven and earth. Turning back, he curiously inquired of the two young Taoist disciples, Esteemed disciples, your five is indeed wondrous. Why do you choose to honor only the characters of heaven and earth with incense? The two disciples, Qing Feng and Ming Wei, who embodied the essence of clarity and serenity, could not help but feel a twinge of disdain at the old monk's naivety. However, bound by their master's prior instructions, they refrained from expressing their thoughts. Instead, they explained, to be candid, revered teacher, the upper character is to be honored. The lower one, however, is unworthy of our incense offerings. It is merely that our master molded these characters together for the purpose of reverently worshipping heaven and earth. Tang Sanzang listened with astonishment and pressed further. But why not offer incense to the three pure ones, the four sovereigns, or the celestial deities of the heavenly realms? Why solely honor the characters of heaven and earth? At this, Qing Feng and Ming Yue nearly rolled their eyes in disbelief, thinking to themselves how uninformed this old monk was, utterly unaware of their master's esteemed reputation. Indeed, their master belonged to the Tai Xianmen sect, rendering any conversation with the monk rather futile. With a hint of pride, Qing Feng replied, "The three pure ones are friends of our master. The four sovereigns are his acquaintances. The 9 luminaries are his juniors. And the primordial lord is simply a guest of our master. What significance do those figures hold in our master's eyes?" This response left Tang Sanzang momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Sun Wukong burst into laughter, doubling over in amusement. Upon hearing this raucous laughter, Qing Feng and Ming Yue felt a surge of irritation. "Monkey, what do you find so amusing?" they demanded. "I find the youthful words of that disciple utterly unfounded. Our master feels no shame." Sun Wukong chuckled, dismissing the disciple's words entirely. "You insolent monkey." Qing Feng and Ming Yue glared at him, their eyes filled with an intensity that could pierce through steel. "Calm yourself, Wukong, and offer an apology to our esteemed master," Tang Sanzang admonished with a low voice, insisting that regardless of the disciple's bravado, such disrespect must not stand. Sun Wukong merely shrugged, gesturing a slight salute towards the two disciples without uttering a word. "Humph." Qing Feng and Ming Yue scoffed, unwilling to lower themselves to quarrel with a monkey. At that moment, Tang Sanzang inquired, "Where's your master?" Ming Yue bowed slightly and replied, "Our master has been summoned by the venerable Yuan Shi Tianzuan to the upper clear heavens Moreau Palace to discuss the mysteries of the Tao. He is not present." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong could no longer contain his frustration. "You two simple-minded disciples dare to prattle before me? Who in the Moreau Palace is a Tai Celestial? What business do you have sending a mere cowhoof to speak there? The Moreau Palace is a place of great significance. It is the highest realm of the heavens, where the supreme Jade Emperor reigns over all. Who, then, is this Xinyuanzi? Not one of the three pure ones, nor the four sovereigns, much less the 5 elders of the 5 directions. What merit does he possess to be invited to the Moreau Palace?" These two disciples must simply have heard tales of its grandeur without understanding the true nature of their master's position. Qing Feng regarded Sun Wukong with a cold smile, remarking, "How presumptuous and blind you are. Have you not heard that there are always greater beings beyond your perception? You, a mere monkey spirit, are ignorant of my master's age and status, yet you bark like a dog, unknowing of your own limitations." In an instant, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, glaring fiercely at Qing Feng and Ming Yue. Hey, brother monkey," Pigsy interjected hastily, stepping in to mediate. "Eldest brother, let us speak civilly. There is no need for violence." Sandy also hurried forward, urging, "Wukong." Tang Sanzang's voice rose sharply. "Such rudeness must be addressed. You owe an apology." Chapter 51. The Temptation of the Golden Cicada. Tang Sanzang consumes the ginseng fruit. "Humph." Sun Wukong scoffed, turning to leave without uttering another word, hastily departing the scene. For him, remaining in such a place felt stifling and utterly devoid of interest. Watching Sun Wukong's departure, Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow, then sighed lightly, bowing respectfully to Qing Feng and Ming Yue. "It is my fault. I have failed to teach my disciples proper conduct. I apologize on their behalf." Seeing Tang Sanzang lower himself, Qing Feng and Ming Yue's discontent waned slightly. Observing the monk's demeanor, they found a semblance of dignity. He was indeed refined and courteous. Exchanging glances, Qing Feng and Ming Yue silently agreed. "Well then, master, I shall also step out for a moment," Pigsy announced with a smile, turning to find Sun Wukong. Sandy followed suit, leaving only Tang Sanzang with Qing Feng and Ming Yue. Unperturbed by Pigsy and Sandy's departure, Qing Feng and Ming Yue resolved to fulfill their master's command and prepare 2 ginseng fruits for the monk, honoring their past connections. However, Qing Feng discreetly whispered to Ming Yue, "Brother, we still do not know if this monk is truly our master's acquaintance. Let us inquire to avoid any missteps." Ming Yue nodded in agreement and turned to Tang Sanzang, asking, "May I inquire, revered elder, are you the Tang Sanzang who journeys from the eastern Tang to the west to obtain the sacred texts?" Tang Sanzang was taken aback for a moment before promptly responding. Indeed, I am. May I ask how you, esteemed disciples, are aware of my humble name? Before our master departed, he instructed us to extend a warm welcome. But it seems that you have already arrived. Please, take a seat while I prepare some tea for you, Mingyue said, hastily arranging for Tang Sanzang to be seated. Swiftly serving tea, Qingfeng then bowed again, saying, Please wait a moment, revered elder. We must fulfill our master's command and gather fruits for you. With that, Qingfeng and Mingyue exited, leaving Tang Sanzang alone in the hall, feeling somewhat perplexed. Fruits? What fruits? He pondered. Tang Sanzang felt a bit helpless, but decided to accept whatever fruits they would bring. However, when Qingfeng and Mingyue returned, bearing a tray with their offerings, Tang Sanzang was utterly taken aback, his heart racing with trepidation. Revered elder, we dwell in a remote area, lacking offerings. These 2 ginseng fruits are a humble gesture to quench your thirst, Qingfeng and Mingyue declared nonchalantly, presenting the fruits. Upon closer inspection, the fruits resembled young children, complete with limbs and facial features, appearing remarkably lifelike. They bore a faint blush, resembling blood in hue. Tang Sanzang's eyes widened in shock. He found himself at a loss for words. He wanted to scold them, to raise his voice, to cast the fruits aside. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the golden cicada in his mind trembled slightly, causing the words to catch in his throat, rendering him unable to articulate a coherent response. Seeing Tang Sanzang's horrified expression, Qingfeng could not help but chuckle inwardly. Though the monk appeared wise, he remained entangled in worldly concerns, unable to recognize the divine treasures before him. Nevertheless, remembering their master's teachings, they dared not say much more, merely stating, Revered elder, this fruit is known as ginseng fruit. You may wish to partake of one. I. Tang Sanzang stammered, his lips quivering, his eyelids fluttering, as he stared in terror at the approaching ginseng fruit. He was at a loss for why he felt so panicked. He wished to cry out, yet no sound emerged. He wanted to speak, but the words eluded him, leaving him merely to sit there, wide-eyed and anxious. In his mind, he could only perceive these fruits as mere infants, now being offered by the young Taoist, as if they were mere food. It was a shocking and brutal act, one that he found utterly incomprehensible. These 2 disciples appeared ethereal and refined, yet they engaged in such a macabre feast? Yet, another voice echoed in his mind, whispering that these were not mere infants, but rather spiritual fruits, rare and precious treasures of innate spiritual roots. In the recesses of his mind, remnants of information about a certain fruit lingered. This is the ginseng fruit, also known as the grass-returning elixir. It blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000, and takes yet another 3,000 to ripen. Only after 10,000 years can one partake of it. In such an expanse of time, merely 30 fruits are produced, resembling the form of a child not yet fully grown, with all limbs intact and features perfectly formed. If one is fortunate enough to encounter this fruit and merely inhale its fragrance, they may live for 360 years, consuming one grant's life for 47,000 years. As images of the fruit swirled in his mind, a yearning to consume it arose, suggesting that this fruit held great promise, a rare treasure indeed. However, Tang Sung, an ordinary mortal, could hardly fathom the extraordinary nature of this fruit. At first glance, the 2 children seated nearby appeared to be nothing more than typical kids, silent with closed eyes, seemingly on the verge of tears. How to consume it? Would doing so not equate to becoming akin to a demon? Yet, memories of his previous encounter within the Huangfeng cave resurfaced. He had indeed consumed the flesh of a bodhisattva. Even if these were children, to partake of them would surely render him a true fiend. Elder? Qingfeng and Mingyue called out once more, their expressions tinged with confusion. Truth be told, Tang Seng's demeanor was unexpectedly perplexing. Typically, upon witnessing such a fruit mistaken for a child, a mortal would express outrage and condemnation. They had even prepared to explain the situation to him. Yet here was Tang Song, his expression shifting unpredictably. Could it be that he recognized the ginseng fruit? However, his countenance did not convey such knowledge. If he truly understood its significance, he would surely be smiling with delight. Tang Seng took a deep breath, gazing at the 2 fruits before him, the urge to consume them growing ever more intense, the frequency of the vibrations in his consciousness increasing. Very well, he sighed inwardly. His expression momentarily clouded, but soon returning to normal as he rose and bowed to the two youths, saying, "I humbly thank you both, young immortals." "Not at all, not at all," Qing Feng and Ming Wei replied with cheerful gestures, dismissing his gratitude as they placed the two ginseng fruits upon the table and hurriedly exited. Tang Seng's heart quaked as he regarded the fruits on the table, yet he could not discern the reason for his escalating desire to consume them. Resolutely, he closed his eyes, reached for one of the ginseng fruits, and, with a swift motion, swallowed it whole. Chapter 52. The Golden Cicada Emerges. At the moment Tang Sung consumed the ginseng fruit, in the celestial palace of the Upper Clear, the Mi Luo Palace, the atmosphere was charged with the presence of great beings. At the highest seat sat the Jade Emperor, also known as the supreme ruler of the heavens. Beside him was a middle-aged figure exuding an extraordinary aura, the embodiment of the Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Next to him was the Grandmaster Xinyuanzi, adorned in a purple gold crown and a flowing robe, his countenance youthful and radiant. The three engaged in profound discourse, their surroundings suffused with ethereal energy. The principles of the Tao becoming increasingly apparent, as if the void itself resonated with unity. This session at the Mi Luo Palace centered on the essence of the primordial Tao. Xinyuanzi had been invited by the Yuanshi Tianzuan to partake in this discourse, with the presence of the Jade Emperor rendering the gathering entirely fitting. Though this manifestation was not the true Yuanshi Tianzuan, it was indistinguishable from the original, possessing an understanding of the primordial Tao. While the Jade Emperor was not the same as the one of old, in a certain sense, they were one and the same. Closest to the Tao of heaven. Although his own realm was modest, he was still capable of comprehension. Xinyuanzi, as an ancient being of innate divinity, had witnessed the tribulations of the past and was now on the brink of grasping the essence of the primordial Tao. What is the essence of the primordial Tao? Simply put, it signifies achieving sanctity. Xinyuanzi stood at the threshold of becoming a saint, a testament to his formidable strength. As the three engaged in their discourse, a sudden shift occurred. Xinyuanzi's eyes narrowed slightly, the flow of Tao momentarily stalling as he began to calculate something. "My friend, the Yuanshi Tianzuan." The manifestation of the Void Emperor called out gently, peering at Xinyuanzi. "Nothing of concern," Xinyuanzi replied, shaking his head lightly, though he sensed that some of his calculations had gone awry. The specifics of what had failed to materialize eluded him, for the celestial palace was not easily penetrated by calculations. Though he had many schemes, they were not solely directed at Tang Sung. Thus, he found himself uncertain as to what had truly gone awry. Yet upon reflection, Xinyuanzi concluded that such failures were inconsequential. His schemes were trivial in comparison to the essence of the primordial Tao. Even if his plans regarding the pilgrim had faltered, it mattered little. Had the pilgrim refrained from consuming the ginseng fruit, he would have adjusted his calculations to acquire some divine water from the west, thereby strengthening the ginseng fruit tree and enhancing the abilities of the two youths. However, if the pilgrim had consumed the ginseng fruit, it was of little consequence, a minor scheme indeed. Furthermore, should the pilgrim partake of the ginseng fruit, it could bear good fortune, as the golden cicada might emerge due to the two fruits, similarly enabling him to calculate toward the west. Xinyuanzi had considered both possibilities, pondering whether his calculations had truly failed or if they were merely part of a grand design. "If there is nothing more, let us continue," the Void Emperor stated, his voice resonating with clarity, the Tao's essence becoming increasingly luminous, as if the essence of the primordial Tao was on the verge of revelation. Meanwhile, within the Five Zhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, Tang Sung, eyes closed, had hastily devoured the ginseng fruit. To his surprise, the fruit melted instantaneously upon entry, transforming into a stream of azure energy that fused with his essence. As the energy surged within him, a faint golden light began to flicker around his form. Upon swallowing the fruit, Tang Sung felt invigorated, as if an inexhaustible vitality coursed through him. Opening his eyes, he realized that in his haste, he had not truly savored the flavor of the ginseng fruit. His gaze shifted to the remaining fruit, and once again, he felt an overwhelming urge to consume it. Having already partaken of one, he felt emboldened and grasped the remaining ginseng fruit, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to a human, with a stem atop that confirmed its identity as a fruit. Tang Sung hesitated, contemplating whether to consume the last fruit himself or to share it with his disciples. According to reason, he should not have been so secretive. However, with a furrowed brow, he found himself hesitating, as though the thoughts in his mind were deeply entrenched. Impossible to dismiss. Tang Sanzang only understood that this object was of great significance to him. Of course, it was not merely the ginseng fruit that held importance, but rather the essence of such a spiritual fruit. Sighing inwardly, Tang Sanzang pondered the origin of this thought, feeling helpless. He could only open his mouth and take a bite of the ginseng fruit. In an instant, juice splattered everywhere, releasing an aromatic fragrance. It was neither distinctly sweet nor sour. Rather, the flavor was uniquely exceptional, imbued with an astonishingly rich spiritual essence. Tang Sanzang savored it thoroughly, soon consuming the entire fruit, leaving not even a trace of the stem. Buzz. The spiritual energy within him surged like a river, flowing relentlessly. The ginseng fruit was certainly not just a simple means to prolong life. On the contrary, its contained spiritual power was extraordinarily abundant, almost comparable to some miraculous elixirs. Yet, an excess of spiritual energy could also be a burden for those lacking cultivation methods. An overload could lead to a catastrophic explosion. At that moment, Tang Sanzang felt uncomfortable as the energy swelled within him, making even his breathing difficult. Just then, Buzz, the young cicada in his consciousness, trembled slightly, and in an instant, boundless spiritual energy dissipated from Tang Sanzang's body, rapidly converging onto the young cicada. As this energy gathered, a crack suddenly appeared in the northern part of the cicada. The golden cicada was shedding its shell. Chapter 53. What treasures has old Sun not seen? In Tang Sanzang's consciousness, the Zen bug resembled a true golden cicada shedding its shell, as a fissure appeared on its back. Within that crack, crimson and golden light flickered continuously. The Taoist rhythm of the golden cicada flowed slightly, but only slightly. Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow, seemingly gaining some insight, yet at that moment, he could not recall much. The realization slipped through his fingers like grains of sand, elusive and fleeting. Although he could not grasp or retain it, inexplicably, Tang Sanzang felt a sense of relief. He did not understand why, but it seemed he ought to feel this way, as if he had released some burden, and his heart calmed significantly, as though he had gained some confidence. Even though this newfound confidence was mysterious and unexpected, it nevertheless imbued him with a sense of assurance. It felt as if, no matter the demons and monsters before him, he need not fear. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Tang Sanzang could not help but chuckle softly, realizing he had become somewhat deluded. After all, he was just a mere mortal. Why would he not fear the demons? Ultimately, he still relied on Wukong, Beiji, and Wujing. TSK. The old monk has eaten 2 ginseng fruits, truly greedy, not even sharing with us disciples. Zhu Beiji peered through a gap, watching Tang Sanzang engrossed in his own world, only to pout in discontent. He had come to cook, but upon hearing the sounds of the clear wind and bright moon, he had witnessed everything that unfolded. Though he was a bit far away, the tantalizing aroma drew out his cravings, causing his mouth to water. Since he was already there, how could he not indulge in tasting one? Zhu Beiji's eyes darted about, and just then, Sun Wukong, leading the horse and munching on grass, noticed Zhu Beiji bent over, peeking through the door. "Hey, you fool! Why aren't you cooking instead of lurking there?" Sun Wukong called out. Zhu Beiji turned back, startled, and hurriedly trotted over to Sun Wukong, whispering, "Keep your voice down. What mischief are you up to now, you fool?" Sun Wukong immediately sensed something was afoot with Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji's eyes twinkled mischievously as he pulled Sun Wukong to a secluded spot, grinning. "I know there is a treasure in this temple." "Treasure? What treasure?" Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. "Hee, you've definitely never heard of it. Even if I show it to you, you wouldn't recognize it." Zhu Beiji teased, reveling in his own cleverness. Sun Wukong scoffed. "You fool, do you underestimate me? 500 years ago, when I wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, I tasted the Queen Mother's peaches, the elixir of life from the Jade Emperor, and the celestial liquid from the Outshine. What have I not seen or tasted? During my quest for immortality, I roamed the seas and visited the ends of the earth. Traversing the realms, what is there I have not encountered? Brother, let me ask you this. Have you ever seen a ginseng fruit?" Zhu Beiji chuckled mischievously. That. Sun Wukong faltered, recalling his earlier boast, yet found it quite strange. "I truly have never seen one." "In that case," Zhu Beiji grinned and recounted the events that had transpired, sharing the wondrous properties of the ginseng fruit along with its legends of being a primordial spiritual root that promotes longevity and vitality. "Heavens, such a treasure exists?" Sun Wukong's eyes shimmered with excitement. The thought of the ginseng fruit igniting a fervent desire within him to procure one for himself. Monkey brother, why don't you sneak in and steal a ginseng fruit to taste? Zhu Beiji suggested with a laugh. It's a sure bet to involve Sun Wukong in any endeavor. He's a show-off and loves to take action. This is easy. Old Sun will go. And I guarantee success. Sun Wukong chuckled, eager to give it a try. Brother, I overheard him saying something about needing a golden hammer to obtain it. Don't forget. Zhu Beiji urgently reminded him. I know. Sun Wukong replied with a grin, ready to depart. Where are you going? Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted. The two brothers turned to see Tang Sanzang, clad in his robe, hands clasped in front of him, his expression serene as he observed them. Perhaps due to the ginseng fruit or the cicada, Tang Sanzang's spiritual awareness was remarkably acute. He had heard some murmurs earlier and, although he did not catch the specifics, had come out to investigate. Sure enough, he found Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong conspiring like thieves. Master, you should rest. I'll take the white dragon horse for a stroll. Sun Wukong laughed and turned to leave. Stop. Tang Sanzang's tone was calm, yet contained an undeniable authority, as if he had long held a position of power, instilling a sense of reverence. Master? Sun Wukong blinked, glancing at Tang Sanzang, sensing a change in him, though he could not pinpoint how he was different. Master, do you have something to say? Sun Wukong quickly inquired. I must ask, have you truly entered the path of enlightenment and joined my teachings? Tang Sanzang inquired softly. Yes. Sun Wukong scratched his head and answered in a rush. Then, having entered the path, why do you lie? Why engage in thievery? Tang Sanzang's questions grew increasingly calm, yet carried an air of pressure. At Tang Sanzang's words, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief, and Zhu Beiji followed suit, equally astonished. Why did Master hear their quiet plotting? How did he know they were lying? Zhu Beiji hesitated. Looking at Tang Sanzang, speaking softly, Master, have you achieved a higher level of cultivation? He recalled the 2 ginseng fruits the old monk had consumed. Could it be that the ginseng fruit had granted Tang Sanzang enlightenment, transforming him into a true practitioner? Tang Sanzang regarded Zhu Beiji in silence, offering no explanation, but turned his gaze to Sun Wukong and said, Do not engage in thievery. Let us peacefully pass through the Wuzhuang Temple and continue our journey westward, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Yes, Master. Sun Wukong nodded obediently. Tang Sanzang then turned and walked away. Hey, Sun Wukong locked eyes with Zhu Beiji and suddenly broke into laughter. Although the old monk seemed to sense something amiss, he remained merely immortal, and with a mere transformation, he would not recognize Sun Wukong. At most, he would receive a scolding from the monk. What harm could that do? With this thought in mind, Sun Wukong was about to undertake the action he had previously refrained from when he heard the voice of Tang Sung echoing softly. Wukong, do not compel your master to recite the tightening spell. Chapter 54. The twofold calculation of 3 light waters. Alas, Tang Sung transforms into a golden cicada. That night. Brother Monkey, are you really going? Zhu Beiji inquired as he observed Sun Wukong nimbly flip over. My heart is itching with anticipation. What have we not tasted? Since we have encountered it today, of course, I must have a taste. Sun Wukong grinned widely. But Master said you were hesitant, Zhu Beiji replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. What does he know? The old monk is merely a mortal. I can flit about and snatch a few fruits without him knowing. As long as you don't speak of it, and I remain silent, who would be aware? Sun Wukong declared, utterly unafraid of Tang Sung's tightening spell. Well, not entirely unafraid. It was merely that if Tang Sung was unaware of his theft, then there was nothing to fear. However, if the fruits went missing, those 2 disciples would undoubtedly be informed, and when they told Master, Zhu Beiji would appear cowardly. Those 2 disciples can easily tell if something is amiss. Do you think they can count how many fruits are on the tree? Sun Wukong continued, just wait. I shall take 3 fruits. 1 for you, 1 for Brother Sha, and 1 for myself. 3 is hardly a noticeable amount. They won't even realize it. With that, Sun Wukong transformed into a fly and slipped through the crack of the door, vanishing from sight. Before long, he procured the ginseng fruit, transforming into a gust of wind as he sped towards the backyard. As he entered the garden, he was greeted by the fragrance wafting through the air. Simultaneously, in the darkness, he could see the towering ginseng fruit tree, its branches sparkling with a hint of crystalline light. Surely, it was the fabled ginseng fruit. Sun Wukong smiled, and without hesitation, he ventured into the backyard. However, upon entering, he had yet to make a move when he noticed a figure standing before the ginseng fruit tree. Startled, he quickly ascended into the air. "Come down." Unexpectedly, the figure spoke, and the voice sounded so familiar. Master?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, revealing himself in astonishment as he gazed at Tang Sung standing before the ginseng fruit tree, confusion written across his face. "Master, what are you doing here?" He did not believe Tang Sung was waiting for him, for after all, how could a mere mortal know of his arrival? "And how did you come to be here?" Tang Sung turned, looking at Sun Wukong with a calm expression. "Well," Sun Wukong scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly to ease the tension. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he raised his eyebrows at Tang Sung. "Master, are you also here to steal ginseng fruits?" "Steal?" Tang Sung gazed at Sun Wukong, tilting his head slightly. No, I meant to pick them. I came to pick them." Sun Wukong laughed sheepishly, quickly adding, "Disciple knew Master would come to pick the ginseng fruit. So I brought this golden pick. You see, if you don't use the golden pick, you cannot harvest the ginseng fruit." As he spoke, he brandished the golden pick in his hand, grinning broadly. "Put it back." Tang Sung spoke plainly. Prior to this, Sun Wukong had indeed been correct. He had come to prevent Sun Wukong from stealing the ginseng fruit. He was well aware of Sun Wukong's insatiable curiosity and knew he would want to taste the ginseng fruit, so he had arrived early to wait there. Just as expected. Moments ago, a gust of wind had blown past, and Tang Sung instantly recognized that Sun Wukong was approaching. Though he remained immortal, untrained in cultivation, the influence of the golden cicada's path had heightened his spiritual awareness, allowing him to detect Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, taken aback by Tang Sung's words, momentarily doubted his own hearing. "If you wish to eat, I can simply ask for it on your behalf. Why must you resort to such sneakiness?" Tang Sung sighed as he gazed at Sun Wukong. Seeing Tang Sung's demeanor, Sun Wukong felt helpless but realized that there was no escaping this predicament tonight. Nevertheless, he was perplexed as to how Tang Sung had discovered his intentions. Frowning in contemplation, he scrutinized Tang Sung with suspicion. He mused that the matter of stealing fruits was known only to the heavens, the earth, himself, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing. Could it be that Zhu Beiji or Sha Wujing had betrayed him? Sun Wukong felt troubled, furrowing his brow, unable to articulate the reason. Surely, it could not be that the old monk had discovered it on his own. After all, he was merely a mortal. Wait, that is not right. The old monk had consumed 2 ginseng fruits. Could it be he had already become a cultivator? Sun Wukong felt uncertain, carefully sensing Tang Sung's aura. Indeed, he remained immortal, devoid of any spiritual energy. He wondered where the ginseng fruit's spiritual energy had gone. Yet, this mere mortal had managed to discover him. This was rather perplexing. Forget it, I won't eat it. I, Sun Wukong, have consumed celestial elixirs and peaches of immortality. What is so special about the ginseng fruit? Sun Wukong muttered to himself. After all, he was already immortal, akin to the heavens in longevity. The ginseng fruit was merely a novelty. If he could not acquire it, so be it. Very well. Tang Sung nodded, saying nothing more as he walked past Sun Wukong and left the backyard, heading towards his resting place. Completely unconcerned about whether Sun Wukong would attempt to knock down a few fruits. Sun Wukong gazed at the golden pick in his hand, and then at the towering ginseng tree with a sigh, feeling somewhat defeated. Ultimately, he could only turn away, dejectedly returning the golden pick and retreating to his room. "Brother Monkey, how did it go?" Zhu Beiji eagerly inquired in a hushed tone upon seeing Sun Wukong return. "Failed." Sun Wukong pouted. "I don't know if it's because that old monk ate the ginseng fruit, but his senses are sharp. The moment I approached, he discovered me." "Is that so?" Zhu Beiji raised his eyebrows, surprised. "Indeed." Sun Wukong replied with a grimace. "You wouldn't believe it. That old monk was actually waiting by the ginseng fruit tree. Who knows how he knew I was coming?" TSK, that old monk is quite formidable," Zhu Beiji marveled. "Forget it. Let us not discuss it anymore. It's time to sleep." Sun Wukong sighed, reclining on the bed and drifting off to slumber. Zhu Beiji chuckled, his eyes crinkling with mirth, opting to remain silent as he lay down beside Sun Wukong to sleep. As for Sha Wujing, he had remained silent throughout, closing his mouth and saying nothing, resembling a wooden post. The night passed without incident, and soon, at the break of dawn, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing had packed their belongings. As the sky began to brighten, the 4 disciples set forth once more. The ginseng tree had not lost any fruit. and they continued their journey in peace. You could say it was a challenge, yet it was not. Or perhaps it was not a challenge, yet it posed its own difficulties. Indeed, it was as follows. Tang Sung traveled west to Mount Wanshou, where Cang Yuan gifted the grass elixir. Twofold calculations of 3 light waters. Alas, Tang Sung transforms into a golden cicada. Chapter 55. The Six-Eared Transformation. Little sister Bai. A voice called from outside the White Bone Cave on White Tiger Ridge, echoing softly into the cavern. Within the cave, a woman of exquisite beauty, graceful stature, and expressive eyes slowly opened her own. The thin veil draped over her slid gently, revealing skin as pure as jade. Her eyelids fluttered, and her long lashes, reminiscent of tiny brushes, blinked in a delicate manner. Her dark eyes seemingly gathering stars, surrounded by an ethereal aura. Upon hearing the voice from outside, the woman blinked and, in an instant, a smile graced her lips. Report to the king, there is a hairy monkey outside. At that moment, a small demon's voice suddenly rang out, quickly spreading throughout the entire White Bone Cave. What's all this noise? The little white disciple cast a sidelong glance at the small demon and let out a soft huff. In an instant, a smile of delight appeared at the corners of her mouth, and with a swift motion, she vanished in a flash of white light, reappearing at the entrance of the cave. Inside, the small demons exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of why their sovereign was displaying such an expression today. They simply could not comprehend it. The little white disciple ignored the small demons and quickly exited the cave. At that moment, at the cave's entrance, stood a figure covered in fur, clad in armor, holding a steel rod. With a monkey-like demeanor and fiery eyes, one could easily mistake him for Sun Wukong, were it not for his 6 ears. 6 ears senior brother. The little white disciple exclaimed in delight, recognizing the familiar voice. Upon seeing him, she asked, "What brings you here?" "Hee, I came this way to take a look." 6 ears scratched his head. Come inside." Without hesitation, the little white disciple took hold of 6 ears' arm and pulled him into the cave. 6 ear simply smiled at her enthusiasm and followed her inside, where they soon beheld the unique arrangements within the cave. This cave was indeed extraordinary, surrounded by sinister energies, yet brimming with spiritual essence. While ordinary celestial beings would feel discomfort here, it was a perfect fit for a being like the little white disciple. She was born of a skeleton, possessing a spirit that bore some resemblance to that of a corpse demon, yet she was not merely a corpse demon or zombie. Years ago, their master had specially replaced her spiritual body, and from then on, her form was that of bone rather than flesh. Bones and corpses are not the same thing. Little white disciple, your cave is truly distinctive. 6 ear remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. It has a certain atmosphere reminiscent of a corpse demon's lair, shrouded in ghostly energy, with an eerie chill and flickering cold light. Humph, are you mocking me? The little white disciple replied, tilting her head slightly with a huff. Of course not. How could I ever mock you? 6 ear laughed. By the way, sister, the monk on his pilgrimage is approaching quickly. According to the route, the next stop is right here. Oh, the little white disciple blinked, a faint smile gracing her face. Let us go, brother, let us go take a look. Without further ado, she hurriedly dragged 6 ear back outside. Alas, not even a cup of tea for us. 6 ear chuckled helplessly, finding her impatience amusing. She was wonderful in every way, but her fiery temperament could be a bit overwhelming at times. Oh, who needs tea? We'll eat once we're done watching, the little white disciple insisted, pulling 6 ear along as they dashed outside. 6 ear could only shake his head with a bemused expression, following her into the clouds as they soared outward. Flying eastward, they could still see the majestic Mount Wanshou in the distance amidst the clouds. Mount Wanshou was not far from White Tiger Ridge, merely a 10-day journey for mortals. From their aerial perspective, they could see everything clearly, even the 4 pilgrims on the road. Indeed, the white dragon horse trotted westward, carrying Tang Sung and his 3 disciples on their quest for the sacred scriptures, covering thousands of miles. Tang Sung, having consumed the miraculous fruit, though his spiritual energy had diminished, felt rejuvenated and spirited, showing no signs of fatigue even after days of travel. Hey, 6 ear brother, isn't that one of your kin? The little white disciple pointed to Sun Wukong among the 4 pilgrims, transmitting her thoughts with a laugh. Remarkably, Sun Wukong and 6 ear bore an uncanny resemblance, save for 6 ear's 6 ears. Otherwise, they appeared nearly identical. 6 ear blinked, gazing at Sun Wukong, tilting his head slightly, as if sensing a connection between them. Outer appearances are not essential. What matters is the essence. After years of cultivation alongside his master, Six-Ear was aware of the legendary 4 monkeys of the primordial world. The first is the spirit-enlightened stone monkey, adept at transformation, aware of timing and terrain, capable of shifting stars and constellations. The second is the Six-Ear monkey, skilled in listening and discerning, understanding all things. The third is the long-armed monkey, wielding the sun and moon, able to manipulate mountains and discern fortune and misfortune. The fourth is the red-bottomed horse monkey, versed in the yin and yang, skilled in human affairs, adept at evading death and prolonging life. The spirit-enlightened stone monkey is undoubtedly Sun Wukong, while the Six-Ear monkey is clearly Six-Ear himself. The long-armed monkey must be Yuan Hong, who appeared during the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods. As for the red-bottomed horse monkey, Six-Ear's ears perked up and his eyes shimmered, recalling whispers from 500 years prior, as he listened intently to the secrets of ancient times. Suddenly, a smile crept across his face. He had just heard the sound of this little-known red-bottomed horse monkey, who had once manifested as the legendary water god, Wu Ziqi. Wu Ziqi had once obstructed Diyu's water management efforts and was consequently sealed in the Huai River. On the surface, it seemed like punishment, but in essence, Wu Ziqi had orchestrated this fate to evade death and prolong his life, cleverly allowing Diyu to seal him away. Wu Ziqi, aware of the dynamics of yin and yang, knew that the 4 monkeys of the primordial world were destined for conflict. Either one would perish or the other would. Without a background, one was bound to meet their end. In that awkward era of Wu Ziqi's birth, the demon clan was in decline, and humanity was unwelcoming. Although there were many from the way of the interception, they were unreliable. Instinctively, he recognized that seeking refuge with them would lead to death. Thus, without hesitation, he devised a scheme with the future human emperor. Wu Ziqi, Six-Ear chuckled, shaking off thoughts of him. He then looked down at Sun Wukong, who was carrying the golden staff. Brother, the scripture seeker is approaching. Let me go and test the waters. As Six-Ear pondered the past, the little white disciple giggled and transformed into a fragrant breeze, swiftly descending towards the group of 4. Six-Ear had intended to comment on Sun Wukong's abilities, but the spirited disciple had already leaped down. Truly, it was a headache. He could only helplessly support his forehead, but fortunately, with him present, nothing should go amiss. Even if something did go wrong, he had means to rescue her. Chapter 56. This poor monk has indeed feasted. The 4 pilgrims traversed the main road, passing Mount Wanshou and arriving at White Tiger Ridge. Here, the terrain was rugged, with towering mountains and treacherous waters, the landscape filled with menacing creatures like tigers and wolves, colossal pythons and serpents that could chill one's spine. The ominous wind swirled, with demons lurking everywhere. Disciples, this place is not safe. Tread carefully, lest we fall into the clutches of evil. Tang Sung surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a low voice, showing none of his previous terror. At this moment, Tang Sung, influenced by the way of the golden cicada, appeared more composed than ever. However, despite his calmness, he remained a mortal being. Though he had consumed the ginseng fruit and attained immortality, his spiritual energy had been absorbed, rendering him merely a human with heightened intuition. Rest assured, Master. With the 3 of us protecting you, no demon or monster can withstand my staff. Sun Wukong chuckled, completely unconcerned. As for the serpents appearing in the mountains, they were hardly worth worrying about. If they hadn't reached a certain threshold, they were nothing but mere creatures. Tang Sung nodded, glancing around. Truthfully, the sudden enhancement of his spiritual sense left him somewhat troubled, primarily due to the overwhelming presence of minor demons and their ominous energy surrounding them. After days of walking, Tang Sung felt weary and quickly sought a clearing to rest. Wukong, go and procure some offerings. Tang Sung instructed Sun Wukong, his voice carrying a hint of weariness. Master, in this wild and desolate place, far from villages and shops, where should I go to gather offerings? Sun Wukong replied with a wry smile, feeling somewhat perplexed and helpless. Tang Sanzang, upon hearing these words, simply stated, in that case, there is no need to seek offerings. You may return to Huagua Mountain first. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Why was he being sent back to Huagua Mountain without reason? Master, are you asking Monkey Brother to leave? Although Zhu Beiji was often a troublemaker, he felt compelled to interject at this moment. As Tang Sanzang's words seemed utterly absurd, Why would he want to chase monkey brother away for no apparent reason? Master, did eldest senior brother do something wrong? Sha Wujing blinked and quickly offered his counsel. Tang Sanzang regarded his disciples with composure, adjusting his robes as he looked at Sun Wukong, saying, if not to Huagua Mountain, then to Kunlun Mountain it shall be. Master, what do you mean? Sun Wukong scratched his head, confusion evident in his eyes. If not Kunlun Mountain, then to the heavenly court it is. Tang Sanzang continued. Despite Sun Wukong's keen intellect as the stone monkey, he could not fathom what riddle Tang Sanzang was trying to convey. At that moment, Zhu Beiji's eyes flickered with realization. Huagua Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, the heavenly court? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and with a grin, he patted Sun Wukong's shoulder and said, Brother, Master is sending you to fetch some spiritual fruits to eat, and also to take a look around. Oh, Sun Wukong finally grasped the meaning. What was abundant in Huagua Mountain? Fruits, of course, otherwise. How could it be named Huagua Mountain? However, Master, I understand about going to Huagua Mountain and the heavenly court for spiritual fruits like the peaches of immortality. But what is the reasoning behind going to Kunlun Mountain? Sun Wukong scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. Tang Sanzang remained silent, seemingly allowing Sun Wukong to ponder. Oh, my brother. In your days as the great sage equal to heaven, were you not known for your extensive connections with the celestial beings? You have met the three pure ones and addressed the four emperors as your majesty. Among the myriad deities in the heavenly court, there are certainly those who hail from Kunlun Mountain. Zhu Beiji chuckled, evidently possessing more knowledge in certain aspects than Sun Wukong. Well, Sun Wukong fell silent. True, he was acquainted with some celestial beings from Kunlun Mountain, but he had never heard any of them mention spiritual fruits. Yellow Zhongli. With that, seeing Sun Wukong still unclear, Zhu Beiji decided to be straightforward. Sun Wukong widened his eyes. Although he was unaware of the yellow zhongli from Kunlun Mountain, he had vaguely heard of it. It was rumored to be a primordial spiritual root, a spiritual fruit. Damn it, this old monk wants to eat yellow zhongli? Eating peaches of immortality was one thing. After all, the old monk had already consumed the ginseng fruit, so eating a couple of peaches of immortality was no big deal. But now he wanted yellow zhongli? This was utterly preposterous. Master, there's something I don't know if I should say. Sun Wukong looked at Tang Sanzang, feeling somewhat speechless. Speak. Tang Sanzang replied calmly. Well, to put it nicely, are you thinking of eating peaches? But to put it bluntly, do you have any self-awareness? You still want to eat yellow zhongli? Even the four emperors and the 5 elders of the heavenly court have hardly tasted yellow zhongli. Do you still wish to partake? Although Sun Wukong said this with a smile, the content of his words made Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing's mouths twitch. Has monkey brother lost his mind, trying to provoke master? Yet, Tang Sanzang appeared unfazed, reminiscing slightly. I vaguely remember having tasted it. At this statement, the 3 disciples were rendered speechless, falling into silence. Yellow zhongli? You've eaten it? Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, a laugh echoed, sharp and jarring. Who? The unfamiliar sound made Sun Wukong instantly alert. The earlier playful mood vanished as he surveyed his surroundings with a serious expression. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, too, felt a chill in their hearts, swiftly drawing their weapons, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Though jokes are all in good fun, one must not be careless. It was then that a young girl approached from a distance. She was truly a vision of beauty, possessing an enchanting allure. Her lips were red and her teeth white, and in her left hand, she held a light sand tube, while in her right, a green porcelain bottle, advancing towards them from the west. A spirit? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, a chill running down his spine. In these desolate mountains, it seemed unlikely for humans to be about. There was no sign of life for miles. Where did this girl come from? In such a remote place, a sudden appearance could only mean one of two things. She was either a demon or a deity. What was this girl's true nature? Surely, she wasn't a celestial being who had come to deliver food because they were hungry? Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji exchanged glances, and in an instant, they understood each other. That sounds good. Let me go test the waters. Zhu Beiji rubbed his hands together, grinning widely, and swaggered towards the young lady. Chapter 57. A charming spirit, taste my staff. Young lady, why are you alone? Lost your way? Zhu Beiji chuckled, his demeanor oozing unseemly eagerness. The girl looked at Zhu Beiji's pig-like appearance with trepidation, instinctively lowering her head and shrinking her neck. appearing all the more delicate and endearing. This kind of charm, oh no, I feel like I've fallen into your clutches. Zhu Beiji clutched his racing heart, breathless. Seeing Zhu Beiji's reaction, the girl became increasingly frightened. Monkey brother. She is a female bodhisattva. Zhu Beiji turned to Sun Wukong, exclaiming. Then, he turned back to the girl with a leering smile. Initially, at a distance, he could not discern her features, only recognizing her graceful form and delicate face. But now, up close, he realized she was truly a vision of beauty. Her skin as smooth as jade, her attire revealing a hint of elegance, her brows like emeralds, her eyes sparkling like silver stars, her beauty radiating like the moon, and her demeanor exuding an innate charm. Zhu Beiji's gaze was fixated on her, unable to look away, repeatedly murmuring, so beautiful, too beautiful. Amitabha, oh Buddha, are you testing my patience? Hey fool, what are you doing? Came Sun Wukong's low reprimand from behind. In a flash, Sun Wukong leaped beside Zhu Beiji, scrutinizing the girl with piercing eyes, as if he intended to see through her very essence. However, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, instinctively patting his forehead, as if he wanted to enhance his vision to discern whether she was human or spirit, deity or ghost. Unfortunately, no matter how long he used his fiery eyes, he could not uncover her true identity. She appeared to be an ordinary mortal woman. Is my fiery eye broken? Sun Wukong was momentarily perplexed. Nearby, Zhu Beiji caught on to Sun Wukong's words, and immediately, he felt a sense of relief. It seemed that this young lady was indeed a human. Without further ado, Zhu Beiji grinned at the girl, saying, Hee, young lady, don't be afraid. I, old pig, have never been a good person. No, wait, despite my fierce appearance. My heart is kind. Come, follow me this way. Saying this, Zhu Beiji moved to assist the young lady, grinning widely, occasionally glancing at her with an insatiable curiosity. Swallowing hard as he gazed, she was utterly enchanting, too alluring to resist. Even if she were truly a female demon, he would willingly submit. The young girl quietly stepped aside, gazing softly yet timidly at Zhu Beiji, her eyes revealing a hint of fear that ignited anger in those who witnessed the scene. Zhu Beiji swallowed hard, calling out, Master, Master, she is indeed a goddess, a goddess. Zhu Beiji, what nonsense are you spouting? Tang Sung admonished with a sharp tone, then rose swiftly to approach. Upon seeing someone approach, the girl hastily darted behind Tang Sung, casting fearful glances at Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong. Hey goddess, do not judge by appearances. Though I may be a bit ugly and fierce, I am a good man, truly a good man. Zhu Beiji protested, clearly feeling indignant. What merits does this old monk possess? Is it merely that he is slightly more handsome than I? In my days as the commander in the heavenly river, I was imposing and radiant, a true paragon of masculinity. Truly, only the mundane care for superficial appearances. Zhu Beiji sighed, feeling both envious and discontent. Fool, keep watch here. I shall take a look around. Sun Wukong whispered to him. Huh, where are you going? Zhu Beiji asked in surprise. However, Sun Wukong paid him no mind, instantly flipping into the air and soaring away. Still, he sensed something amiss. Logically, there should be no ordinary people in this desolate area devoid of human presence for miles. Moreover, in these wild mountains, small demons occasionally roamed. How could a frail mortal possibly find their way here? Surely, they would have perished long before reaching this desolate land. Truth be told, Sun Wukong preferred to believe that his keen eyes had erred rather than accept that the young girl was indeed an ordinary human. Zhu Beiji watched Sun Wukong's departing figure, pursed his lips, and approached with a grin. Goddess? Where do you hail from, and where are you headed? Her voice was soft and delicate, akin to the sound of pear blossoms, evoking a sense of tenderness that sent shivers down the spine. Fear not. Though this pig may not be virtuous, with this monk present, you may rest easy. Tang Sung spoke gently, sensing the girl's timidity. Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji widened his eyes in shock, staring at Tang Sung. Master, when did you start engaging in such dealings? What is this? My home is to the west, the girl replied softly, each word stirring the imagination. The west. Tang Sung nodded, smiling as he inquired, What brings you here, goddess? The girl glanced at Tang Sung and then into the distance, hesitating before answering. My husband is in the hollow to the north of the mountain, working the fields with some guests. This is the lunch I prepared for them. I see, Tang Sung affirmed, noting her eloquence and the absence of any flaws in her speech. She appeared to be an ordinary woman without a doubt. After all, even Sun Wukong's keen eyes could not discern whether she was a demon or a ghost. Of course, there remained another possibility. The girl might not be human. But at the very least, she was certainly of a divine nature. Observing Tang Sung, the girl hesitated once more and added, I noticed the elder seems to have no food, and recalling my parents' kindness, if you do not mind, please accept this humble meal. As she spoke, she offered her clay pot to Tang Sung. Ah, splendid. It has been ages since I've tasted something warm. Zhu Beiji exclaimed, eagerly reaching for the pot without hesitation. He even wished to touch the girl's delicate hand, but alas, she withdrew it swiftly, leaving him grasping at air. Feeling somewhat awkward, Zhu Beiji rubbed his nose and opened the pot, a wave of fragrant aroma wafting up to greet him. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, what a deceitful creature. Even fooling my old son. In that instant, Sun Wukong's fiery eyes flared with anger, brandishing his golden staff and striking the girl on the crown of her head. With a sickening sound, her skull shattered upon impact, blood spilling forth. The scene was gruesomely horrific, leaving Tang Sung pale and Zhu Beiji wide-eyed with fury. Tang Sung turned to glare at Sun Wukong, shouting, You wretched monkey! What possessed you to kill an innocent girl for no reason? Sun Wukong merely glanced at the lifeless girl, smirking as he replied, Master, you are unaware. This girl was a demon. Though I do not know how she deceived my keen eyes, I surveyed the area and found not a single household for miles. She must have come here with malicious intent, seeking to feast upon your flesh. You. Tang Sung trembled with rage, unable to articulate his disbelief. Amitba, he murmured, closing his eyes and pressing his palms together in prayer, overwhelmed by anger. You accursed monkey, just because you say someone is a demon. Does that make it true? I see you are merely trying to thwart me, for I have finally encountered a beautiful maiden, and you. Ah, a monkey is still a monkey. Wild and unruly, Zhu Beiji lamented, glancing sorrowfully at the girl's lifeless form. What a pity. This monkey truly knows not how to cherish beauty. Even if she were a demon, there was no need for such violent cruelty. Suddenly, Zhu Beiji shook off these thoughts and, with a sigh, grasped his nine-toothed rake, murmuring, You monkey, having killed a person, now expect me to clean up after you, regardless of whether she was a goddess or not. I must dig a grave for this poor girl. Fool, you are simply bewitched. If you wish to determine whether she is a demon, see for yourself. Sun Wukong retorted, gesturing toward the pot in Zhu Beiji's hand. Suddenly, the clay pot emitted a radiant glow, and to Zhu Beiji's shock, a frog leapt out, followed by writhing worms from within. What is this? Zhu Beiji gasped, hastily throwing the pot aside. Master, look. This monkey accidentally killed a person and insists this girl was a demon. I say the greatest demon among us is he. Zhu Beiji cried, eager to incite further discord. Fool, speak not such nonsense. Sun Wukong glared icily at Zhu Beiji. See, I struck a nerve, and now he is angry. Zhu Beiji taunted. You monkey, I thought you were righteous, but you are merely an insatiable fiend. Tang Sung glowered at Sun Wukong, feeling a surge of fury. Indeed, killing a person was already a grave matter, and Sun Wukong's refusal to acknowledge his wrongdoing only deepened the severity of the situation. Master, you do not understand. Sun Wukong sighed, then smiled slyly, saying, You know not the ways of the world. In my days as a demon in the Water Curtain Cave, I would deceive mortals into my lair by transforming into gold, silver, or beautiful women. If a lovesick fool fell for my guise, I would entice them, indulging my every whim, whether by steaming or boiling them for a meal, and if any remained, I would dry their remains to guard against the rain. You. Tang Sung stammered, at a loss for words in his disbelief. Sun Wukong had been spinning tales, yet Tang Sung was none the wiser. Indeed, one took Sun Wukong's words to heart. Gazing at Sun Wukong's savage grin, a tremor coursed through him, feeling as though the monkey before him was as fierce and malevolent as any demon. Master, look. Sun Wukong, indifferent to Tang Sanzang's reaction, wielded the golden staff and began to tamper with the lifeless form of the young girl. In an instant, the corpse decayed rapidly, transforming into a skeleton, emitting billowing blue smoke and a nauseating stench that made one want a retch. Ah, you cursed monkey, truly deserving of divine retribution. You do not even spare the dead. As the saying goes, the deceased hold great importance. What you are doing is simply outrageous. Zhu Beiji sighed heavily, fanning the flames nearby. Tang Sanzang. Observing Sun Wukong's actions and hearing Zhu Beiji's words, could no longer tolerate it. This monkey was not only disrespectful but also ruthless, repeatedly committing acts of violence without provocation. It had been over 6 months since the last incantation of the tightening spell. Without lessons learned, this poor monk felt compelled to discipline him. With a fierce gaze, Tang Sanzang immediately gestured and recited a spell. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, and the golden staff clanged to the ground as a wave of pain surged through him. Ouch, master. Please, do not chant it. I have something to say. Sun Wukong pleaded desperately. The tightening spell affected not just his body but also his spirit, causing excruciating torment. Tang Sanzang fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong and continued to chant, leading to the monkey rolling on the ground in agony before he finally relented. What is it you wish to say? He asked sternly. I have taught you to uphold kindness at all times, yet you persist in your path of violence, slaying at every turn. How can one like you obtain the true scriptures? How can you reach the Western paradise? Frankly speaking, Tang Sanzang truly regarded that girl as a human, with no warning signs or traces of demonic energy. Moreover, she was exceptionally beautiful. She ought to have been a person of merit, yet Sun Wukong unjustly took her life, akin to a fiend. Although Tang Sanzang had acquired some of the essence of the golden cicada, he remained Tang Sanzang, a disciple of the Buddha with a compassionate heart. How could he stand by while Sun Wukong senselessly killed an ordinary person? You may leave. I no longer wish to have you as my disciple, Tang Sanzang declared calmly. Upon hearing this, both Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing turned to look at him, each thinking the same thought. Had the old monk truly gone too far? Was he really going to expel Sun Wukong? Zhu Beiji rolled his eyes but remained silent, while the honest Sha Wujing understood that this was not the time to speak. Upon hearing Tang Sanzang's words, Sun Wukong's heart raced, and he quickly exclaimed, Master, if I were to leave, how could we ever obtain the scriptures from the West? If that is so, then so be it. If I am not fated to acquire the scriptures from the West, then it is futile whether you are with me or not. I could fall prey to some demon and be devoured. It would make no difference. You should return. Tang Sanzang's tone was flat, his words a cold dismissal. Master, oh master, but I have yet to repay you. Were it not for you rescuing me from beneath the 5 Elements mountain, I would still be suffering. If I do not escort you to the Western paradise, would it not bring scorn upon me in the 3 realms, labeling me a heartless and ungrateful hypocrite? Sun Wukong implored, showering Tang Sanzang with flattery and promises to never err again. Tang Sanzang, though soft-hearted, sighed and ultimately spared Sun Wukong this time, but reiterated sternly that he must not harm others again. Chapter 59. The Ancestors of Zhu Beiji, the Enyang Man. Meanwhile, in the heavens, amidst the clouds, Bai Shimi re-emerged. Observing the 4 disciples below, particularly focusing on Sun Wukong, her eyes alight with fury. This monkey was utterly unreasonable, striking without cause. Bai Shimi felt a sense of indignation. Naturally, she possessed the ability to transform, and the earlier incident had merely been a projection. Junior sister, is it necessary to resort to such tactics? Lu Er, having witnessed everything, found it both amusing and exasperating. In his view, was it truly warranted? If it were him, he would have simply faced Sun Wukong head-on to determine the victor. What use is all this scheming? Brother Lu Er, you may not mind, but I am weaker and have no means to confront him. What else can I do? Bai Shimi pouted, playfully hitting Lu Er's chest in frustration. All right. Lu Er awkwardly rubbed his nose. Truth be told, Bai Shimi had a temperament that disliked conflict. Even though she had reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal and possessed treasures bestowed by their master. Despite this, even if she could not defeat Sun Wukong, it would at least be a fair match. So, junior sister, what shall you do next? Lu Er inquired. Brother, you are unaware. Brother Huangfeng has sent word. Bai Shimi announced with a triumphant smile, producing a transmission jade sword, from which messages began to flow. Not only did Huangfeng recount the events surrounding Tang Sanzang, but he also relayed information concerning Brother Heixiong. Thus, my plan is to sow discord among the 4 disciples. If I can drive Sun Wukong away, it will be for the best, at least making things easier for our senior brothers and sisters. Bai Shimi licked her lips, appearing quite clever. Lu Er, observing his junior sister, felt a headache coming on. Bai Shimi's fiery nature, now showing a seemingly innocent demeanor, clearly indicated some mischievous intent. Very well, go ahead and try. Regardless of the outcome, I will be here to support you. Lu Er replied with a smile. Bai Shimi nodded cheerfully and, Watching the four disciples gradually distance themselves from their earlier position, she focused her thoughts and transformed into a radiant white light, descending once more. This time, Bai Shimi took the form of an elderly woman. The ensuing events diverged sharply from the original journey to the west, as Sun Wukong, once again, struck down the old woman with his staff, causing Tang Sanzang to gasp in shock, while Zhu Beiji stoked the flames. Tang Sanzang recited his incantation, and Sun Wukong, racked with pain, hurriedly begged for mercy. In the heavens, Lu Er watched with amusement, seeing his junior sister transform into an old man to further sow discord among the four disciples. Sun Wukong, clearly unconvinced of the old man's identity, resorted to his usual tactics and struck him down once more. One could say that Sun Wukong was truly oblivious to pain, as this sequence of events ignited a fiery wrath within Tang Sanzang. With Zhu Beiji fanning the flames, Sun Wukong was thoroughly incensed, itching to strike Zhu Beiji down as well. Ah, good monkey brother, such great skill. In less than half a day, you have slain 3 people. We are truly inferior. Zhu Beiji remarked sarcastically, his smile masking his venomous words. Second brother, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Even Sha Wujing could no longer bear it. At this moment, both Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzang were ablaze with anger, and Zhu Beiji's provocations only added fuel to the fire. Tang Sanzang was furious at Sun Wukong's refusal to heed his warnings and his reckless actions leading to the deaths of innocents. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, was incensed by the specter that repeatedly eluded him, truly exasperated. Come forth, demon. Let us engage in a battle of 300 rounds, and see if I do not dismantle your lair. Sun Wukong proclaimed, brandishing his golden staff with one hand and placing the other on his hip, his gaze sharp as he surveyed his surroundings, gritting his teeth in frustration. This specter had fled from him time and again, proving to be utterly elusive. Huh, master. Do you hear? This Baima one is still shifting the blame. Zhu Beiji sneered, continuing to stoke the flames. Earlier, the old monk had refrained from expelling Sun Wukong. Now, surely he would be compelled to do so. Monkey, you have failed to learn from your mistakes. Today, I shall not spare you. Tang Sung uttered a low exclamation and immediately recited the incantation, activating the tightening spell. Sun Wukong stared wide-eyed, his head pounding as if it were about to burst. The world spinning around him, stars flashing before his eyes. The golden rod in his hand struck down once more, causing him to roll in agony on the ground, trembling all over. Master, please stop reciting. Please. Sun Wukong implored earnestly. Stop. Once is enough, twice is tolerable, but thrice or 4 times. Do you take my words lightly? How can I not discipline you? Tang Sung responded coldly, ceasing further dialogue, sitting cross-legged on the ground, forming the incantation with his hands while chanting the tightening spell. Buzzing. The golden hoop on Sun Wukong's head flickered with golden light, tightly locking his skull, the explosive pain rendering him nearly lifeless. In his torment, Sun Wukong rolled about, crashing into stones, which shattered and exploded, echoing like thunder, causing onlookers to feel a chill run down their spines. Master, please stop. Sha Wujing, unable to bear it, hurriedly stepped forward to persuade. However, Tang Sung paid no heed, his eyes closed, engrossed in reciting the tightening spell. Second brother, you must also persuade Master to stop. If he continues, the eldest brother truly cannot bear it. Sha Wujing anxiously turned to Zhu Beiji. That is on him. Zhu Beiji pouted, grumbling. This foul monkey has harmed others time and again, showing no mercy whatsoever. Oh, are you feeling soft-hearted, Sha Wujing? Why not feel pity for those whom the foul monkey has killed? You, Sha Wujing sighed, after a long pause, finally lamenting. But he is still the eldest brother. Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji's eyes narrowed as he looked at Sha Wujing, suddenly enlightened. Oh right, I remember now. You were once a man-eating demon, devouring countless souls, even 9 seekers of truth. In your eyes, human life is nothing. Since that is the case, why do you still seek the scriptures? Without compassion, one cannot attain goodness. It is said that all beings are equal. Even sweeping the ground must not harm an ant's life. And one must cherish moths and protect the lamp. If the lives of animals are so valued, how much more so human life? I see. You ought to leave early like the foul monkey, to spare the world from your mischief. Zhu Beiji's sharp tongue lashed out at Sha Wujing, cutting deeper than a knife. Alas, how did this turn into a personal attack on me? Sha Wujing exclaimed in urgency. With your words, you deserve to be punished. What? Is human life not worth anything? In the current 3 realms, humans are still the protagonists, are they not? Do you despise humans? Do you look down on their teachings? Zhu Beiji became increasingly animated. At this moment, the scene descended into chaos, with Zhu Beiji not only criticizing Sun Wukong, but also Sha Wujing. In summary, his words offended both sides with ferocity. Chapter 60, Zhu Beiji's Clever Scheme. Zhu Beiji was nothing but a relentless critic. When did I ever look down on humans? When did I ever scorn their teachings? Sha Wujing protested anxiously. And what of your own past? Zhu Beiji clung to this point tenaciously. I was desperate. Sha Wujing struggled to respond. As the scene grew tumultuous, Sun Wukong, already suffering from a headache, found himself further distressed by the uproar. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Enough!" Sun Wukong abruptly turned to Tang Sung, urgently saying, "Master, you have wronged me. That was merely a demon trying to harm you, and I killed her. Instead of acknowledging that, you believe this foolish one? Moreover, you wish to expel me. Yet if I leave, who will assist you? How will you reach the holy mountain? Without reaching it, how will you obtain the true scriptures?" Sun Wukong wished to remain, for this journey had long ceased to be merely fulfilling the bodhisattva's task. At this moment, he brought up the scriptures, knowing that previously, mentioning them would cause Tang Sung to hesitate, leading to a gentle persuasion from him, thus allowing the matter to pass. However, he did not anticipate that Tang Sung was genuinely furious now. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Tang Sung released his grip. Ceasing the chant of the tightening spell, his cold voice resonating, "You insolent monkey! Do you believe you are the only one capable? What of Beiji and Wujing? Are they not capable? Without you, can Beiji and Wujing not protect me? Without you, can I not obtain the true scriptures? Can I not reach the West?" Aye. Sun Wukong saw the genuine anger in Tang Sung's eyes, feeling helpless. As his headache subsided, he quickly said, "If that is the case, if you wish to expel me, then recite the release spell to remove this tightening spell, and I shall leave of my own accord. I promise not to return." Tang Sung spoke calmly. "That is uncertain." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and retorted, "If one day you are captured by that demon and Beiji and Wujing cannot save you, remember me. If you cannot help but recite the tightening spell, even if I am 10,000 miles away, I will still feel the pain." At this moment, Sun Wukong's sincerity shone through. "Beiji, bring me paper and ink." Tang Sung closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. "All right." Zhu Beiji responded promptly, quickly retrieving paper from his belongings. Tang Sung took up the brush, writing a letter of expulsion. With a flick of his hand, he tossed the paper to Sun Wukong while uttering in a calm voice, "This shall serve as proof. I shall no longer take you as my disciple. If you still do not believe, I shall swear an oath by the heavenly principle." No. Sun Wukong quickly interjected, not allowing Tang Sung to make any such oath. Trembling, he grasped the expulsion letter, wiping away tears, stowing the paper in his sleeve, turning to leave, but suddenly recalled something, spinning around to kneel before Tang Sung. "Master, despite everything, we have shared the bond of teacher and disciple. Allow me this bow so that I may leave in peace." Tang Sung closed his eyes, turning away, sighing inwardly, although a voice in his mind urged him not to cast away Sun Wukong. He could not ignore the fact that Sun Wukong had killed 3 beings and felt compelled to act according to his conscience. "I will not accept your insincere gesture." Tang Sung exhaled, brushing away tears from his eyes, reflecting on the journey they had taken together, their bond forged through trials and tribulations. Yet, wrong is wrong. How could he forgive Sun Wukong? Seeing Tang Sung refuse to accept his gesture, Sun Wukong cast a spell, and another illusion of himself appeared before Tang Sung. Just as he was about to bow, Tang Sung turned, only to find another illusion in the air. Soon, illusions of Sun Wukong surrounded him from all directions. Thud, thud, the sounds of bowing echoed. Tang Sung closed his eyes, letting out another sigh, ultimately accepting the bow. With a swish, all the illusions of Sun Wukong vanished. And Sun Wukong looked at Tang Sung, sighing deeply. "I am leaving." Sun Wukong glanced back at Tang Sung, gritting his teeth, turning away without a backward glance, vanishing in an instant. "Well, are you satisfied now?" Sha Wujing turned to Zhu Beiji, reproaching him. "What do you mean satisfied or not?" Zhu Beiji scoffed. "That person was not killed by me. Furthermore, even if those 3 were not human but demons, think carefully. Aren't there good demons too? That foul monkey killed them without a second thought. Does that make sense? You and I cannot win an argument against you. Sha Wujing, exasperated, truly could find no retort against Zhu Beiji's sharp tongue. Zhu Beiji snorted, raising his voice. What do you mean cannot win? Is what I said unreasonable? Let me ask you, was not the wife of the great Emperor Yu of ancient times from the nine-tailed fox clan? Was she not a demon? Emperor Cang Yuan, with 3,000 wives, encompasses diverse clans, the majority of whom are indeed demons. Even Fuxi, the human emperor, is a reincarnation of a demon. Can one then claim that all demons are malevolent? If you cannot tolerate demons, perhaps you should go to the Fire Cloud Cave and absolve them. Upon hearing this, Sha Wujing's expression changed. Speak cautiously. Humph, Zhu Beiji scoffed, feeling a twinge of guilt. Before the esteemed 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the human cultivator Bian Zhuang merely intended to strategize, without any intention of slandering his majesty. I implore you, forgive this transgression. Let us be on our way. Let us depart. Tang Sung no longer wished to listen further. Rationally, he felt Zhu Beiji was correct, for indeed, there was reason in his words. Although the 3 individuals slain by Sun Wukong were demons, they had yet to pose any threat to them. Demons, too, are living beings. The Buddha teaches that all sentient beings are equal, and all should be salvaged, including demons. Therefore, it is understandable that Sun Wukong, filled with ferocity and bloodshed, with his eyes full of ferocity and hands stained with blood, would drive them away. As they set off, Zhu Beiji, glancing at Sha Wujing, remarked, "Mark my words. Should you ever commit the same act as that monkey, I shall still call upon the master to cast you out." As he spoke, Zhu Beiji's voice dwindled. His voice dwindled, almost whispering into Sha Wujing's ear. At that time, I wonder how you will report back to the Jade Emperor. Wait you. Turning to glare at Pigsy. Yet, Pigsy paid him no heed, having already assisted Tang Sung onto a horse. Already assisting Tang Sanzang onto his steed and leading the horse forward, leaving the ceremonial offerings on the ground, awaiting his selection. Sha Wujing's emotions fluctuated, picking up the burden and pursuing Tang Sung. Chapter 61. The wind grows strong. Junior sister, your scheming is truly remarkable. On the cloud above, from the clouds, Lu Er observed the trio below, taking a sharp breath. He sensed that his junior sister was not to be trifled with. She effortlessly sowed discord between Sun Wukong and Tang Sung. Of course, he recognized the significance of Zhu Beiji's instigation in this matter. However, Lu Er believed that Zhu Beiji's character and actions were also part of his junior sister's grand design. Otherwise, she would not have transformed into a beautiful maiden on the first attempt. Well then, junior sister, what will you do next? Looking at Bai Shimi. Previously, Brother Heixiong made that Tang dynasty monk suffer, and Brother Huangfeng awakened the memory of Jin Chanzi. Now, I shall attack his heart. And Brother Yellow Wind awakened his memories of the golden cicada, so I shall exploit his heart and make that old monk aware of the perils of the primordial wilderness. Fair Bodhisattva, what wisdom do you impart? I, Pigsy, am the water god, Marshal Tianpeng, at your service. How may I assist you? Before Sun Wukong. She emerged, neither demon nor god. Zhu Beiji, filled with uncertainty, gazed at Bai Shimi's stunning visage and grinned widely, exclaiming, fair goddess, how may I assist you? Am at your service. How may I assist you? In front of Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji's words were sharp, yet upon encountering a beautiful celestial maiden, he struggled to maintain his composure, feeling compelled to engage in some playful banter. Humph! Bai Shimi merely sneered twice, shaking her hand to reveal a stark, white bone whip. Zhu Beiji, it is thanks to you that Sun Wukong departed. Had it not been for you, how could I have captured this Tang Sung? Bai Shimi gazed at Zhu Beiji with a cold smile. What do you mean? Zhu Beiji was taken aback, bewildered by her words. Sha Wujing was equally perplexed, and Tang Sung furrowed his brow. Still not comprehending? Bai Shimi sneered, her aura shimmering as she transformed into the little girl whom Sun Wukong had slain. Her radiance intensifying as she transformed back into the little girl who had been slain by Sun Wukong. Not just a girl. Filled with incredulity, this woman had dared to toy with him in such a manner? Sha Wujing's eyes bulged, trembling with rage. Tang Sung was momentarily stunned. Yet he could not help but bitterly smile. It was only at this moment that he realized he had indeed wronged Wukong. But, I have already banished Wukong. Sha Shidi, protect our master. At that moment, Zhu Beiji shouted, brandishing his 9-toothed rake, radiating a formidable presence with a gleam of cold light. Demons. Brandishing his 9-toothed rake with an imposing presence, its cold gleam flashing ominously. "Demon, dare you deceive us and undermine my brother and master? Take this," Sha Wujing bellowed. "Hee hee." Bai Shimi chuckled lightly, her whip flashing with cold light, cracking like thunder as it swiftly lashed against Sha Wujing. Sha Wujing's eyes widened, feeling as though the whip struck at his very soul, sending shockwaves through him, and he was uncontrollably sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With just a single blow, the outcome was evident. "Good Demonis, behold my rake." Zhu Beiji bellowed fiercely, his nine-toothed rake gleaming with divine light, swirling with celestial aura, surrounded by celestial energy. If one were to overlook the pig's head, he could almost be mistaken for a descended deity. Smack! However, in the next moment, Bai Shimi's whip lashed out again, and in an instant, it tore through flesh, blood gushing forth. Zhu Beiji gasped in pain, his eyes wide with shock, staring at Bai Shimi in disbelief. How could a mere peak golden immortal surpass him, a Tai? No, it was not the woman's prowess, but the whip she wielded. Flesh torn asunder. No matter your protective celestial light or true form, a single blow would leave you battered. At that moment, seeing an opening, Pigsy narrowed his eyes, and it sent tremors through his very soul. Crack! Unexpectedly, another sound echoed as the bone whip struck again, and Zhu Beiji's complexion changed drastically as he hastily attempted to evade. "I shall assist you," Sha Wujing shouted, his figure flashing as he appeared before Zhu Beiji. The whip coiled around Pigsy's neck like a serpent, tightening with an unyielding grip. Gasping for breath, Pigsy's eyes bulged as he flailed helplessly. Yet again, there was a resounding crack as the whip lashed out like a serpent, striking Sha Wujing. Sha Wujing's face changed dramatically, his body shaking with pain. "Beast, I shall fight you to the end," Sha Wujing roared, his demon-slaying staff transforming into a massive and elongated weapon. His aura surging with incredible might as explosive energy erupted around him. Boom! The demon-slaying staff, shimmering with golden light, surged towards Bai Shimi. Bai Shimi gazed in astonishment at the demon-suppressing staff held by Sha Wujing. Sensing its formidable power, she narrowed her eyes, with a flick of her left hand. The bone whip binding Zhu Beiji instantly loosened. Now wielding dual whips, she hardened the bone whip and swiftly raised it to block. Clang! The resounding clash erupted. What manner of treasure is this? This bone whip. Zhu Beiji's expression flickered, realizing that even his treasured Qinshin rake, crafted by the old master. Bai Shimi gazed in astonishment at the demon-suppressing staff held by Sha Wujing. Sensing its formidable power, she narrowed her eyes, with a flick of her left hand. His labored breaths and dwindling energy revealed that strength is but fleeting. Zhu Beiji's pupils constricted in alarm, without a moment's hesitation. He grasped his nine-toothed rake and turned to flee. Chapter 62. One piece is not enough. I want them all. In the depths of White Tiger Ridge, within the bone cave, Sha Wujing and Tang Sung were imprisoned in a cell, with Tang Sung quietly reciting scriptures. Sha Wujing, however, was on the verge of collapse. His spiritual energy nearly depleted from the earlier battle, feeling utterly drained. Additionally, Bai Shimi had sealed his dantian. At this moment, he was no different from an ordinary mortal. The bone whip binding Zhu Beiji instantly loosened. Now wielding dual whips, she hardened the bone whip and swiftly raised it to block. Clang! The resounding clash erupted. Tang Sung remained silent, surveying the cell, before finally murmuring, "This cave is rather cool." "Master," Sha Wujing sighed, a bitter smile crossing his face as he questioned, "You, a venerable monk of great wisdom, have encountered myriad experiences. Why could you not discern the oddities and suspicions surrounding that family today?" Tang Sung regarded Sha Wujing, observing his face, now resembling that of a demon, and sighed deeply. In the desolate mountains, amidst no one, a village woman remains unflustered, articulate in her responses. Is that not suspicious? Furthermore, the old woman, how could she arrive so swiftly upon our arrival? An octogenarian, how could her legs move with such agility? Tang Sung elaborated on many points of contention. An elderly woman in her 80s, with a daughter only 18? Such absurdity. Is it conceivable for one over 60 to still bear children? In any case, the three encounters raised too many questions. How could Tang Sung remain unaware? Alas, master, do you now realize the error in judging the elder brother? Sha Wujing looked towards Tang Sung, who sat on a stone chair, and asked softly, "Is that not digging your own grave? Now we find ourselves trapped in this cave. We..." Tang Sun gazed at the small demons guarding outside the cell and remarked thoughtfully. Beiji has a point. Even demons are sentient beings. The wife of Emperor Diyu was a fox spirit. The human Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi had 3,000 beauties in his harem, representatives of all races. Demons can be both kind and malevolent. With Wukong's abilities, subduing demons should be effortless. Yet, time and again, he resorted to violence without discernment, unleashing lethal force. I have given him numerous chances, but his murderous intent remains unyielding. Beiji has a point. Even demons are sentient beings. The wife of Emperor Diyu was a fox spirit. Ferocious and unruly? If Sun Wukong were to transform into a compliant monk, a pet of Buddhism, how could he still be called the great sage equal to heaven? Suddenly, a light-hearted laugh echoed from outside the cell. Bai Shimi, clad in a spirited battle dress, laughed brightly as she regarded the two figures within the cell. Is that not digging your own grave? Now we find ourselves trapped in this cave. Tang Sun gazed at the small demons guarding outside the cell and remarked thoughtfully. The once glorious staff now appeared dim and devoid of brilliance, reflecting the bitterness of his rage and resentment. Tang Sun looked at Bai Shimi. The human Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi had 3,000 beauties in his harem, representatives of all races. Demons can be both kind and malevolent. With Wukong's abilities, there is no issue in aspiring to be the great sage equal to heaven. Whether he is unruly or defiant, that is his own affair. However, if he seeks to join Buddhism, he must relinquish his bloodshed and all that binds him to this world to attain enlightenment. Bai Shimi, hands clasped behind her back. Ferocious and unruly? If Sun Wukong were to transform into a compliant monk, a pet of Buddhism, how could he still be called the great sage equal to heaven? Suddenly, if you possess the ability, will you release us? Sha Wujing hissed, gritting his teeth as he glared at Bai Shimi. Bai Shimi regarded him with a look of incredulity before shaking her head, choosing to ignore Tang Sun. I hear that consuming a piece of your flesh can grant immortality? The once glorious staff now appeared dim and devoid of brilliance, reflecting the bitterness of his rage and resentment. Tang Sun looked at Bai Shimi. The very notion of flesh had become a haunting specter in his mind, conjuring memories of being carved up on Black Wind Mountain and images of feasting on flesh at Yellow Wind Ridge. If he seeks to join Buddhism, he must relinquish his bloodshed and all that binds him to this world to attain enlightenment. Bai Shimi, hands clasped behind her back, tinged with a hint of golden light, flickered in Tang Seng's eyes, stirring the cicada spirits within his consciousness. Ah, it appears there is truth to it? Bai Shimi observed Tang Seng's reaction, chuckling lightly. Alas, esteemed one, for someone of your caliber, achieving immortality should be a simple feat. Why then? Do you cling so desperately to the notion of consuming my flesh? Tang Sung sighed softly. Celestials and demons, those with enlightened paths, can generally attain immortality. 500 years is trivial. Living in harmony with the heavens is the norm. Yet, these demons inexplicably desire to consume my flesh, which is rather strange. The very notion of flesh had become a haunting specter in his mind. Before embarking on the journey to the west, he was merely an ordinary monk reciting scriptures. How could he grasp the secrets of antiquity? Bai Shimi continued without waiting for his response. Humans possess innate divine bodies, imbued with spiritual essence. Even ordinary mortals can enhance the demonic path, making cultivation easier. It is only natural that demons consume humans. After all, humans consume livestock. Tang Seng opened his mouth, utterly speechless. Suddenly, Bai Shimi observed Tang Seng's reaction, chuckling lightly. Alas, esteemed one, for someone of your caliber, achieving immortality should be a simple feat. Why then? Do you cling so desperately to the notion of consuming my flesh? Tang Sung sighed softly. Celestials and demons, those with enlightened paths, can generally attain immortality. 500 years is trivial. Living in harmony with the heavens is the norm. Yet, these demons inexplicably desire to consume my flesh, which is rather strange. Why do you think, in ancient times, demons feasted on humans? Bai Shimi chuckled. Tang Seng found himself at a loss for words. Before embarking on the journey to the west, he was merely an ordinary monk reciting scriptures. How could he grasp the secrets of antiquity? I would gladly offer you a peace. Should you consume me, it would only add to your karmic debt. Tang Seng suddenly interjected, a hint of resignation in his tone. It is only natural that demons consume humans. After all, humans consume livestock. Tang Seng opened his mouth, utterly speechless. Suddenly, already approaching the cave's entrance, pausing to add, "By the way, that sand demon fish monster. Do not say, I did not offer you a chance. Demoness, cease your nonsensical babble. You deceive the masses." Sha Wujing growled, tightening his grip on the demon-suppressing staff, though he felt no surge of spiritual power within. "The choice lies with you. Do you wish to live?" Chapter 63. Here lies no 6 ears, yet the future holds 6 ears. Demoness, white-bone spirit, you deceive the masses. Bai Shimi regarded Sha Wujing with a playful tone. I had no choice." Sha Wujing's wide-eyed protest sounded feeble. "Humph." Bai Shimi scoffed, turning away. "Have already taken refuge in Buddhism and will no longer engage in any heinous acts or cannibalism." Inside the cell, Tang Sun gazed at Sha Wujing, his lips parting several times, yet ultimately failing to articulate his thoughts. He had always harbored a shadow of doubt regarding Sha Wujing, and now, with the revelations from the white-bone demon, how could he not feel fear? Throughout their journey, he had often been haunted by nightmares, each time waking in terror at the thought of Sha Wujing wanting to consume him. As time passed, instead of growing accustomed to his presence, his fear only intensified. The karma of his past lives weighed heavily upon him. After all, he had perished at Sha Wujing's hands in 9 previous incarnations. How could such a deep-seated fear be alleviated by a mere fleeting companionship? At this juncture, Wujing spoke softly. "Master, I am here." Sha Wujing responded eagerly. "You." Tang Sun closed his eyes, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply and said helplessly, "If you wish to eat, then come. I am prepared." Master, have already taken refuge in Buddhism and will no longer engage in any heinous acts or cannibalism." Inside the cell, Tang Sun gazed at Sha Wujing. "Let alone you, my master. Even if I were to perish, I would never allow you to suffer." Sha Wujing's demeanor genuinely reflected his commitment to righteousness. Tang Sun sighed softly but remained silent, closing his eyes to recite the Heart Sutra. "Do not worry, my second brother has not been captured. I am certain he will find a way to rescue us." Sha Wujing added quickly. Yet, seeing Tang Sun in silence, merely chanting the sutra, he felt a sense of despair wash over him. He could not fathom where his second brother had gone. While he felt some reproach towards him for fleeing at a critical moment, he was also relieved. At least he was still free, capable of devising a plan for their salvation. If his second brother had been captured as well, they would truly be without hope. Suddenly, Sha Wujing felt as if someone were watching him. He instinctively turned towards the cave entrance, catching a fleeting glimpse of a furry arm. Is it the eldest brother? No. Why would he be here? He shook his head, sighing in resignation, and sat on a stone, lost in thought. Haha, junior sister, you are truly capable of devising a plan for their salvation. If his second brother had been captured as well, they would truly be without hope. Suddenly, are you not just making things difficult for them, as per the master's instructions? If they cannot overcome this minor obstacle, how can they hope to obtain the scriptures? White junior sister smiled playfully at Lu Er as she poured him a drink. You, Lu Er managed a wry smile, shaking his head in amusement. By the way, brother, I recall that the next destination on our journey is the kingdom of Baoxiang, where there is a certain monster, if I remember correctly. What are your thoughts on this? Capable of devising a plan for their salvation. If his second brother had been captured as well, they would truly be without hope. Suddenly, Sha Wujing felt as if someone were watching him. He instinctively turned towards the cave entrance, catching a fleeting glimpse of a furry arm. Is it the eldest brother? No. Who has descended to the mortal realm due to an affinity with the maiden of the Pixiang Palace, having lived as a couple for 13 years. In Lu Er's ears, the events of the primordial chaos were no secret. In his youth, he had dared to listen to sermons at the Zixiao Palace, and now, with his enhanced abilities, he could perceive even the most hidden truths. He could hear not only the primordial chaos, but also the myriad worlds born from its fragmentation. Kuemu, affinity, and marriage. White junior sister smiled playfully at Lu Er as she poured him a drink. You, Lu Er managed a wry smile, shaking his head in amusement. By the way, brother, he may even perceive our innermost thoughts, Lu Er remarked, casting a sidelong glance at white junior sister. I do not. He could perceive even the most hidden truths. He could hear not only the primordial chaos, but also the myriad worlds born from its fragmentation. Kuemu, affinity, and marriage. His ears twitching as he recalled the background of the creature from Baoxiang. That is the heavenly court's Lord Kuemu. Lu Er extended his hand, channeling his magical power to conceal 4 of his ears. White junior sister blinked, observing Lu Er's transformation. which bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong. Are you planning to impersonate Sun Wukong? She asked curiously. Lu Er smiled but offered no verbal response. However, he could perceive even the most hidden truths. He could hear not only the primordial chaos, but also the myriad worlds born from its fragmentation. Kuei-mu, affinity, and marriage. White Junior's sister pondered, her hands cradling her chin, gazing thoughtfully at the cave's ceiling, a faint smile gracing her lips. The master possesses profound wisdom, sometimes. Seeking the essence of Sun Wukong, he seemed to hear a voice calling out, Master, there is no Lu Er here, only this disciple. I implore you to bestow upon me the path to longevity, that I may never forget your kindness. This was the scene of Sun Wukong kneeling before Bodhi Patriarch, pleading for the teachings of the Great Path. Indeed, Lu Er was absent then, but in the future, Lu Er shall eavesdrop. Lu Er chuckled softly as he continued to listen to the teachings of the earthly fiend's 72 transformations and the secrets of the cloud somersault. At that moment, White Junior's sister observed that Lu Er's aura had shifted. The original essence of the orthodox Tao quickly transformed into the aura of the golden elixir path. In the blink of an eye, he had become indistinguishable from Sun Wukong. White Junior's sister gazed at Lu Er with admiration. Brother Lu Er, your abilities are truly remarkable. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she continued. But brother, although you have adopted Sun Wukong's essence, you still lack his armor and the tightening gold hoop. Seeking the essence of Sun Wukong, he seemed to hear a voice calling out, Master, there is no Lu Er here, only this disciple. Junior's sister would underestimate my abilities. Lu Er replied with a mysterious smile. Chapter 64. Master, I long to see the eldest brother. Pleading for the teachings of the Great Path. Indeed, Lu Er was absent then, but in the future, Lu Er shall eavesdrop. Extending his hand as light flickered before him, the essence of the Tao swirling. Lu Er reached into the void, and shortly thereafter, he grasped a pair of cloud-stepping shoes. Not only that, but there was also a suit of golden chainmail and a phoenix-winged crown. Once donned, the armor was a perfect match for Sun Wukong's attire. Brother you, in the blink of an eye, he had become indistinguishable from Sun Wukong. White Junior's sister gazed at Lu Er with admiration. Brother Lu Er, your abilities are truly remarkable. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she continued. But brother, although you have adopted Sun Wukong's essence, you still lack his armor and the tightening gold hoop. Not only that, but there was also a suit of golden chainmail and a phoenix-winged crown. Once donned, the armor was a perfect match for Sun Wukong's attire. Brother you, Junior's sister would underestimate my abilities. Lu Er replied with a mysterious smile. Chapter 64. Master, I long to see the eldest brother. White Junior's sister blinked at Lu Er, realizing he had been eavesdropping. Was there more to uncover? Junior's sister, watch closely. Lu Er chuckled lightly. Lu Er said, eyeing the radiant armor before him, a smile creeping onto his lips. What do you mean? White Junior's sister appeared puzzled. Not only that, but there was also a suit of golden chainmail and a phoenix-winged crown. Once donned, the armor was a perfect match for Sun Wukong's attire. Brother you can steal things too? White Junior's sister exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. But soon, concern washed over her face. However, brother, even if you have taken Sun Wukong's belongings, he will surely notice their absence. This is not stealing from Sun Wukong. It is pilfering from the Dragon King. It's a divine ability, stealing. Lu Er chuckled lightly, offering a brief explanation. With my master's targeted guidance, I have mastered the art of taking things from within reach. My skills in thievery have gradually reached perfection. When I fully attain this mastery, not only past or future objects can be taken, but even time and concepts themselves. Stealing. Sister Bai pondered thoughtfully, then appeared somewhat shaken. Indeed, her brother's innate abilities were indeed formidable. Yet, she soon seemed to recall something, slumping wearily onto the table, pouting. Master is biased. Why does he favor you with special training? You already possess the way, while I have yet to. You will, Lu Er gently reassured her. Truth be told, it was entirely normal for her not to have attained the way yet. To seek the path requires at least the level of Tai. However, merely smiled, reached into the void, and pulled out a golden circlet, placing it directly upon his head. At this moment, glancing toward the prison's entrance with a light chuckle, Sha Wujing suddenly turned, his gaze fixed on Lu Er, and then his eyes widened in surprise. Big brother. Following this, he became quite agitated, about to say something, but in the blink of an eye, Lu Air vanished, as if he had never been there at all. Huh. My skills in thievery have gradually reached perfection. When I fully attain this mastery, not only past or future objects can be taken, but even time and concepts themselves. Stealing. Instinctively glancing toward the empty entrance, frowning in inquiry. Master, I just saw Big Brother. Sha Wujing said hesitantly. Tang Sung felt a jolt in his heart. Hurriedly scanning the cave, but after a long while, he saw neither hide nor hair of Sun Wukong, nor heard any sound from him. Perhaps it was just a mirage. Sha Wujing rubbed his eyes, looking uncertainly toward the entrance. Wujing, what are you doing? Tang Sung opened his eyes and looked at Sha Wujing. He would at least have exchanged a few words with them, yet his silence suggested it was quite likely an illusion. Alas, I wonder how Big Brother and Second Brother are faring. Sha Wujing sighed softly, voicing his thoughts. Meanwhile, high above in the clouds, Pigsy lay on a white cloud, casually propping his head on his rake, swaying gently, feeling utterly content. Alas, the old monk has been captured, and Sha Wujing too. Not to mention that the horse keeper has fled. Does this journey for scriptures not seem doomed? Ah, master, dear master, and you too, brother Sha. Do not blame me for not coming to your rescue. I am but a pig with good intentions, but lacking the strength. Pigsy muttered, chuckling lightly, his demeanor quite relaxed. Journey for scriptures? What a farce. Whoever wants to go seek scriptures can do so. I certainly shan't. I've done all that I was supposed to. And to top it off, I sacrificed an 8 transformation golden elixir. It is time to end this charade. The Buddhist sect hardly stands a chance. Pigsy felt quite pleased, reveling in his own satisfaction. The Buddhist sect thriving? Huh. Have you consulted the Taoist sect? Offering a taste of sweetness, and you still crave more? Though I, the old pig, suffer from diabetes, I wonder if you would care for any suddenly. As Pigsy continued to drift lazily, a flash of cloud zipped past him. And to top it off, I sacrificed an 8 transformation golden elixir. It is time to end this charade. The Buddhist sect hardly stands a chance. Pigsy felt quite pleased, abruptly flipping over to gaze at the retreating cloud. Isn't that the stinky monkey's somersault cloud? What is it doing here? Pigsy blinked. Perhaps the monkey was flying too fast. Do not blame me for not coming to your rescue. I am but a pig with good intentions, but lacking the strength. Pigsy muttered, chuckling lightly, his demeanor quite relaxed. Pigsy observed the receding figure in the distance, furrowing his brow slightly. In his mind, Sun Wukong ought to be heading straight back to Flower Fruit Mountain, not continuing westward. And to top it off, I sacrificed an 8 transformation golden elixir. It is time to end this charade. The Buddhist sect hardly stands a chance. Pigsy felt quite pleased. Professing to have entered the Buddhist fold, expressing compassion, and even occasionally repenting for his past misdeeds, the fact remains that the Buddha had suppressed him for 500 years. Thus, it would be illogical for Sun Wukong to visit the Tathagata. So where is he headed? Let us follow and see. Pigsy narrowed his eyes, moving with such astonishing speed that it left him momentarily dazed. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Pigsy squinted. From a distance, he resembled a celestial deity descending to the mortal realm, exuding an aura of authority. And in his daze, he had simply overlooked it. Yet, the direction the monkey was headed was not eastward. Sitting on his cloud, a smile creeping onto his lips as he transformed, his snowy white attire and neatly tied long hair made him appear strikingly handsome, with an air of dignity about him. From a distance, he resembled a celestial deity descending to the mortal realm, exuding an aura of authority, flying with urgency. Yet, all of a sudden, Sun Wukong's presence vanished, leaving Pigsy alone among the clouds. This monkey sure is fast. Pigsy frowned, glancing around helplessly. It has been over 1,000 years since I employed such magical arts. Pigsy cleared his throat, restoring his once magnetic voice, chuckling softly as azure light enveloped him. He saw Sun Wukong standing silently at the mountain gate, tears streaming down his face. Ah, this monkey has such a side to him. Pigsy chuckled softly, contemplating as he enveloped himself in Taoist essence, descending towards Sun Wukong without making a sound. As the Taoist aura flowed around him, Pigsy's figure gradually faded from sight. This was the former identity of Marshal Tianpeng, Bianzhuang Taoist of the human race. Cough, cough, ma. It has been over 1,000 years since I employed such magical arts. Pigsy cleared his throat, restoring his once magnetic voice, chuckling softly as azure light enveloped him. Possibly see him? Since he could not see him, he would naturally not pursue. Lu Air's intention was to ensure that Pigsy continued westward. If not, flying with urgency. Yet, all of a sudden, Sun Wukong's presence vanished, leaving Pigsy alone among the clouds. This monkey sure is fast. Pigsy frowned, glancing around helplessly, chuckling softly before vanishing again. This Sun Wukong was, of course, the guise of Lu Air. Originally, Sun Wukong had left before them. How could Pigsy, lying in the clouds? Pigsy, concealed beside Sun Wukong, instinctively surveyed his surroundings. Ling Tai Fong Yuan Mountain? Slanting Moon 3-star Cave? I have never heard of this before. It appears intriguing. Which mighty figure's secluded abode is this? Pigsy squinted, scrutinizing everything around him. Having lived countless years, later becoming Marshal Tianpeng, he was well versed in the mysteries of the world. The prosperity of the Buddhist sect was of no concern to him. He merely wished to complete the mission assigned by his master. At this moment, at the mountain gate, could it be that a powerful being has erased the heavenly secrets here? If I were to utilize the power of the Tai Chi diagram, I might discern something. Which mighty figure's secluded abode is this? Pigsy squinted, scrutinizing everything around him. Having lived countless years, later becoming Marshal Tianpeng, he was well versed in the mysteries of the world. Observing Sun Wukong weeping nearby, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this stinky monkey was a disciple here? At this moment, Master, Sun Wukong murmured. Could it be that a powerful being has erased the heavenly secrets here? If I were to utilize the power of the Tai Chi diagram, I might discern something. But alas, Pigsy silently shook his head, then looked at the dilapidated, desolate entrance of the cave, which seemed to have been abandoned for quite some time. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth in silence, hurriedly wiping away his tears. He cast a lingering glance at the cave entrance of Ling Tai Fong Yuan Mountain. Yet he truly knew nothing of Ling Tai Fong Yuan Mountain. Calculating, it yields no results. With a resolute bite of his teeth and a decisive wave of his hand, the cave door suddenly rumbled open. Without a word, Sun Wukong stepped into Ling Tai Fong Yuan Mountain, entering the Shiyue Sanshin cave. Following the path etched in his memory, he advanced, yet before him lay desolation. Gone, all gone, Sun Wukong murmured, then turned and began to walk away. Yet, after only 2 steps, he halted, gazing back at the cave entrance. Both inside and out were ensnared in cobwebs. Pushing the door open raised a cloud of dust, revealing only an empty mat. Where was the patriarch's presence? Go back whence you came. Similarly, he remembered Tang Seng's words. By this token, I shall not have you as my disciple. Return to where you came. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth in silence, hurriedly wiping away his tears. He cast a lingering glance at the cave entrance of Ling Tai Fong Yuan Mountain, then turned and began to walk away. Yet, after only 2 steps, he halted, gazing back at the cave entrance. Not only was this place deserted, but even the site of the patriarch's teachings was devoid of life. Master, Sun Wukong whispered, alone and forlorn, squatting beneath the towering pillar. Then glancing at Sun Wukong's expression, it seemed Sun Wukong held deep feelings for this master, and now, in his absence, the reasoning behind it eluded him. Little did he expect the master's words were true. Even the cave and sacred ground had been moved. If this is the case, where can I go? And Sun Wukong's expression sharpened as he turned towards Zhu Beiji's hiding place. In an instant, his fiery eyes glittered, radiating golden light that shattered the concealment surrounding Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji raised his eyebrows, realizing his long-unused abilities had grown somewhat rusty. Very well, he chuckled, dismissing the protective aura around him, bowing to Sun Wukong, and said, who could possibly possess the capability to nurture someone as powerful as Sun Wukong? Zhu Beiji furrowed his brow, resting his chin in thought. Suddenly, a low voice rang out, and Sun Wukong's expression sharpened as he turned towards Zhu Beiji's hiding place. In an instant, his fiery eyes glittered, radiating golden light that shattered the concealment surrounding Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji raised his eyebrows, realizing his long-unused abilities had grown somewhat rusty. Very well, he chuckled, dismissing the protective aura around him, bowing to Sun Wukong, and said, then glancing at Sun Wukong's expression, it seemed Sun Wukong held deep feelings for this master, and now, in his absence, the reasoning behind it eluded him. The golden staff emanating a powerful aura, resting firmly against Zhu Beiji's neck. This is the ground where I attained enlightenment, a sacred space of my master. When did it become your abode? I arrived here 500 years ago. Zhu Beiji laughed, bowing without a care, seemingly unfazed by the threat posed by Sun Wukong's staff. 500 years? How can that be? Sun Wukong was taken aback, loosening his grip on the staff, gazing helplessly at the dilapidated temple, feeling both laughter and tears welling up within him. Could it be that when I descended the mountain, my master had already moved away? How could this happen? Ha. Great sage, what troubles you? Why not share your burdens with me? Zhu Beiji grinned, waving his hand, causing the surrounding dust to vanish. He then gestured again. 500 years? How can that be? Sun Wukong was taken aback, loosening his grip on the staff, gazing helplessly at the dilapidated temple, feeling both laughter and tears welling up within him. Could it be that when I descended the mountain, my master had already moved away? How could this happen? Ha. Great sage, what troubles you? Why not share your burdens with me? Zhu Beiji grinned, waving his hand, causing the surrounding dust to vanish. He then gestured again. When did it become your abode? I arrived here 500 years ago. Zhu Beiji laughed, bowing without a care, seemingly unfazed by the threat posed by Sun Wukong's staff. Zhu Beiji inquired, laughter in his voice, exuding a natural aura of wisdom that commanded respect. Sun Wukong blinked, eyeing the Taoist with a hint of skepticism, feeling both laughter and tears welling up within him. Could it be that when I descended the mountain, my master had already moved away? How could this happen? Ha. Do you recognize me, old son? Then why do I not recognize you? Sun Wukong scrutinized Zhu Beiji's face, indeed unfamiliar to him. During his heavenly days, he mingled with friends and acquaintances, yet this individual remained a mystery. Certainly, in the three realms, who does not know the name of the great sage? He wondered if his master had transformed and come to deceive him. Surely, his master was superior to him. What means did he possess to discern any guise? Do you recognize me, old son? Then why do I not recognize you? Sun Wukong scrutinized Zhu Beiji's face, indeed unfamiliar to him. During his heavenly days, unsure of where to begin, the great sage may speak freely. Consider me a confidant. Zhu Beiji encouraged, pouring tea as its fragrance filled the air, refreshing and uplifting. Alas, Zhu Beiji inquired, laughter in his voice, exuding a natural aura of wisdom that commanded respect. Sun Wukong blinked, eyeing the Taoist with a hint of skepticism. Could not recognize the fiend. Coupled with that foolish pig inciting trouble beside him, he actually expelled me. I risked my life multiple times to keep him safe. Unsure of where to begin, the great sage may speak freely. Consider me a confidant. Zhu Beiji encouraged, pouring tea as its fragrance filled the air, refreshing and uplifting. Alas, teeth clenched, his eyes blazing with fury. Clearly, he harbored intense resentment. Had Zhu Beiji been present, he would have certainly dealt him a thrashing. The Buddhist path. Could not recognize the fiend. Coupled with that foolish pig inciting trouble beside him, he actually expelled me. I risked my life multiple times to keep him safe. And it is equally normal that the great sage does not recognize me. That makes sense. Sun Wukong nodded, reassured of his safety. He regarded Zhu Beiji, hesitating to speak. Unsure of where to begin, the great sage may speak freely. Consider me a confidant. Zhu Beiji encouraged, pouring tea as its fragrance filled the air, refreshing and uplifting. Alas, Zhu Beiji chuckled lightly, shaking his head without further comment. Brother Bianzhuang, let me ask you, if you were in such a situation, what would you do? Sun Wukong inquired, eager for Zhu Beiji's counsel. Great sage, we cultivators seek longevity and freedom. If we must suppress our thoughts and feelings, what sort of cultivation is this? And in the end, it came to this? Truly, as the saying goes, when the cunning hare dies, the hound is cooked. At this mention, Sun Wukong's anger flared, his expression fierce. My master said that only by suppressing one's nature and returning to goodness can one save all beings and achieve Buddhahood. Sun Wukong countered. To forcibly equate the salvation of all beings with the Buddha is to impose undue burdens. Sun Wukong was taken aback, then lowered his brow, pondering the phrase. Sun Wukong inquired, eager for Zhu Beiji's counsel. Great sage, we cultivators seek longevity and freedom. If we must suppress our thoughts and feelings, what sort of cultivation is this? Setting aside the question of the Buddha, what relation do all beings have with him? The goodness or wickedness of beings bears no relation to the Buddha. Is it not for the sake of unfettered freedom, to roam the heavens and earth without constraints? Sun Wukong hesitated, but before he could voice his thoughts, act according to one's heart without overstepping boundaries. He mulled over these words, finding them increasingly profound. Having lived freely, why must he still be bound by the stringent regulations of the Buddhist path? What sense does that make? What purpose does his pursuit of immortality serve? Is it not for the sake of unfettered freedom, to roam the heavens and earth without constraints? Sun Wukong hesitated, but before he could voice his thoughts, yet he sits upon a lofty pedestal, surrounded by a brilliant aura, clad in robes adorned with jewels. He urges the abandonment of the sword to attain Buddhahood. But what of those who are slain? He advocates against killing and consuming meat. Yet do plants and trees not also constitute living beings? Why must he still be bound by the stringent regulations of the Buddhist path? What sense does that make? What purpose does his pursuit of immortality serve? Even the wicked must be dealt with by the wicked. The somber words of Zhu Beiji resonated with Sun Wukong, causing a stir within him. The Taoist across from him continued. The Buddha, huh? In a certain sense, the Buddha is the most shameless of all. He preaches about the purity of practice, detachment from the mortal realm, and the renunciation of earthly desires, promising entry into the blissful realm after death. Yet, if all people believed in the Buddha, would there be anyone left to procreate? Would all beings become Buddhas, leading to the extinction of humanity? The Buddha speaks of the equality of all beings, and novices beneath him. You proclaim equality, yet demand reverence from others? What manner of equality is this? I ask you again, is killing a crime? Suddenly, the Buddha speaks of the equality of all beings, yet why does he subjugate himself beneath the five elements mountain? If all beings are equal, Zhu Beiji queried once more. It is certainly not wrong. The wicked must be vanquished. Sun Wukong responded solemnly. Precisely. Since you are aware of this, why then do you remain entangled in confusion, frowning, bewildered, aimlessly drifting? One should simply act in accordance with their true heart. Zhu Beiji chuckled. Act in accordance with my true heart? In that moment, Sun Wukong found himself recalling the scene of defeating the white-boned demon. Was he in the wrong? Reflecting now, Zhu Beiji queried once more. It is certainly not wrong. The wicked must be vanquished. Sun Wukong responded solemnly. Precisely. Since you are aware of this, humans can be good or evil, and demons can be malevolent or benevolent. One cannot indiscriminately punish all. Discernment must precede action. Humph, old monk. And novices beneath him? You proclaim equality, yet demand reverence from others? What manner of equality is this? I ask you again, is killing a crime? Suddenly, he did indeed err somewhat, but it was due to his impulsiveness. He had not considered whether the white-boned demon bore karmic burdens before striking. As it was said, Zhu Beiji queried once more. It is certainly not wrong. The wicked must be vanquished. Sun Wukong responded solemnly. Precisely. Since you are aware of this, since that old monk has driven me away, it is no longer my concern. I shall return to being the carefree demon king. How delightful that would be. Thank you. One should follow their heart without transgressing boundaries. Truth be told, today was not particularly significant. He had merely been hasty, failing to reflect deeply. Now, Sun Wukong understood. He ought to keep his distance from the Holy Mother. Otherwise, he might end up in flames, splattered with relics. Why ponder so much? Since that old monk has driven me away, it is no longer my concern. I shall return to being the carefree demon king. How delightful that would be. Thank you, brother. Where is everyone? Sun Wukong lifted his head, ready to express gratitude, only to find the space before him utterly empty. Alas, more individuals would become acquainted with its teachings. The doctrines of Buddhism advocate goodness. Thus, the world would not be overly resistant. However, Zhu Beiji shook his head, then bowed toward the empty space, performing a somersault, and vanished in an instant. Chapter 67. There will always be obstacles. Sun Wukong departed, leaving Zhu Beiji to reappear, watching the retreating figure with a grin. In this day and age, the influence of Buddhism had grown ever greater, and with it, his eyes narrowing slightly. Suddenly, Zhu Beiji formed a hand seal and called out, "Where are the mountain deity and the land deity of this place?" With a pop, a diminutive old man appeared before Zhu Beiji, soon accompanied by a tall, slender figure materializing amidst a golden light. The minor deity is present, hastening the repayment of those debts. Zhu Beiji chuckled lightly, shaking his head, then cast a glance around the interior of the Ling Tai Fong Siyuan mountain, his eyes narrowing slightly. Suddenly, Zhu Beiji formed a hand seal and called out, "Where are the mountain deity and the land deity of this place?" With a pop, more individuals would become acquainted with its teachings. The doctrines of Buddhism advocate goodness. Thus, the world would not be overly resistant. However, Zhu Beiji shook his head. Are responsible for this realm, yet you do not know who the master is? Is this not a dereliction of duty? Hastening the repayment of those debts. Zhu Beiji chuckled lightly, shaking his head, then cast a glance around the interior of the Ling Tai Fong Siyuan mountain, his eyes narrowing slightly. Suddenly, Zhu Beiji formed a hand seal and called out, "Where are the mountain deity and the land deity of this place?" With a pop, the mere mention of ascending to the heavenly court filled them with trepidation. "Ah, esteemed celestial, it is not that we have neglected our duties. It is simply that the old man and the mountain deity have only been stationed here for nearly 300 years, and when we arrived, there was no one here." Indeed, Zhu Beiji was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he sensed the enigma surrounding this land's master deepening. The previous tenants have left, and even the land and mountain deities have been reassigned? Do you know where the former land and mountain deities have gone? Zhu Beiji pressed, feeling the situation grow increasingly complicated. "Esteemed celestial, you jest. How could such matters of heavenly court appointments be known by us, mere mountain and land deities?" The land deity responded with a wry smile, shaking his head. Sighing internally, Zhu Beiji recognized that the old man spoke the truth. If he wished to uncover the whereabouts of the former land and mountain deities, he would need to inquire in the heavenly court. The mountain deity echoed, "Indeed, esteemed celestial." The mere mention of ascending to the heavenly court filled them with trepidation. "Ah, esteemed celestial, it is not that we have neglected our duties." Frowning. Initially, he had only summoned the land and mountain deities to ask casually about the identity of the one who had guided Sun Wukong. Yet he was met with nothing but more questions. Consult the heavenly court? He certainly could, as a former commander of the river army. If you wish to know where the previous land and mountain deities have gone, you must consult the heavenly court. Enough, you may leave. Zhu Beiji waved his hand dismissively, feeling the situation grow increasingly complicated. "Esteemed celestial, you jest. How could such matters of heavenly court appointments be known by us, mere mountain and land deities?" Yet he was met with nothing but more questions. Consult the heavenly court? He certainly could, as a former commander of the river army. As the Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared before him, "Zhu Beiji, why do you not assist Tang Sung on his journey westward? Where do you intend to go?" Guanyin inquired directly, her voice calm and devoid of emotional fluctuation. Upon seeing Guanyin, Zhu Beiji narrowed his eyes slightly. Was it merely a coincidence that she appeared now? Just as he intended to investigate this place, she appeared right after? Contemplating this, a smile crept upon his lips as he transformed back into his pig-headed form. Yet he was met with nothing but more questions. Consult the heavenly court? He certainly could, as a former commander of the river army. Her voice calm and devoid of emotional fluctuation. Upon seeing Guanyin, Zhu Beiji narrowed his eyes slightly. Was it merely a coincidence that she appeared now? Investigating was of little consequence. With this thought, Zhu Beiji wasted no time, his figure flashing as he ascended toward the heavens. "However, it is well. Since we have encountered this situation, there is no need for you to seek assistance from the celestial realm. I shall accompany you to rescue Tang Sung, so we may continue our journey to the west." Zhu Beiji blinked, casting a dubious glance at Guanyin Bodhisattva. "What do you gaze at?" Guanyin inquired softly. "Nothing much." Her voice calm and devoid of emotional fluctuation. Upon seeing Guanyin, Zhu Beiji narrowed his eyes slightly. Was it merely a coincidence that she appeared now? Just as he intended to investigate this place, she appeared right after? Contemplating this, a smile crept upon his lips as he transformed back into his pig-headed form. Zhu Beiji blinked, his eyes darting around, and he grinned. "Bodhisattva, if you are busy, please do not trouble yourself. I shall go to the heavenly court to seek help. And I was planning to seek reinforcements from the heavenly court to rescue him." "You foolish, blabbering simpleton. Were it not for your loose tongue provoking that monkey, would such a predicament have arisen?" Guanyin seemed already aware of the events transpiring with the pilgrims, rolling her eyes at Zhu Beiji. Soon after, the Bodhisattva sighed, "Alas." With no other choice, he suppressed his thoughts and proceeded to lead the way. Before long, "It is no bother for you. Lead the way. Why all this unnecessary chatter?" Guanyin gave Zhu Beiji a sidelong glance, her allure undeniable, rendering him momentarily mesmerized. Quickly, thrusting his rake into the ground, causing the mountains to tremble as if the heavens were collapsing. "Humph, you dare return, you dead pig?" He was left with a mouthful of willow leaves, cool and refreshing, which he quickly spat out. "Lead the way," Guanyin instructed with a slight shake of her head. Zhu Beiji blinked, his eyes darting around, and he grinned. "Bodhisattva, if you are busy, please do not trouble yourself. I shall go to the heavenly court to seek help." Reminiscent of a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace. "Old pig, You were merely hungry before. Today, let's see how I can capture you. Zhu Beiji growled. A mocking voice echoed from within the bone cave, and a striking young woman in white swiftly emerged. Upon seeing Zhu Beiji, Bai Shimi's expression turned cold. With no other choice, he suppressed his thoughts and proceeded to lead the way. Before long, reminiscent of a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace. Old pig, you were merely hungry before. Today, let's see how I can capture you. Zhu Beiji growled. Combined with his experience as the commander of the Heavenly River's army, momentarily gained the upper hand against Bai Shimi. Bai Shimi was taken aback. A mocking voice echoed from within the bone cave, and a striking young woman in white swiftly emerged. Upon seeing Zhu Beiji, Bai Shimi's expression turned cold. A radiant white light flickered around her, and she soared into the air, enveloped by clouds and a menacing aura, her gaze filled with contempt and murderous intent. Reminiscent of a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace. Old pig, you were merely hungry before. Today, let's see how I can capture you. Zhu Beiji growled, his eyes sharpening as he wielded his nine-toothed rake with authority, launching an attack on Bai Shimi. Chapter 68. Defeat me, and I shall release them. Lose, and be gone. Solidifying into a long spear. Buzz. The spear trembled, surrounded by a white glow, evoking a sense of dread. With the chilling winds howling and ghostly energy swirling. I am no match for her. Please lend your assistance. Zhu Beiji shouted towards Guanyin. High above, Guanyin Bodhisattva, seated upon her lotus throne, smiled gently. The violent force sent him staggering backward uncontrollably, flying through the air. Unbelievable. How could this treasure possess such power? Why was he being defeated repeatedly? Initially. Bai Shimi laughed derisively, sweeping her spear to intercept the leaf, only to see it pierced through as if it were mere debris, followed by a burst of pure white flames that engulfed the willow leaf. In an instant, the leaf was reduced to ash, vanishing entirely. Zhu Beiji's heart sank. Go. Bai Shimi scoffed, releasing the bone spear, which hurtled toward Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji's eyes widened, hastily raising his rake to defend himself. Use that bottle of yours. Isn't it said to contain the seas? Strike her with it. Zhu Beiji urged, perplexed by Guanyin's reliance on a mere leaf. Although he was unaware that the black bear had previously shattered Guanyin's willow leaf, he understood that relying solely on it was insufficient. The bone spear wielded by the female monster was fearsome. Raising her delicate hand to pluck a willow leaf, casting it toward Bai Shimi. Buzz. The willow leaf shimmered with green light, rapidly enlarging as it surged toward Bai Shimi. Guanyin frowned at Bai Shimi, ignoring Zhu Beiji, her brow furrowing slightly as she spoke in a voice as clear as a babbling brook. Who are you? Why do you obstruct the journey to the west? Why do you need to know who I am? If you wish to take Tang's song, it is impossible. Bai Shimi replied with a light laugh, her tone dismissive. Hey, you little vixen, I see you're asking for a beating. Zhu Beiji retorted, standing on the clouds, smirking. However, use that bottle of yours. Isn't it said to contain the seas? Strike her with it. Zhu Beiji urged, perplexed by Guanyin's reliance on a mere leaf. Why do you obstruct the journey to the west? Why do you need to know who I am? If you wish to take Tang's song, it is impossible. The bone spear wielded by the female monster was fearsome. In the next moment, a bone whip appeared from the void with a loud crack, and Zhu Beiji found his face instantly lacerated, blood streaming forth. Seemingly akin to a primordial treasure. Could it be that a later generation had refined it to return to its primordial state? Guanyin's eyes narrowed slightly. He had not even seen how the bone whip had appeared or how she had struck. It would not be Nuwa's. It should be attributed to Hongjun Laozu. The Qian Kuan Ding was merely lent to Nuwa, and after she mended the heavens, it returned to Hongjun Laozu. The significance of returning to the primordial state is immense. Originally, primordial treasures are finite. For each one consumed, another is lost. Moreover, primordial treasures are crucial for severing corpses and achieving sanctification. Without primordial treasures, future beings would have to find alternative paths. This highlights the paramount importance of primordial treasures. He had not even seen how the bone whip had appeared or how she had struck. It returned to Hongjun Laozu. The significance of returning to the primordial state is immense. Originally, primordial treasures are finite. For each one consumed, another is lost. Moreover, primordial treasures are crucial for severing corpses and achieving sanctification. Without primordial treasures, future beings would have to find alternative paths. This highlights the paramount importance of primordial treasures. wielding such a treasure capable of returning to the primordial state? Could it be that this demoness is, in fact, a disciple of the Jiejiao? This illustrates how astonishingly powerful the means of returning to the primordial state are, were it not for this artifact being under the control of Tongtian, making it difficult even for its own members to recognize one another. Who knows if there exists a skeletal companion who has attained enlightenment? In the end, wielding such a treasure capable of returning to the primordial state. Could it be that this demoness is, in fact, a disciple of the Jiejiao? Guanyin narrowed her eyes slightly. In the past, Jiejiao was known for attracting countless celestial beings, and among its disciples were innumerable individuals. I implore you, do not engage in those rebellious deeds. Have you not yet learned from the lessons of the last great tribulation? Dao you? The heavenly Dao would likely not permit its existence, and would have unleashed divine retribution to obliterate it. And before her stood this female monster. Was this compassionate figure truly so foolish as to refer to a minor demon as a fellow Taoist? Is this enough to warrant such a title? What a farce. Nevertheless, Guanyin narrowed her eyes slightly. In the past, Jiejiao was known for attracting countless celestial beings, and among its disciples were innumerable individuals. Zhu Beiji widened his eyes slightly, glancing at Guanyin, then instinctively at Sister Bai. You shall return from whence you came. This journey to the west is not for you. You are unworthy. Chapter 69. The Revenge of the Six-Eared Monkey. Hearing Sister Bai's words, Guanyin's expression darkened slightly. A battle? To engage in a contest with her? Yes. She possessed a spiritual treasure and was indeed formidable, but she was a great Luo golden immortal, a being infinitely close to the quasi-saint level. To challenge her to a duel was absurd. Nevertheless, if it must be so, then she had no choice but to suppress you. Guanyin spoke with an air of indifference, raising her delicate hand, and in an instant, boundless power of the laws enveloped Sister Bai. Is this the great Luo? Sister Bai felt the surrounding power of the laws coalesce and narrowed her apricot eyes, letting out a light laugh. Perfect. With a swift thrust of her spear. To challenge her to a duel was absurd. Nevertheless, if it must be so, then she had no choice but to suppress you. Guanyin spoke with an air of indifference. Wherever the spear passed, the laws ceased to exist, the power disappeared, and the spells were obliterated. One thrust shattered countless laws. Be they from great Luo golden immortals or otherwise, it simply shattered, without any room for negotiation. Guanyin watched in astonishment as her laws were effortlessly annihilated, finding it hard to believe that it could be so easily broken. Come again, Sister Bai sneered, tilting her head back and speaking leisurely. Indeed, to challenge her to a duel was absurd. Nevertheless, if it must be so, then she had no choice but to suppress you. Guanyin spoke with an air of indifference, stoking the flames of conflict. Guanyin cast a glance at Zhu Beiji and replied coolly, You go rescue Tang Sanzang. I will hold her here. Oh, fine. Zhu Beiji pouted, wanting to watch the spectacle a little longer, but was surprised when Guanyin instructed him to go save the monk. Well, if I must, then so be it. He shook his head, and in the next moment, a flash of golden light saw him plummet to the ground, swiftly heading towards the bone cave. You dare! Sister Bai glared fiercely, tossing her spear. Clang! The spear embedded itself right before Zhu Beiji, causing him to stumble back in shock. Bodhisattva, are you reliable at all? Zhu Beiji found himself at a loss, staring up at Guanyin, who seemed utterly unreliable. Just moments ago, she had said to restrain the demoness, and now. He shook his head, and in the next moment, a flash of golden light saw him plummet to the ground, swiftly heading towards the bone cave. You dare! Sister Bai glared fiercely, tossing her spear. Clang! The spear embedded itself right before Zhu Beiji, causing him to stumble back in shock. Bodhisattva, are you reliable at all? Zhu Beiji found himself at a loss, staring up at Guanyin, who seemed utterly unreliable. Just moments ago, she had said to restrain the demoness, and now. That very demoness had made her move. Guanyin paid no mind to Zhu Beiji, instead waving her hand once more, enveloping Sister Bai in an endless array of laws. He shook his head, and in the next moment, a flash of golden light saw him plummet to the ground, swiftly heading towards the bone cave. You dare! Though this incident could be seen as an obstacle on the journey to the west, it was not what she desired. At the very least, Zhu Beiji found himself at a loss, staring up at Guanyin, who seemed utterly unreliable. Just moments ago, she had said to restrain the demoness, and now. And she glared at Guanyin. I do not know the intentions of my fellow Taoist, from whence you come or to where you go. Sister Bai gritted her silver teeth, beckoned her spear back to her hand, and with a flurry of thrusts, shattered the surrounding laws again. Sister Bai gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling as though she had gained nothing. Not only had Tang Sanzang escaped, but she had also been toyed with by Guanyin. With a flicker of thought, Sister Bai contemplated pursuing. However, in the next instant, Sun Wukong appeared before her. Enough of the chase. Wait for the next opportunity, and I shall help you reclaim your honor, Sun Wukong declared, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. This Sun Wukong was not the true one, but rather the six-eared macaque disguised as him. Sister Bai blinked, then, with a hint of petulance, pouted, "Brother, next time, you must help me deal with that Guanyin." Naturally, the six-eared macaque nodded lightly, his mind racing with plans for his next endeavor. "Now, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave," he declared before vanishing in a flash of light. Brother, do you need assistance?" Sister Bai called out to the heavens. "I merely advise you to take care." Guanyin spoke softly. Then, in an instant, her figure rose upon a lotus platform and vanished from sight. "You." Sister Bai gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling as though she had gained nothing. Not only had Tang Sanzang escaped, but she had also been toyed with by Guanyin. With a flicker of thought, Sister Bai contemplated pursuing. However, in the next instant, Sun Wukong appeared before her. Enough of the chase. Wait for the next opportunity. He was endowed with remarkable talents and abilities, yet upon revealing his identity as the six-eared monkey, their expressions transformed, and they all refused him. Many had turned him away. Countless celestial beings and cultivators emerged from the Zixiao Palace, and he had bested many, with powerful figures to the east and west, including the two leaders, the three pure ones, Enhua, Fushi, and others. He had experienced a string of victories. As one of the four mischievous monkeys, he was endowed with remarkable talents and abilities, yet upon revealing his identity as the six-eared monkey, their expressions transformed, and they all refused him. Those two not only changed their demeanor, but even harmed him while he was still weak. It was as if they were resolutely severing ties with him. Having no other option, he sought out anyone willing to accept him. Initially, those two had considered taking him in, recognizing his potential. However, upon hearing his name, their faces turned pale. He had assumed they would avoid him, fearful of repercussions, but to his astonishment, considering the immense power of the two sages from the west. Yet now, he had gained strength. While he could not yet contend with those two sages, he could certainly pursue their legacies. Amitabha? Buddha? The cold light flickered in the six-eared monkey's eyes, and in an instant, he vanished. The memory remained vivid in his mind. The threat of causality was neither trivial nor grand. In his weak state, the consequences were minimal. "I apologize for the interruption." Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang and his three disciples journeyed forth, soon having exited the bounds of the White Tiger Ridge. As Tang Sanzang panted, though he did not have to run, the rapid pace of riding had left him somewhat breathless and fatigued. "Disciple, slow down," he urged, quickly halting the horse. With the assistance of Zhu Beiji, he dismounted and sat by the roadside to rest. This desolate mountain seemed to have no clear destination, but fortunately, they were traveling westward. And as long as they continued in that direction, there would be no issues. "Hey, master, I shall fetch you some water," Zhu Beiji exclaimed. Rushing off with the golden alms bowl, Tang Sanzang nodded, and after a while, Zhu Beiji returned, presenting a bowl of water to him. After drinking, Tang Sanzang looked around and felt a gnawing hunger in his belly. He had felt a bit hungry while being imprisoned at White Tiger Ridge, and after traversing such a long mountain path, his hunger had only intensified. "Beiji, go find some vegetarian food," Tang Sanzang gently urged. "All right, Shitty, you take care of master." "I apologize for the interruption." Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang and his three disciples journeyed forth, soon having exited the bounds of the White Tiger Ridge. As Tang Sanzang panted, he searched the barren mountains with a wry smile. Previously, it was Sun Wukong who handled the task of finding food, and now, faced with the responsibility himself, he realized how challenging it was. He lacked the keen sense of smell that Sun Wukong possessed, making the search for fruit quite difficult. The desolate mountains bore no signs of life, and there was truly nothing to eat. With a sigh, Zhu Beiji leaned against a rock, contemplating that if he returned empty-handed. Rushing off with the golden alms bowl, Tang Sanzang nodded, and after a while, Zhu Beiji returned, presenting a bowl of water to him. After drinking, so he resolved to wait another half hour before going back. "So what if I am hungry? A couple of missed meals won't kill me," he concluded. deciding to take advantage of the pleasant weather and lie down in the grass for a nap. Though he could have ridden a cloud to search for food farther afield, the old monk would surely not believe he had traveled so far. He feared the monk would think he had merely returned halfway. He searched the barren mountains with a wry smile. Previously, it was Sun Wukong who handled the task of finding food, and now, faced with the responsibility himself, what scriptures could one hope to retrieve? It would be far easier to invoke a spell and be transported directly to the Western paradise. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhu Beiji felt all the more justified in his decision to rest. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang waited anxiously for Zhu Beiji's return. Growing impatient, he turned to Sha Wujing and said, "Beiji has gone to beg for food. Why has he not returned yet? Master, are you missing the eldest brother?" Sha Wujing inquired with a smile. Tang Sanzang fell silent for a moment before replying. "Wujing, please go look for Beiji and see where he is." "Understood." Sha Wujing nodded and grabbed his demon-slaying staff, heading off in the direction Zhu Beiji had taken. Sitting in place, Tang Sanzang was not particularly worried, as he was accompanied by the white dragon horse, yet his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. After waiting fruitlessly for a while, he sighed again. Sha Wujing inquired with a smile. Tang Sanzang fell silent for a moment before replying. "Wujing, please go look for Beiji and see where he is." "Understood." Whether to Flower Fruit Mountain or back to the Tang dynasty for alms, and would return in the time it took to eat a meal, perhaps even enjoying a warm bowl of food. However, now they had Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing. Zhu Beiji, being lazy, and Sha Wujing. Growing impatient, he turned to Sha Wujing and said, "Beiji has gone to beg for food. Why has he not returned yet? Master, are you missing the eldest brother?" Whether to Flower Fruit Mountain or back to the Tang dynasty for alms, and would return in the time it took to eat a meal. He stood up, steeling himself, gathered his belongings, tied the white dragon horse to a tree, removed his conical hat, planted his staff in the ground, adjusted his robes. Lacking great strength and not renowned for his evasion skills, left Tang Sanzang feeling quite helpless. With another sigh, he paced back and forth. Or perhaps the result of some unseen arrangement, Tang Sanzang came upon a narrow path through a pine forest and wandered in without much thought. Upon emerging from the pine grove, he looked up to behold a dazzling sight before him, golden light shimmering, auspicious omens swirling, and vibrant colors ascending. To his astonishment, he saw a pagoda with a golden pinnacle shining brightly, illuminated by the setting sun, casting a golden glow upon the area, reminiscent of a Buddhist tower. Lacking great strength and not renowned for his evasion skills, left Tang Sanzang feeling quite helpless. With another sigh, he paced back and forth. And surely there must be a temple beneath it, replete with monks. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way toward the pagoda, unconcerned for the white dragon horse or his belongings. After all, the white dragon horse was intelligent, and in such a remote area, there were unlikely to be any passers-by who could steal his belongings. He decided to first investigate the pagoda, inquire within. Or perhaps the result of some unseen arrangement, Tang Sanzang came upon a narrow path through a pine forest and wandered in without much thought. However, in the next instant, Tang Sanzang froze in place, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld the scene within. There, in the pagoda, was a round table surrounded by a group of green-faced, fanged demons with wild manies. They were munching on bloody pieces of wild beast meat, all staring blankly at the monk who had suddenly barged in. The little demons were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why a monk would willingly walk into their lair. Tang Sanzang, witnessing this surreal scenario, felt his legs weaken, but he forced himself to remain calm, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply. Amitba, unconcerned for the white dragon horse or his belongings. After all, the white dragon horse was intelligent, and in such a remote area, there were unlikely to be any passers-by who could steal his belongings. He decided to first investigate the pagoda, inquire within, and later invite Beiji and Wujing to stay with him. As he approached the pagoda, he found the door ajar and, filled with excitement, he opened it and stepped inside. Tang Sanzang felt like crying but had no tears, lamenting the absurdity of the situation. What madness was this? When the little demons reported to their king, he laughed heartily. Was a round table surrounded by a group of green-faced, fanged demons with wild manies. They were munching on bloody pieces of wild beast meat. It was truly a case of a man sitting at home while the meat fell from the sky. They had never intended to capture Tang Sanzang. He had delivered himself right to their doorstep. Trembling with fear, Tang Sanzang's heart sank as he realized that just moments ago. Exclaiming, Thank you, Mother Nature, for your gift. Today we feast on monk's flesh. Chapter 71. The depth of the demon king's schemes. I am merely a wandering monk, and I have not bathed for many days. My flesh is sour and would spoil your appetite. Tang Sanzang had learned well. He refrained from mentioning that he was the monk seeking scriptures from the Tang dynasty, given that it was known across the realms that Tang Sanzang's flesh could grant immortality. He had escaped from the wolf's den only to find himself in the tiger's lair. "Oh, great king," Tang Sanzang lamented, glancing at the demon lounging on a couch, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mother Nature, for your gift. Today we feast on monk's flesh." Chapter 71. The depth of the demon king's schemes. This demon was no ordinary creature, but rather a transformed figure of the celestial Kuei Mu wolf. Now, however, it seemed that Tang Sanzang had unwittingly stumbled into his clutches. Upon hearing the name Kuei Mu wolf, Tang Sanzang's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly retorted, "Great king, how could I possibly resemble a person of high status?" The demon on the couch remarked, his expression fierce, though he bore an undeniable charm. "I am merely a wandering monk, and I have not bathed for many days. My flesh is sour and would spoil your appetite." Tang Sanzang had learned well. Upon hearing the name Kuei Mu wolf, Tang Sanzang's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly retorted, "Great king, how could I possibly resemble a person of high status? And what is your destination?" Kuei Mu Lang sneered, fixing his gaze upon Tang's son. However, the monk remained obstinately silent, refusing to divulge his identity. "Refusing to speak? Then I shall feast upon you." Kuei Mu Lang's fierce demeanor emerged, causing Tang Sung to tremble, nearly collapsing to the ground. I am Tang Sung," he stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. "Why bother with him, my lord? Why not simply devour him? What does his origin matter?" One of the little demons suggested. "And what is your destination?" Kuei Mu Lang sneered, fixing his gaze upon Tang's son. However, the monk remained obstinately silent, refusing to divulge his identity. "Refusing to speak? I heard of a monk from the Eastern Tang who seeks scriptures in the West, accompanied by 3 powerful disciples. This monk cannot be trifled with. If we capture him incorrectly, we may invoke the wrath of Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, and peace will be lost. Is that so?" The little demon blinked, suddenly disheartened. Tang Sung, listening to Kuei Mu Lang's words, felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps there was a chance for survival. As the seeker of scriptures, he indeed had demons pursuing him, but those who possessed a semblance of intelligence would recognize the strength of his formidable disciples and the caution they would exercise. Thus, Tang Sung boldly declared, "O great king, I am but a monk from the Eastern Tang, journeying westward to pay homage and seek teachings. I inadvertently trespassed upon your esteemed domain. I humbly request your mercy to allow me to continue my pilgrimage. Upon my return," gripping Tang Sung by his collar, preparing to drag him away. "What do you know?" Kuei Mu Lang scoffed. "This monk must not be carelessly seized. Not long ago." Trembling in fear. "Could it be that we have truly captured Tang Sung?" Kuei Mu Lang, however, laughed heartily, a playful glimmer in his eyes. "What is it, my lord? That brings you such mirth?" The surrounding little demons inquired. "I find this monk amusing. With a few fabricated words, he reveals his identity. I shall surely speak favorably of you to the Buddha, and you will reap the rewards." Hearing this, the demon holding Tang Seng's collar weakened at the knees. "What?" Tang Seng's face fell in shock, his hands trembling. Had he been deceived? The realization struck him painfully. He had been foolish enough to trust those words. "That brings you such mirth?" The surrounding little demons inquired. "I find this monk amusing. With a few fabricated words, he reveals his identity. I inadvertently trespassed upon your esteemed domain. I humbly request your mercy to allow me to continue my pilgrimage. Upon my return, are you not concerned they will come to rescue me?" Tang Sung stuttered, shaking with fear as he anxiously mentioned his formidable backing. "Ah, that is quite convenient." The hearts of these demons were indeed treacherous, ensnaring him with their deceitful charm, so much so that he had fallen for their ruse. Casually dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand, instructing the little demons to take Tang Sung away, Tang Sung found himself at a loss for words. "Are you not concerned they will come to rescue me?" Tang Sung stuttered, shaking with fear as he anxiously mentioned his formidable backing. "Ah, that is quite convenient." "What?" Tang Sung's face fell in shock, his hands trembling. Had he been deceived? The realization struck him painfully. He had been foolish enough to trust those words. The hearts of these demons were indeed treacherous, ensnaring him with their deceitful charm, so much so that he had fallen for their ruse. The little demon licked his lips, chuckling with delight. Kuei Mu Lang rejoiced. I was wondering how to capture them. Who would have thought they would come to me? Quickly, fetch my garb, for I shall go greet them. The little demons hurriedly donned Kuei Mu Lang in his attire, and he strode confidently towards the door. With a resounding crash, the door swung open. Kuei Mu Lang, brimming with arrogance, brandished a large sword, its gleaming edge reflecting a chilling aura. Who dares to disturb my domain? Kuei Mu Lang bellowed, his voice booming with authority. Upon seeing the monstrous figure before them, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing exchanged alarmed glances. Fetch my garb, for I shall go greet them. The little demons hurriedly donned Kuei Mu Lang in his attire, and he strode confidently towards the door. With a resounding crash, the door swung open. Kuei Mu Lang, brimming with arrogance, brandished a large sword, its gleaming edge reflecting a chilling aura. Who dares to disturb my domain? Kuei Mu Lang bellowed, his voice booming with authority. Upon seeing the monstrous figure before them, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing exchanged alarmed glances. Feigning innocence as he spun his web of lies, Zhu Beiji frowned at Kuei Mu Lang, uncertain of how to respond. You yellow-robed fiend, cease your nonsense. How could my master possibly partake of your meager offerings? Sha Wujing interjected, not even knowing Kuei Mu Lang's name. He merely referred to him by his attire. How ungrateful. I extend my hospitality, and this is the response I receive? Very well, if you wish for bloodshed, then let it be so. Little ones, seize the old monk and prepare to celebrate with wine and meat tonight. Kuei Mu Lang roared, reveling in his malicious intent. Zhu Beiji's eyes widened in outrage. Glaring at Sha Wujing, what have you done? The king has treated our master well, and you dare to show such disrespect? I extend my hospitality, and this is the response I receive? Very well, if you wish for bloodshed, then let it be so. Little ones, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Fear not, great yellow-robed king, disregard his rudeness. He is but a simpleton, lacking in understanding. I offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf. Please, allow me to accompany you to see my master. I would be most grateful. Zhu Beiji smiled ingratiatingly at Kuei Mu Lang. Ah, no offense taken. Come in, come in. Kuei Mu Lang welcomed Zhu Beiji with a smile. Momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Fear not, great yellow-robed king, disregard his rudeness. He is but a simpleton, lacking in understanding. I offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf. Please, allow me to accompany you to see my master. I would be most grateful. Zhu Beiji huffed, dismissing his brother's concerns as he followed the little demons into the pagoda. Do not mind him, my king. He is simply a dullard, unlike me. Beckoning the little demons to usher him into the pagoda. Alas, Sha Wujing thought, wanting to voice his concerns, yet finding no suitable words. Sha, are you coming? If not, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Fear not, great yellow-robed king, disregard his rudeness. He is but a simpleton, lacking in understanding. Zhu Beiji huffed, dismissing his brother's concerns as he followed the little demons into the pagoda. Do not mind him, my king. He is simply a dullard, unlike me. Zhu Beiji smiled ingratiatingly at Kuei Mu Lang. Ah, no offense taken. Come in, come in. Kuei Mu Lang welcomed Zhu Beiji with a smile, while Neo directly proclaimed his prowess to the heavens. Upon hearing this, Kuei Mu Lang merely chuckled, saying nothing. He himself was one of the 28 celestial constellations. The Star Lord Kuei Mu Lang. Although he was not a valiant warrior on the battlefield, he was nonetheless a divine figure overseeing the stars. Admittedly, during the great battle of sealing the gods, he did not contribute much and rather clumsily met his demise in the array of 10,000 immortals. However, he was still a disciple of the sect of the cut-off teachings. Over the years, he had accrued merit and divine virtue in heaven. Practicing the orthodox teachings of the mysterious gate, his cultivation had not surpassed those earlier days, yet his strength and methods had certainly improved significantly. Oh, I was the formidable marshal of heaven, awe-inspiring and revered. I see potential in you, my good sir, once I have completed my pilgrimage. Kuei Mu Lang replied with a mysterious smile. With a thunderous sound, the door swung open, revealing a table laden with an abundance of wild beast meat and fruit wine. Zhu Beiji's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly dropping his nine-toothed rake. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, as if he had glimpsed a figure behind a post, bound by ropes. Zhu Beiji felt a buzzing in his head, as if something was escaping from his mind. He had been tricked. His expression shifted, and he forced himself to calm down, quickly exclaiming, I'm in urgent need. Just a moment. I'll be right back. With that, Without hesitation, he retreated. Block him, Kuei Mulang commanded sharply. Having sensed Zhu Beiji's unusual behavior, there was no reason to let him flee now that he was at the threshold. In the next moment, a multitude of small demons rushed toward Zhu Beiji, each exuding a powerful aura, their eyes bloodshot, drooling as they approached. What delicacies do you have in this pagoda? Suddenly, Zhu Beiji inquired, his mouth watering uncontrollably, a sight that was truly exasperating. Heh, if you enter, you shall find out. You dare bite humans? Don't bite my ears, stop. Shitty, what are you watching? Help me. Amidst Zhu Beiji's piercing cries, chaos erupted. Zhu Beiji's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly dropping his nine-toothed rake. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, as if he had glimpsed a figure behind a post, bound by ropes. These little demons were of the wolf and dog variety, each one ready to bite. Who dares to bite my behind? Zhu Beiji yelled. No, you vile creatures. Quickly exclaiming, I'm in urgent need. Just a moment. I'll be right back. With that, without hesitation, he retreated. Block him, Kuei Mulang commanded sharply. As radiant as jade, gaining a hint of rosy hue. Though clad in the modest attire of a married woman, her slender waist was enough to make one swallow hard. How splendidly beautiful! Zhu Beiji could only exclaim. My lady, what brings you here? Kuei Mulang greeted her with a warm smile, stepping forward. My husband, adorned with a jade hairpin and a golden hairpin, exuding an air of nobility. Perhaps due to the cold breeze, she instinctively tightened her garments, her skin, as radiant as jade, gaining a hint of rosy hue. Though clad in the modest attire of a married woman, her slender waist was enough to make one swallow hard. And why did he seek you? Fearing the heavenly court had discovered his descent, he grew anxious. His life was entirely in the hands of the list of sealed deities. And if the Jade Emperor was displeased, it was in my youth, the lady began, hastily weaving a narrative, stating that in her childhood, adorned with a jade hairpin and a golden hairpin, exuding an air of nobility. Perhaps due to the cold breeze, she instinctively tightened her garments, her skin, and offer alms to the monks. However, since marrying Kuei Mulang, that promise had yet to be fulfilled. Thus, the golden-armored deity had come to collect her vow. Upon awakening, she saw Tang Sanzang bound to the soul-pinning stake and, in the spirit of almsgiving, decided to release him. Kuei Mulang merely smiled, gently adjusting his wife's hair, and said softly, as you wish. Chapter 73, Sworn Brothers? Apologies, but you are unworthy. Tang Sanzang was released. And it was the first time he had been freed so effortlessly. Not only Zhu Beiji, but even Tang Sanzang himself felt somewhat bewildered. Instinctively, he glanced at the letter in his hand, recalling the earlier encounter. The lady had approached him, introducing herself as Princess Bai Hua of the country of Baoxiang. And if the Jade Emperor was displeased, it was in my youth, the lady began, hastily weaving a narrative, stating that in her childhood, he naturally would not go back on his word and set off toward the country of Baoxiang with Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing. After traveling over 300 miles westward, they finally arrived at the country of Baoxiang. The journey had been uneventful, and not only did Tang Sanzang meet the ruler of Baoxiang, but he also exchanged the necessary documents and delivered the letter to the king. Upon reading the letter, the king nearly wept bitterly, lamenting the fate of his daughter, who had been abducted and bore 2 demon offspring, an affront to humanity and a disgrace to propriety. Without hesitation, the king demanded of his ministers. They finally arrived at the country of Baoxiang. The journey had been uneventful, and not only did Tang Sanzang meet the ruler of Baoxiang, but he also exchanged the necessary documents and delivered the letter to the king. Upon reading the letter, the king nearly wept bitterly, lamenting the fate of his daughter. A clever minister noticed Tang Sanzang and hastily advised the king to enlist him to vanquish the demons. Revered elder, if you can bring my child back, I would be willing to swear brotherhood with you, sharing the throne and enjoying wealth together. How does that sound? The king regarded Tang Sanzang with earnestness. They finally arrived at the country of Baoxiang. The journey had been uneventful, and not only did Tang Sanzang meet the ruler of Baoxiang, he was already a sworn brother to the great Tang Emperor Li Shimin. To become sworn brothers with a king of a minor state seemed to elevate the king to the status of Li Shimin's brother as well. Your country is not lacking, but I simply do not hold you in high regard. What can a mere small nation compare to the Celestial Empire? Sworn brotherhood? Regrettably, no one in the Grand Hall dared to respond. For a moment, the silence was palpable, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Soon enough, I have no skill in subduing demons. No skill in subduing demons? The king was taken aback, furrowing his brow. If you cannot subdue demons, I would be willing to swear brotherhood with you, sharing the throne and enjoying wealth together. How does that sound? The king regarded Tang Sanzang with earnestness. Tang Sanzang's lips twitched. Sworn brotherhood with you? Are you worthy? It was not that he looked down upon the king of Baoxiang. Rather, he was already a sworn brother to the great Tang Emperor Li Shimin. To become sworn brothers with a king of a minor state seemed to elevate the king to the status of Li Shimin's brother as well. He had claimed not to fear, but upon witnessing Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, he was utterly cowed. Zhu Beiji, with his pig-like visage, and Sha Wujing. Your country is unworthy. However, Tang Sanzang could not voice these thoughts aloud. Instead, he replied, Your Majesty, this humble monk only knows to eat vegetarian meals and chant scriptures. There were many people present. Had there been fewer, he might have crawled away in fear. Looking at Tang Sanzang, he swallowed hard and said, Elder, I'm grateful you mentioned it earlier. Had you not, I would not have known how to face this. Ipa. Tang Sanzang merely smiled and nodded. Elder Pig. With his fearsome countenance and sharp teeth, one a pig demon and the other a fierce ghost. Who would not fear such creatures? Nothing, the king stammered, standing unsteadily. Fortunately, Old Pig can vanquish demons, Zhu Beiji declared with puffed chest and a booming voice. Is that truly so? The king's eyes brightened. Of course. Zhu Beiji seemed to regain some of his former glory as a celestial general, proclaiming, I am the Marshal Tianpeng, cast down to this realm for transgressions against heavenly laws. I endure trials and tribulations to eradicate evil and demons. I am capable of all these feats. If there are families struggling to conceive, I assure you. With his fearsome countenance and sharp teeth, one a pig demon and the other a fierce ghost. Who would not fear such creatures? Nothing, the king stammered, standing unsteadily. Fortunately, there were many people present. Had there been fewer, he might have crawled away in fear. Looking at Tang Sanzang, he swallowed hard and said, Elder, exited the grand hall. He formed a hand seal and muttered incantations, suddenly transforming into a towering figure, radiating celestial light and growing to a height of 9 zhang. With a mere flick of his hand, a tempest arose, shaking the heavens and the earth. This display of power rendered the king and his officials speechless, their mouths agape. How is this? Zhu Beiji chuckled, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating through the air. Enough, elder. Please cease your powers. The king shouted, fearing Zhu Beiji might not hear him. Zhu Beiji returned to his original form, standing before the king. The king surveyed Zhu Beiji with growing satisfaction. Though he was somewhat unsightly, one could grow accustomed to it. He promptly summoned servants to fill a cup with wine. Elder Pig, the wine is warmed. Please drink this cup. Hee. Zhu Beiji laughed, eyeing the steaming wine. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall warm the wine while slaying demons. With that, Zhu Beiji did not wait for the king to retain him. With a stomp of his foot, he soared into the air. Though he was somewhat unsightly, one could grow accustomed to it. He promptly summoned servants to fill a cup with wine. Elder Pig, the wine is warmed. Watching Zhu Beiji's retreating figure with admiration. Master, I fear second brother may not be a match for the demon. I shall assist him, Sha Wujing promptly declared. And without further ado, he took to the skies, soaring away. The king, filled with astonishment and longing, reflected on the celestial beings before him, marveling at their ability to traverse the skies and manifest their powers. Zhu Beiji's boasts of warming wine while vanquishing demons seemed credible to the king, though Tang Sanzang remained skeptical. As expected, a quarter of an hour passed, the wine still slightly warm, yet Zhu Beiji had not returned. Another quarter of an hour passed, and without further ado, he took to the skies, soaring away. The king, filled with astonishment and longing, reflected on the celestial beings before him. Zhu Beiji did not wait for the king to retain him. With a stomp of his foot, he soared into the air. Perhaps my disciples have indeed vanquished the demon, but they must still travel 300 miles to return with the princess. As mere mortals, they cannot fly. Chapter 74. The Master issues an edict. Meanwhile, let us not dwell on the idle banter between Tang Sanzang and the king of Baoxiang Kingdom. Outside the Bowl Mountain's Wave Moon Cave, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing found themselves evenly matched against the demon Kuei Malong. Logically, this should not have been the case. Perhaps my disciples have indeed vanquished the demon, but they must still travel 300 miles to return with the princess. As mere mortals, they cannot fly. He could not progress further. Even after years of accumulating merit, he remained at the peak of the golden, immortal realm. Despite his various techniques, outside the Bowl Mountain's Wave Moon Cave, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing found themselves evenly matched against the demon Kuei Malong. Logically, this should not have been the case. After all, Kuei Malong, a disciple of the Jie sect, had only attained the golden, immortal realm, and due to the constraints of the investiture of the gods, he could not progress further. Even after years of accumulating merit, he remained at the peak of the golden, immortal realm. Despite his various techniques, with Sha Wujing's presence complicating matters further, it was evident that Zhu Beiji was holding back significantly. No, this was not merely holding back. It was akin to releasing an ocean. Second brother, this is excessive, Sha Wujing exclaimed, his forehead lined with frustration. He lamented that even alone, he could have fought Kuei Malong to a draw. After all, Kuei Malong, a disciple of the Jie sect, had only attained the golden, immortal realm, and due to the constraints of the investiture of the gods, his small eyes filled with confusion, his expression perfectly portraying a man oblivious to Sha Wujing's frustrations. Sha Wujing's lips twitched in exasperation, feeling at a loss for words. Sha Shidi, this demon is rather formidable. You should retreat while I hold him off. We can discuss our strategy upon our return, Zhu Beiji urged, gripping his rake with renewed determination, forcing Kuei Malong back. Sha Wujing opened his mouth, but hearing Zhu Beiji's insistence, he had no choice but to turn and leave without another word. Clang, clang, clang. Zhu Beiji and Kuei Malong exchanged a few more blows. Seeing Sha Wujing fleeing, Kuei Malong's anxiety surged, and he shouted, "Don't run." He intended to abandon Zhu Beiji and pursue Sha Wujing. Enough of the charade. He has left. There is no point in pretending, Zhu Beiji remarked, looking at Kuei Malong with bemusement. Kuei Malong paused, his expression faltering, yet he continued to feign ignorance. What are you talking about, you pig-headed muck? He replied, furrowing his brow. Keep pretending, and you'll lose even the ties of friendship with the heavenly court. Zhu Beiji retorted, rolling his eyes at Kuei Malong. I have long since realized you are Kuei Malong. Your meager divine power cannot be concealed. It can only deceive the foolish. Kuei Malong's expression shifted several times before he finally blinked and smiled faintly, sheathing his blade as he approached Zhu Beiji. Heh, Marshal. We did not mean any harm. But tell me, what brings you down from the heavens, causing trouble for a human maiden? Do you not realize this is a grave offense? Zhu Beiji frowned, surprised that Kuei Malong had descended to become a demon and aided the Buddhist sect. It can only deceive the foolish. Kuei Malong's expression shifted several times before he finally blinked and smiled faintly, sheathing his blade as he approached Zhu Beiji. Heh, Marshal. Glanced around before following Kuei Malong inside. Soon, the golden tower radiated a subtle Taoist aura, concealing all perception, although it could not entirely mask the awareness of powerful beings. Do you not realize this is a grave offense? Zhu Beiji frowned, surprised that Kuei Malong had descended to become a demon and aided the Buddhist sect. Kuei Malong glanced around, then discreetly communicated, Marshal, let us discuss this inside the tower. With that, he slipped into the tower, disappearing from sight. Zhu Beiji, feeling suspicious, disregarding the king's reaction as he spoke to Tang Sanzang about resuming their journey westward, indifferent to the affairs of Baoxiang Kingdom. Yet Tang Sanzang, having made a promise, felt compelled to oblige. Thus, he requested Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing to subdue the demon, for it was essential to succeed. Otherwise, there was no point in proceeding. However, his face darkened, muttering curses about the impudent yellow-robed creature. He returned to Baoxiang Kingdom, his expression grim, disregarding the king's reaction as he spoke to Tang Sanzang about resuming their journey westward, indifferent to the affairs of Baoxiang Kingdom. Yet Tang Sanzang, having made a promise. In a moment of desperation, Zhu Beiji had no choice but to seek assistance, inevitably turning to a celestial being to resolve his predicament. The journey westward was not solely fraught with trials for Tang Song, but also for those who had turned into demons, particularly for the formidable Kuei Malong, who must create difficulties for Tang Song before he could return to the heavenly realm. Alas, this Kuei Malong had indeed won the affection of a beautiful maiden. Yet poor Zhu was left yearning. He pondered when he might also embrace the moon goddess, Chang'e, even if it meant being reincarnated to achieve a marital bond. As Zhu Beiji floated among the clouds, he sighed and murmured to himself. At that moment, he was en route to the heavenly court, having no intention of seeking out Sun Wukong. The absence of one less enforcer for the Buddhist sect was indeed beneficial. Otherwise, yet poor Zhu was left yearning. He pondered when he might also embrace the moon goddess, Chang'e, even if it meant being reincarnated to achieve a marital bond. Just as he was nearing the heavenly court, a sudden flow of Taoist energy enveloped him, and a singular word manifested in his mind. This energy was all too familiar to Zhu Beiji, akin to the legendary principle of Wu Wei. What was this? Go. He pondered, pausing in the skies. Why would he go to such lengths to drive Sun Wukong away, as he covered the vast distance of 100,000 miles? How was he to proceed? Disciple is indeed foolish, Zhu Beiji muttered, glancing around nervously. In the next moment, the Taoist energy surged once more, and within him, an image crystallized, a vision of 4 figures, with the distant Ling mountain in view. Among them was Tang Sung, clad in a cassock, hands clasped in prayer, strikingly handsome and upright. However, the glint in his eyes was cold, his gaze crimson, fixed upon Ling mountain, a wicked smile curling at his lips. There was also Sun Wukong, wielding his golden staff, exuding an overwhelming aura of a great demon, his eyes aflame, rebellious and defiant. Yet, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing appeared unperturbed, both calm in demeanor. What was this? Zhu Beiji was taken aback, carefully absorbing the imagery within him. Suddenly, this energy was all too familiar to Zhu Beiji, akin to the legendary principle of Wu Wei. What was this? Go. He pondered, pausing in the skies. There was also Sun Wukong, wielding his golden staff, exuding an overwhelming aura of a great demon, his eyes aflame, rebellious and defiant. Yet, he simply needed to ensure that Tang Sung embarked on his journey to the west to acquire scriptures, and the outcome, who could say if it would not be splendid? Thus, he sought to invite Sun Wukong back into their fold. Zhu Beiji tidied himself up, adjusted his rake, and set forth toward the eastern Victory Divine Continent. He harbored no concerns for Tang Sung's safety. After all, they were comrades, and how could Tang Sung possibly perish? With a carefree spirit, he simply needed to ensure that Tang Sung embarked on his journey to the west to acquire scriptures, and the outcome, who could say if it would not be splendid? Thus, he sought to invite Sun Wukong back into their fold. Zhu Beiji tidied himself up, adjusted his rake, and set forth toward the eastern Victory Divine Continent. He harbored no concerns for Tang Sung's safety. After all, they were comrades, and how could Tang Sung possibly perish? With a carefree spirit, he had spared no effort in driving Sun Wukong away, uttering harsh words that had surely offended him deeply. Perhaps the monkey now harbored resentment towards him. What would happen if he approached again? Bring him here. Suddenly, Sun Wukong cast a glance in Zhu Beiji's direction and spoke nonchalantly. Before Zhu Beiji could react, numerous monkeys converged around him, swiftly binding him tightly and ushering him towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong regarded the bound Zhu Beiji and coolly inquired, "Who is this outsider?" He had spared no effort in driving Sun Wukong away, uttering harsh words that had surely offended him deeply. Perhaps the monkey now harbored resentment towards him. Not an outsider? Sun Wukong surveyed his little monkeys and replied with a grin, "My subordinates are all monkeys of similar appearance. You, with your piggish demeanor, hardly resemble an acquaintance. You must be a demon from elsewhere. Come, little ones, peel this pig-headed creature and cook him. Hey, monkey brother. We have been brothers for years. There is no need for such cruelty. How can you claim not to recognize old pig?" Zhu Beiji protested vehemently. "Humph," Sun Wukong snorted, reaching out to grasp Zhu Beiji's ear, stating coldly, "Recognize? Of course, I recognize you, Zhu Beiji. Yes, it is I, Zhu Beiji." He responded, grinning sheepishly. "You." What would happen if he approached again? Bring him here. Suddenly, Sun Wukong cast a glance in Zhu Beiji's direction and spoke nonchalantly. Before Zhu Beiji could react, "Did you clash with that old monk and get sent back? Bring forth your dismissal letter." Reaching out to grasp Zhu Beiji's ear, stating coldly, "Recognize? Of course, I recognize you, Zhu Beiji. Yes, it is I, Zhu Beiji." He responded, grinning sheepishly. "You." Zhu Beiji stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but knowing he must face Sun Wukong. Given the choice, he would have preferred to send Sha Wujing instead. Alas, hardly resemble an acquaintance. You must be a demon from elsewhere. Come, little ones, peel this pig-headed creature and cook him. Hey, monkey brother. Sitting casually on his throne, casually peeling a banana while casting a cold glance at Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji, with a twinkle in his eye, chuckled. "Well, it is because Master has been thinking of you." "Thinking of me?" Master? Who is this master? I, old son, have no master. Sun Wukong scoffed, uninterested. Zhu Beiji, do not protect Tang Sung on his journey to the west, yet you come to my Huagua mountain for what purpose? Massaging Sun Wukong's shoulders and flattering him. Miss me? Huh. That old monk personally wrote a dismissal letter to send me away, and now he speaks of missing me? Zhu Beiji, do you truly believe such words? Sun Wukong smirked at him. Zhu Beiji's expression shifted repeatedly, and after a lengthy pause, he stammered, indeed. He does miss you. After you left, the white-bone demon re-emerged and captured Master. He immediately realized he had wronged you and wept quietly in his cell. Massaging Sun Wukong's shoulders and flattering him. Miss me? Huh. That old monk personally wrote a dismissal letter to send me away, and now he speaks of missing me? I struck the demon thrice, and it still lives? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, intrigued, having faced the demon twice before with caution. He does miss you. After you left, the white-bone demon re-emerged and captured Master. He immediately realized he had wronged you and wept quietly in his cell. Could it be you've encountered formidable demons and thought of me? Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, instantly grasping the crux of the matter. No. Master is well. I struck the demon thrice, and it still lives? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, intrigued, having faced the demon twice before with caution. The old monk longs for your formidable skills and reputation. Zhu Beiji hurriedly explained. Dear brother, you have traveled far. Come, stay and enjoy some time with me. As Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed, he seized Zhu Beiji's hand and began to meander through the flower fruit mountain. Zhu Beiji, his countenance resembling the hue of pig liver, stammered. He is simply restless and unable to eat, constantly muttering your name, perhaps reminiscing about your many virtues. You know, old pig and brother Sha are rather inept, so naturally. The old monk longs for your formidable skills and reputation. Zhu Beiji hurriedly explained. Dear brother, you have traveled far. Come, stay and enjoy some time with me. As Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed, he seized Zhu Beiji's hand and began to meander through the flower fruit mountain. Zhu Beiji, his countenance resembling the hue of pig liver, stammered. All other realms of fortune paled significantly. Thus, for several days, Zhu Beiji accompanied Sun Wukong, enjoying sumptuous meals, delightful drinks, and restful slumber. They truly traversed the entirety of Flower Fruit Mountain, marveling at the splendid scenery, which indeed uplifted their spirits. This Flower Fruit Mountain, famed as the progenitor of the 3 islands and the principal vein of 10 provinces, exuded an ethereal aura, a celestial paradise, in comparison. What do you think of this mountain? Sun Wukong inquired with a smile. Brother, this is indeed a magnificent mountain, truly deserving of the title of the world's foremost peak. Zhu Beiji responded, showering compliments. Flower Fruit Mountain was indeed splendid, its spiritual energy rivaling that of the heavenly court. Very well, let us continue our revelry. They truly traversed the entirety of Flower Fruit Mountain, marveling at the splendid scenery, which indeed uplifted their spirits. This Flower Fruit Mountain. What do you think of this mountain? Sun Wukong inquired with a smile. Brother, this is indeed a magnificent mountain, truly deserving of the title of the world's foremost peak. And with gritted teeth, he decided to take a firmer stance. He exclaimed angrily, You insolent monkey! I have repeatedly offered kind counsel, yet you disregard my words? Have you forgotten our past friendship? Truly, I was blind to have misjudged you. Chapter 76. The Buddha inflicts pain. I shall respond with fury. Fool. Sun Wukong scoffed coldly and commanded the monkeys to bind Zhu Beiji. Hey. Zhu Beiji exclaimed in surprise. Brother monkey, what are you doing? Why are you tying me up? Fool, if you merely muttered insults in private, I would let it slide, but now you dare to speak such words before me? Today, I shall not spare you without venting my anger. Sun Wukong declared, brandishing his golden staff, ready to strike. Please, for the sake of our master, spare me. Sun Wukong scoffed coldly and commanded the monkeys to bind Zhu Beiji. Hey. Zhu Beiji exclaimed in surprise. Brother monkey, what are you doing? I shall strike you 40 times. Sun Wukong waved his staff, unleashing his power, and without further ado, he swung it towards Zhu Beiji's rear with a resounding thwack. Ow! Ow! The wailing echoed, resembling the cries of a butchered pig. Zhu Beiji cried, Brother, are you truly striking me? If I do not strike, my anger will remain. Sun Wukong retorted, continuing his assault. Zhu Beiji, writhing in pain, lamented, Brother, please, for the sake of Avalokiteshvara, spare me. With a thud, I shall strike you 40 times. Sun Wukong waved his staff, unleashing his power, and without further ado, he swung it towards Zhu Beiji's rear with a resounding thwack. Ow! These 40 strikes would not be diminished. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong continued to rain down blows upon Zhu Beiji, the scene turning gruesome, flesh tearing and blood flowing. After enduring 40 strikes, Zhu Beiji collapsed to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, while the blows were harsh, they only inflicted physical pain, leaving his spirit intact, allowing him to recover swiftly without the need for medicinal pills. Ouch, ouch! Zhu Beiji lay on the ground, unable to rise, continuously moaning in pain. Are you done whining? Sun Wukong kicked Zhu Beiji, expressing his disdain. Heh heh. Zhu Beiji scrambled to his feet, his face plastered with a fawning expression, looking at Sun Wukong with hopeful eyes. Brother monkey, shall we return? Humph. I am accustomed to my freedom. Why should I return? I shall not. Sun Wukong scoffed dismissively. Zhu Beiji, feeling helpless, persisted. Did you not say that the Bodhisattva guides you to escort Tang Song westward? Without you, how will the old monk reach the spirit mountain? Bodhisattva? Buddha? Goodness. Sun Wukong kicked Zhu Beiji, expressing his disdain. Heh heh. Zhu Beiji scrambled to his feet, his face plastered with a fawning expression, looking at Sun Wukong with hopeful eyes. He wished he could slap himself for speaking out. Yet, considering his options, he thought of another approach. Suddenly, Zhu Beiji smiled and said, Brother monkey, the old monk ultimately saved you. If you do not protect him on his journey west, will the world not call you ungrateful? Sun Wukong contemplated Zhu Beiji's words, casting him a glance without a reply. However, Zhu Beiji sensed that Sun Wukong had indeed taken his words to heart. Seizing the moment, Zhu Beiji continued, Moreover, brother monkey, do you not desire revenge? Revenge? Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, coldly gazing at Zhu Beiji. Without hesitation, Zhu Beiji began to convey telepathically, Brother monkey, the Tathagata has suppressed you for 500 years, claiming it is for the good of Buddhism. Is this truly benevolence? Punishing you with imprisonment is one thing. Casting him a glance without a reply. However, Zhu Beiji sensed that Sun Wukong had indeed taken his words to heart. Seizing the moment, Zhu Beiji continued, Moreover, brother monkey, do you not desire revenge? Revenge? Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, coldly gazing at Zhu Beiji. Without hesitation, Zhu Beiji began to convey telepathically, Brother monkey, the Tathagata has suppressed you for 500 years, claiming it is for the good of Buddhism. Is this truly benevolence? Punishing you with imprisonment is one thing. But the Buddha ordered mountain spirits to feed you with copper and iron, ruining your spiritual essence and path. If you do not avenge this, implying he was killed by someone, or was there another circumstance? Noticing Sun Wukong's silence, Zhu Beiji pressed on. It is said that the golden cicada was the second disciple of the Buddha, cast down for his disrespect towards the great teachings, refusing to heed the teachings. He was stripped of his true essence, reincarnated, and thus, throughout the ages, he has been a monk, perpetually seeking scriptures, ultimately leading to his demise. But the Buddha ordered mountain spirits to feed you with copper and iron, ruining your spiritual essence and path. If you do not avenge this, that golden cicada is said to be the first of its kind in the world, one of the 5 fearsome insects of primordial chaos, preying upon beings across the 6 realms with an insatiable appetite. This golden cicada is truly a fearsome creature. Ponder that, brother monkey. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, a glint of ferocity shining within. Such tales he had never heard before. The golden cicada was a fearsome creature? Thus, the Buddha banished its true essence, diminishing it to ensure its complete subservience to Buddhism? What do you mean by this? Sun Wukong remained composed, yet his tone was laced with tension. Brother monkey, that old monk is already showing signs of awakening his true essence. Once he reaches the spirit mountain, his true essence will undoubtedly awaken fully. At that time, will it not be a matter of storming the spirit mountain and shattering the Buddha's temple? Zhu Beiji wore a smile, yet his words were filled with a murderous intent. Shall we ascend Mount Ling and crush the Buddha's palace? Sun Wukong's gaze turned icy, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gently licked his lips. One must admit, Zhu Beiji's words stirred something within him. Let us go. Will it not be a matter of storming the spirit mountain and shattering the Buddha's temple? Zhu Beiji wore a smile, yet his words were filled with a murderous intent. Shall we ascend Mount Ling and crush the Buddha's palace? Sun Wukong's gaze turned icy, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gently licked his lips. One must admit, Zhu Beiji's words stirred something within him. Let us go. A hint of sorrow crossing his face. What if you do not return? Then I shall not return. Chapter 77. Come, let us prepare meat for our master. This monkey. Will it not be a matter of storming the spirit mountain and shattering the Buddha's temple? Zhu Beiji wore a smile, yet his words were filled with a murderous intent. He genuinely envied Sun Wukong's unyielding spirit and rebellious nature. This is the true Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, unlike himself, who had allowed life's trials to dull his edges, conforming to reality, and awakening the aspirations of others. Yet, perhaps, this too was quite agreeable. Zhu Beiji chuckled. One must say, at times, truly embodies a certain boldness. Above the clouds, Zhu Beiji observed Sun Wukong soaring ahead, recalling the earlier words of his companion. At times, where would the great sage venture next? Just as Sun Wukong prepared to leave, an old monkey hastily jumped out, inquiring loudly. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. Who had allowed life's trials to dull his edges, conforming to reality, and awakening the aspirations of others. Yet, perhaps, this too was quite agreeable. Zhu Beiji chuckled. He possesses a celestial son-in-law, yet fails to recognize him, severing his ties to the celestial realm. Sun Wukong chuckled as he observed the king of Baoxiang. Owing to his master's influence, he decided to involve Sun Wukong. Naturally, Quimuang was easily subdued. Before long, he reverted to his original form, recounting the events to Sun Wukong. As for Princess Baihua, she remained as an ordinary mortal, while Quimuang took the two children to the heavens. After all, who had allowed life's trials to dull his edges, conforming to reality, and awakening the aspirations of others. Yet, perhaps, this too was quite agreeable. Zhu Beiji chuckled, who was left dumbfounded. Quimuang's restoration was duly noted by the king, yet now, no matter how much regret he felt, he could not reclaim the celestial prince. My father-in-law was full of disdain. Alas, fortune is indeed fickle. Zhu Beiji muttered, a hint of bitterness in his tone. Enough of such talk. Where's the old monk? Sun Wukong again surveyed the grand hall. Ahem, big brother, master has been transformed into a fierce tiger by Quimuang's sorcery. He is over there, Shao Wujing coughed softly, pointing toward a cage within the hall. Inside, indeed, was a vibrant tiger. However, this tiger lacked the imposing aura typical of its kind, appearing rather lethargic. Oh, master? Sun Wukong circled the cage, marveling. Master, you are a virtuous monk, yet now you have become this fearsome creature. You blame me for my misdeeds. Sun Wukong again surveyed the grand hall. Ahem, big brother, master has been transformed into a fierce tiger by Quimuang's sorcery. He is over there, Shao Wujing coughed softly. Brother monkey, please save him and refrain from pointing out his shortcomings. Zhu Beiji chuckled. Though he too could unravel such magic, he preferred to keep a low profile. Save? How can one save? It is impossible. Sun Wukong shook his head. Alas, what if we do not save him? How shall we proceed to Mount Ling? My father-in-law was full of disdain. Alas, fortune is indeed fickle. Zhu Beiji muttered, a hint of bitterness in his tone. Enough of such talk. Where's the old monk? Brother monkey, please save him and refrain from pointing out his shortcomings. Zhu Beiji chuckled. Though he too could unravel such magic, he preferred to keep a low profile. Save. Pointing toward a cage within the hall. Inside, indeed, was a vibrant tiger. However, this tiger lacked the imposing aura typical of its kind, appearing rather lethargic. Oh, master? Zhu Beiji urgently gestured to Sun Wukong, as if reminding him of their prior agreement. How shall we proceed to Mount Ling? Sun Wukong feigned ignorance. Please do not speak such words. Master has realized his mistake in blaming you, so please break the enchantment, lest he suffers further. Why the rush? What if we transport the tiger to Mount Ling? Surely the Buddha would recognize him. The quest for scriptures remains unchanged, whether he is missing a leg or an arm. Had it not been for the celestial guardians and protectors, he would have long since perished and reincarnated. Very well then. Sun Wukong grinned, beckoning the king. Old king, quickly prepare 10 pounds of fine raw meat. My master desires to eat. But, the king, though somewhat disheartened by the loss of his son-in-law, was not foolish enough to overlook Sun Wukong's request. Aren't monks forbidden from consuming meat? Ah, look at the elder. He is no longer a monk. Now, he is a tiger. Hurry and prepare the raw meat. Should you delay, you shall answer for it. Sun Wukong coldly asserted. The king hastily ordered his servants to prepare the meat. Before long, a large basin of meat was brought forth by a throng of maidens. Alas, brother monkey, Sha Wujing began, hesitating. Ah, you do not understand. This tiger is starving and cannot simply revert to his original form. Sun Wukong shook his head, earnestly explaining, can a tiger be compared to a human? A tiger can survive for days without food, yet a human would perish. Therefore, the king hastily ordered his servants to prepare the meat. Before long, a large basin of meat was brought forth by a throng of maidens. Alas, brother monkey, as he was not adept in transformation techniques, thus he could not discern the truth in Sun Wukong's words. Observing Sha Wujing's naive demeanor, was not foolish enough to overlook Sun Wukong's request. Aren't monks forbidden from consuming meat? Ah, look at the elder. He is no longer a monk. Now, to restore master to his original form now would lead to his demise. We must allow him to eat in this state. Is that so? Sha Wujing frowned, as he was not adept in transformation techniques. Thus he could not discern the truth in Sun Wukong's words. Observing Sha Wujing's naive demeanor, Sha Wujing began, hesitating. Ah, you do not understand. This tiger is starving and cannot simply revert to his original form. Sun Wukong shook his head. Sun Wukong coaxed, chuckling as he encouraged Tang's son. Gurgle, gurgle. The tiger form of Tang Seng's stomach growled at the sight of the meat, revealing his internal struggle. Yet, to restore master to his original form now would lead to his demise. We must allow him to eat in this state. Is that so? Sha Wujing frowned, as he was not adept in transformation techniques. Thus he could not discern the truth in Sun Wukong's words. Observing Sha Wujing's naive demeanor, as he feasted, a radiant glow enveloped Tang's song, and he unexpectedly regained his human form. Yet, oblivious to the transformation, he continued to gorge on the raw meat. Transformed into a tiger, he was bound by the instincts of his new form. After a moment of hesitation, unable to resist the primal allure of the raw meat. Can't you see that master is enjoying his meal? Just wait for him to finish. Why bother yourself with unnecessary concerns? Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Have you ever heard of a tiger that is vegetarian? How would a tiger thrive without meat? Master, please eat quickly. Do not let this fine meat spoil. Pounding his chest and stomping his feet in distress, unable to swallow. Here, master, have some water to soothe your throat. Sun Wukong, with a smile, produced a jar of wine and presented it to Tang Sanzang. Oh no, Sha Wujing's expression changed dramatically. Is it really necessary to drink after eating meat? Surely, master can indulge in both without losing his Buddhist heart or Zen spirit. As the saying goes, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Isn't that the essence of the matter? You have yet to grasp the depths of Buddhist teachings. Sun Wukong laughed and restrained Sha Wujing's hand. Is that so? Sha Wujing was taken aback. In the blink of an eye, while Sha Wujing was lost in thought, Tang Sanzang had already gulped down the wine, seemingly indifferent to the fact that he was drinking alcohol while eating meat. But the Buddha remains in the heart. Isn't that the essence of the matter? You have yet to grasp the depths of Buddhist teachings. Reaching for the wine jar to drink, suddenly caught sight of his own reflection in the liquid. At that moment, he froze, his chewing motion halted. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he felt an urge to spit out the meat in his mouth. Hey, master, you've already eaten. Why would you want to spit it out? Sun Wukong chuckled from the side. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Surely, master understands this principle. Tang Sanzang was momentarily stunned. Reaching for the wine jar to drink, suddenly caught sight of his own reflection in the liquid. At that moment, he froze, his chewing motion halted. Suddenly, his expression changed, wiped the blood and wine from his lips, and abruptly stood up, looking at Sun Wukong with flushed cheeks and a slight intoxication in his demeanor. Wukong, you've returned. Master has missed you. Tang Sanzang was indeed somewhat inebriated. Hey master, where are you going? Sun Wukong replied with a grin. Since you're drunk, let us quickly find you a good room to rest. He turned to the king of Baoxiang Kingdom. Ah yes, quickly lead the way. Reaching for the wine jar to drink, suddenly caught sight of his own reflection in the liquid. At that moment, he froze, his chewing motion halted. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he felt an urge to spit out the meat in his mouth. Hey, master, you've already eaten. Why would you want to spit it out? Truly intoxicated. Old king, did you hear that? My master said he is suffering. Hurry, arrange for some palace maidens to ensure he enjoys himself. The king of Baoxiang promptly ordered his attendants. Soon, they guided Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzang to a room, helping to clean the blood from Tang Sanzang's body before gently placing him on a soft bed. Wukong, I suffer, Tang Sanzang murmured, his gaze unfocused, his face flushed. Truly intoxicated. Old king, did you hear that? My master said he is suffering. Hurry, arrange for some palace maidens to ensure he enjoys himself. Let us quickly find you a good room to rest. He turned to the king of Baoxiang Kingdom. Ah yes, quickly lead the way. Compared to the monk he had only known for a few days, he was far more inclined towards eternal life. Thus, the king hurriedly made arrangements, helping to clean the blood from Tang Sanzang's body before gently placing him on a soft bed. Wukong, I suffer, Tang Sanzang murmured, his gaze unfocused, his face flushed. Truly intoxicated. Old king, did you hear that? My master said he is suffering. Hurry, arrange for some palace maidens to ensure he enjoys himself. Compared to the monk he had only known for a few days, he was far more inclined towards eternal life. Thus, the king hurriedly made arrangements, looking at the king with a playful glint in his eye. As long as you arrange well for my master, I will help you secure a celestial son-in-law in the future. You will still be the father-in-law of the 28 constellations, and your grandson will be an exceptional cultivator, ensuring your longevity and prosperity. Very well. The king of Baoxiang's eyes lit up, and without further ado, he agreed. Compared to the monk he had only known for a few days, he was far more inclined towards eternal life. Thus, the king hurriedly made arrangements, selecting 2 palace maidens of fine appearance and graceful stature for Tang Sanzang's enjoyment. Sun Wukong grinned widely, closed the door, and turned to leave. Hey, monkey brother, you rascal. Zhu Beiji chuckled. What is so wrong? Hasn't master spent his entire life as a monk? Shouldn't he be allowed some enjoyment? Sun Wukong scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Zhu Beiji. Yes, you're absolutely right, brother. Zhu Beiji chuckled nervously, inching closer to Sun Wukong, his legs trembling, supporting himself with the 9-ringed staff, and his garments somewhat disheveled. He staggered out, taking faltering steps. How did master fare last night? And since being enlightened by the Bodhisattva, I haven't cultivated at all. He winked at Sun Wukong. Hey, you fool, do you even know what you're practicing? With that kind of practice, if you encounter someone with actual cultivation, you could mutually benefit from each other. But if you seek a mere mortal, won't you drain them dry? Sun Wukong snorted, rolling his eyes. Oh dear brother, how about you help find me a female demon? Aren't you afraid the old monk will awaken his true spirit and come after you? Zhu Beiji asked jokingly. Let us cross that bridge when we come to it. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. Though Zhu Beiji had revealed some secrets, the old monk's overly compassionate heart needed a bit of discipline. Such sentimentality was indeed undesirable. Chapter 79. Mount Yalong, Fox Achi. Is Tang Sanzang coming here? In the depths of Yalong Mountain, a young Taoist with a handsome visage, surrounded by an aura of celestial essence, dispersed the jade sword in his hand, his eyes shimmering with light. Yalong Mountain, Yalong Cave, was home to a clan of foxes. Among them were 2 leaders, Sister Fox and Fox Achi. These were no ordinary foxes, but members of the 9-tailed fox clan, revered in ancient times as auspicious beasts. His face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily mounted his horse and rode away. Hey, the old monk is still shy? Zhu Beiji muttered to Sun Wukong. Oh. Though the latter 2 were not particularly virtuous, the former did indeed have a fox wife. All 9-tailed foxes are of one kin, yet since ancient times, they have diverged into the Qingqiu and Tushan clans, both renowned throughout the world. As for the foxes of Yalong Mountain, they were distant relatives, significantly diluted in lineage. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. Though Zhu Beiji had revealed some secrets, the old monk's overly compassionate heart needed a bit of discipline. Such sentimentality was indeed undesirable. If it weren't for her brother returning from his apprenticeship in recent years and her 2 sons descending from the heavens, life would have been exceedingly arduous for her. Surrounded by an aura of celestial essence, dispersed the jade sword in his hand, his eyes shimmering with light. Yalong Mountain, Yalong Cave, was home to a clan of foxes. Among them were 2 leaders, Sister Fox and Fox Achi. These were no ordinary foxes, but members of the 9-tailed fox clan, revered in ancient times as auspicious beasts. Legends spoke of 9-tailed foxes pairing with human kings, such as Diyu, or even the infamous Xia Jie and Shang Zhouwang. A faint smile gracing her weathered face, with wrinkles layered upon one another. What do you intend to do, sister? He hastened to the inner sanctum without hesitation. Sister, the person seeking scriptures from the west is coming our way. Fox Achi said gently. Sister Fox could barely uphold the legacy of Yalong Mountain. Had been promised to a human, bearing 2 children, who were even taken under the wing of the esteemed Ta Ching, becoming his disciples. In theory, such grandeur should have allowed their Yalong Mountain nine-tailed fox clan to stand shoulder to shoulder with Qingqiu and Tushan. Yet, upon his return, coupled with a pang of concern, when he left, there were still 9 brothers in the clan, along with parents and ancestors. His sister, exceptionally graceful, looking at the elderly woman reclining on the stone bed. Oh, upon hearing this, the elderly woman slightly raised herself, gazing at the last remaining brother of Huaki. A faint smile gracing her weathered face, with wrinkles layered upon one another. What do you intend to do, sister? They had escaped one calamity in the West Nehezu, only to find that the Western monks had also come to reap the benefits. They spoke of vanquishing demons for merit. Yet, in reality, they ruthlessly exploited them. They professed to be benevolent in the Buddhist teachings, while parents, ancestors, and siblings perished in droves. And the elder sister's cultivation was disrupted, leading her to age gradually. To give them a bit of trouble? What purpose does that serve? Let them pass. Such grandeur should have allowed their Yalong Mountain nine-tailed fox clan to stand shoulder to shoulder with Qingqiu and Tushan. Yet, upon his return, her limited celestial power slowly lifting her frail body, floating gracefully before Huaki. She reached out to stroke Huaki's head, smiling softly. Aki, rife with sinister energy. The once magnificent elder sister had become such a sight, and the remaining siblings had either perished or vanished. The reason? It was the tyrannical rule of Xia Jie and the immorality of Shangzhou, who placed all blame upon the chaos caused by the fox demons. Her limited celestial power slowly lifting her frail body, floating gracefully before Huaki. She reached out to stroke Huaki's head, smiling softly. Aki. Yet, in reality, they ruthlessly exploited them. They professed to be benevolent in the Buddhist teachings, while parents, ancestors, and siblings perished in droves. And the elder sister's cultivation was disrupted, leading her to age gradually. To give them a bit of trouble? What purpose does that serve? Let them pass. This journey to the west is a great calamity. Huaki paused before continuing. In any case, sister, follow my lead. Once this pilgrimage concludes, merit will surely be acquired. Her limited celestial power slowly lifting her frail body, floating gracefully before Huaki. She reached out to stroke Huaki's head, smiling softly. Aki, I may not excel at much, but the one thing I did well was to send you overseas to seek a master for your cultivation. Now, this journey to the west is a great calamity. Huaki paused before continuing. In any case, sister, follow my lead. Once this pilgrimage concludes, merit will surely be acquired. It is merely the tyranny of those Western monks. Huaki gritted his teeth. They bore no karmic burdens themselves. It was purely the fault of the 4 great demonesses that brought ruin to their clan. The 4 great demonesses were the sister of Xia, Shiji. Do you truly believe that troubling the seeker of scriptures will yield merit? The elder sister shook her head with a gentle smile, her trembling form evoking immense heartache. Indeed, ensnaring the hearts of the human rulers. How could their clan's fortune have been so dire? Indeed, Huaki did not blame Shiji, Daji, Baosi, or Liji. And all your injuries can be healed. Take it, it is of no use to this old thing. The elder sister smiled warmly, gazing at Huaki's youthful visage, adding, my only wish is to see you restore our Yalong Mountain lineage. I reminisce about the days when we stood tall in the world. What is there to fear? Who does not have their own backing? Huaki retorted coldly, his eyes shimmering with a chilling brilliance. The Buddhists have great powers behind them. Do we not have our own? Aki, do not speak so. Even if you have devised a plan to acquire merit, it is of no use. Do not engage in battle with those from the west. They possess formidable backing. The elder sister looked at him helplessly, exhaling a sigh. Engage in battle? The seductress Daji of Shang, the beauty Baosi of Zhou, and the enchanting Liji of Jin. Had it not been for these 4, forever condemned and blamed, ensnaring the hearts of the human rulers, how could their clan's fortune have been so dire? Indeed, Huaki did not blame Shiji, Daji, Baosi, or Liji. They were mere pawns in a larger game. His ire was directed solely at those monks who had recently cast their greedy gazes upon them. Sai Aki, almost instantaneously arriving at the Flat Peak Mountain. Within the lotus cave of Flat Peak Mountain was the residence of his 2 nephews. Upon revealing himself, what is there to fear? Who does not have their own backing? Huaki retorted coldly, his eyes shimmering with a chilling brilliance. The Buddhists have great powers behind them. Do we not have our own? Aki, do not speak so. Even if you have devised a plan to acquire merit, it is of no use. I only wish for your well-being. Those merits you acquire will serve you better than me. Now that Jean and Ian have returned, is that not better than anything else? The corners of his mouth lifting into a rare smile, though he soon adopted a serious demeanor. Do you know that the seeker of scriptures from the West is about to arrive here? In the novel, Jean Jiao and Ian Jiao refer to their mother. The author employs some original elements in this aspect, engaging in a secondary creation. Chapter 80, Wukong, fetch some wine and meat. Beiji, seek out some female demons. The corners of his mouth lifting into a rare smile, though he soon adopted a serious demeanor. It is credible, Hu Aki replied with a gentle smile. Jean Jiao and Ian Jiao exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Dared not impede his passage. Uncle, what brings you here? One of the young demons exclaimed, surprised, as he noticed Hu Aki's arrival. Jean Jiao, the golden-horned king, was the first to spot him, hastily setting aside his tasks to greet Hu Aki with a smile. You too, Hu Aki regarded Jean Jiao and Ian Jiao, the corners of his mouth lifting into a rare smile, though he soon adopted a serious demeanor. Do you know that the seeker of scriptures from the West is about to arrive here? In the novel, Jean Jiao and Ian Jiao refer to their mother. Should we consume even a morsel of his flesh, we might attain immortality. If mother were to consume it, it could restore her damaged foundation. You too. Hu Aki chuckled helplessly. If you truly wish to assist your mother, it is credible, Hu Aki replied with a gentle smile. Jean Jiao and Ian Jiao exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Even the attendants of their old master were unaware of the imminent arrival of the seeker of scriptures, yet this uncle, who had been away for so many years. Regarding the matter of the golden elixirs, Jean Jiao sighed softly, speaking in a low voice. Uncle, acquiring golden elixirs is not within our purview. I do not wish to consume Tang Sung's flesh. Hu Aki chuckled, shaking his head. What? Not consume Tang Sung's flesh? Ian Jiao was taken aback, quickly adding, if we cannot fulfill our filial duty and merely watch her suffer the 5 decays of heaven and man, it would be a great shame for us. Oh, should we consume even a morsel of his flesh, we might attain immortality. If mother were to consume it, it could restore her damaged foundation. You too. Hu Aki chuckled helplessly. If you truly wish to assist your mother, it would be far better to ascend to the heavens and ask for 2 golden elixirs from the old master than to seek Tang Sung's flesh. Consuming a person incurs karmic debt, does it not? Jean Jiao and Ian Jiao blinked, exchanging glances, surprised that their uncle possessed such wisdom. However, regarding the matter of the golden elixirs, Jean Jiao sighed softly, speaking in a low voice. Uncle, acquiring golden elixirs is not within our purview. Hu Aki immediately shook his head. Why not? Jean Jiao and Ian Jiao were taken aback, puzzled. Have you forgotten why you came here? And they still can't figure it out? You are too timid to steal the golden elixir, let alone these treasures. Besides the one who sent you down, you too wish for your mother to consume Tang Sung's flesh? Hu Aki narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing his 2 nephews. Jean Jiao and Ian Jiao exchanged awkward glances, with Ian Jiao whispering, just a morsel of his flesh would not kill him. The essence of that flesh could help mother recover from her injuries. That will not do. Hu Aki immediately shook his head. Why not? Jean Jiao and Ian Jiao were taken aback, puzzled. Have you forgotten why you came here? We'll surely comply. Jean Jiao promptly responded, with Ian Jiao eager to follow suit and also inquire about their uncle's plans. Just act normally. Gazing at their uncle with wide eyes. Hu Aki cast a glance at the casually placed 7-star sword, the purple gold red gourd, the jade bottle. Your mother will be able to heal the wounds of her Tao that have persisted for so many years. Hu Aki appeared quite relaxed, as if this task were exceedingly simple. So, uncle, how shall we create this trouble? Jean Jiao and Ian Jiao promptly asked again. Could there be any other possibility? Hu Aki bluntly pointed out their situation. This time, the old lord summoned these 2 young boys. Perhaps to give Tang Sung a hard time, and at the same time, it was a chance for these 2 to come back and see their mother. Jean Jiao and Ian Jiao looked at their uncle, utterly amazed and full of admiration. Uncle, what do you plan to do? Just give the order, and I, little Jean. She will be the master of the Lotus Cave in Pingding Mountain, and everything will be done in her name. Once this trial is completed, create a bit of trouble for the scripture seeker, and then let them go. Once this calamity is over, there will be merit, and with such merit? Yin Jiao inquired once more. Hu Aki contemplated for a while before chuckling. This is quite simple. Immediately, Hu Aki and the two nephews whispered together, as if this task were exceedingly simple. So, uncle, how shall we create this trouble? Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao promptly asked again. They initially had a plan in mind. Capture Tang Sung, use the old lord's treasures to deal with Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong would certainly seek help from heaven, thus completing one trial. However, upon witnessing their uncle's mastery over the situation, they instantly felt that entrusting this matter to him would yield far better results. Also entitled to a share of the limelight? Of course, making a show was not merely about capturing Tang Sung. Rendering Sun Wukong defenseless was also a way to shine. The plan was to have no plan. It was sufficient to ensure Tang Sung faced enough hardships. The previous efforts of the brothers and sisters were commendable, especially Huang Feng. Your sister will be the greatest beneficiary of the merit. Do you understand? Jin Jiao nodded in agreement. So, uncle, how exactly shall we create this trouble? After departing from the kingdom of Baoxiang, they journeyed westward, swaying gently and taking their time. Seasons changed, and several months passed. Throughout this journey, in summary, this quartet of travelers to the west could be toyed with, thoroughly and unabashedly. Hu Aki squinted his eyes, reaching out to touch the purple-gold-red gourd. The plan was to have no plan. It was sufficient to ensure Tang Sung faced enough hardships. The previous efforts of the brothers and sisters were commendable, especially Huang Feng. Drinking and feasting paled in comparison to the greatest taboos of the Buddhist path. Yet, whenever this happened, Zhu Beiji would lean in and say, Master. Also entitled to a share of the limelight? Of course, making a show was not merely about capturing Tang Sung. Rendering Sun Wukong defenseless was also a way to shine. Even though he had indulged a bit too much, his recollections were fragmented. However, within those disjointed memories lay a wealth of unspeakable and unseen sensual scenes. Drinking and feasting paled in comparison to the greatest taboos of the Buddhist path. Yet, whenever this happened, Zhu Beiji would lean in and say, Master. They found themselves within the vicinity of Pingding Mountain. Gazing at the mountain, Tang Sung's pent-up frustration transformed into spontaneous words. Wukong, procure some wine and meat. Beiji. Tang Sung had grown rather silent, unsure of what to say. He wished to reprimand Sun Wukong, yet words failed him. The memories of that wild night left him blushing. Even though he had indulged a bit too much, his recollections were fragmented. However, within those disjointed memories lay a wealth of unspeakable and unseen sensual scenes. Has he? Cough, cough. Wukong, go find some vegetarian meals, and Beiji, check if there are any monsters around. Tang Sung clasped his hands together, hastily correcting himself. Throughout this journey, he had developed a thick skin. Even when he misspoke, he remained calm and composed. Sha Sung gritted his teeth, realizing their master had gone astray. As for the pleasures of women, isn't there the long-eared Dingguang happy Buddha who has achieved enlightenment through such means? If he can become a Buddha, Zhu Beiji, with a beaming face, shouted, Master, old pig shall fetch you a female demon. With that, Zhu Beiji's figure disappeared in an instant, turning to flee without a trace. Sha Wujing watched, gritting his teeth, while Tang Sung maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the conversation, dismounting his horse to sit aside. Palms together, closing his eyes in silent prayer. Zhu Beiji wandered aimlessly, yet he found no demons in sight, let alone any female demons. Sighing, he lamented. In merely a few days, he has transformed into a gluttonous monk? Is this truly the scripture seeker? The legendary holy monk? Surely, he hasn't been possessed by someone else. Has he? Cough, cough. Wukong, go find some vegetarian meals, and Beiji, check if there are any monsters around. Tang Sung clasped his hands together, hastily correcting himself. Throughout this journey, he had developed a thick skin. Even when he misspoke, he remained calm and composed. Sha Sung gritted his teeth, realizing their master had gone astray. Perhaps it was time to replace him. Very well. Sun Wukong agreed with a smile, his eyes glinting mischievously, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. Zhu Beiji, with a beaming face, shouted, Master, old pig shall fetch you a female demon. With that, Zhu Beiji's figure disappeared in an instant. It is a pleasure to see you. You old man. Even in this state, you still recognize me? Zhu Beiji grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief. You see. Palms together, closing his eyes in silent prayer. Zhu Beiji wandered aimlessly, yet he found no demons in sight, let alone any female demons. Sighing, he lamented. This old monk desires a female demon, yet I haven't encountered one in years. He scoffed, gazing around with frustration. Not only was he unable to find any female demons, but even if he did, he would enjoy himself first before presenting them to the old monk. Zhu Beiji grumbled, realizing there were no monsters around. His eyes darted, and he thrust his rake into the ground, calling, Earth God, come forth. I have questions for you. Zhu Beiji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged him on. The mountain is called Pingding Mountain, and within it lies a cave known as Lianhua Cave. Inside this cave dwell two formidable demons, who possess 4 treasures and wield immense powers. The elder land deity chuckled as he stroked his beard and warned, Be cautious, Marshal. It is a pleasure to see you. Heh, you old man. Even in this state, you still recognize me? Zhu Beiji grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief. You see, Marshal Tianpeng has mistakenly taken on a pig's form and has been escorting Tang Sung westward. This news has spread throughout the 3 realms. The Earth God chuckled and bowed again, inquiring, What brings you to find me, Marshal? Pray tell, where is your Earth Goddess? Zhu Beiji asked with a smile. What? The Earth God trembled, nearly pulling out his beard in shock. His expression changed several times as he hurriedly replied, I am but a solitary deity. I have no Earth Goddess or companion. However, if Marshal Tianpeng is seeking female demons, I know there is indeed a demon cave nearby. Oh, do tell, do tell. He cast a sideways glance at the land deity and asked with a grin, Pray tell, do you know the origins of these 2 demons? I know not. They appeared suddenly several years ago, claiming to return home to visit relatives, and they are said to be kin to the old monster of Yalong Mountain. The land deity replied. It was only natural for him to be unaware, as he was of the lowest rank in the heavenly hierarchy, with even ordinary cultivators holding more prestige than he. Very well, I understand now. Zhu Beiji nodded. As the land deity turned to leave, Zhu Beiji called out, By the way, can you tell me the way to Lianhua Cave? This mountain is called Pingding Mountain, and the cave is Lianhua Cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, the land deity replied. It was only natural for him to be unaware, as he was of the lowest rank in the heavenly hierarchy, symbolizing the number of days in a year, and the door measured 2 zhang and 4 qi in diameter, representing the 24 solar terms. Additionally, by the way, can you tell me the way to Lianhua Cave? This mountain is called Pingding Mountain, and the cave is Lianhua Cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they appeared suddenly several years ago, claiming to return home to visit relatives, and they are said to be kin to the old monster of Yalong Mountain. The land deity replied. It was only natural for him to be unaware, as he was of the lowest rank in the heavenly hierarchy. Her aura heavy with lethargy, spending the majority of her day in slumber. Surrounding the jade table were not just the 2 demons, but also Huaki and her family. By the way, can you tell me the way to Lianhua Cave? This mountain is called Pingding Mountain, and the cave is Lianhua Cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance, one could observe that it was no ordinary stone door. The surface was adorned with vermilion lacquer and studded with nails. There were 365 nails, symbolizing the number of days in a year, and the door measured 2 zhang and 4 qi in diameter, representing the 24 solar terms. Additionally, do you understand? Huaki commanded casually. Regardless of their status as holy disciples, it remained her duty as their elder to issue commands. Yes, yet it was indeed improbable for a demon's lair to possess such grandeur. Even the Yunjian cave, where Zhu Beiji once resided, lacked such splendor. Inside the cave, bang, open the door, open the door. A booming voice called from outside, demanding entry with an insistence that suggested it would not relent until the door was opened. Report. Do you understand? Huaki commanded casually. Regardless of their status as holy disciples, it remained her duty as their elder to issue commands. Yes, the one seeking scriptures should arrive shortly. Little Gold, how long has it been since you patrolled the mountain? Huaki asked as she calculated the time. Glancing at King Goldenhorn. King Goldenhorn, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to King Silverhorn. The latter blinked and replied, It has been more than half a month. Then you two should venture out to scout the mountain. In a few days, the one seeking scriptures will arrive, and the sooner this matter is resolved, the better. Do you understand? Huaki commanded casually. Regardless of their status as holy disciples, it remained her duty as their elder to issue commands. Yes, after what felt like an eternity, the vermilion door creaked open, revealing a figure adorned with a helmet and a blazing aura, clad in armor made of dragon scales. Bang! Open the door, open the door. A booming voice called from outside, demanding entry with an insistence that suggested it would not relent until the door was opened. Report. With one in gold and the other in silver, their appearances made their identities readily apparent. King Silverhorn stifled a laugh at the sight of Zhu Beiji. Why are you laughing? Zhu Beiji shot a glare at King Silverhorn, instinctively reaching out to tug at his ear. Hey, you pig-headed muck. After what felt like an eternity, the vermilion door creaked open, revealing a figure adorned with a helmet and a blazing aura, clad in armor made of dragon scales. Disregarding the insult as he pushed his way into the cave. Hey, you pig-headed muck, how dare you invade our lair so rudely? King Goldenhorn exclaimed. Why are you laughing? Zhu Beiji shot a glare at King Silverhorn, instinctively reaching out to tug at his ear. Hey, you pig-headed muck. His expression a mixture of disdain and amusement as he scrutinized the monk. Brother, who is it? A head peeked out from behind the door. It belonged to King Silverhorn, who was similarly attired in a phoenix helmet and battle armor, his waist encircled by a dragon sinew. With one in gold and the other in silver, their appearances made their identities readily apparent. King Silverhorn stifled a laugh at the sight of Zhu Beiji. Why are you laughing? Zhu Beiji shot a glare at King Silverhorn, instinctively reaching out to tug at his ear. Hey, you pig-headed muck. Why are you being so handsy? King Silverhorn retorted, drawing back his head defensively. Do you truly believe yourself a demon king? Zhu Beiji scoffed. Demon kings? You dress like demon kings, yet do you truly understand what it means to be one? King Goldenhorn and King Silverhorn exchanged bewildered glances. You two shall be sent to the great Emperor Zhenwu to conquer demons in the northern realm. You need to learn what it truly means to embody a demon. Poking King Goldenhorn's armor with exasperation, half amused and half annoyed. Look at yourselves. If you were cast into the heavens, people might mistake you for divine generals. I am a demon king. How dare you invade my domain? Seize him. Zhu Beiji grimaced, glancing at the garb of King Goldenhorn and King Silverhorn, and remarked, You two shall be sent to the great Emperor Zhenwu to conquer demons in the northern realm. You need to learn what it truly means to embody a demon. Unsure of how to respond. Where is the demonic presence? You lack even a trace of it. How can you call yourselves demon kings? Zhu Beiji chastised, poking King Goldenhorn's armor with exasperation, half amused and half annoyed. Look at yourselves. If you were cast into the heavens, people might mistake you for divine generals. The two demons glanced at each other, perplexed by their own appearances. Once this is over, with a swift motion, he summoned the seven-star sword, its blade radiating a fierce energy, ready to vanquish any intruder. You intend to use that against me? Zhu Beiji scoffed. Is that so? King Silverhorn muttered, eyeing his attire with a hint of realization. Brother, demons. King Silverhorn seemed to remember something. And with a flick of my hand, the seven stars sword vanished from sight. That was lent to me by the master. Jin Jiao, momentarily enraged, jumped with indignation. A surge of demonic energy enveloped him, transforming his celestial aura into a menacing presence, as he coldly declared, Who dares to trespass in my lair? You seek death. With a swift motion, he summoned the seven-star sword, its blade radiating a fierce energy, ready to vanquish any intruder. You intend to use that against me? Zhu Beiji chuckled, unable to contain his amusement at the sight of the sword. Enough chatter. Taste my blade. King Goldenhorn shouted, sweeping the sword through the air, his expression one of caution. Fine, none, I'll find my own. Zhu Beiji's eyes darted, seemingly in a trance as if sensing something, and suddenly, causing the seven-star sword to slip from King Goldenhorn's grasp and land directly in his own hands. As he held the sword, its essence harmonized with him, as if they had become one. Return it to me, King Goldenhorn demanded, his eyes wide with disbelief. The sword, I first winked at Jin Jiao with Zhu Beiji, and with a flick of my hand, the seven stars sword vanished from sight. That was lent to me by the master. Jin Jiao, momentarily enraged, jumped with indignation, almost on the verge of tears. Be sure to tell the master that I just borrowed it for a while. Unfazed, Zhu Beiji strolled towards the cave. Is extraordinary. This primordial banana tree, one of the innate spiritual roots, originally bore 4 banana leaves that represented the 4 symbols and could unleash the powers of earth, water. You have no idea how arduous this journey has been for me. I've only got a useless nail rake. None left. Yin Jiao's head bobbed like a drum, secretly reveling in his fortune. The seven-star sword is a superior innate spiritual treasure, especially crafted for vanquishing demons. The banana fire fan, derived from the primordial banana tree. His eyes lit up as he waved his hand, causing a fan to fly out from Jin Jiao's embrace. The fan was adorned with fiery patterns, and remnants of banana leaves were visible upon it. The banana fire fan. Zhu Beiji's eyes sparkled with admiration as he deftly tucked the fan away, grinning. You Bianzhuang, are too much. Jin Jiao bellowed. I know you also brought the purple gold red gourd and the jade bottle. They should suffice for you. Zhu Beiji was unrepentant. As for the earth and water fans, their fates remain unclear. The primordial era has not mentioned them in many years. Such a remarkable treasure could easily be employed in magical duels. Yet regrettably, the disciples of the Ta Ching saint are few, and with little to do. Fire and wind. The fire fan in Zhu Beiji's hand is indeed one of these. While the wind fan's ownership remains uncertain, some say it belongs to the ancestor of the River of Oblivion, while others attribute it to the Western Sage of Purity. As for the earth and water fans, their fates remain unclear. The primordial era has not mentioned them in many years. Zhu Beiji then quietly inquired of Yin Jiao. The one on the high platform is my mother, and Fox Aki is my uncle. Yin Jiao whispered. Mother? Uncle? A flash of azure light crossed his features, and the visage of his pig-like face vanished, transforming into that of a handsome Taoist. Zhu Beiji bowed respectfully to Fox Aki. Bianzhuang, greetings, fellow Taoist. Fox Aki, acknowledging him, nodded and rose to return the gesture. This one would not have taken two demons as disciples. In the teachings of humanity, all disciples, especially those of the younger generation, must be human or at least connected to humanity. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's mother, however, is a nine-tailed fox. Thus, these two before me belong to the lineage of the nine-tailed fox? Zhu Beiji blinked and quickly leaned towards Fox Aki, glancing at the elder sister fox on the high platform, whispering, Has your esteemed sister suffered a loss in her Dao foundation? Why does she appear so aged? In Zhu Beiji's perception, Zhu Beiji then quietly inquired of Yin Jiao. The one on the high platform is my mother, and Fox Aki is my uncle. Yin Jiao whispered, Mother? Uncle? One cannot say that immortals cannot show signs of aging, but they typically do not exude a sense of decay. Who he was remains unknown, but he eventually passed away due to old age. Indeed, he was human, otherwise, the master of humanity, Ta Ching Lao Yi. The elder sister fox not only lacks this clarity, but appears somewhat decrepit, her aura weak and dissipating, resembling someone on the brink of death. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's mother, however, is a nine-tailed fox. Thus, these two before me belong to the lineage of the nine-tailed fox? Zhu Beiji blinked and quickly leaned towards Fox Aki, glancing at the elder sister fox on the high platform, tacitly agreeing but offering no further explanation. Thus, during this initial meeting, lacking any formal greeting, here's a 6 transformation spirit pill. Please accept it. The elder sister fox should at least be at the golden immortal level. Theoretically, golden immortals can achieve immortality, living as long as the heavens, unless faced with deliberate calamities. One cannot say that immortals cannot show signs of aging, but they typically do not exude a sense of decay. Zhu Beiji was generous, with a flourish of his hand, presenting a 9 transformation golden pill. Jin Jiao twitched his lips, muttering, Stingy. I can refine 6 transformation spirit pills myself. Zhu Beiji silently produced a 7 transformation celestial pill and placed it in Fox Aki's hand. The 7 transformation celestial pill is of little use. Mother suffers from a Dao injury. An 8 transformation golden pill would be barely effective, while only a 9 transformation golden pill could restore her. Jin Jiao remarked again. This golden immortal transformation? Unless the primordial realm were to shatter, a golden immortal is immortal, living as long as the heavens. Alas, Fox Aki sighed, tacitly agreeing but offering no further explanation. Thus, during this initial meeting, lacking any formal greeting, here's a 6 transformation spirit pill. Please accept it. It may alleviate your sister's injuries. Zhu Beiji casually produced a 6 transformation spirit pill and placed it directly in Fox Aki's hand. 6 transformation spirit pills, 7 transformation celestial pills, 8 transformation golden pills, 9 transformation golden pills. Such elixirs Zhu Beiji had once consumed like candy, taking as many as he wished, save for the 9 transformation golden pill. Hence, the 8th transformation golden pill had been given away. He had gifted it to the yellow wind monster. As for the 9 transformation golden pill, he had consumed it during his descent. Zhu Beiji silently produced a 7 transformation celestial pill and placed it in Fox Aki's hand. The 7 transformation celestial pill is of little use. Mother suffers from a Dao injury. Inquiring softly, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao exchanged glances, remaining silent. Elixirs? They were merely disciples. Where would they procure elixirs? Guarantee these elixirs all supplied to the Grand Sorcerer and the young Marshal, as well as to the likes of Yin Shi, Chong Mei, Zhuangzi, Wenzi. The 8th transformation golden pill had been given away. He had gifted it to the yellow wind monster. As for the 9 transformation golden pill, he had consumed it during his descent. Calling himself Laozi, establishing the Taoist teachings, later accepting disciples such as Yin Shi, and subsequently welcoming others like Chong Mei, Nanhua, Zhuangzi, Tong Xian, Wenzi, Chong Su, Lai Zi, and Dong Ling, among others. Of course, these cannot be considered direct disciples of Ta Ching Lao Yi. Throughout, he has only had one disciple, Xian Du Grand Sorcerer. They were still considered decent spiritual pills in the primordial realm. Mortals consuming them would attain immortality, while cultivators would enhance their cultivation. For those severely injured, it is merely a matter of who took them as disciples. Nominally, they must still be disciples of humanity. Humanity's teachings date back to ancient times. Inquiring softly, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao exchanged glances, remaining silent. Elixirs? They were merely disciples. Where would they procure elixirs? Guarantee these elixirs all supplied to the Grand Sorcerer and the young Marshal, as well as to the likes of Yin Shi, Chong Mei, Zhuangzi, Wenzi. Instructing Jin Jiao. None. Jin Jiao instinctively guarded his waist. With a dismissive pout, Zhu Beiji remarked, who knows, there might still be elixirs within the gourd. Calling himself Laozi, establishing the Taoist teachings, later accepting disciples such as Yin Shi, and subsequently welcoming others like Chong Mei, Nanhua, Zhuangzi, Tong Xian, Wenzi, Chong Su. After which humanity began to flourish somewhat. And now, back to the matter at hand. Little Jean, bring forth the purple gold red gourd. Zhu Beiji turned his head. I've already examined this treasure, and there isn't even a single elixir. Jin Jiao persisted in his doubt. You know nothing. Zhu Beiji retorted, brimming with confidence. It is merely a matter of who took them as disciples. Nominally, they must still be disciples of humanity. Humanity's teachings date back to ancient times. And until the calamity of the canonization, there was only one formal disciple, the Xian Du Grand Sorcerer, and only one nominal disciple, Yan Zhuang. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao exchanged glances and shook their heads. Indeed, they had never seen the Lord retrieve any elixirs. Remember to return it once you have finished. Do you truly think this purple gold red gourd is an ordinary vessel? Inside it exists its own universe. It can contain the waters of the 4 seas. If we can procure some, it may very well save your mother's life. If not, well, really? Jin Jiao expressed skepticism. Zhu Beiji grinned as he seized the purple gold red gourd. Opening the lid, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, instantly refreshing him. I've already examined this treasure, and there isn't even a single elixir. Jin Jiao persisted in his doubt. You know nothing. Zhu Beiji retorted, brimming with confidence. Found it indeed contained no elixirs. However, after a moment's contemplation, he performed a hand gesture, channeling a surge of spiritual light into the gourd. In an instant. And as for elixirs, it can hold as many as it wishes. Have you ever witnessed the Lord extracting elixirs from it? Invoking sensations of tranquility and a subtle enhancement of his cultivation. This was the essence accumulated over countless years. Zhu Beiji examined the gourd closely, and, to his surprise, Jin Jiao reluctantly handed the gourd back to Zhu Beiji. It wasn't that he didn't wish to save his mother, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Zhu Beiji was simply trying to deceive him for the gourd. Are you still worried? An 8 transformation golden elixir is of little use to me. Should I desire it, I could easily obtain as many as I wish. If it were a 9 transformation golden elixir, invoking sensations of tranquility and a subtle enhancement of his cultivation. This was the essence accumulated over countless years. Zhu Beiji examined the gourd closely and, to his surprise, found it indeed contained no elixirs. However, after a moment's contemplation, he performed a hand gesture, channeling a surge of spiritual light into the gourd. In an instant, there's only this one 8 transformation golden elixir. While it may not completely heal your mother's injuries, it can certainly improve her condition. A wave of effortless Tao rhythm enveloped Zhu Beiji, evidently a manifestation of the Lord's intervention. Zhu Beiji blinked, gazing at the golden elixir at the gourd's base, and smacked his lips. Just one? The master is rather stingy. Zhu Beiji felt somewhat exasperated. He was tempted to swallow the elixir on the spot, telling Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin that there was nothing. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned it was merely an 8-transformation golden elixir. Ah well, an 8-transformation golden elixir is of little use to me. Should I desire it, I could easily obtain as many as I wish. If it were a 9-transformation golden elixir, no need to thank me. You should express your gratitude to that individual. Zhu Beiji evaded the gesture, pointing skyward. Zhu Beiji tilted the gourd and let an 8-transformation golden elixir fall into his palm. He then casually tossed the elixir to Xiao Jin, saying gently. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao also bowed in unison toward Zhu Beiji and then the sky. After the golden elixir was consumed, Sister Fox fell into a deep slumber. After nurturing her for another 100 or 80 years, her injuries will heal completely. With Jin Jiao overjoyed, he hurriedly took the elixir and raced towards the platform. Zhu Beiji, smiling, discreetly tucked the purple gold-red gourd into his robe. At that moment, Xiao Jin had already placed the 8-transformation golden elixir into Sister Fox's mouth, and it melted instantly. In mere moments, her complexion brightened significantly. Even her previously dull hair regained some of its luster. Simultaneously, the heavy aura surrounding her dissipated, replaced by vibrant life force. Although her injuries wouldn't vanish easily, Sister Fox had indeed improved considerably. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Fox Aki inhaled deeply and promptly bowed to Zhu Beiji. Oh, no need to thank me. You should express your gratitude to that individual. Zhu Beiji evaded the gesture, pointing skyward. Fox Aki was momentarily taken aback before quickly understanding and bowed toward the heavens, saying, Thank you, Lord. Thank you, elder brother. Thank you, Lord. You must be mistaken. Zhu Beiji mumbled. However, just as Zhu Beiji exited, a wave of Tao rhythm flowed, and the purple gold gourd in his possession floated out. When she awoke, she would likely be rejuvenated, perhaps even regaining a portion of her former grace. Once the matter was settled, Xiao Jin turned to Zhu Beiji and quietly asked, Elder brother, what about the gourd? The gourd? What gourd? There is no gourd. Zhu Beiji feigned ignorance. Ah, your elder brother is indeed quite a character. Fox Aki observed Zhu Beiji's hasty retreat, chuckling and shaking her head. Humph. Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin exchanged glances. Whether you beat that monkey or let Tang Sanzang face misfortune, it's all up to you. Enough. I shall take my leave. As Zhu Beiji waved his hand and grabbed his 9-toothed rake, he disregarded Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's protests, resolutely striding away. Elder brother, my gourd. Jin Jiao cried out in despair. What gourd? There is no gourd. The only thing you brought down from the heavens is a sheep-fat jade bottle. Where is the gourd? Disdain evident on their faces, but they remained silent. A character indeed, one who thrives on the efforts of others, lacking the demeanor of a true elder brother. Landing directly in Xiao Jin's hands. Huh. Zhu Beiji's eyes widened, yet he did not look back. Without a second thought, he clutched the other 2 treasures and fled. Losing them would truly be an insurmountable loss. He understood that this was not Xiao Jin's doing. It was undoubtedly the Lord's intervention. Thus, he hurriedly ran, disregarding everything else. Ah, your elder brother is indeed quite a character. Fox Aki observed Zhu Beiji's hasty retreat, chuckling and shaking her head. Humph. Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin exchanged glances. Disdain evident on their faces, but they remained silent. A character indeed, one who thrives on the efforts of others, lacking the demeanor of a true elder brother. Fox Aki advised her 2 nephews. Yes. Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin promptly responded. And Dong Ling, none compared to Zhu Beiji's portrayal of an elder brother. He stands as a singular oddity within the entire doctrine. The teachings of the Tao are not meant to deceive, swindle, or engage in slick talk. They are not an invitation to wander aimlessly. Well, since your elder brother has said the one seeking the scriptures has arrived, you should attend to your matters. Do not forget to utilize your mother's name to capture him. Which was glaringly evident. Zhu Beiji surveyed the surroundings, his mind racing, and casually approached Sha Wujing, feigning ignorance. What is going on? Sha Shidi? Where's the master? Oh. Exchanging a glance before one took the purple gold-red gourd while the other held the sheep-fat jade bottle, each leading a small group of lesser demons to patrol the mountain. It seemed this patrol would surely lead them to the one seeking the scriptures. As anticipated, after taking a roundabout path, which was glaringly evident, Zhu Beiji surveyed the surroundings, his mind racing, and casually approached Sha Wujing, feigning ignorance. What is going on? Sha Shidi, where's the master? Oh. And without hesitation, he kicked Sha Wujing aside, summoning a gust of demonic wind to whisk Tang Sanzang away. Sha Wujing, taken aback, wished to pursue. But he was torn between attending to the formalities and managing the horses, truly at a loss. With the elder brother and second brother yet to return. That's the white dragon. With him around, the offerings 1T flee. What are you dawdling for? Quickly, go after them. I'll fetch some water. Zhu Beiji insisted. You must hurry and chase after them. You might still catch up. Sha Wujing urged desperately. Where do you flee? Return my master. In an instant, Sha Wujing transformed into a beam of golden light, utterly disappearing from sight. Alas, what a fool! Zhu Beiji shook his head, muttering under his breath, as he nonchalantly settled down on their belongings, producing a water pouch and leisurely taking a sip. And I feared the horses might run off and the offerings would be lost. I've been waiting here. Second brother, the demon hasn't gone far. The white dragon horse could no longer contain himself and spoke. Second brother, will you not go to rescue master? Why do you linger here, idly drinking water? Are you saying you're not going to pursue because you're not their match? What is more important, the master or the offerings? And as for the horses, his movements were remarkably unhurried and composed, prompting the white dragon horse to glance at him intermittently. After about a quarter of an hour, Master and Sha Shidi have been captured by a monster. Chapter 85. The True Weight of Mount Tai. What manner of people are these? The white dragon horse, having witnessed the entire affair, now gaped in astonishment at Zhu Beiji. Is this truly human behavior? Just moments ago, you were chastising Sha Wujing to seek out master. And now you sit here leisurely drinking water. Yet, with Sun Wukong's arrival, you feign urgency, imploring him to rescue master. Captured is captured. What is the fuss? I, old son, am certain that the monster dares not harm master. We shall wait. After feasting and drinking, I will then rescue him. Sun Wukong. The white dragon horse could no longer contain himself and spoke. Second brother, will you not go to rescue master? Why do you linger here, idly drinking water? Did not Sha Shidi go? If I also venture forth, who shall guard the belongings? Zhu Beiji grumbled, exhibiting a blatant double standard. Whoosh. At that moment, promptly snatching the golden bowl and dividing the meal with Sun Wukong, each taking half. Thus, the monkey and the pig, utterly oblivious to the white dragon horse beside them. Master and Sha Shidi have been captured by a monster. Chapter 85. The True Weight of Mount Tai. What manner of people are these? The white dragon horse. Good heavens, Sun Wukong has truly indulged in a sumptuous meal. Indeed, my brother is right. If one is not well fed, how can one rescue master? Zhu Beiji chuckled. And now you sit here leisurely drinking water. Yet, with Sun Wukong's arrival, you feign urgency, imploring him to rescue master. Captured is captured. What is the fuss? I, old son, am certain that the monster dares not harm master. We shall wait. After feasting and drinking, I will then rescue him. Sun Wukong, listening to Zhu Beiji's words, blinked and calmly landed before him, revealing the contents of a golden bowl filled with rice, a chicken leg, and some meat broth. After so many years with master, have you not learned the Buddha's teachings? Zhu Beiji shook his head, brimming with pretentious wisdom. Buddha's teachings? What teachings? Promptly snatching the golden bowl and dividing the meal with Sun Wukong, each taking half. Thus, the monkey and the pig, utterly oblivious to the white dragon horse beside them. Little Aolai, do you not understand? To save master, one must not be hasty. Let us digest and regain our strength before we proceed. What is the rush? After so many years with master, have you not learned the Buddha's teachings? Zhu Beiji shook his head, brimming with pretentious wisdom. Buddha's teachings? What teachings? Simultaneously let out a satisfied belch. Then one sat while the other reclined, leisurely crossing their legs, completely disregarding Tang Sanzang's fate. The white dragon horse could no longer bear it, and urgently urged, brothers, quickly go rescue master. If we delay, he may be devoured. Alas, white dragon horse. Little Aolai, do you not understand? To save master, one must not be hasty. Let us digest and regain our strength before we proceed. What is the rush? It was as if he had been possessed, completely losing the demeanor of the eldest brother, now resembling Zhu Beiji in his laziness. Forget it. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji exchanged a glance and erupted into laughter. Buddha's teachings, indeed. The white dragon horse pondered his existence. Look at master. Has he ever been anxious? He always remains so composed. Yet, every time he is composed, He ends up being captured by monsters. The white dragon horse. The morning passed, with the two remaining sprawled out, showing no inclination to move. Brother, should we not depart? Zhu Beiji suddenly spoke. I shall simply be a good horse, as human matters elude my understanding. Thus, the white dragon horse fell silent, lowering his head to graze. Heh, Zhu Beiji chuckled. To rescue master, of course. Zhu Beiji replied, momentarily stunned, looking bewildered at Sun Wukong. Do we have a master? Sun Wukong squinted, a smile spreading across his face. Casting a dubious glance at Sun Wukong, and then at Zhu Beiji, struggling to comprehend why Sun Wukong returned altered after being expelled. Let us go and see which monster dares to oppose us. Sun Wukong chuckled lightly, leaping into action, swiftly heading toward the faint disturbances in the distance. To rescue master, of course. Zhu Beiji replied, momentarily stunned, looking bewildered at Sun Wukong. Do we have a master? Sun Wukong squinted, a smile spreading across his face. The white dragon horse watched Zhu Beiji's retreating figure, gazing helplessly at the sun now rising high in the sky, yawning and lazily lying on the ground. Deciding to ignore it all, who could be bothered with such matters? The journey westward was fraught with complexities beyond his grasp. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, realizing that much of the morning had slipped away, it was indeed unreasonable to delay in rescuing someone any longer. Depart? Where to? Sun Wukong blinked, inquiring curiously. Sha Wujing's gaze was steely as the demon-subduing staff radiated golden light, engaging in a fierce exchange with the silver-horned king. This battle had persisted for an entire morning. This is excessive. Zhu Beiji's mouth twitched. This monkey had become increasingly adept at shirking responsibility, utterly neglecting their duties. He was beginning to regret bringing Sun Wukong back. Enough. At the front of the lotus flower cave, radiant lights streaked across the sky, encircled by golden brilliance. Sha Wujing's gaze was steely as the demon-subduing staff radiated golden light, engaging in a fierce exchange with the silver-horned king. This battle had persisted for an entire morning. At this juncture, Sha Wujing's celestial energy was nearly depleted, while the silver-horned king's aura remained robust, as if he had suffered no exhaustion whatsoever. Buzz. Suddenly. Deciding to ignore it all, who could be bothered with such matters? The journey westward was fraught with complexities beyond his grasp. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, Sha Wujing felt blood rising in his throat. This monster was utterly shameless, taking advantage of his lack of spiritual pills and elixirs. Hey, why do you not retreat? If you do not, I shall unleash my ultimate technique. The silver-horned king sneered, fixating on Sha Wujing. Monster, release my master. Sha Wujing retorted fiercely, and he looked at Sha Wujing with a smug expression. This fellow, fighting while replenishing his energy. No wonder he still possesses ample celestial energy. The silver-horned king began to chant incantations, and a moment later, his energy waned slightly. Then, a powerful spiritual explosion erupted beside Sha Wujing. Boom. Sha Wujing's expression changed. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by the explosive force. Immediately, the silver-horned king produced a jade bottle from his bosom, tilting his head back to gulp down a generous mouthful of spirit spring. Once the spirit spring entered his stomach, the silver-horned king's spiritual power surged once more. A great mountain materialized in the void, the silver-horned king lifting it as if it were a mere trifle. The mountain towered countless miles high and wide. Sha Wujing felt blood rising in his throat. This monster was utterly shameless, taking advantage of his lack of spiritual pills and elixirs. Hey, why do you not retreat? Directing the mountain toward Sha Wujing with a flourish. This is Mount Tai. I wonder if you can withstand it. Sha Wujing's eyes widened in horror, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. The weight of Mount Tai bears down upon me. This is utterly despicable. This monster is employing a mountain as a weapon, pure trickery. Boom. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, Sha Wujing felt darkness envelop him, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 86. Eating Tang Sung. Is this for real? Hiss. Its mere appearance instilling fear and trepidation. Mountain summoning spell, easy as pie. The silver-horned king grinned triumphantly. The era had changed, and so had the rules of engagement. The silver-horned king grinned broadly, reveling in his triumph. What did ancient times signify? His entire being trembling uncontrollably. The weight of Mount Tai bears down upon me. This is utterly despicable. This monster is employing a mountain as a weapon, pure trickery. Boom. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, Sha Wujing felt darkness envelop him, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 86. Eating Tang Sung. Is this for real? Hiss. This monster possesses such formidable powers? In the distance, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji walked side by side. Sun Wukong gazed with wide eyes at the towering Mount Tai. It represented an age where innate spiritual treasures were abundant, with each individual possessing one. In such times, who would resort to combat through spells? Practitioners in this primordial world relied either on divine weapons or their formidable combat experience and physical prowess. How many could truly wield spells and supernatural abilities in battle? Yet today, they witnessed the astonishing reality that there were indeed those who fought with such mystical arts, without the fate of the ancients but burdened by their ailments. The era had changed, and so had the rules of engagement. The silver-horned king grinned broadly, reveling in his triumph. What did ancient times signify? It represented an age where innate spiritual treasures were abundant, with each individual possessing one. In such times, who would resort to combat through spells? And a cataclysmic wave of energy surged forth, splitting the mountain in two and revealing Sha Wujing, who had been trapped beneath. Two birds with one stone. On one hand, it could obliterate the mountain in an instant, and even defensive treasures would be powerless against its descent. However, times have changed. Not everyone possesses an innate treasure anymore. Swiftly retreating to evade the full force of the staff, the golden staff shimmered as it passed before him, crashing down upon Mount Tai below. The earth trembled violently. The times have transformed. Ah, a clever demon. Let me show you the might of my staff. Sun Wukong sneered. The silver-horned king chuckled, lightly tapping the jade bottle. It was indeed a fine treasure, originally intended by Laozi for storing water, a true waste of such a precious item. He intended to demonstrate that the era had not changed as much as the demon believed. A fierce wind swept over, and the silver-horned king narrowed his eyes. Swiftly retreating to evade the full force of the staff, the golden staff shimmered as it passed before him, crashing down upon Mount Tai below. The earth trembled violently, and a cataclysmic wave of energy surged forth, splitting the mountain in two and revealing Sha Wujing, who had been trapped beneath. Two birds with one stone. On one hand, disregarding him as he dragged Sha Wujing back to his lair. The jade bottle and the purple gold-red gourd complemented each other perfectly, specifically designed for capturing beings. With a mere call, would you dare respond? If a person were captured, a sticker would suffice, and in no time, they would be reduced to a thick liquid. Indeed, in no time. Zhu Beiji chuckled, shaking his head at the absurdity of the notion of turning into liquid. The jade bottle was merely for holding water. The silver-horned king chuckled, lightly tapping the jade bottle. It was indeed a fine treasure, originally intended by Laozi for storing water, a true waste of such a precious item. Formidable, but merely capable of capturing beings. Of course, it sufficed, as one could not escape, if one were to set up a formation that blocked spiritual energies around it. Regardless of whether one was a golden immortal or a supreme golden immortal, they would ultimately perish. Inside the jade bottle, Sun Wukong felt disoriented. It turns out he is merely a silver-plated spearhead. The silver-horned king grinned, glancing at Zhu Beiji hidden among the clouds. He thought to shatter the jade bottle with his golden staff to break free, yet no matter how much strength or magical power he exerted, it was in vain. With a mere call, would you dare respond? If a person were captured, a sticker would suffice, and in no time, they would be reduced to a thick liquid. Indeed, in no time. Zhu Beiji chuckled, shaking his head at the absurdity of the notion of turning into liquid. The jade bottle was merely for holding water, while the purple gold-red gourd was for storing pills, with a slightly larger internal space. These two treasures could be regarded as highly accomplished innate spiritual artifacts. Formidable, but merely capable of capturing beings. Of course, it sufficed, as one could not escape, if one were to set up a formation that blocked spiritual energies around it. Reminiscent of what might be left of a previous victim. No, it cannot be, Sun Wukong thought, recalling the time he was confined in Laozi's alchemical furnace for 49 days. Emerging with a golden body despite the smoke. This liquid could not claim him. He felt reassured. Yet outside, Tang Sung, bound to a stone pillar, felt a pang of sorrow. Wukong, oh Wukong, it is my fault that you are suffering, my fault. Tears streamed down his face. He could see sparks flickering within the bottle, yet it showed not a single crack. Anxiously, Sun Wukong pondered, but found no immediate solution to escape. Hee, brother. The monkey has been captured in the treasure. A voice echoed from outside, the silver-horned king's laughter ringing in his ears. Oh, Captured? Then let us feast and wait a moment. Soon, Sun Wukong will turn into liquid, and then we shall dine on Tang Sung. The golden-horned king's laughter followed. How shall we consume Tang Sung's flesh? The golden-horned king asked the fox demon with a grin. Fry, roast, boil, prepare it however you wish. Reminiscent of what might be left of a previous victim. No, it cannot be. Sun Wukong thought, recalling the time he was confined in Laozi's alchemical furnace for 49 days. Tang Sung protested weakly, yet he could only say so. Come, bring me a knife. The silver-horned king ordered, waving his hand. How shall we consume Tang Sung's flesh? The golden-horned king asked the fox demon with a grin. Fry, roast, boil, prepare it however you wish. A cry of horror echoed through the lair, followed by muffled sobs, as if something had blocked Tang Sung's mouth. These demons are serious? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock. With his unlikable disciple dead, it was indeed a reason to rejoice. The golden-horned king chimed in with laughter beside him. You, Tang Sung glared, and a small demon promptly presented him with a sharp dagger. With a swift motion, before Tang Sung could even react, a piece of flesh was sliced from his arm. How shall we consume Tang Sung's flesh? The golden-horned king asked the fox demon with a grin. Fry, roast, boil, prepare it however you wish. His heart racing with anger. Previously, the demons had only joked about eating Tang Sung, but now they were genuinely taking action? This is disastrous. Tang Sung protested weakly, yet he could only say so. Come, bring me a knife. The silver-horned king ordered, waving his hand. Are demons not living beings? And you too are a demon, are you not? The silver-horned king scoffed. Sun Wukong glared, feeling increasingly desperate, but he was powerless, merely pacing in circles within the bottle. Ha ha. The golden and silver-horned kings exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. His heart racing with anger. Previously, the demons had only joked about eating Tang Sung, but now they were genuinely taking action? This is disastrous. Are demons not living beings? And you too are a demon, are you not? The silver-horned king scoffed. Sun Wukong glared, feeling increasingly desperate, but he was powerless. Hey, you demons outside, listen up. If anything happens to that monk, you will bear the consequences. Sun Wukong shouted from within the jade bottle. Hee monkey. We are merely taking a few pieces of meat from this monk. There is an ancient saying, the Buddha once offered his flesh to eagles. So why can't Tang Sung spare a little for us? The golden-horned king chuckled. Utter nonsense. Sun Wukong retorted in exasperation. You are mere demons. How dare you? How so? Are demons not living beings? And you too are a demon, are you not? The silver-horned king scoffed. Sun Wukong glared, feeling increasingly desperate, but he was powerless, merely pacing in circles within the bottle. Ha ha. The golden and silver-horned kings exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Sizzling sounds filled the air as they prepared a roasting tray, the silver-horned king seasoning the flesh of Tang Sung while turning it over. Brother, keep going. Who could only salivate in vain? Uncle, the meat is ready, serve it hot. Yin Jiao called, approaching Fox Aki with a piece of meat in hand, who had spread the rumor that consuming his flesh would grant immortality. He longed to exact vengeance upon the one who had released such slander. Furthermore, why would the Buddha engage in such a grotesque act, offering flesh to eagles? Had his mind been muddled by the relics of enlightenment? Obliterating them without mercy. Only SHWJ Ing had feasted upon flesh because his superior was the Jade Emperor, who, as the embodiment of celestial authority. Tang Sanzang struggled to distance himself from the glimmering dagger. Alas, as a mere mortal, how could he hope to wrest the blade from Yin Jiao? With a sickening slice. A righteous cultivator would never partake in human flesh, especially that of Tang Sanzang, a being of great virtue. To do so would surely invoke heavenly retribution. His forehead slick with cold sweat, utterly helpless. The sizzling of the grill echoed, the scent of roasting meat wafting through the cave, enticing numerous lesser demons. The scene grew increasingly grotesque, a brutal spectacle that would make any onlooker retch. A normal person would have perished by now. Fox Aki shot him a glare. Could they truly consume the flesh of Tang Sanzang? It was evident that such an act was forbidden. Yearning for the two demons to grant him a merciful release, death would be preferable to this torment. The agony inflicted upon him was far more savage than any punishment meted out by tyrants of old. Tang Sanzang writhed in pain, blood pooling around him. Could dismiss any calamity with a mere wave of his hand. They had no such protection. Holding the roasted meat, Yin Jiao chuckled awkwardly, asking in a hushed tone, Uncle, desperate to sink their teeth into Tang Sanzang's flesh. At that moment, SHWJ seemed to stir. Fox Aki exchanged a knowing glance with Jin Jiao. The agony inflicted upon him was far more savage than any punishment meted out by tyrants of old. Tang Sanzang writhed in pain, blood pooling around him. The scene grew increasingly grotesque, a brutal spectacle that would make any onlooker retch. A normal person would have perished by now. He recalled being crushed by a boulder and then losing consciousness. Now, he was certainly captured by demons. But what was this? Meat? He hadn't eaten any in years, and the prospect of consuming it now seemed fortuitous. Thus, in his dazed state, SHWJ swallowed the meat whole, licking his lips instinctively. SHWJ blinked, disoriented. Before he could comprehend his surroundings, a piece of meat was thrust into his mouth. What is this? It was his flesh, and this man had devoured it without hesitation? Is there more? Huh. You've had the fortune of tasting Tang Sanzang's flesh, and you dare ask for more? Jin Jiao laughed heartily. At that moment, SHWJ snapped to attention. He gets it. Jin Jiao grinned, holding a piece of roasted meat before SHWJ, slapping his face as he called, "Wake up! Wake up!" Huh? What? SHWJ blinked, disoriented. Before he could comprehend his surroundings, a piece of meat was thrust into his mouth. What is this? He recalled being crushed by a boulder and then losing consciousness. Now, he was certainly captured by demons. But what was this? Meat? He hadn't eaten any in years. Unable to contain his despair. Master, how could this happen? SHWJ, still reeling from shock, turned fiercely toward Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, shouting. A flicker of clarity emerging as he asked, "Is there more?" Tang Sanzang, now reduced to a bloody figure, stared in disbelief. SHWJ had eaten. Confined within the jade bottle. What? How could this be? He thought, aghast at the plight of his companions. Hey, Black Monk. And you dare ask for more? Jin Jiao laughed heartily. At that moment, SHWJ snapped to attention, gazing at SHWJ. Inside the lotus flower cave, SHWJ glared at Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, teeth clenched. Come on, have another bite. Jin Jiao taunted, offering the meat once more. SHWJ, resolute, refused to open his mouth, no matter the temptation. Hey, Great King, if he won't eat. Tang Sanzang struggled, but with much of his flesh already severed, further attempts were futile and only intensified his suffering. Tears brimmed in his eyes, flowing freely now. Gazing at SHWJ. Inside the lotus flower cave, SHWJ glared at Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, teeth clenched. Come on, have another bite. You dare to inflict such torment upon my master? I will slay you, I swear it. His furious cries echoed through the cave, even reaching Sun Wukong. Confined within the jade bottle. What? How could this be? He thought, aghast at the plight of his companions. Hey, Black Monk. Only ensuring that Tang Sanzang remained alive. As for the rest, they felt no obligation. Thus, Tang Sanzang endured for a fortnight, shackled and suffering. During this time, gazing at SHWJ. Inside the lotus flower cave, SHWJ glared at Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, teeth clenched. Come on, have another bite. Jin Jiao taunted, offering the meat once more. SHWJ, resolute, refused to open his mouth, no matter the temptation. Hey, Great King, if he won't eat. I will. A lesser demon could no longer contain himself, rushing to Jin Jiao's side with a foolish grin. Get away. This meat is not for you. Jin Jiao glared at the impudent demon, setting the piece of Tang Sanzang's flesh aside. Refuse to eat? Fine. I won't bother with you. Demons. He would awaken only to find himself in the same predicament, despairing to the point of wishing for death. Yet, he lacked even the strength to end his own misery. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao chuckled, noting that SHWJ had lost all sense, asking to be freed by those who had captured him. They ignored him entirely, only ensuring that Tang Sanzang remained alive. As for the rest, they felt no obligation. Thus, Tang Sanzang endured for a fortnight, shackled and suffering. During this time, save for his face and the second disciple, while the rest of him had been brutally stripped of flesh. It was fortunate that Hu Aki had not allowed Hu Dajie to witness this scene. Had she seen it, she might have softened and released Tang's son. I'm hungry. His suffering compounded by the neglect of Yin Jiao and Jin Jiao, who sustained him only to the extent of keeping him alive. Tang Sanzang, tormented by thirst and hunger. His voice was as faint as a mosquito, not only soft but also parched. After half a month without water, a normal person would have perished. Yet, he would awaken only to find himself in the same predicament, despairing to the point of wishing for death. Yet, he lacked even the strength to end his own misery. As for Zhu Beiji, who knows what Zhu Beiji is up to? Perhaps he is indulging in delightful feasts with the white dragon horse. Oh, still alive, I see. Hu Aki circled the cave and eventually stood before Tang Sung, a playful smile adorning his face. Tang Sung, despite his condition, retained a semblance of his former self, save for his face and the second disciple, while the rest of him had been brutally stripped of flesh. It was fortunate that Hu Aki had not allowed Hu Dajie to witness this scene. Had she seen it, she might have softened and released Tang Sung. I'm hungry. Tang Sung weakly opened his eyes, gazing at Hu Aki, his voice barely above a whisper. Please, I beg you, grant me just a sip of water. His voice was as faint as a mosquito, not only soft but also parched. After half a month without water, a normal person would have perished. Yet, by some cruel twist of fate, Tang Sung remained suspended by a breath of celestial energy, unable to die, which only heightened his suffering. Thirsty are we? Hu Aki chuckled, summoning a bowl of blood into his hand. This blood was not from another, but from Tang Sung himself. Even after 2 weeks, protected by celestial power. Sha Wujing sighed, a touch of sorrow in his voice as he watched Tang Sung drink his own blood, his heart twisted in anguish. At least he is not dead. At least he is not dead. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief, though he slumped back into the depths of the bottle. How could one deny their own essence? Besides, with death looming, who could afford to be picky? Master. At that moment, Sha Wujing awoke, crying out with tears streaming down his face. What happened? Is Master dead? From within the jade bottle, Sun Wukong's anxious voice rang out. No, just, Master. Sha Wujing sighed, a touch of sorrow in his voice as he watched Tang Sung drink his own blood, his heart twisted in anguish. At least he is not dead. At least he is not dead. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief, though he slumped back into the depths of the bottle. A couple of hours could easily stretch into months. The thought of remaining imprisoned for 1 or 2 more months made Sun Wukong's head spin. At that moment, if he dallied for just half an hour up there, that would translate to half a month down here. Sun Wukong pondered that in their current predicament, I'm trapped here and can only hope he finds someone strong to help. Seemingly oblivious to who had ordered his flesh to be cut. Master, do not thank him. He is a demon who devours without remorse. The very uncle of the 2 fiends in this cave. Sha Wujing exclaimed, still struggling against his bonds. Unfortunately, the celestial ropes did not care whether he possessed divine power. If he dallied for just half an hour up there, that would translate to half a month down here. Sun Wukong pondered that in their current predicament, the pangs of hunger still gnawed at him. Benefactor, could you? Tang Sung whispered weakly, I am truly hungry. Hu Aki, with a mischievous smile. A couple of hours could easily stretch into months. The thought of remaining imprisoned for 1 or 2 more months made Sun Wukong's head spin. At that moment, he opened his mouth and devoured it without a second thought. Chapter 89, A Bold Idea. As Tang Sung consumed his own flesh, he experienced an unexpected joy in the act. Indeed, the meat tasted exquisite. Tears streamed down his face. Seemingly oblivious to who had ordered his flesh to be cut. Master, do not thank him. He is a demon who devours without remorse. Merely a means to fill his belly. In comparison, this was a celestial delicacy. How delightful my own flesh is. Tang Sung murmured, instinctively glancing at the scars that adorned his body. In the future, should hunger strike, he could always gnaw on his own arm, could he not? Ahem. What nonsense was this? Surely he should be praying for protection from misfortune, not wishing for calamity to befall him. However, unbeknownst to Tang Sung, placed a piece of roasted meat before him, meat that was, in fact, Tang Sung's own flesh. This time, Tang Sung did not hesitate, disregarding the source of the meat. He opened his mouth and devoured it without a second thought. Chapter 89, A Bold Idea. As Tang Sung consumed his own flesh, a wave of ominous energy rapidly spreading across the land. Inside Lianhua Cave, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao exchanged glances, feeling an unsettling premonition. For it was the first time he had savored such delicious meat in his life. The previous Buddhist meat? It had been devoid of flavor. For he was intimately familiar with the forces of heaven and sensed a disturbance in the natural order. What is happening? Instinctively glancing at the scars that adorned his body. In the future, should hunger strike, he could always gnaw on his own arm, could he not? Ahem. It traversed realms, and struck Tang Sung directly on the head. Tang Sung's body trembled violently, electricity coursing through him, smoke rising from his form. Dark clouds were gathering above Lianhua Cave. Boom! The thunder roared violently, and arcs of lightning flickered amidst the storm clouds. Suddenly, Tang Sung's demeanor darkened, striking Tang Sung repeatedly, each strike causing him to convulse, the smoke thickening around him. "Master!" Sha Wujing cried out in disbelief. Why was this enlightened monk being punished so? It traversed realms and struck Tang Sung directly on the head. Tang Sung's body trembled violently, electricity coursing through him, smoke rising from his form. As the thunder rumbled and more bolts of lightning fell, Sha Wujing's expression shifted. What heinous deed had Tang Sung committed to incur such wrath? For he was intimately familiar with the forces of heaven and sensed a disturbance in the natural order. What is happening? Everyone inside the cave felt a sense of confusion and unease. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens, though it struck outside the cave in an instant. It traversed realms and struck Tang Sung directly on the head. Tang Sung's body trembled violently, electricity coursing through him, smoke rising from his form. An acrid smell filling the air. The roasted meat fell from his hands, and he stared wide-eyed as arcs of electricity encircled him. Crack! Another bolt of lightning descended, striking Tang Sung repeatedly, each strike causing him to convulse, the smoke thickening around him. "Master!" Sha Wujing cried out in disbelief. Why was this enlightened monk being punished so? The heavenly Tao does not strike without cause, and prior to delivering such a blow, it ensures one understands the reason for their fate. As the thunder rumbled and more bolts of lightning fell, Sha Wujing's expression shifted. What heinous deed had Tang Sung committed to incur such wrath? Was he not permitted to dispose of his own possessions? What kind of celestial justice was this? He coughed violently, exhaling a cloud of smoke. He quickly deduced the crux of the matter. Surely, the greatest consequence stemmed from this fool consuming Tang Sung's flesh. Consuming Tang Sung's flesh promised longevity and vitality. It was said that the golden cicada had consolidated his merit into a golden body. He was a disciple of the Buddha, the second disciple of the Tathagata. Tears of laughter streaming down his face. Ordinarily, he would not find humor in even the most comical of situations, but this was simply irresistible. The idea of Tang Sanzang consuming his own flesh and being struck by lightning was too absurd to believe. Throughout their journey, demons sought to devour Tang Sung's flesh. The heavenly Tao does not strike without cause, and prior to delivering such a blow, it ensures one understands the reason for their fate. Tears of laughter streaming down his face. Ordinarily, he would not find humor in even the most comical of situations, but this was simply irresistible. Was he not permitted to dispose of his own possessions? What kind of celestial justice was this? He coughed violently, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Gazing at the fallen remnants of his own flesh, his lips twitching in disgust. Poison. This flesh was poison. Human flesh was poison. Hoping that the heavenly Tao would strike him down. If Tang Sanzang were to perish, then the quest for scriptures would be lost. Furthermore, tears of laughter streaming down his face. Ordinarily, he would not find humor in even the most comical of situations, but this was simply irresistible. The idea of Tang Sanzang consuming his own flesh and being struck by lightning was too absurd to believe. Throughout their journey, demons sought to devour Tang Sung's flesh, hoping that the heavenly Tao would strike him down. If Tang Sanzang were to perish, then the quest for scriptures would be lost. Furthermore, but if Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao compelled him to do so, they would bear the consequences of their actions. Hence, it would be best to abandon such bold ideas. If the journey to the west were thwarted, the scriptures would remain unattainable. However, should they proceed with their reckless plan, the lightning would not simply target Tang Sanzang. Casting a warning glance at Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, surely, he understood their intentions, merely to feed Tang Sanzang his own flesh. But if Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao compelled him to do so, they would bear the consequences of their actions. Hence, it would be best to abandon such bold ideas. Casting a sidelong glance at the bewildered Sha Wujing, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao shared a knowing look, realization dawning upon them. They were merely engaging in favoritism. Sha Hashang also consumed Tang Sung's flesh. Why was he not struck by lightning? Why is he unharmed? He has the protection of the heavenly court. What could he do, having been struck by lightning? Better to be imprisoned by demons than to be obliterated by thunder. As for the prospect of being devoured by demons, but if Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao compelled him to do so, they would bear the consequences of their actions. Hence, it would be best to abandon such bold ideas. The potential for suffering remained, and if they did not consume him, he would still be drawn closer to death with each passing moment. With a deep sigh, Sha Hashang also consumed Tang Seng's flesh. Why was he not struck by lightning? Why is he unharmed? He has the protection of the heavenly court. His superior is none other than the Jade Emperor. What relationship do you suppose exists between the Jade Emperor and the heavenly Tao? Hu Aki remarked with a smile. Although he had not consumed much flesh, it was sufficient to restore some of his strength, allowing him to speak. It is a relief to hear you are well, Master, Sha Wujing exclaimed, then hurriedly inquired, what heinous act did you commit to incur divine wrath? Are you all right? Are you unhurt? Sha Wujing's urgent voice echoed in Tang Sanzang's ears. Tang Sanzang, somewhat dazed, took a deep breath, exhaling softly, I am fine. Hearing Sha Wujing's question, Tang Sanzang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What nonsense was this? Who asks such a ridiculous question? The potential for suffering remained, and if they did not consume him, he would still be drawn closer to death with each passing moment. With a deep sigh, at that moment, he recalled that Sha Wujing had also consumed his flesh. Why had he not faced the same fate? Is the heavenly Tao truly just? Suddenly, are you all right? Are you unhurt? Sha Wujing's urgent voice echoed in Tang Sanzang's ears. Tang Sanzang, somewhat dazed, took a deep breath, exhaling softly, I am fine. Although he had not consumed much flesh, it was sufficient to restore some of his strength, allowing him to speak. It is a relief to hear you are well, Master, Sha Wujing exclaimed, then hurriedly inquired, what heinous act did you commit to incur divine wrath? The simple-minded creature had not overheard the conversation between Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao and was perplexed as to why his master had incurred the heavenly Tao's displeasure. Hearing Sha Wujing's question, Tang Sanzang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What nonsense was this? Who asks such a ridiculous question? When the Jade Emperor pierced you with 1,000 arrows, why did you not perish? Ba, forgive me my anger, Tang Sanzang muttered, casting a reproachful glare at Sha Wujing. At that moment, he recalled that Sha Wujing had also consumed his flesh. Why had he not faced the same fate? Is the heavenly Tao truly just? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared above Tang Sanzang's head, striking him once more, leaving him paralyzed. Even the true spirit of the golden cicada within his consciousness trembled. However, the silver lining was that the fissure behind the cicada had widened, and a golden cicada leg was now peeking through the gap. A resonant energy began to swirl around Tang Sanzang, evidently the influence of the cicada's essence beginning to affect him. Yet, Tang Sanzang remained oblivious, unaware of the transformation occurring within him. What is this energy? Jin Jiao, with keen perception, sensed the aura surrounding Tang Sanzang and instinctively exchanged glances with Yin Jiao. Yin Jiao furrowed his brow and softly uttered a name, Golden Cicada. Indeed, it was the Golden Cicada. This quest for scriptures was exceedingly arduous. Buddha, I can no longer endure this. I cannot complete the journey. In despair, Tang Sanzang entertained countless thoughts of retreat. Hu Aki was well aware of the situation's intricacies. It was not merely a few bolts of lightning that could bring forth the cicada's essence. This required stimulation, a key to unlocking its potential. Without such intervention, Tang Sanzang would remain as he was. With a gentle laugh, he shook his head, choosing to disregard Tang Sanzang. He found himself unable to die, trapped in an existence worse than death. What to do? Endure? What other choice was there? Beiji, where have you gone? Tang Sanzang remained in a state of hunger, alternating between sleep and wakefulness, perpetually famished. He had not even sipped a drop of water. Fortunately, during this month, it had rained a few times, and the rainwater seeped into the cave, creating mist along the stone walls, allowing Tang Sanzang to quench his thirst occasionally. Alas, he found himself unable to die, trapped in an existence worse than death. What to do? Endure? What other choice was there? Beiji, where have you gone? Tang Sing slightly squinted his eyes and raised his head to gaze at the newcomer, a middle-aged woman appearing to be in her 30s or 40s. Despite her age, though life in Chang'an and at the temple had been humble, it had at least been a semblance of human existence. Now, this was far from any form of life. Even in the dungeons of the Tang dynasty, such treatment was unheard of. In the dungeons, even facing 1,000 tortures, death would provide a form of release. But here, she had regained her youth, becoming a middle-aged woman in her prime. Such miraculous rejuvenation was beyond Tang Seng's comprehension. The compassionate bodhisattva, Tang Sung, opened his mouth to speak. Why have you not returned after so long? Have you run away? As night fell, the little demons in the cave had all succumbed to slumber. The elder fox sister observed Tang Sing's wretched state, her eyes filled with compassion. However, what did Tang Sing look like at this moment? His flesh had somewhat regained its vitality, yet due to prolonged restraint by ropes, his skin had nearly fused with the bindings. Tang Sing's plight was truly dreadful. Tang Sing slightly squinted his eyes and raised his head to gaze at the newcomer, a middle-aged woman appearing to be in her 30s or 40s. Despite her age, she still possessed a captivating charm, revealing glimpses of her youthful beauty. Indeed, she was a strikingly beautiful woman. This individual was none other than the elder fox sister. She had spent a month in slumber, unaware of the events that transpired. Now, having fully awakened from the pill's effects, it was beyond mere bloodshed and had become a scene of utter inhumanity. At that moment, the elder fox sister approached to offer Tang some water, without hesitation, allowing him to express his gratitude in a whisper. Alas, you must leave quickly. You have suffered enough. The elder fox sister sighed and hurriedly began to untie Tang's son. The elder fox sister observed Tang Sing's wretched state, her eyes filled with compassion. However, what did Tang Sing look like at this moment? I would truly be willing to face 1,000 deaths. Tang Sing's kind-hearted nature extended even to those who treated him well. The elder fox sister merely smiled without replying. It was beyond mere bloodshed and had become a scene of utter inhumanity. At that moment, the elder fox sister approached to offer Tang some water. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and drank eagerly. Slow down, take it easy, she cautioned, sighing inwardly as she witnessed his pitiful condition. Since consuming the 8 transformation golden pill, I would truly be willing to face 1,000 deaths. Tang Sing's kind-hearted nature extended even to those who treated him well. The elder fox sister merely smiled without replying. How could he possibly flee when he could not even walk? Oh dear, what should I do? The elder fox sister, filled with anxiety, furrowed her brow, realizing the predicament, allowing him to express his gratitude in a whisper. Alas, you must leave quickly. You have suffered enough. The elder fox sister sighed and hurriedly began to untie Tang's son. However, he interjected, but if I leave, what will happen to you, dear Bodhisattva? Wouldn't that provoke the 3 demons in the cave? If they trouble you, I would truly be willing to face 1,000 deaths. Tang Sing's kind-hearted nature extended even to those who treated him well. The elder fox sister merely smiled without replying, hastily continuing to untie him. Chapter 91. Tang Sing faces peril and encounters the Bodhisattva, who, out of kindness, assists in the westward journey. The ropes clung to his wounds. How could that be possible? Though she could let Tang's son go as an act of kindness, she would never permit anyone to take her children. What a ridiculous notion. Utterly unable to stand. He had not eaten properly for over half a month and was lightheaded from hunger. Escape? How could he possibly flee when he could not even walk? Oh dear, what should I do? The elder fox sister, filled with anxiety, furrowed her brow, realizing the predicament. Tang Sing truly could not run. Even if freed, he would likely be recaptured by the golden horn and silver horn demons. What now? Alas, dear Bodhisattva, making it a personal concern. Dear Bodhisattva, Tang Sing observed the elder fox sister's frown in silence, feeling a wave of unease, unsure if he had misspoken. The elder fox sister took a deep breath, feeling conflicted. On one hand, she did not want Tang Sing to confront her sons, yet on the other, she could not bear to witness the cruelty of the golden horn and silver horn demons. Was this truly the work of holy disciples? Regardless of the rationale, how could that be possible? Though she could let Tang's son go as an act of kindness, she would never permit anyone to take her children. What a ridiculous notion. As a mother, she felt she had failed in her responsibilities when her children were taken by the Supreme Lord to become his disciples. Although the golden horn and silver horn occasionally returned, their time together was limited. Thus, she wished to spend more time with her children and would never allow anyone to take them away. Kindness had its limits, and this matter involved her children. With a swift motion, the elder fox sister grasped the enchanted ropes binding Sha Wujing. With a thud, Sha Wujing stumbled and fell to the ground. Who? He exclaimed. The elder fox sister took a deep breath, feeling conflicted. On one hand, she did not want Tang Sing to confront her sons, yet on the other. Sighing, the elder fox sister turned to watch their retreating figures, her expression complex. She then picked up the jade bottle, listening to the faint breaths inside. Opening his mouth, but ultimately finding himself at a loss for words. Without hesitation, Sha Wujing utilized his celestial energy to stabilize himself and transferred a surge of divine energy into Tang Sung before swiftly hoisting him onto his back, hastily departing the cave. Suddenly alert, instinctively grasping his demon-slaying staff. Master? Tang Sung opened his mouth. Master? Sha Wujing exclaimed, startled, and quickly rose to assist Tang Sung. You must leave. The elder fox sister turned her head away, no longer looking at the master and disciple. Tang Sung glanced at the jade bottle resting on the table, opening his mouth, but ultimately finding himself at a loss for words. Without hesitation. But your two sons are truly not worthy. I hope you will guide them well. Old Sun expresses his gratitude here. Came the voice of Sun Wukong from within the jade bottle. The voice was faint, yet it reached the elder fox sister's ears. Without further words, realizing that the monkey had not perished. Monkey, I shall release you now. Go find your master, and leave Mount Pingding quickly. Do not look back. A languid voice emerged from behind her. The elder fox sister was startled and quickly turned, concealing the jade bottle behind her. But your two sons are truly not worthy. I hope you will guide them well. Old Sun expresses his gratitude here. I did not mean to startle you. I hope you can forgive me. Mother, what are you hiding? Nothing at all. The elder fox sister felt somewhat guilty, turning her head away to avoid meeting his gaze. So, where are Tang Sung and Sha Wujing? Did you let them go? Golden Horn inquired further. Tang Sung and Sha Wujing were clearly visible, bound to the rocks. Their absence would be evident. Tang Sung. What Tang Sung? I saw nothing of the sort when I awakened. The elder fox sister feigned ignorance, her expression shifting to one of delight as she looked at Golden Horn. Jeaner, what did you give me? I feel rejuvenated, and my wounds have healed considerably. I truly feel like a mother again. It has left me utterly astonished. Jin Jiao managed a reluctant smile and remarked, it is merely a pill bestowed by the master, and we must extend our gratitude to my senior brother for it. So, I express my thanks to the master. Sister Fox performed a graceful bow, her face radiating sincerity. Mother truly has no idea where Tang Sung has gone. I did not mean to startle you. I hope you can forgive me. Mother, what are you hiding? Nothing at all. The elder fox sister felt somewhat guilty, turning her head away to avoid meeting his gaze. So, where are Tang Sung and Sha Wujing? Did you let them go? Golden Horn inquired further. They were well aware of Sister Fox's actions, but had no intention of exposing her. This was her choice, having saved Tang Sung at a critical moment. In this journey to the west, Sister Fox had indeed become a significant figure. One could imagine that once the great calamity concluded, she would accumulate considerable merit and heal all her spiritual wounds. However, they could not allow Tang Sung to escape so easily. Their fun was far from over. Yin Jiao adjusted his attire and strode forward, suddenly fixing his gaze and shouting, "Where is Tang Sung? Who let him escape? Someone, go chase him down." Chapter 92. You have not eaten little of the flesh of that golden cicada. At this moment, Sun Wukong was racing desperately with Tang Sung and Sha Wujing. Behind them, the little demons were hot on their heels. Had Tang Sung possessed a horse, he might have fled faster. Alas, he was without one. Furthermore, Tang Sung was a burden. Yin Jiao and Fox Aki observed the exchange between Jin Jiao and Sister Fox. Sharing a knowing glance, the two smiled in unison. They had barely covered 300 to 500 meters when Yin Jiao and his men caught up with Tang Sung, who was then bound and taken back without further ado. The little demons were hot on their heels. Had Tang Sung possessed a horse, he might have fled faster. Alas, he was without one. Furthermore, Tang Sung was a burden. A throng of demons dashed away. Tang Sung's plight was indeed tragic. He had scarcely managed to escape when he was recaptured. Sun Wukong was frantic, scratching his head. Yin Jiao adjusted his attire and strode forward, suddenly fixing his gaze and shouting, "Where is Tang Sung? Who let him escape? Someone, go chase him down." Sha Wujing looked to Sun Wukong, urgently inquiring, "Do not fret, junior brother. Let me think this through." Sun Wukong sighed, utterly at a loss. Suddenly, an idea struck him. A throng of demons dashed away. Tang Sung's plight was indeed tragic. He had scarcely managed to escape when he was recaptured. Sun Wukong was frantic, scratching his head, helplessly watching as those individuals took his master away. He was filled with a desire to smash the Lotus Cave into smithereens. Senior brother, what shall we do? Was now transformed by Zhu Beiji's construction of a makeshift shelter. There lay Zhu Beiji, lounging within, munching on melons while propping his legs up, utterly relaxed. Without a second thought, Sun Wukong approached and yanked Zhu Beiji's ear, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! Zhu Beiji gasped, suddenly standing upright. What is the matter? A throng of demons dashed away. Tang Seng's plight was indeed tragic. He had scarcely managed to escape when he was recaptured. Sun Wukong was frantic, scratching his head. All you know is how to eat. Sun Wukong seethed, snatching the melon and taking a bite. Here, Sha Shidi, have some melon. Zhu Beiji chuckled, retrieving several more melons and presenting them to Sha Wujing. Sha Wujing sighed in resignation, stating, Senior brother, second brother, our master has been captured by a demon. We must quickly devise a plan to rescue him. The earnest Sha monk was solely focused on saving their master. Zhu Beiji, witnessing Sha Wujing's demeanor. All you know is how to eat. Sun Wukong seethed, snatching the melon and taking a bite. Here, Sha Shidi, have some melon. Zhu Beiji chuckled, was now transformed by Zhu Beiji's construction of a makeshift shelter. There lay Zhu Beiji, lounging within, munching on melons while propping his legs up, utterly relaxed. We must quickly devise a plan to rescue him. The earnest Sha monk was solely focused on saving their master. Zhu Beiji, witnessing Sha Wujing's demeanor. Why do you bring this up now? Let go? Does letting go mean you have not eaten before? Zhu Beiji laughed. You stubborn pig, are you seeking death? You've devoured countless lives. The old monk's 9 past lives were consumed by you, and you still pretend to be virtuous. It is meaningless. You, casting a cold glare at Zhu Beiji. Oh, come on. Let us see what you've got. Zhu Beiji sneered, leaping into action, brandishing his 9-toothed rake. Clang. Sha Wujing unsheathed his demon-slaying staff, casting a chilling gaze towards Zhu Beiji. Hey, let us fight it out. It would be best to kill each other. Sun Wukong smirked, having long viewed Zhu Beiji with disdain. This fool was always stirring trouble and whispering in Tang Seng's ear, and Sun Wukong had yearned to confront him. Were it not for Zhu Beiji revealing certain matters, he would have had no reason to return to this pilgrimage team. Thus, Sha Wujing pointed at Zhu Beiji, frowning and admonishing. That was in the past. I have renounced the world and embraced Buddhism, having long since let go. He had only rushed to save him out of obligation. Little did he anticipate that he would end up embroiled in the matter himself. Do you wish to fight? At this moment, Sha Wujing also grew angry, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of his days as a celestial general. As Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing squared off, Sun Wukong, still smirking, whispered, Hey, fool, are you hesitating? What is a curtain roller compared to your esteemed self? How dare he act arrogantly before the great Marshal Tianpeng? Hurry, fight, it's good for reincarnation. Zhu Beiji remained unfazed. Sun Wukong glanced at Sha Wujing, also whispering, Sha Shidi, you were once a curtain-rolling general, safeguarding the Jade Emperor. How many evildoers have you vanquished with your demon-slaying staff? Why not take action now? The one before you is merely a pig demon. Strike him down. Sun Wukong's words were like a siren's call, enticing the two to engage. Zhu Beiji maintained his composure. He was more than eager to watch the spectacle unfold. As for the old monk's fate, apologies, it was of no concern to him. Sha Shidi, you were once a curtain-rolling general, safeguarding the Jade Emperor. How many evildoers have you vanquished with your demon-slaying staff? Why not take action now? And he swung it fiercely towards Zhu Beiji. Are you really going to hit me? Zhu Beiji stared wide-eyed, abruptly raising his 9-toothed rake. Clang. The sound of iron clashing resonated. Zhu Beiji staggered back 3 steps. Then, the head of the demon-slaying staff struck Zhu Beiji's face, sending him reeling. You forced my hand. Zhu Beiji's eyes turned red, and he swung his rake with all his might, aiming to crush Sha Wujing. Boom. Sha Wujing quickly attempted to defend himself. However, Sha Shidi, you were once a curtain-rolling general, safeguarding the Jade Emperor. How many evildoers have you vanquished with your demon-slaying staff? Why not take action now? The sound of iron clashing resonated. Zhu Beiji staggered back 3 steps. Then, the head of the demon-slaying staff struck Zhu Beiji's face, sending him reeling. You forced my hand. Zhu Beiji's eyes turned red, and he swung his rake with all his might, aiming to crush Sha Wujing. Boom. Sha Wujing quickly attempted to defend himself. However, Zhu Beiji scoffed and resumed munching on his melon. Meanwhile, Sha Wujing lay on the ground, his eyes vacant. After a long while, he silently got back up, gritted his teeth, turned, and resolutely headed towards the Lotus Cave without a word. Where do you think you're going? Sun Wukong frowned and called out. The sound of iron clashing resonated. Zhu Beiji staggered back 3 steps. Then, the head of the demon-slaying staff struck Zhu Beiji's face, sending him reeling. You forced my hand. Why the rush? Let us rest a moment. Sun Wukong chuckled, blocking Xiao Wujing's path. Master, you have not witnessed the scene. Gritted his teeth, turned, and resolutely headed towards the lotus cave without a word. Where do you think you're going? Sun Wukong frowned and called out. Just as Zhu Beiji raised his rake to deliver a fatal blow, a vision of the malevolent Tang Sung and the overwhelming aura of Sun Wukong flashed before his eyes. Why the rush? Let us rest a moment. Sun Wukong chuckled, blocking Xiao Wujing's path. Master, you have not witnessed the scene. Zhu Beiji scoffed and resumed munching on his melon. Meanwhile, Xiao Wujing lay on the ground, his eyes vacant. After a long while, he silently got back up, for the very ropes seemed to have fused with his flesh. Xiao Wujing, filled with urgency, yearns to obliterate the demon's lair and rescue our master. Could it be that the little golden and silver beings are playing such a dangerous game? To offend Tang Sung so gravely is truly alarming. Suddenly, why the rush? Let us rest a moment. Sun Wukong chuckled, blocking Xiao Wujing's path. Master, you have not witnessed the scene, where those demons cruelly strip away a piece of flesh from our master each day. The sight is utterly harrowing. As the saying goes, heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those who must first endure hardship, labor, hunger, and deprivation. If one cannot withstand these trials, how can one venture forth to obtain the scriptures? It is merely a matter of physical suffering. Xiao Wujing furrowed his brow, torn between understanding and compassion. While Zhu Beiji's words held truth, the cruelty of it all was unbearable. This is too merciless. Even the tortures of the Great Shang were not so severe. Cast a bewildered glance at Xiao Wujing, silently marveling at the severity of the situation. Could it be that the little golden and silver beings are playing such a dangerous game? To offend Tang Sung so gravely is truly alarming. Suddenly, Zhu Beiji's eyes lit up with realization. These little golden and silver beings are aiding Tang Sung in his awakening. With a quick turn of thought, he chuckled, Old Xia. The Great Shang had countless tortures, and they didn't even bind the old monk to a copper pillar to burn him. Rest assured, he will not perish. As the saying goes, heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those who must first endure hardship, labor, hunger, and deprivation. If one cannot withstand these trials. Moved aside, Zhu Beiji took a piece of melon and followed suit, whispering, Brother Monkey, Old Xia is too naive. We must devise a plan to achieve our grand ambition. Rest for a couple of days, and we will save our master just the same. Xiao Wujing, being a straightforward man, hesitated but ultimately accepted the melon. The Great Shang had countless tortures, and they didn't even bind the old monk to a copper pillar to burn him. Rest assured, he will not perish. It is merely a form of endurance. We can always rescue him later. Zhu Beiji said with a dismissive wave, then approached Xiao Wujing, placing a melon in his hands. My dear brother, I apologize for earlier. Do not hold it against me. I spoke without thinking in a moment of panic. Look at you now. Sun Wukong chuckled, choosing to ignore the banter, and sat nearby, leisurely enjoying his melon. Thus, the trio lingered in this spot for 3 days, sitting down to eat while also focusing on his breathing to recuperate. Seeing this, Zhu Beiji smiled and signaled to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong squinted and, with a chuckle, a sudden burst of golden light emanated from Xiao Wujing's being, and his power surged back to its peak. He sprang to his feet, eyes glinting with determination. Sun Wukong chuckled, choosing to ignore the banter, and sat nearby, leisurely enjoying his melon. Thus, the trio lingered in this spot for 3 days, hinting at something more. It's the matter we discussed. Oh, that matter, Sun Wukong replied, feigning ignorance. Are you trying to drive me mad? It's about ascending Ling Mountain. Ascending Ling Mountain to obtain the scriptures. Sun Wukong nodded. Zhu Beiji, feeling exasperated, remarked, You continue to feign ignorance. Following closely behind. Slow down. I'm merely observing. Zhu Beiji called after him, but Xiao Wujing paid no heed, pursuing Sun Wukong. Before long, Sun Wukong chuckled, choosing to ignore the banter, and sat nearby, leisurely enjoying his melon. Thus, the trio lingered in this spot for 3 days. Xiao Wujing focused on recuperation while Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji did little, eating melons when hungry and resting when tired, leading a rather comfortable existence. At last, be cautious. Xiao Wujing nodded, aware of his limitations compared to Sun Wukong. In an instant, Sun Wukong transformed into a mosquito and zipped into the cave through a crevice. They arrived at the entrance of the lotus flower cave. Crouched behind a mountain ridge, they surveyed the cave. Sun Wukong turned to Xiao Wujing with a firm directive. Stay here, I will investigate. If I can rescue him, I shall. If not, we will seek reinforcements. Master brother, perplexed by Sun Wukong's departure, questioned silently, if you are going to rescue our master, why wait for me to recuperate? However, he soon resolved not to remain idle. Following closely behind. Slow down, I'm merely observing. Zhu Beiji called after him, but Xiao Wujing paid no heed, pursuing Sun Wukong. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Lotus Flower Cave. Crouched behind a mountain ridge, they surveyed the cave. Chapter 94. If I call your name, will you dare to respond? At that moment, Sun Wukong, hovering above the cave, spotted a gourd resting on a table. Be cautious. Xiao Wujing nodded, aware of his limitations compared to Sun Wukong. In an instant, Sun Wukong transformed into a mosquito and zipped into the cave through a crevice. Inside, he felt a wave of trepidation, for the minions were stationed everywhere. Every corner was watched by a sea of eyes. He soon spotted Tang Xing. Chapter 94. If I call your name, will you dare to respond? At that moment, Sun Wukong, hovering above the cave, spotted a gourd resting on a table. Flesh barely clinging to his bones. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong felt a pang of compassion. This old monk was suffering terribly. The torment was so severe that it was hard to recognize him as human anymore. With a heavy sigh, Sun Wukong noted the protective energy surrounding Tang Xing's heart. He morphed back into a mosquito and darted out of the cave. Brother, what transpired? Xiao Wujing inquired eagerly upon Sun Wukong's sudden reappearance. All is well. Sun Wukong grinned. Chapter 94. If I call your name, will you dare to respond? At that moment, Sun Wukong, hovering above the cave, spotted a gourd resting on a table. Sun Wukong declared, swiftly positioning himself at the cave entrance and bellowing, Hey, demons within, release my master at once, or I shall reduce your lair to rubble today. Plucking a hair from his body to create a duplicate of the gourd on the table, and exchanged it, successfully retrieving the original, with the treasure in hand. Unsure of what to do, some of the little demons peered out of the cave entrance and swiftly turned to inform their king, Great King, displaying the purple gold gourd. Excellent. You have successfully pilfered the treasure. Xiao Wujing gazed back at the cave, eyes filled with anticipation. Fear not, I shall call them out. Sun Wukong declared, swiftly positioning himself at the cave entrance and bellowing, Hey, demons within, release my master at once, or I shall reduce your lair to rubble today. Golden Horn stared at the gourd in his uncle's hand, bewildered. He glanced between the two gourds, scratching his head and instinctively asking, Uncle, where did you get this? Unsure of what to do, some of the little demons peered out of the cave entrance and swiftly turned to inform their king, Great King. Why would I use a replica when I have the real thing? I shall stick with this. His disdain for the imitation was clear. Golden Horn stared at the gourd in his uncle's hand, bewildered. He glanced between the two gourds, scratching his head and instinctively asking, Uncle, where did you get this? At that moment, Huaki emerged. Uncle, what is it? Golden Horn inquired, astonished. Huaki looked at the purple gold red gourd in Golden Horn's hand, frowned slightly. Taking the purple gold red gourd from Huaki's hand, one in each hand, and stepped out with the little demons in tow. There, Sun Wukong squatted atop a rocky mountain. This gourd sparkled with golden light and had shimmering points, almost identical to the one in Golden Horn's possession. Although there were subtle differences, it was evidently another treasure. Why would he settle for an imitation when he had the genuine article? Then let us take both, Huaki suggested with a smile. All right, Golden Horn relented. Just use it. The method is almost the same. It is a replica. Huaki replied with a grin. Replica? Golden Horn chuckled, patting his own gourd and saying, Why would I use a replica when I have the real thing? I shall stick with this. His disdain for the imitation was clear. And if I respond, do not be too hasty to release my master. Let me ask you this. If I were to call your name, would you dare respond? Why would he settle for an imitation when he had the genuine article? Then let us take both, Huaki suggested with a smile. All right, Golden Horn relented. I shall call your name. If you dare respond, I will release your master. Sun Wukong, seeing Golden Horn brandishing the gourd, felt amusement bubbling within him. You call me. And so do I. Golden Horn frowned, intrigued. If you truly possess one, then show it to me. Sun Wukong produced a gourd from his sleeve, sneering as he shook it lightly, then quickly tucked it away again, as if fearing Golden Horn would snatch it. Golden Horn was startled. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong laughed heartily, his tongue ever so unrestrained. Humph, I shan't engage you in battle, Golden Horn retorted, raising his treasured gourd and sneering. Come here. Yet how could they appear so alike? Confounded, he asked directly, where did your gourd come from, Sun Wukong? And if I respond, do not be too hasty to release my master. Let me ask you this. If I were to call your name, would you dare respond? Golden Horn was momentarily taken aback by Sun Wukong's audacity, then frowned and replied, when I call you, it is because I possess a treasure gourd that can capture people. What do you have to offer when you call me? Ah, you have indeed asked the right person. Sun Wukong chuckled, his confidence unwavering. You have a treasure gourd. And so do I. Golden Horn frowned, intrigued. If you truly possess one, then show it to me. Sun Wukong produced a gourd from his sleeve, sneering as he shook it lightly, then quickly tucked it away again, as if fearing Golden Horn would snatch it. Golden Horn was startled. In that fleeting moment, he discerned that it was identical to his own gourd. Though they were from the same vine, there were differences in size and shape. When heaven was not full in the northwest, and earth was not full in the southeast, the supreme Tao ancestor aided Nuwa in sealing the heavens. Upon reaching Kunlun Mountain, he found a celestial vine bearing 2 gourds. One is male, and yours is female. How peculiar. Do gourds really have genders? Golden Horn mused, his brow knitting together. Recounted the tale of his gourd. Mine is from the primordial chaos, when heaven and earth were separated. A great ancestor, known as the Supreme Old One, aided Nuwa in mending the heavens. Upon reaching the foot of Kunlun Mountain, he found a celestial vine bearing this purple-gold-red gourd, left by the Old Lord until now. Sun Wukong replied with a grin. Golden Horn frowned. Then, with a cold snort, pointed the gourd at Sun Wukong and shouted, Sun Wukong. Ah, grandfather here. One thing was clear. This creature was certainly connected to the Old Lord. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Wukong declared, my gourd also comes from there. What? I ask you again, if I call your name, will you dare respond? Chapter 95, Seeking the Bodhisattva. Hee, call away. If I do not respond, I am your son. Causing Golden Horn to feel increasingly vexed. Sensing something amiss, Golden Horn swiftly drew out Hu Aki's gourd, shaking it before Sun Wukong once more, and shouted, Sun Wukong. Oh. He found a celestial vine bearing 2 gourds. One is male, and yours is female. How peculiar. Do gourds really have genders? Golden Horn mused, his brow knitting together. So how could it still possess its original power? Golden Horn, puzzled, called out several more times, and each time Sun Wukong responded jovially. In that moment, he felt utterly confounded. How could this gourd, which he thought he had stolen, now be used to capture him? Golden Horn, satisfied with his success. Sun Wukong replied with a grin. Golden Horn frowned. Then, with a cold snort, pointed the gourd at Sun Wukong and shouted, Sun Wukong. Ah, grandfather here. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. As expected, this time there was no sensation of attraction. This was only natural. The gourd had been exchanged. So how could it still possess its original power? Golden Horn, puzzled, called out several more times, and each time Sun Wukong responded jovially. Causing Golden Horn to feel increasingly vexed. Sensing something amiss, Golden Horn swiftly drew out Hu Aki's gourd, shaking it before Sun Wukong once more, and shouted, Sun Wukong. Oh. Grandfather here. Sun Wukong continued to respond, yet this time, whoosh. A powerful force of attraction enveloped Sun Wukong, and without further ado, he was pulled inside. Dumbfounded. Sun Wukong's face was filled with disbelief. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself inside the gourd, realizing it was too late to reconsider his actions. Sha Wujing began to recount the events, stating that Sun Wukong had entered to steal treasures. Initially, everything seemed fine. Turned and entered the cave. Once inside, he soon discovered that the gourd had been switched by Sun Wukong. Grateful for his uncle's treasure, Zhu Beiji was taken aback. He naturally believed that Sun Wukong had successfully stolen the treasures. However, why did they suddenly regain their power? Could it be that there were indeed 2 gourds? Yet, if that were the case, how was he unaware of it? Second brother, what shall we do now? Sha Wujing asked anxiously, glancing at Zhu Beiji. Why the haste? Do not worry. Brother Monkey will surely find a way to escape. Zhu Beiji replied with a smile. Master brother has been captured by the monster again. Sha Wujing shouted as he returned, startling Zhu Beiji awake. Huh? Zhu Beiji blinked in confusion, looking at Sha Wujing with bewilderment. What is happening? Master brother has been captured by a monster again. Sai, it is indeed so. At that moment, This monkey possesses remarkable skills. Just wait. In 3 to 5 days, he might just appear. After all, he dared to create chaos in the heavenly palace. Could he really be trapped by a mere gourd? After some contemplation, Sha Wujing nodded. Indeed, Sun Wukong had once caused an uproar in the heavenly palace. Surely, that gourd could not truly confine him. Thus, Sha Wujing obediently waited as per Zhu Beiji's words. Yet, a day passed, and Sun Wukong had still not emerged. 2 days went by, still no sign. 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, until a full week had passed without any trace of Sun Wukong. Now, Sha Wujing was genuinely anxious. Sha Wujing asked anxiously, glancing at Zhu Beiji. Why the haste? Do not worry. Brother Monkey will surely find a way to escape. Zhu Beiji replied with a smile. Surprised that Sun Wukong had not devised a plan yet. Logically, with the limited intellect of the golden and silver-horned boys, it may prove more challenging. Sha Wujing frowned, worry etched on his face. Fear not, Zhu Beiji said with a calm smile, patting Sha Wujing's shoulder nonchalantly. He turned to Zhu Beiji and inquired urgently, Second brother, it has been 7 days, and the master has yet to come out. What shall we do? Zhu Beiji frowned. Could he really be trapped by a mere gourd? After some contemplation, Sha Wujing nodded. Indeed, Sun Wukong had once caused an uproar in the heavenly palace. Surely, that gourd could not truly confine him. Thus, Sha Wujing obediently waited as per Zhu Beiji's words. Yet, a day passed, and Sun Wukong had still not emerged. The golden-horned and silver-horned would have been easily tricked into letting Sun Wukong escape. Unfortunately, with Hu Aki's cleverness, how could Sun Wukong simply walk out? Sha Wujing shouted back without looking. What use would that be? Zhu Beiji glared at Sha Wujing, his tone irritable. If you go, it would only be a sacrifice. That monkey has already been sucked in. Can you guarantee you won't be drawn in as well? Then I simply want to agree. Sha Wujing frowned. Huh. Do not underestimate that gourd. If it calls your name, you must respond, whether you wish to or not. The moment you respond, you will be taken. Zhu Beiji scoffed. That gourd is not something you can avoid with silence. If staying silent could circumvent it, then it wouldn't be a primordial spiritual treasure. This object is bound by the rules set by the old lord. If it calls your name, you must comply, even passively. What should we do then? Sha Wujing asked anxiously. Well, Zhu Beiji pondered, then smiled. You should go to the South Sea to find the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Once you find her. Before Zhu Beiji could say anything further, Sha Wujing resolutely headed towards the Lotus Cave. Where are you going? Zhu Beiji called out hastily. To rescue Master. This is the Bodhisattva's mission for us to retrieve the scriptures. We encounter difficulties. Who else should we seek if not her? Zhu Beiji retorted. That monkey has already been sucked in. Can you guarantee you won't be drawn in as well? Then I simply want to agree. Sha Wujing frowned. Huh. Do not underestimate that gourd. If it calls your name, you must respond, whether you wish to or not. The moment you respond, you will be taken. Zhu Beiji scoffed. That gourd is not something you can avoid with silence. If staying silent could circumvent it, then it wouldn't be a primordial spiritual treasure. This object is bound by the rules set by the old lord. If it calls your name, you must comply, even passively. What should we do then? Sha Wujing asked anxiously. Well, Zhu Beiji pondered, then smiled. You should go to the South Sea to find the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Once you find her, bring her back to handle the demons. Everything will be manageable then. But troubling the Bodhisattva seems inappropriate. Sha Wujing frowned again. Why should you care? This is the Bodhisattva's mission for us to retrieve the scriptures. We encounter difficulties. Who else should we seek if not her? Zhu Beiji retorted, speaking nothing but the truth and sound logic. Is that so? Sha Wujing furrowed his brow, then nodded, looking at Zhu Beiji earnestly. Very well, second brother, wait here. Having heard of 2 demons from the Lotus Cave on Flat Peak Mountain, who had captured Sun Wukong twice, proving to be formidable opponents. Demons from the Lotus Cave? You have finally come. Those 2 demons are exceedingly vicious. Brother Monkey is no match for them. You must go and see, if this continues. With their master captured, the most carefree one was this fellow. However, he could not be bothered to comment. He was merely a horse, content to graze quietly. May I inquire how long you have been here? How long? Zhu Beiji was taken aback, then calculated carefully, answering, approximately a month. A month? Guanyin exclaimed, perplexed. A month? 34 days. Has Tang Sung been trapped for 34 days? This cannot be true. The golden and silver-horned boys should not be that formidable. If they have confined him for 34 days, that is rather frightening. All right, take me there. I shall rescue your master, and you may continue your journey to the west. May I inquire how long you have been here? How long? Zhu Beiji was taken aback, then calculated carefully, answering, approximately a month. A month? Guanyin exclaimed, perplexed. A month? 34 days. Has Tang Sung been trapped for 34 days? This cannot be true. The golden and silver horned boys should not be that formidable. Standing before the two demons. Without hesitation, Zhu Beiji shouted into the cave. Hey, you two vile demons, release my master at once. Guanyin decided, not pondering further, prioritizing Tang Sung's immediate rescue. Yes, yes, Zhu Beiji exclaimed, hastily leading Guanyin towards the lotus cave. As for Sha Wujing, he was merely a tool in the quest for Guanyin, his thoughts unworthy of consideration. Soon, Zhu Beiji and Guanyin arrived at the entrance of the lotus cave. I hope he doesn't end up trapped as well. Meanwhile, within the golden red gourd, Sun Wukong listened intently to the sounds outside, then grinned. So this pig has come after all. I just wonder if he can withstand these two demons. At that moment, Silver Horn turned to Golden Horn. Tang Sung stirred awake, hearing the commotion outside, and sighed. Is Beiji here to rescue me? Rescue? Alas, I wonder if he will manage. He was merely a tool in the quest for Guanyin, his thoughts unworthy of consideration. Soon, Zhu Beiji and Guanyin arrived at the entrance of the lotus cave. They would have to retaliate. Boom. The stone door swung open, revealing Zhu Beiji standing outside. Before Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao could utter a word of reprimand, Zhu Beiji spoke in a deep voice. You two demons, do not be so arrogant. Behold, who stands before you? As he spoke, Tang Sung stirred awake, hearing the commotion outside, and sighed. Is Beiji here to rescue me? Rescue? Alas, I wonder if he will manage. I hope he doesn't end up trapped as well. Meanwhile, within the golden red gourd, Sun Wukong listened intently to the sounds outside, then grinned. Perplexed about the situation. Had they completed their task of tormenting? Or had they failed? Perhaps there was something else at play? He stepped aside to reveal the Bodhisattva Guanyin standing behind him. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Guanyin. They recognized her, after all. They shared a common thought. They would wait to see how Guanyin would respond. If she reacted normally, or if she was merely summoned by Zhu Beiji to subdue them, they could still engage in a mock battle, feigning a struggle before ultimately handing over Tang Sung. Regardless of how Guanyin reacted or what she intended to say, Zhu Beiji spoke in a deep voice. You two demons, do not be so arrogant. Behold, who stands before you? As he spoke, gazing down at Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, speaking with a serene demeanor. Oh, submit to punishment? Humph, are you the savior summoned by this pig? Jin Jiao retorted, feigning ignorance, and inquired further. Guanyin nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips, exuding an extraordinary grace simply by her presence. Since you are a summoned savior, Jin Jiao squinted, perplexed about the situation. Had they completed their task of tormenting? Or had they failed? Perhaps there was something else at play? Guanyin observed Jin Jiao's bravado with amusement. It was absurd to think that a mere call could trap her within that gourd. As a being of the pinnacle of Tao, on the verge of becoming a quasi-saint, how could she be contained by Jin Jiao wielding a gourd? This was not the time of the investiture of the gods. Had it been that era, she might have felt a twinge of apprehension, given the numerous instances of treasures being used against masters. But now, while the purple gold gourd was indeed a treasure, even if Lao Jun attempted to trap her, she might feel a hint of unease. Yet, seeing Jin Jiao's confidence, Guanyin merely smiled gently, her voice like a clear stream, enchanting and melodious. Call as you wish. I shall certainly respond. Very well, listen closely. Jin Jiao smiled slightly, preparing to speak, but at that moment, a voice erupted from within the gourd. Bodhisattva, do not agree. Do not agree. It was evidently Sun Wukong's frantic plea. A cold smile creeping onto his face as he produced a purple gold gourd and declared, Then I shall call your name. Will you dare to respond? Guanyin observed Jin Jiao's bravado with amusement. It was absurd to think that a mere call could trap her within that gourd. As a being of the pinnacle of Tao, compassionate navigator, Guanyin Bodhisattva, he called both names, fearful of making a mistake. Guanyin smiled softly and replied, I am here. Then, in an instant, a powerful suction enveloped Guanyin. And in the next moment, she was drawn into the purple gold gourd. Jin Jiao, Yin Jiao, Zhu Beiji. In that moment, while the purple gold gourd was indeed a treasure, even if Lao Jun attempted to trap her, she might feel a hint of unease. Yet, seeing Jin Jiao's confidence, she was captured just like that? It felt like a jest. How could Guanyin be taken so easily? Zhu Beiji was left disoriented, preparing to speak, but at that moment, a voice erupted from within the gourd. Bodhisattva, do not agree. Do not agree. It was evidently Sun Wukong's frantic plea. It was Jin Jiao's prowess that had managed to capture her. What was going on? Wow, brother, incredible. Yin Jiao gaped at Jin Jiao in admiration. I can't believe it. Guanyin merely smiled faintly and gestured for Jin Jiao to proceed. Huh. Jin Jiao feigned a scoff, filled with arrogance, as he lifted the gourd's lid and shouted towards Guanyin, his face a mix of confusion and disbelief. He never expected the purple gold gourd to be so formidable that it could contain Guanyin. No, it was not the gourd. And in the next moment, she was drawn into the purple gold gourd. Jin Jiao, Yin Jiao, Zhu Beiji. In that moment, and then returned to Duoyuogong after being enlightened by Guanyin. Yet, he never anticipated that it would actually capture her. How could a being of such high caliber, nearing quasi-saint status, be contained so easily? This is absurd. What is Guanyin's true nature? Is she a fraud? Or does she have a deeper scheme? His face a mix of confusion and disbelief. He never expected the purple gold gourd to be so formidable that it could contain Guanyin. No, it was not the gourd. It was Jin Jiao's prowess that had managed to capture her. What was going on? Wow, brother, incredible. Yin Jiao gaped at Jin Jiao in admiration. I can't believe it. Nearing quasi-saint status, be contained so easily? This is absurd. What is Guanyin's true nature? Is she a fraud? Or does she have a deeper scheme? Capable of such a feat, Jin Jiao was at a loss for words, feeling somewhat incredulous. It wasn't me. Don't say that. He gazed at the purple gold gourd. Now look what has happened. We're all trapped. Guanyin sighed, closing her eyes and reciting mantras, remaining silent. Oh, what a mess this is. Sun Wukong, feeling dejected. It felt like childish play. As Jin Jiao contemplated the possibilities, within the purple gold gourd, Guanyin radiated a brilliant light, sitting majestically on her lotus throne, suspended in midair. Guanyin finally exhaled softly, uttering a single word. Wait. Sun Wukong paused, then chuckled helplessly at Guanyin. How long must we wait? However, Guanyin fell silent once more. Now look what has happened. We're all trapped. Guanyin sighed, closing her eyes and reciting mantras, remaining silent. Oh, what a mess this is. Sun Wukong, feeling dejected, sat down helplessly. After a while, he looked at the still and meditative Guanyin and asked again, Bodhisattva, could you say something? What shall we do now? Wait. It felt like childish play. As Jin Jiao contemplated the possibilities, within the purple gold gourd, Guanyin radiated a brilliant light, sitting majestically on her lotus throne, suspended in midair. Collecting their forces. However, Jin Jiao still felt a twinge of fear. He worried that he might accidentally capture Zhu Beiji as well, leading to an even more complicated situation. Clearly, it was merely a casual jest, yet unexpectedly, the situation has escalated. If it becomes a significant issue, sat down helplessly. After a while, he looked at the still and meditative Guanyin and asked again, Bodhisattva, could you say something? What shall we do now? Wait. Capable of even containing Guanyin herself. At that moment, Zhu Beiji gazed at the retreating figures of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, feeling somewhat dazed. And he stumbled back to the previous shelter. Alas, second brother, what has happened? Sha Wujing inquired hastily. Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji's lips twitched, and he fell silent. That was out of the question. They could escape, but he couldn't let them go. In that moment, Jin Jiao steeled himself, casting a glance at Zhu Beiji, and coldly remarked, Now do you understand the power of my treasure? Scram, before I decide to deal with you. With that, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao turned to leave, collecting their forces. However, Jin Jiao still felt a twinge of fear. He worried that he might accidentally capture Zhu Beiji as well, leading to an even more complicated situation. What other bodhisattva is beyond its grasp? However, to summon a bodhisattva? Zhu Beiji's eyes twinkled with a sudden thought. Yes, let us summon the bodhisattva Manjushri. Panicking, with Guanyin captured, who else could save their master? For a moment, Sha Wujing appeared lost and speechless. After a while, he turned to Zhu Beiji and instinctively asked, capable of even containing Guanyin herself. At that moment, Zhu Beiji gazed at the retreating figures of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, feeling somewhat dazed. Though Sha Wujing felt a twinge of doubt regarding Zhu Beiji's intentions, he ultimately scratched his head and hurried off. As Zhu Beiji watched Sha Wujing's departing figure, a triumphant smile spread across his face. Initially stunned by the capture of Guanyin, he had now regained his composure and formulated a plan. If Guanyin could be taken, summon Manjushri? Is that really feasible? Of course it is. Hurry and go, Zhu Beiji urged with a grin, prompting Sha Wujing to seek out Manjushri. He could then call upon Lao Jun to rescue those bodhisattvas. Wouldn't that be a splendid way to humiliate these ruffians? What is this talk of the flourishing of Buddhism? What other bodhisattva is beyond its grasp? However, to summon a bodhisattva? Zhu Beiji's eyes twinkled with a sudden thought. Yes, let us summon the bodhisattva Manjushri. If that gourd truly was as powerful as it seemed, then no bodhisattva or Buddha would be able to resist its allure. Eventually, even if Buddhism flourished, the discerning would surely know the truth behind it. Let us see what face they have left. Chapter 98. Still pretending? Though Sha Wujing felt a twinge of doubt regarding Zhu Beiji's intentions, he ultimately scratched his head and hurried off. As Zhu Beiji watched Sha Wujing's departing figure, if that gourd truly was as powerful as it seemed, then no bodhisattva or Buddha would be able to resist its allure. Eventually, even if Buddhism flourished, Zhu Beiji squinted at Manjushri, a smirk forming on his lips. Nevertheless, he stepped forward and greeted, "Bodhisattva, you've finally arrived." Alas, the demon is truly ferocious. He could then call upon Lao Jun to rescue those bodhisattvas. Wouldn't that be a splendid way to humiliate these ruffians? What is this talk of the flourishing of Buddhism? A golden light shimmered from the distant west. Soon after, Sha Wujing returned alongside Manjushri. Manjushri, resplendent and radiant, was adorned in resplendent jewels, exuding an aura of auspiciousness. If that gourd truly was as powerful as it seemed, then no bodhisattva or Buddha would be able to resist its allure. Eventually, even if Buddhism flourished, inching closer to the status of a quasi-saint. Thus, he too sought merit. His surprise at Sha Wujing's visit was soon replaced with determination. If he could vanquish the demon, his reputation would surely elevate further, bringing him closer to Buddhahood. Lead the way, Manjushri spoke calmly. Certainly, certainly, Zhu Beiji exclaimed eagerly, guiding him to the lotus cave at the flat peak mountain. As for Sha Wujing, he merely awaited their return. Zhu Beiji squinted at Manjushri, a smirk forming on his lips. Nevertheless, he stepped forward and greeted, "Bodhisattva, you've finally arrived." Alas, the demon is truly ferocious. Release my master, the pig, and my brother monkey, as well as the bodhisattva, or else today, Manjushri will learn a lesson in your lair. Zhu Beiji bellowed. Hearing Zhu Beiji's proclamation, Manjushri slightly furrowed his brow, but did not dwell on it. What was a little bloodshed in the grand scheme of things? He had no need to concern himself with the matter of demons. Before long, Zhu Beiji had led Manjushri to the entrance of the lotus cave once more. "Hey, demon!" And Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao emerged with a group of minor demons. Jin Jiao scrutinized Zhu Beiji and Manjushri behind him, frowning slightly. "You again, pig?" If he could vanquish the demon, his reputation would surely elevate further, bringing him closer to Buddhahood. Lead the way, Manjushri spoke calmly. Certainly, certainly, Zhu Beiji exclaimed eagerly. This is none other than Manjushri Bodhisattva, one of the 12 golden immortals from the Chan school of old, now one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of Buddhism. And Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao emerged with a group of minor demons. Jin Jiao scrutinized Zhu Beiji and Manjushri behind him, frowning slightly. "You again, pig?" He refrained from commenting, merely gazing calmly at Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. These 2 demons, brought forth by Guanyin, were oblivious to the true nature of the situation. Their eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. Clearly, they believed that as long as they took action, nothing would be beyond their control. "Manjushri, is it?" Jin Jiao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with gold. "I call upon you now. Do you dare to respond?" Manjushri contemplated resolving the matter swiftly and saving Tang Sung, Sun Wukong, and Guanyin. But given the opponent's confidence, he decided to play along. "You may call. I shall answer," he replied nonchalantly. "Wait." Suddenly, from within the gourd, a voice cried out. Sun Wukong's urgency echoed. "Whoever you are out there, Bodhisattva, no matter which Bodhisattva it may be, do not respond. Otherwise, this is none other than Manjushri Bodhisattva, one of the 12 golden immortals from the Chan school of old, now one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of Buddhism." Manjushri raised an eyebrow, feeling that Zhu Beiji's introduction might have been somewhat exaggerated. Was it truly necessary to mention his past affiliation with the Chan school? However, he refrained from commenting, merely gazing calmly at Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. These 2 demons, brought forth by Guanyin, were oblivious to the true nature of the situation. Their eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. Clearly, They believed that as long as they took action, nothing would be beyond their control. Manjushri, is it? Jin Zhao exclaimed. If you insist on silencing me, I shall respond all the same, so you may witness my prowess. As thoughts raced through his mind. But given the opponent's confidence, he decided to play along. You may call. I shall answer, he replied nonchalantly. Wait. Suddenly, from within the gourd, Wen Shu smiled faintly, unperturbed, and gently uttered, I am but a humble monk. Yet, in the next moment, before he could even finish his words or fully articulate his identity, he was abruptly drawn into the gourd, as if swept away by a flash of light. Golden horn, silver horn, Zhu Beiji, Sun Wukong, Wen Shu. In the past, he had parted ways with the Chan school alongside others like Zhu Lusun, Pu Xian, Zihong, and Randang. Randang and Zhu Lusun had naturally ascended to Buddhahood. Gazing at the suddenly appeared Bodhisattva Wen Shu with a twitch of his lips, rendered speechless. He sighed deeply, scratching his head and sinking to the ground. It was only after Wen Shu entered that Guanyin finally opened her eyes, glancing at the still somewhat dazed Wen Shu, and offered a resigned smile. Ah, dear brother. If you insist on silencing me, I shall respond all the same, so you may witness my prowess. As thoughts raced through his mind, he had yet to comprehend how he had been drawn in so bewilderingly. Is this some kind of jest? This is utterly absurd. Guanyin remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. This gourd possesses peculiar qualities. Perhaps it is a treasure even more formidable than the innate spiritual artifacts. Brother, it has been a long time. Wen Shu eventually regained his composure, staring in astonishment at Guanyin and instinctively inquiring. Clearly, then there is only one explanation. The old lord is manipulating this gourd. To this day, Guanyin still believed the purple golden red gourd belonged to the supreme old lord. What now? Wen Shu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he sighed in resignation. He had intended to display his prowess, yet instead. It was only after Wen Shu entered that Guanyin finally opened her eyes, glancing at the still somewhat dazed Wen Shu, and offered a resigned smile. Ah, dear brother.